Rumors abound that the adopted daughter of the Shen family is a delinquent, notorious for her truancy and brawls, a worthless wretch. After being unceremoniously kicked back to the slums, the crowd erupted in applause. Little did they know, her aloof and renowned brother is a cinematic emperor, her second brother a legend in the medical field, and her third brother a celebrated racing champion. It is said that she also has several extraordinarily influential sisters. The onlookers sneered, so what? No matter how impressive her family, they cannot salvage a worthless sister. In the next moment, a tycoon in the business world refers to her as ancestor. A titan of technology addresses her as senior. A top hacker calls her master. The most enigmatic mogul of the capital humbly kneels, softly coaxing. Grant me a name, would you? The entire capital was set ablaze with astonishment. Chapter 1. Provoking her feels akin to kicking a cloud of cotton get lost. As Shen Jinwu arrived at the ancestral home, her gaze fell upon the glaring character mourning inscribed on the entrance. In the blink of an eye, a haphazard assortment of belongings, mingled with a few old garments, was unceremoniously tossed out, strewn across the muddy ground. The old man cherished you most in life, yet you couldn't even be bothered to attend his funeral. Draped in black mourning attire, a woman with an exquisite and regal visage stood on the steps, haughtily accusing, "The Shen family raised you until you turned 18, showing you every kindness. From this day forth, you are no longer our daughter." At this proclamation, guests who had come to pay their respects turned their gazes towards Madame Shen. There, amidst the rain, stood a girl clad in a white t-shirt and black pants, her form marred by dirt and bruises, looking utterly disheveled. As the breeze tousled her unkempt hair, her delicate features came into view. Her brows were like painted arcs, her eyes shimmering with life, her visage so pure it bore no trace of worldly strife, breathtaking to the point of leaving one breathless. This face, even amidst the beauties of the capital, it stood out strikingly. Hiss. Upon realizing her identity, the guests collectively inhaled sharply. She is the infamous false daughter of the Shen family. It is said that when the true daughter of the Shen family was gravely ill, all major hospitals were at a loss. Issuing countless critical notices to die in despair, they heeded a master's advice and adopted the same-aged orphan, Shen Jinwu, to seek blessings for their daughter. Sure enough, within a few years, Shen Yunru miraculously recovered. The Shen family, showing great benevolence, not only did not send Shen Jinwu away but raised her as their own daughter for 15 years. Who would have imagined? Shen Jinwu was nothing more than a hopeless case, lacking in character and talent, her actions a far cry from those of the true daughter, engaging in fights and misdeeds. She was even rumored to have seduced her sister's boyfriend. Now, when her family came seeking her, she shamelessly refused to leave, clinging to them for wealth and status. What does beauty matter? She was but a shattered vase, gilded on the outside yet rotten within. As the crowd murmured, the girl seemed oblivious to their words. Clutching tightly the rare medicinal herb she had traversed mountains to find, her bloodshot eyes fixed silently upon the old man's portrait, her pallid lips trembling slightly. "Old man, you broke your promise, you swore. You would hold on until she returned with the medicine to save you. Stop pretending. You just want money, right?" Madame Shen sneered, her lips curling in a cruel smile. "Yunru, sister, here's 30,000 yuan. Take it for now." Shen Yunru stepped forward, offering her a bank card with a tone laced with condescension. "Though it's not much, it should suffice for your family to scrape by for a few years." Mingjiao, the most notorious slum in the entire capital, even in the north. Shen Jinwu ignored her, squatting down to rummage through the disheveled belongings in search of her grandfather's things. "And there's more." Shen Yunru approached, deliberately flaunting a 1,000,000 yuan ring on her finger, a smile that concealed her bragging. "Isn't it beautiful? Brother Jing gifted it to me. Brother Jing also said he'd come to propose once I finish my college entrance exams. At that time." "Shen Yunru, does your family reside in Dunhuang?" Shen Jinwu carefully wiped her grandfather's photographs one by one, placing them gently into her backpack. "What?" Shen Yunru was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend. "There are so many murals." The girl's gaze lifted slightly, her voice chillingly cold as she enunciated each word. "Do not force me to slap you today." Her grandfather had just been buried. She did not wish to disturb his peace. Shen Yunru's feigned smile froze, her cheeks alternating between red and pale, her expression twisting into a grimace. Enough! Her adoptive father, Shen Jihua, bore a deep loathing for Shen Jinwu, yet with so many prominent figures present, he feigned affection. "Jinwu, we do not wish for you to leave, but we want you to be with your family." Rest assured, if you face difficulties in the future, we will do our utmost to assist. The kindness of the trio elicited praise from the onlookers, who cursed Shen Jinwoo with even greater fervor. As for the subject of their ire, she calmly continued to clean the soiled belongings, not bothering to respond, nor even casting them a glance, the crowd. Provoking her feels akin to kicking a cloud of cotton after organizing her grandfather's belongings. Shen Jinwoo knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully 3 times towards the memorial hall, her tears mingling with the rain, quickly disappearing. After a moment of silent mourning, she rose to face the Shen family, her voice resolute. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Shen family. As for this money, her gaze swept over the bank card, her brows slightly narrowing as she spoke. Keep it to buy some laxatives and clear the heads of your family of 3. Shen Jinwoo. So humiliated, Shen Jihua struggled to maintain his hypocritical facade. My surname is Pei, correcting Shen Jihua. Pei Jinwoo concealed the sorrow in her eyes and strode away. Wasn't it said she was covetous of their wealth, unwilling to depart? What is this? The guests exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Leaving so swiftly? Madame Shen also found it peculiar, gritting her teeth as she murmured, seems she is unaware of the inheritance. Silence. Shen Jihua immediately admonished sharply, surveying the surroundings and lowering his voice. The Shen family's inheritance has nothing to do with this wild child. The Shen family's development had been meteoric, in just a few short years. They transformed from an obscure company in a county to a reputable conglomerate, relocating their entire family from a small city to the capital. Yunro has successfully secured a connection with the young scion of the prestigious Liu family in the imperial city, her future now appearing boundless and immeasurable. Yet, curiously enough, the old patriarch, clouded by a fog of favoritism, has chosen to neglect his own kin, bestowing his affections instead upon his adopted child, Shen Jinwoo, intending to bequeath her a staggering 80% of his fortune. Had it not been for the old man's misplaced pity that compelled him to keep her, they would have long since cast her aside. Desiring wealth, without the old man's protection, extinguishing her life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. It is the season of spring. The entire city is enveloped in a misty drizzle, the streets eerily desolate. A man of striking stature and regal demeanor reclines in the back seat of a sports car, his long legs elegantly crossed, casually perusing documents, his formidable aura emanating and chilling intensity. How goes it? With his head slightly bowed, the dim glow of the car lights casts a shadowy outline of his refined and aloof visage. Master, the trail has gone cold. Wind Xing responds with a deep bow, his tone steeped in utmost respect. Aside from the phantom, we have found no trace of other members of the underground city. The underground city, IT, is a burgeoning military factory in the southern region, rapidly advancing under the leadership of its enigmatic leader, Phantom. In just a few short years, it has emerged as a formidable rival to the S-Alliance of the northern continent. In the fierce struggle for market share and raw materials, the S-Alliance has stumbled significantly. They had only traced Phantom to the imperial city before pursuing him, only to find, unexpectedly, that the clues had suddenly vanished without a trace. The man's fingers paused momentarily, a chilling glint of lethal intent shadowing his countenance, his voice sharp and cold. Continue the search. And oh, sooner had he spoken than an untimely phone call interrupted. Sure, Yen, have you finished looking at the photos? The old woman's exuberant voice pierced through the silence, sounding somewhat jarring. Are you satisfied? The man adjusted his black tie, his stern visage cloaked in an icy demeanor as he patiently replied, Grandmother, I require an explanation. Why is there a man among the matchmaking materials? The elderly lady's voice faltered for a moment, then she clarified in a deep, resonant tone. It's just that I feared you might not prefer girls, so rest assured, our family is quite progressive. As long as you are fond of them, kittens or puppies will suffice. Shang Shuryan slowly lifted his eyelids, his profound gaze tinged with a hint of weariness, a reluctant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You truly are quite accommodating. Grandmother. The man tilted his head with a smile. Suddenly, a figure, ethereal and elongated, emerged unexpectedly from the swirling mist, startlingly vivid before his eyes. Chapter 2. What university requires your personal examination? Outside the car window, a girl stood beneath an eave, her gaze vacantly fixed on the horizon. Drenched to the bone, she languidly leaned against the wall, her complexion devoid of color, resembling a pitiable homeless waif. Wasn't she the so-called fake daughter expelled by the Shen family? This face was too strikingly recognizable. Feng Ji in the passenger seat recognized her at a glance. A fake daughter? Shang Shuryan narrowed his eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke. his gaze obscured by a veil of inscrutable emotions. His subordinate had just been pursuing a phantom when he happened to witness her being cast out. Feng Zhi respectfully remarked, "It's quite tragic that everyone is bullying just one girl. Is that so?" The man's slender fingertip rested against the car window, casually flicking off ash from his cigarette as he regarded the girl with an increasingly profound gaze. He was lost in thought for a few moments. The pitiful girl retracted her gaze, retrieved a bottle of transparent liquid from her backpack, and rolled up her right sleeve, revealing deep, bone-exposing lacerations. Her expression remained remarkably placid as she casually wiped away the blood and bit open the bottle cap. Without a moment's hesitation, she poured the entire contents onto her wound. The crimson blood mingled with the antiseptic solution, cascading down and pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Good heavens! Feng Zhi nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel, his titanium alloy eyes widening in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a fierce person!" Amongst men who have traversed mountains of knives and seas of flames, who does not howl like a slaughtered pig when cleaning a wound? She appeared impervious to pain, her demeanor astonishingly calm, even pausing midway to unwrap a fruit candy. Upon hearing the honking of a horn, Pei Jinwu slightly lifted her eyelids, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of deep, piercing black orbs. Pei Jinwu paused for a few seconds, confirming that the man was indeed staring at her. Feng Xing. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Zhang Shiyan timely extinguished his cigarette and instructed, "Go over and inquire if she needs assistance. She seems rather small. Let us not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to abduct her." Understood. Just as Feng Xing was about to take action, Pei Jinwu had already tended to her wounds, withdrew her gaze, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly looked back. The girl, with hands tucked in her pockets and her beautiful chin slightly raised, remarked calmly, "The fuel tank is facing 7 o'clock. There's an issue. It's not appropriate to see blood on grandfather's Memorial Day." She had overheard the man's earlier words. Consider it a favor returned. The fuel tank? Feng Xing and Feng Zhi hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect. Indeed, they discovered something amiss. If not checked promptly, it could potentially spark a fire during transit, leading to an explosion. This Model S fuel tank was quite concealed. How did she discern that? Feng Zhi marveled, noting that even a 4S shop would need to disassemble the vehicle to identify the damage. Watching the girl's silhouette, Zhang Shiyan's prominent Adam's apple rolled twice, the corner of his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. A fake daughter? This could prove intriguing. Hello? Hello. The elderly lady, having conversed with herself for a while, grew exasperated at her grandson's silence, scolding, "You little rascal, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Just give me a straight answer about whether it's a boy or a girl." "Grandma." The man closed the documents, a faint smile gracing his austere face as he wickedly quirked his lips. "Your grandson's sexual orientation is perfectly normal." 2 hours later, in the remote slums of Mingjiao, countless dilapidated houses crowded alongside the uneven, muddy roads. Under the misty moonlight, the entire village appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as if isolated from the world, exuding an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Pei Jinwu followed the map, navigating through a labyrinth of winding alleys, ultimately stopping before a modest dwelling. To be precise, it was her relative's home. According to the Shen family, this relative was her mother's great-aunt's sister-in-law's cousin. She referred to her as aunt. In truth, they shared no blood relation. When she was 3 years old, her family set out to sea, only to encounter a maritime disaster. Her parents, using every ounce of strength, managed to throw the youngest her onto Pei Shu's small fishing boat, allowing her to survive. Unfortunately, Pei Shu's husband passed away early, and she was unable to meet the adoption criteria while raising her daughter alone, thus heartbreakingly sending her to an orphanage. Believing she had been adopted by the Shen family and was living a good life, she did not reach out thereafter. Now that the Shen family had found her, Pei Shu readily agreed to bring her back. It was due to this that Pei Jinwu discovered she still had parents, 3 older brothers, and 3 older sisters, though their whereabouts remained unknown after the maritime disaster, and all detailed records had been destroyed. "Your cousin has lived a comfortable life. I wonder if she will despise this place." A middle-aged woman dressed simply swept the modest home, sighing. "I've heard she has a solitary temperament, and is rather difficult to discipline." "Well." One Jian squatted on the floor washing dishes, reassuring her mother. "Everyone has a heart. As long as we treat our cousin well, she will surely..." Before she could finish her sentence, a pair of muddy shoes came to a halt before her. when Jian instinctively raised her eyes, following the long legs upward, her gaze settling on a slightly disheveled yet extraordinarily beautiful face. Hello. The girl lightly pressed her lips together, responding succinctly. I'm looking for Pei Shu. Having come from the Shen family. So, she is the cousin cast out by the Shen family?
Mom.
When Jian sprang to her feet, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Cousin has returned. With a soft thud, upon recognizing the girl's face, Pei Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the broom she held fell to the ground. Half an hour later, Pei Jinwu changed into clean clothes and obediently sat at the dining table to eat. Her appetite was substantial, and after a day of hunger, she devoured 2 bowls of noodles and still felt unsatisfied. Pei Shu cooked up the remaining noodles and served the entire pot to her. Thank you, Aunt. Pei Jinwu expressed her gratitude politely, continuing to eat. Have you grown so much? Why are you so thin? Pei Shu, seated across from her, observed the girl intently. Her heart aching. Beautiful, polite, small, helpless, but with quite an appetite. She found her exceedingly well-behaved, nothing like the unfortunate tales circulating outside. After finishing the meal, Pei Shu prepared the only bedroom for Pei Jinwu to rest. The conditions aren't great. You'll have to make do. Aware of the recent passing of the old man, Pei Shu felt pained but refrained from probing further, assuring, rest assured, as long as there's a morsel of food for Aunt, you will not go hungry. Indeed, cousin. When Jian brought over a clean nightgown, her round eyes filled with sincerity, you can rest easy here. Consider it your home. The mother and daughter, wary of delaying her rest, quickly tidied up and left the room. Pei Jinwu took note of the smallness of the house, a 1-bedroom layout. Despite the difficult circumstances, they had agreed to take her in. Contemplating for a few seconds, Pei Jinwu retrieved her shattered phone from her bag and dialed a number. Woo woo. The moment the call connected, Lu Ying's loud voice reverberated through the line, deafening. I'm still alive. Pei Jinwu held the phone at a distance, squinting her almond-shaped eyes, disdainfully uttering 4 words. We heard about old Shen. My condolences. Lu Ying ran a hand through his short silver hair, his deliberately masculine attire accentuating his striking handsomeness. All is well. Pei Jinwu retrieved her grandfather's portrait, placing it on the table. The Pei family isn't truly related to you. Why bother going back? Lu Ying sighed, advising, return to Nanzhou. Those folks at the base are quite eager to see you. The Pei family is quite good. Pei Jinwu yawned, casually scrolling through her phone, her demeanor exuding nonchalance besides. I need to prepare for university. TSK. Listening to her calm words, Lu Ying rolled her eyes in disbelief, thinking it absurd. What university? That you would go through such trouble to take the entrance exam yourself. Chapter 3. Alright, so this is how the wealthy play, is it? A promise to grandfather. Pei Jinwu pressed her lips together, her gaze darkening. Her grandfather's dying wish, to attend university and find family. He said, attending university would cultivate her understanding, allowing her to learn to cherish herself. Finding family would mean more people would care for our little Jinwu. Very well. Mentioning old Shen, Lu Ying dared not just further and shifted to the main topic. I have news regarding the bracelet you asked me to find. The details have been sent to your email. MHM. Pei Jinwu casually glanced over it and, just before hanging up, added, please assist me with another matter. Of course. My ancestor. Your wish is my command. Lu Ying swirled her wine glass, her tone indulgent. Purchase a building in the city center, to exchange for land in the northern part of Mingjiao. In a while, we shall move there. Cough, what? Upon hearing her little ancestor's words, Lu Ying nearly choked on her red wine. To trade a property worth over $1 billion in the city center for a place in Mingjiao, which even a dog would disdain. Huff. Lu Ying took deep breaths, striving to maintain her composure, setting aside the property issue. What purpose does buying land in Mingjiao serve? Pei Jinwu wiped her grandfather's photo clean and replied without a moment's hesitation. Cilantro, of course. I love eating cilantro. Lu Ying's mouth hung open, her beautiful face a canvas of shifting expressions. Spending billions to buy land for such an abominable herb? Alright. So this is how the wealthy indulge, is it? At 6 a.m. Jinwu, which school are you attending? Pei Shu, peeling an egg for her, gently inquired, after breakfast, your aunt will take you there. No classes. Pei Jinwu stirred her porridge, responding calmly. I've been on leave for over a year. In her childhood, the Shen couple could not tolerate her, often taking advantage of her grandfather's absence in the Taoist temple to make her suffer, both openly and covertly. Upon learning this, her grandfather brought her along to the temple. Besides attending classes at the school near the temple, he also had her train with a master to strengthen her physique. After finishing her first year of high school, her grandfather fell gravely ill, and she accompanied him back to the capital for treatment. When her second year commenced, news of the herbs she sought came, prompting her to take leave and travel out of town. However, the Shen couple deceitfully claimed she was skipping classes and unilaterally withdrew her from school. The tens of thousands in tuition fees returned were used by Shen Yunru to purchase designer clothes for her pet dog. Later, as her grandfather's condition worsened, she took care of him closely, neglecting her studies. By all accounts, she should be in her third year of high school this year. On leave, Pei Shu was taken aback, nearly dropping her chopsticks. She is only 18. Is it true what they say outside, that she is uneducated? Observing the obedient girl before her, Pei Shu shook her head. It doesn't seem so. In my year, when Jian, munching on steamed buns with her cheeks puffed, added, the college entrance exam is in 3 months. We must hurry to find a school. No need to worry, your aunt will find a way. Pei Shu bit her lip, deep in thought. The capital does not allow for repeating a year. Jinwoo can only proceed according to her student status and attend her third year. With a weak foundation, the studies will be challenging. However, it is of little consequence whether she attends university or junior college. It is always beneficial for a girl to pursue more education. When Jian nodded, offering her peeled egg to Pei Jinwoo. Don't worry, cousin, I will help you catch up on your studies. Though when Jian's family situation is tough, she perseveres, gaining admission to the prestigious Imperial High School in the capital through her own efforts. And, actually seeing the kind mother and daughter, Pei Jinwoo didn't wish to burden them further and softly said, There's no need to find a school. I can manage the entrance exam on my own. What? Self-studying for university? The mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances. After breakfast, Pei Shu and her daughter headed off to work and school. Pei Jinwoo changed into a black hoodie, donned a baseball cap and mask, and tightened her earbuds as she stepped outside. You truly don't want me to accompany you? Lu Ying, reveling in the casino, casually tossed money, her charming demeanor eliciting screams from surrounding girls. Afraid I might suffer a loss? Pei Jinwoo rode a shared bicycle to the garage, locating her small electric scooter nestled among luxury cars. Of course, your life is worth far more, my ancestor. Lu Ying took a sip of red wine, her voice intentionally lowered. I've heard that the S-League from Beizhou has been searching for you. If any mishaps occur, the old fogies at the base will surely go mad. Not afraid of death? Then come. Pei Jinwoo lazily raised an eyebrow, her tone audaciously defiant. Lu Ying fell silent. Indeed, who would dare to provoke this formidable ancestor without trepidation? The S-League, having barely escaped a beating, would still dare to court disaster. After hanging up, Pei Jinwoo donned her helmet, executing a stylish maneuver as her electric scooter zipped through the cluster of sports cars like a gust of wind. Half an hour later, she arrived at Beizhou's most renowned underground black market, a hidden realm beneath the earth, illuminated only during the witching hour, where trade remained unseen. It gathered an assortment of peculiar items and those beyond the reach of the law. The jade bracelet she sought was right here. Pei Jinwoo parked her electric scooter, popped a candy into her mouth, and strolled leisurely down the bustling street of the ghost market, hands tucked into her pockets. Due to its subterranean construction, the market was devoid of sunlight, and the lighting cast an eerie glow. No one dared to venture into the ghost market alone, let alone a girl, swaggering through the streets all by herself. This audacity quickly drew the attention of the surrounding vendors. After a leisurely exploration, Pei Jinwoo finally located the coveted item in a corner antique shop, a glass-grade imperial green bracelet. In his youth, her grandfather's company faced a crisis, prompting her grandmother to sell it at great pain in exchange for funds. Over the years, her grandfather had sought to reclaim it, but it remained elusive until his passing. I'll take this bracelet. Confirming the item was correct, Pei Jinwoo slightly raised her gaze to speak. Who wishes to make a purchase? A middle-aged man, fiddling with prayer beads, cheerfully emerged. However, upon seeing her, his expression soured instantly. Though bundled up and masked, it was evident she was just a young girl, dressed in tattered clothes, resembling a beggar. Go away, don't cause trouble. The boss, seated and tinkering with a teacup, snapped irritably. This piece costs 5 million. Do you even have 500 to your name? Pei Jinwoo's chewing slowed, her lowered gaze tinged with a hint of hostility as she flung her bank card onto the table. The boss, sipping tea, skeptically sent an employee to verify the amount. Sure enough, there was indeed 5 million. Alright. The bracelet was originally procured for 3 million, so selling it for 5 million yielded a profit. Just as the employee was about to retrieve the item, he suddenly leaned in close. I'm terribly sorry. Upon hearing this, the boss halted, a sly smile creeping across his face. Another customer had also set their sights on the bracelet. I claimed it first. Pei Jinwoo slightly raised her gaze, her eyes reddening like blood, an ominous aura enveloping her. Her mood soured. She felt murderous intent. Yet, reason reminded her that since her grandfather's seventh day had not yet passed, violence was ill-advised. In the black market, the rules dictate that the highest bidder prevails. The boss, undeterred by her youth, signaled. The other party bid 8 million. 1 million. Pei Jinwoo, suppressing her fury, reluctantly called out her price. The boss, the other party, bid 15 million. Pei Jinwoo's gaze suddenly turned icy, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. 20 million. At this moment, in another private room, a man lounged comfortably on a leather sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed, delicate fingers twirling a cigarette. The warm yellow light cascaded down, enveloping him in a halo that exuded an air of aloof nobility. Master, the other party has bid 20 million, Feng Xing reported respectfully. Continue to engage. Shang Shiyan replied without lifting his head, his voice deep and languid, reminiscent of a king surveying his realm. Listen, the proprietor interjected after hearing the latest bid and information. Young lady, you should concede. Your opponent may be formidable. It was rumored that the sports car's license plate began with An's. In all of northern continent, only the century-old families and the top-tier Shang family bore such letters. The Shang residence was in the imperial capital. He could not afford to offend them. Pei Jinwoo slightly tilted her head, her sharp brows and eyes gleaming with cold light, her tone dripping with impatience. Am I easy to provoke? The proprietor was taken aback. What background does this girl have? Dressed modestly, she was willing to spend tens of millions without a flicker of her eyes. How could they dare to offend her? Chapter 4. Not worried he's a bad man? Quite bold indeed. The opposing bid rose to 30 million, a clear declaration of intent. The proprietor shrugged, expressing his helplessness. If you desire it, continue to raise the stakes. The black market does not accept transfers. Payment must be made via card. A reminder, she had only 5 million in her account. Pei Jinwoo's brows were laced with frost, the suppressed anger within her ready to ignite. She quickly popped a candy into her mouth to calm herself and texted Luing. Didn't you bring enough money? I heard the bracelet is only 5 million. Pei encountered a fool. A 5 million bracelet, inflated to 30 million. What nonsense. Luing understood the significance of the bracelet to her and promptly transferred several million. 40 million. After relaying the bid, Pei Jinwoo set down her phone. This was her limit. Further escalation would be intolerable. She was curious to see what this wealthy fool looked like. 40 million? Upon hearing the latest bid from his subordinate, the man slightly raised his gaze, his calm demeanor revealing a hint of surprise. This bracelet was not a top-tier item, its value merely 5 million. The elderly lady had searched for many years. If she liked it, the premium was inconsequential. However, he hadn't anticipated someone would bid 40 million to snatch it away. Shang Shiyan lifted his teacup, elegantly brushing aside the tea leaves. His dark eyes gazing towards the opposite room. Though obscured, he could vaguely discern that it was a girl. It appeared she had no intention of giving up. He had already spent too much time here, risking exposure of his identity. Furthermore, the elderly lady was notoriously frugal. Anything excessively priced would not genuinely bring her joy. Let us go. The man narrowed his eyes, setting aside the tedious advertisement and swiftly striding out. Yes, master. Feng Xing and Feng Ji helped Shang Shiyan don his overcoat. As they departed, they cast a glance at the opposite room. It was the first time they had seen someone capable of wresting something from their master. After settling the payment, Pei Jinwoo placed the jade bracelet into her backpack and exited the antique shop. Just as she turned the corner in the parking lot, several men approached menacingly. Pei Jinwoo halted, slightly raising her chin, just as she removed her mask, revealing a delicate and beautiful face, yet her eyes held a chilling glare. Well, a beauty, the leading man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he appraised Pei Jinwoo. Noticing she was alone only excited him further. There's a nice bar nearby. How about you keep us company? In the black market, there were no secrets. News of her spending tens of millions on a jade bracelet had already leaked. Now, they not only sought to rob her of her wealth, but also had ulterior motives. Get lost. Pei Jinwoo kept her hands in her pockets, a simmering anger building within her, her tone laced with impatience. Get lost? The man stepped closer, leering at Pei Jinwoo, saying lecherously, let us change locations. My friends and I can show you a good time. Not far away. Shang Shiyan and his entourage descended the elevator and happened upon the scene. What is she doing here? Feng Ji was beside himself with excitement, admiring Pei Jinwoo's ability to deduce the car's issue. Has she been bullied again? With her small frame, a single punch would send her to the underworld. Shang Shiyan halted. His lips pressed thin as he observed the girl's profile. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, head bowed, and hands tucked in her pockets, she wore oversized, tattered clothes, her frail arms and legs giving the impression of a delicate flower. She seemed easily crushable. Shang Shiyan furrowed his brow. Why was she not focusing on her studies, but instead embroiling herself in such troubles? Give me the gun. His eyes glinted with frost, his voice sharp as a blade, exuding an intimidating aura.
Ha!
Feng Xing and Feng Ji exchanged glances. When had it become necessary for their master to personally handle such scum?
Yes.
Feng Xing rolled his eyes, understanding the situation, and handed over the gun. Before the words had fully left his mouth, they witnessed the seemingly fragile girl deliver a swift left hook to the man's face.
Bang!
With explosive force and remarkable speed, the burly man, towering at 6 feet tall, was sent flying, his hefty body crashing against a load-bearing wall. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Feng Xing. Huh? Feng Ji, what? Their master hadn't even had the chance to pull the trigger. Feng Ji rubbed his eyes, realizing he may have misunderstood the term fragile.
Ha!
Shang Shiyan's gaze narrowed as he observed the girl's dark eyes, a smile curving his lips as a low chuckle emanated from his chest. If he wasn't mistaken, she had used her left hand. Was this a pampered darling from a wealthy family? The girl truly was full of surprises. Big brother, are you alright? The man, regaining consciousness, spat out a few broken teeth, pointing at Pei Jinwoo and shouting, kill this little brat.
Yes.
The remaining thugs, enraged, drew their weapons, charging at Pei Jinwoo with reckless abandon. Master, sensing the precariousness of the situation, Feng Xing spoke respectfully. Do not move. Observe and learn. The man crossed his arms over his chest, casually leaning against the car's hood, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Enjoy the spectacle. The sound of heavy fists meeting flesh echoed through the garage, accompanied by anguished cries of pain. In under 2 minutes, the thugs were left battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground in agony. Feng Xing and Feng Ji, protective beauties.
Get lost.
Pei Jinwoo composed herself, leisurely wiping her left hand, her aura formidable and terrifying. Don't let me say it a third time. Go, quickly. The bruised thugs exchanged glances, quickly scrambling to their feet, dragging their unconscious leader as they scuttled towards the exit. The scene fell silent. Pei Jinwoo did not leave immediately. Instead, she languidly leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed intently on a point not far away. Had she been seen again? Did she possess some sort of X-ray vision? The wind gently tugged at his hair, leaving him perplexed. Observing the girl who had been fiercely fighting just moments ago now standing docilely, Shang Shiyan's thin lips curled slightly as he strode over with long strides. Feng Xing and Feng Ji hurriedly followed, filled with admiration. What a coincidence. Shang Shiyan picked up the candy that had fallen to the ground, cleaned it, and presented it to the girl. It's nice to see you again. The man, towering close to 6'3", loomed over her like a mountain, instilling a sense of breathlessness with his lofty demeanor. Pei Jinwoo disliked the feeling of looking up at others. She remained silent, her beautiful face clearly conveying 6 words, not happy, don't provoke me. I also enjoy mango-flavored candy. Noticing her mood, Shang Shiyan's lips curled in a subtle smile, his elegantly proportioned neck slightly bending as he spoke politely. Are you preparing to head home? Feng Xing and Feng Ji exchanged complex glances. Mango, the fruit despised by their master. Pei Jinwoo, aren't you curious as to why I'm here? Not interested in my fight? Quite the boundary sense. The key point was that he also liked mango-flavored candy.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo accepted the candy and unwrapped it, yet her demeanor remained vigilant, cold, and distant, resembling a small iceberg. 10 minutes prior, the entrance to the ghost market had been temporarily closed. Noticing the keychain in her hand, Shang Shiyan quietly reminded her, do you have a passage permit? 10 minutes prior? Pei Jinwoo checked her phone and indeed found a reminder. Caught up in the fight, she had been delayed. Her mood soured further. If you don't mind, you can accompany me. The man's voice was clean and magnetic, his pitch-black eyes gazing intently at her, exuding a rugged yet gentle demeanor. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. Consider it a thank you for your reminder yesterday. Pei Jinwoo raised her gaze, glancing at the man, and then at the car behind him. A Koenigsegg Gemera, the world's first four-seater hypercar. With a starting price exceeding 20 million, it was limited to just 30 units globally. Both its exterior and interior configurations were top-notch, earning it the title of the most formidable hypercar on the planet. Its silver-gray hue was understated yet luxurious, not something that could simply be purchased with wealth. Whether you are a bad person or not is inconsequential. Pei Jinwoo blinked nonchalantly, stating, "The road to my home is not good. If I scratch your car, I cannot compensate. Not worried that I might be a bad person? You are quite bold." Chapter 5. Is the master too concerned about the young lady? Their insurance. The man's voice was deep and pleasant as he gazed directly at her. If it gets damaged, you won't need to pay. No need to compensate? Then that's fine. With her primary concern addressed, Pei Jinwoo readily agreed. Before leaving, she took a picture of her electric scooter's location for Lu Ying to send someone to retrieve it. Following her line of sight, Zhang Shiyan spotted the inconspicuous electric scooter parked in the corner. The vehicle appeared somewhat worn, unremarkable at first glance. However, those in the know would recognize it as a top-tier modified electric scooter, outperforming some sedans, valued at no less than $5 million. Riding in a $5 million vehicle, coming alone to the black market, and being able to fight five, was she a fake heiress or a punching bag? Zhang Shiyan retracted his gaze, looking at the girl who was now seated in the car, swinging her toes while gazing out the window. The depth of his gaze intensified. Inside the car, it was unusually quiet. Fengxing and Fengji occasionally glanced at the girl in the back seat through the rear-view mirror. Pei Jinwoo sat with her legs crossed, her backpack resting on her lap, candy in her mouth, her expression calmly surveying the outside world. This obedient demeanor made it hard to associate her with the fierce fighter she had just been. Unscathed, she had escaped entirely. Quite impressive. Thank you for yesterday, Zhang Shiyan said, slightly turning his head, his gaze falling on the girl who was calmly eating candy with her hands in her pockets. Zhang Shiyan, a pleasure. The man extended his hand, a touch of warmth softening his otherwise aloof and regal countenance. I am Pei. The girl turned her head, not extending her hand, merely raising her gaze slightly. Helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. There's no need for politeness. Helping others? Zhang Shiyan's lips curved upward, a hint of mirth spreading in his eyes as he gently replied, "If you ever need assistance, Miss Pei, feel free to contact me." Saying this, he naturally took out his phone and effortlessly opened WeChat to display the QR code for adding friends. Pei Jinwoo initially intended to refuse, but then reconsidered. The S-League's headquarters was indeed in Beizhou. It wouldn't hurt to know someone.
All right.
Pei Jinwoo took out her phone, preparing to scan the code to add him as a friend when Fengji in the front passenger seat suddenly spoke. "Master, the old lady texted asking about your jade bracelet." How should I reply? Jade bracelet? Pei Jinwoo paused. She couldn't he possibly tell her that he had spent 30 million and still couldn't he get the bracelet? 30 million? Pei Jinwoo glanced at Zhang Shiyan, her brows furrowing. So, he was the wealthy fool who inflated the price. Excellent. The girl's expression instantly turned cold. She briskly exited the friend-adding page and shut her phone. What's wrong? Zhang Shiyan stiffened slightly, his deep black eyes filled with confusion. Why had her mood suddenly soured? Did he inadvertently disturb her? Zhang Shiyan turned his head, his icy gaze landing on Fengji, laden with warning. Fengji nearly bit his tongue in fright, quickly closing his mouth in a pitiful manner. Miss Pei, is there an issue? Zhang Shiyan leaned forward slightly, the corners of his thin lips curving, his tone evidently gentle. Pei Jinwoo crossed her arms, tilting her head and closing her eyes, completely ignoring him. As they sat close together, Zhang Shiyan could see the girl's features clearly. Her long hair was tucked behind her ear, revealing her delicate and glistening earlobe. Her exquisite chin appeared even more striking under the sunlight. However, her cheeks bore a faint pout, akin to an irritable wildcat. Zhang Shiyan found the little wildcat somewhat endearing, wishing to ruffle her fur. Yet, the moment did not seem ripe. He feared getting scratched by her claws. Fengxing and Fengji, having been by their master's side for over a decade, were astonished to witness someone daring to throw a tantrum at him. Surprisingly, their master not only showed no signs of anger, but seemed to exhibit a hint of indulgence and affection. Half an hour later, the navigation grew increasingly askew, the roads more rugged. It didn't matter if they didn't check. This was not the renowned slum of the capital. Gazing at the drizzly sky and the pothole-ridden road, Fengxing widened his eyes, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fearing he might accidentally drive into a ditch. In this place, a round trip would ruin the car's undercarriage. Their master was on a treacherous path. Without obtaining any contact information, they were losing millions. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop, and Pei Jinwu grabbed her bag, ready to exit. "Miss Pei, please wait." Zhang Shiyan stepped out of the vehicle, quickly rounding to the opposite side, his gaze fixed on the girl. "Fengxi, umbrella."
Yes.
The umbrella was opened, only to be unexpectedly seized. Master Shang held the umbrella in his left hand, while with his right, he opened the car door, tilting the umbrella slightly to ensure the girl wouldn't get a drop of rain on her. It was as if he were protecting a priceless treasure. Fengxi felt the cold rain pelt his face, a painful reminder. Quite splendid. In a world where only he bore the wounds, there was no need for others. Pei Jinwu, uncomfortable with proximity to others and fueled by anger, slipped out from beneath the man's umbrella. "Thank you," she uttered, having expressed the necessary pleasantries, before donning the hood of her sweatshirt and hastily retreating into the alley. Goodness. Fengxing and Fengji were once again left astonished. Miss Pei had snubbed their master not once, but twice. How audacious. Standing resolutely in place, Zhang Shiyan did not display any anger. Instead, the mirth in his eyes seemed to deepen. It was a temperament both unique and vigilant. This was perhaps for the best, as it ensured he would not be easily deceived. Only when the girl's figure vanished did Zhang Shiyan return to the car. The warmth on his face dissipated. Deal with those individuals from the black market. Understood. Fengxing and Fengji exchanged knowing glances, aware of their master's concern for Miss Pei's potential retaliation. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, was he perhaps too invested in that young girl? "The school has been arranged," Pei Shuqing declared, setting down the lunchbox and drying her damp hair, urgency lacing her voice. "Given the circumstances, it must be a private institution. The conditions are not ideal, but at least there is a school to attend." Without pausing to eat, Pei Shuqing relayed the good news to Pei Jinwu before dashing back to work. Pei Jinwu opened her phone to search for information about the school. It was located in the city center, albeit small in scale. Being a private institution, it had limited funding and was not highly regarded. Although the undergraduate success rate was decent, it lacked students from prestigious universities. It was evident that this was the best her aunt could manage, undoubtedly requiring considerable effort and dedication. After lunch, Pei Jinwu took the bracelet she had purchased to the cemetery, placing it beside the grave of old Master Shen. She spent a moment conversing with him before preparing to head home when a message from Luing arrived. "Yu Mountain Residence has released new dishes. Care to try?" After cleaning her grandfather's portrait, Pei Jinwu recalled his words. "Live well." She responded succinctly. "All right." An hour later, Pei Jinwu arrived at Yu Mountain Residence, a renowned fine dining establishment in the capital, known for its exquisite ambience and exceptional cuisine, a gathering place for the elite. The prices were staggering. "What floor?" she inquired. Walking in while messaging Luing, the top floor garden came the reply. Yu Mountain Residence comprised 10 floors, with pricing stratified by consumption capacity. The higher one ascended, the steeper the costs. The top floor garden was rarely available for public reservations, typically inaccessible to the average patron. "Oh," Pei Jinwu said, switching off her phone as she approached the front desk to register. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced her ears. "What are you doing here?" Turning around, she encountered Shen Yunru, impeccably made up and adorned in designer labels, glaring at her with displeasure. "I have a reservation for the top floor garden," Pei Jinwu dismissively replied to the staff, ignoring the insipid remarks of Shen Yunru, who believed herself entitled to judge. The top floor garden? Even her brother Jing could only secure a table in the first floor hall. Yet this pauper was audacious enough to think she belonged there? The apex of the capital's social hierarchy was reserved for the elite. How pretentious. Chapter 6, Sister Wu. Just a slight report, too many enterprises to remember. Shen Yunru, casting a glance at Lu Jing, wore a smirk that was anything but subtle, having failed to seduce brother Jing before. "Are you attempting a comeback now?" Pei Jinwu ignored her. Was it that Shen Yunru despised her for her fall from grace, yet feigned nonchalance, spouting increasingly caustic remarks? "Now that your grandfather is gone, no one is left to support you. Do you understand the need to behave appropriately?" After signing her name, Pei Jinwu seized Shen Yunru's neck, pulling her close with force. "If I don't regard you as human, do you truly wish to abandon all semblance of humanity?"
Ah.
Shen Yunru writhed in pain, unable to even vocalize her discomfort. You are correct. With grandfather's passing, there is indeed no one left to back you. Pei Jinwu tightened her grip, her voice chilling. So, if you wish to survive, it would be wise not to provoke me. In that instant, Shen Yunru recognized the transformation in the girl before her. No longer was Pei Jinwu the reticent figure she once knew, her eyes now glimmered with frost and menace, as though she had emerged from the depths of hell. Shen Yunru felt no doubt that Pei Jinwu was capable of ending her life. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, Shen Yunru timidly pleaded, "Sister, should I ever hear you speak disrespectfully of your grandfather again, this worthless neck of yours shall not escape unscathed. Understand?" "Understood," Shen Yunru replied, her heartbeat quickening in fear as she nodded vigorously. However, Pei Jinwu scoffed, releasing Shen Yunru with a disdainful wipe of her fingers and a cold laugh. If it were cured, it would merely drool. Subsequently, amidst Shen Yunru's astonished gaze, she entered the exclusive elevator to the top floor. "Is everything all right?" As Pei Jinwu departed, Lu Jing arrived, slightly delayed. He comforted Shen Yunru with words. Yet his gaze followed the girl in the transparent elevator, a mixture of shock and intrigue swelling within him. Such temperament, paired with a beautiful visage, was indeed captivating enough to stir a man's desire for conquest. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Yunru inquired, noticing Lu Jing lost in thought. "Considering our wedding plans, perhaps we should host it here," he replied with a facade of a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Really?" Shen Yunru, delighted by the prospect, beamed as she stepped further inside, only for the manager to abruptly intercept them. "I'm sorry, but you two have been placed on the blacklist for you mountain residents. Please leave."
What?
Shen Yunru's smile froze, quickly refuting, "We made a reservation in advance. The reservation was made by the young master of the prestigious Lu family." The manager's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Miss, you have offended our esteemed guests on the top floor, and that is the directive from above. In the capital, the elite were as numerous as the stars, and without hundreds of millions in assets, one could hardly hold a place of significance." Shen Yunru and Lu Jing stood awkwardly, each trapped in their own embarrassment. "Lucy, our top floor guests have booked the entire space for today. We are closed." The manager ushered them out, shutting the door with finality. It was undoubtedly her sister's doing, orchestrated by her wealthy benefactor. Shen Yunru, reluctant to leave, glared at the entrance of you mountain residents, consumed by jealousy. A notorious and cast-off wild child must possess extraordinary abilities to entangle with such prominent figures. Closing the establishment. What an exorbitant sum this must cost. Lu Jing wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. In the capital, those capable of compelling the closure of Yushanju are few and far between. Who exactly has Pei Jinwu managed to ensnare? On the rooftop garden, as Pei Jinwu pushed open the door, a shadow suddenly lunged at her. The girl's lips curled slightly, her legs firmly planted, her right hand tucked into her pocket, while her left hand retaliated. Swift and ferocious, within mere moments, she precisely restrained her opponent's arm. "Stop, stop, stop." The room lights flickered on, revealing a girl with sleek silver hair, dressed in male attire, who raised her hands in surrender. "You really are ruthless." "Self-inflicted," Pei Jinwu replied with a languid smile, releasing her grip and gracefully perching on a chair. "Who, pray tell, is the owner of Yushanju?" Lu Ying, rubbing her neck, settled beside Pei Jinwu, peeling an orange as she lamented, "As a boss, you've reached a point where even the manager fails to recognize you. Shouldn't you reflect on that? Please, I'm quite busy, you know? There are many beautiful young ladies waiting for my attention." Pei Jinwu, chewing on the orange, responded with feigned ignorance. "Am I the owner? A top-tier private chef worth 9 figures, and you can simply forget? What's the alternative?" Lu Ying retorted, her expression deadpan, revealing a smile that hinted at mischief. Pei Jinwu pondered for a moment, the corners of her lips lifting. "It seems that indeed, I have forgotten. Just bring out the dishes. I'm famished." With a blink, Pei Jinwu deftly sidestepped the topic.
Sure.
Hearing of her hunger, Lu Ying immediately contacted the kitchen, arranging a feast, emphasizing the need for 3 bowls of rice. Indeed, 3 bowls. In the interim of waiting for the meal, Pei Jinwu opened a black application, typing the 4 characters of the Shang family. Moments later, several lines of text appeared. The Shang family, a centennial prominent clan from Beizhou, a top-tier aristocracy, adept in both commerce and politics, intertwined with both the underworld and the elite. Their estate is situated in the heart of the capital. 15 years ago, at the tender age of 12, the legitimate heir, Shang Shiyan, entered the family business, establishing the Shang Consortium. In a mere few years, their enterprises sprawled across the globe, assets beyond counting. The influence of the Shang family resonates internationally. Beyond this, no further information was available. TSK, quite enigmatic. Shang Shiyan? Just as Lu Ying returned from her call, she caught sight of the content on Pei Jinwu's phone, murmuring, "I've heard this individual is cunning, ruthless, and not of the virtuous sort. What's more, he has a peculiar affliction." Pei Jinwu tilted her head, her fair elbow propping up her chin. A 27-year-old man, never having had a female companion. Can you believe it? Lu Ying's curiosity ignited, her excitement palpable. Either he has issues with his orientation, or he is lacking in that department. In what way? Pei Jinwu's eyelashes fluttered, her curiosity piqued. I've heard of an oblivious celebrity who, in a bid to create scandal, stealthily climbed into his car. Lu Ying continued. Shang Shiyan was infuriated, tossing both the person and the car straight into the dump. What could possibly be wrong with that? Pei Jinwu blinked, the imposing figure of the man surfacing in her mind. Incapable?
Quite the contrary.
Chapter 7 The Glutton. Classmate Pei Jinwu. Meng Jiao. As soon as Pei Jinwu entered, she was enveloped in an embrace by Pei Shu. Wu were moving. Really? Pei Jinwu's lips curled in a playful smirk, feigning surprise. They say someone has claimed this land, and we are to relocate to the city next week. Pei Shu clutched the eviction notice, her hands trembling violently. I've confirmed it multiple times. It's genuine. This desolate place, even dogs despise it. Who would trade a city residence for it? This must be a scam. When Jian, nibbling on a pen, eyed Pei Jinwu with suspicion, her doe-like eyes wide. Cousin. What do you think? Pei Jinwu slightly lifted her gaze, responding slowly. Perhaps it's merely a case of naivety and an excess of funds?
Ah.
One Jian clenched her tiny fists, flailing them in the air. There are so many wealthy individuals. What difference does one more make? Indeed, Pei Jinwu chuckled, patting her on the head. Indeed? When Jian appeared bewildered. What could that possibly mean? The following day, Pei Jinwu set out with Pei Shu and her mother. After multiple bus transfers, they finally arrived at Huagao. Are you Pei Jinwu, then? The elderly principal, aged 60, but with hair already graying, greeted her warmly. Good day, principal. Pei Jinwu stood tall, suppressing her rebellious demeanor, displaying politeness and respect. She had researched beforehand. The lady before her was none other than Miss Song Mei, the founder of the school. Miss Song and her husband had once been teachers serving in the mountains. Following her husband's untimely passing, she devoted all her resources to establishing Huagao, aiming to fulfill their shared dream. Unfortunately, due to limited funds, the conditions and resources here paled in comparison to better schools in the city. Even as the student enrollment dwindled, Principal Song remained steadfast to her original intentions, persistently pursuing education. I've heard you took a break from your studies, falling behind in several subjects, Principal Song remarked as she led Pei Jinwu to the classroom, patiently inquiring.
Yes.
Pei Jinwu absently surveyed her surroundings. The facilities were old, yet the environment was clean and imbued with a scholarly atmosphere.
I see.
Principal Song adjusted her chipped spectacles, contemplating for a moment. With time before the college entrance exams, seeking private tutoring should help improve your scores. Private tutoring? Pei Jinwu paused, instinctively wanting to decline. 6 subject teachers, the principal assured, patting her shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. Endless studies? Mornings buzzing with teachers? Afternoons buzzing with more, and evenings too. Even during breaks, there's buzzing. She felt on the brink of collapse. Pei Jinwu halted in her tracks, her lips moving. Principal, let's attend class first. We can discuss matters later. Just then, the principal's phone rang, and she entrusted Pei Jinwu to the homeroom teacher before hastily departing. Pei Jinwu stood there, a headache forming. She was only pursuing her studies to fulfill her grandfather's dying wish. In truth, her self-learning abilities were commendable, and she needn't squander resources. A few moments later, in a state of emotional turmoil, Pei Jinwu was led into the classroom by the homeroom teacher. Upon hearing the commotion, the students engaged in their exercises lifted their heads. There stood a tall, slender girl with exquisite features, clad in a rather unflattering blue and white uniform, which somehow appeared elegant on her, revealing her innate beauty.
Wow.
Our Huagao can boast such a stunning girl? Her looks and demeanor surpassed even the campus belle of the neighboring Dijon, Shen. Hey, wild brother. Do you know this sister? A boy in the back excitedly turned to Su Qingye, who was leaning against the wall, eyes narrowed in a lazy doze. Su Qingye was the wealthiest heir at Huagao, with a family fortune that could circle the globe twice over. With poor grades and a reluctance to take shortcuts into public schools, he had been sent to Huagao by his father, intending to obtain a high school diploma before returning home to inherit his vast wealth. Shut up. Su Qingye, irritated, lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing on Pei Jinwu's face. Momentarily dazed before impatiently responding, "No, that shouldn't be." The boys frowned, puzzled. Logically, such a face should be well known in the capital. How had they never heard of her? Rumor had it that she was expelled after merely a few days at Dijon. Amidst the chorus of admiration, a jarring remark pierced through. "My cousin is from the imperial lineage. Upon hearing her name yesterday, I took it upon myself to verify this claim. She has a penchant for skipping classes, engages in brawls, performs poorly academically, and possesses a questionable character. In short, it is a rather complicated situation. A troubled student, indeed." "Is this true?" Someone gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "If that is the case, how could Principal Song possibly allow her into our class, jeopardizing Zhao Qianqian's reputation?" Zhao Qianqian, after all, is the first student in the history of Huagao to break into the top 50 in the province. Should she gain admission to the Imperial University, Huagao's prestige would undoubtedly rise, and perhaps the matter of school closure might still be salvaged. Hearing this, Zhao Qianqian, who had been diligently working on her problems with her head bowed, lifted her gaze to glance at the girl on the platform. Her expression was indifferent, exuding an air of defiance that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Her appearance, character, and past were of no concern to her. However, should there be any trouble that would bring disgrace to Huagao or disrupt her studies, she would not hesitate to act. "Are you tall enough to sit in the last row?" the homeroom teacher inquired softly, pointing to the back. "Yes," Pei Jinwu replied, casting a quick glance before making her way to the vacant seat at the back. "Hey, new student," Su Qingye remarked unfriendly as he crossed his arms. "If you're at Huagao, you'd best behave and not affect our studies, understand?" It was then that Pei Jinwu noticed another person beside her, lazily tilting her head to catch sight of his report card. The scores were dismal: 47, 60, 43, 40, 40, and 30, totaling a mere 250 across 6 subjects. Pei Jinwu was rather speechless. Was there truly room for further decline in such grades? "What are you staring at?" Su Qingye felt his heart skip a beat as he saw her looking at him, hastily shoving the report card into the drawer, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Remember, if you dare to cause trouble and hinder Zhao Qianqian's efforts for the school's glory, I will not hold back." Pei Jinwu, uninterested in his bravado, stood up to throw away her trash, casually shifting her chair in the process.
Ah.
Su Qingye, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. "Brother Yi." The boys around him erupted in laughter. The new student has quite the personality. After behaving like a model student for an entire morning, Pei Jinwu found herself ravenous. Perhaps due to her poor reputation, no one paid her any mind. While contemplating the location of the cafeteria, a round-faced girl approached her. "Hello, Pei Jinwu. I'm Tang Yuan, the class monitor. The teacher asked me to take you to the cafeteria." Pei Jinwu lifted her eyelids, her gaze falling upon Tang Yuan. The girl wasn't particularly tall, but her skin was exceptionally fair, and her eyes sparkled with liveliness. Perhaps out of shyness, her voice was soft. "Tang Yuan? That name oddly suits her appearance." "All right then," Pei Jinwu replied, not refusing the offer when food was mentioned. "You don't have a cafeteria card yet, do you?" Tang Yuan produced her card and handed it to Pei Jinwu, her voice sweet. "You can borrow mine for now." "A card? I really haven't had the time to get one." "Thank you, Tang Yuan." Pei Jinwu accepted the cafeteria card with a polite thank you and made a beeline for the counter. "I want this, this, and this, as well as that and that." In no time at all, a hefty chicken leg, a serving of spicy meat slices, a bowl of egg drop soup, a dish of eggplant, and 3 heaping bowls of rice were laid out before her. Tang Yuan's expression froze, and she gently reminded her, "Pei Jinwu, 2 people cannot possibly finish this." The cafeteria lady was generous with her portions. "2 people?" Pei Jinwu replied nonchalantly, gripping her chopsticks. "Tang Yuan, this is my own lunch. Do you need me to order for you as well?" In truth, her appetite was normal and even larger than this. The cafeteria lady was simply wary of waste. Hence her refusal to sell more. Eating 4 times the portion alone? A true glutton. Tang Yuan's expression fell, seriously questioning her hearing. Chapter 8. The grievances of students weigh heavier than the ghosts in hell. Half an hour later, Tang Yuan, sustained solely by a bowl of noodles, sat in disbelief, staring at the pile of empty plates before Pei Jinwu. Her mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. At around 7 meters tall and weighing barely over 90 pounds, how could she consume so much without gaining weight? Tang Yuan discreetly pinched the flesh on her own stomach. Sometimes, dining felt utterly helpless, almost warranting a call to the authorities. Just then, Su Qingye, accompanied by several close friends, passed by the cafeteria after finishing lunch with Zhao Qianqian. Spotting Pei Jinwu's impressive feat, he exclaimed, "Wow, the new student is like a starving ghost reincarnated. This hardly aligns with the rumored image of a troublemaker who skips class and fights, does it?" Su Qingye remarked, "Oh, she can eat quite well." Curious, Zhao Qianqian, who had been reviewing vocabulary, glanced over just in time to see the new student cradling a bowl larger than her face, slurping soup with vigor. Even the few green onions left at the bottom of the bowl were swiftly devoured. She was evidently a conscientious youth who wasted not a single morsel of food. "Don't you think?" Zhao Qianqian closed her book, observing the satisfied Pei Jinwu leaning back at her chair. "The new student is somewhat adorable?" Su Qingye and his friends responded in unison. "Indeed. Fierce yet cute." After lunch, Pei Jinwu acquired her cafeteria card and returned to the classroom. During the afternoon math class, the teacher discussed solely college entrance exam questions, raising the difficulty to its peak. The instructor delivered his lecture with fervor, while the students below sighed in dismay. The atmosphere was laden with grievances, heavier than the spirits of the damned. As a transfer student, Pei Jinwu had not received any review materials, leaving her with only a blank sheet of paper and a pen on her desk. She could only rely on her ears to listen. Halfway through, she realized that the problems the teacher discussed were ones she had encountered at the age of 6. They seemed rather simple. In fact, she even had simpler methods for solving them. How dull. Propping her head with her left hand, Pei Jinwu doodled on the blank sheet with her right. At the end of the lesson, the teacher could not solve the final problem either. "Let us all try to tackle this, and we will discuss it tomorrow." As the math teacher concluded his lesson, he happened to catch sight of Pei Jinwu, who was engrossed in her thoughts with her head lowered. Sigh. Shaking his head in dismay, he thought, yet another waste of potential. The math teacher felt his blood pressure rise and shifted his gaze to the other side, seeking respite. What a coincidence! Right beside him was Su Qingye, slumped in his uniform, fast asleep. His blood pressure soared even higher. What a calamity to encounter these two burdens. After his slumber, Su Qingye instinctively glanced at his new desk mate, discovering Pei Jinwu gripping a pen, as if she were solving a math problem. The scratch paper was filled with numerous scribbles, numbers, letters, and a jumble of symbols. Separated. Each symbol made sense, but together, they formed an incomprehensible mess. While he thought his handwriting and formatting were dreadful, he was taken aback by how much worse Pei Jinwu's was. He had heard she attended a mountainous school for elementary and middle school, and after barely a few days in the second year, she dropped out. Now, as a transfer student, she had jumped straight into the third year. Perhaps she could handle such problems, but he suspected she was merely putting on a facade, coasting through life without a care. Thank heavens. If all went well, his long-standing humiliation was about to be avenged. With this thought, Su Qingye's spirits lifted, his lips curling into a grin that nearly reached his ears. As the class bell rang, Pei Jinwu slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the classroom. Zhao Qianqian, tasked with collecting homework, passed by Pei Jinwu's desk and caught a glimpse of the scratch paper in her drawer. Though the handwriting was messy, the strokes were powerful. More importantly, the problems written atop were all ones the teacher had previously discussed. The method of solving problems on merely a scrap of paper proved to be far more succinct than what the teacher had conveyed. Zhao Qianqian furrowed her brow, spreading the draft paper flat only to discover more beneath it. This problem was one the teacher had left unresolved, intending to discuss it in the next class. Despite the brevity of the solution, the answer was indeed correct. How could Pei Jinwu, who had only just begun her first year of high school and was struggling academically, manage to solve a problem that had eluded the teacher? Zhao Qianqian pursed her lips, lost in contemplation. As she departed from Huagao, Pei Jinwu walked towards a bus station while glancing at her phone. A message read, "A mysterious individual requests your assistance in designing a piece of jewelry, with a decent remuneration." Pei Jinwu frowned slightly. Too lazy. With schoolwork, moving, and adapting to a new environment, she hardly had the luxury of time. After sending her reply, The other party fell into a prolonged silence. A few minutes later, another message appeared. I summarize your response as follows: 6 points. It was astonishing that someone would turn down an offer of money due to laziness. It infuriated her. She felt an urge to compete with these wealthy individuals. The next message read, by the way, the base has investigated a significant maritime disaster that occurred 15 years ago in the capital. It's quite strange. All the records are missing. When family was mentioned, Pei Jinwoo's gaze dimmed. If she had been rescued, surely they would have remembered they had a daughter? If she hadn't survived, her family must have loved her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked together to throw her onto her aunt's fishing boat during the disaster. With this thought, she tightened her coat around her, feeling a heaviness in her heart. The next message came. However, it is highly likely that your family, like you, was rescued from the beach. Pei Jinwoo replied, thank you. That is somewhat comforting, but not much. The response was lighthearted. You're welcome, hee. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, with someone shouting loudly, Doctor. Is there a doctor around? Pei Jinwoo turned towards the sound. She saw an elderly gentleman, well over 70, with white hair, clutching his chest and fainting on the sidewalk, blood streaming from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. A middle-aged man accompanying him was calling for help in desperation. Vehicles passed by, avoiding the scene, while bystanders avoided intervening, fearing complications. Something's wrong, Pei Jinwoo succinctly replied, stowing her phone away, and quickly approached. She pushed through the crowd, knelt beside the elderly man, placed her fingers on his pulse, and examined his pupils. Acute myocardial infarction. Without timely rescue, his life was in jeopardy. Pei Jinwoo immediately opened her backpack and retrieved a sandalwood box. Just as she prepared to administer acupuncture, someone interjected. Hey, what is going on here? Is that acupuncture? A student in a school uniform? Have you even studied medicine? These students spend all day online. Haven't they lost their minds? This old man is covered in blood. A few needles won't save him. An ambulance is on the way. Don't let her make a mess of things. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man beside the old gentleman, frightened, pushed Pei Jinwoo's hand away. Don't touch my old man. With acute myocardial infarction, the golden rescue time is 4 minutes. Pei Jinwoo gripped the needle. Her face pale and stern, her voice hoarse. Currently, we have already wasted 3.5 minutes. In the last 10 seconds, do you wish for him to live or die? The middle-aged man, clearly panicked, trembled as he stammered. Live, of course. I want my old man to live. If something happened to the old gentleman, his family wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss. His eyes were red, his face pale, his voice quivering. Can you guarantee that you can save my old man? Pei Jinwoo disinfected the needle, glancing at him with an impassive expression. Be quiet, and perhaps you might. The middle-aged man immediately fell silent, stepping back obediently. This was the last hope. He could not afford to give up. Others around her were audibly skeptical, but upon meeting the girl's frosty demeanor, they inexplicably felt fear. No one dared to speak loudly anymore, only whispering closely. Their expressions a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Pei Jinwoo deftly manipulated the needle with her right hand while using her left to locate the acupoints. Naguan, Sanyinjio, Shindian. Each point received a needle. After 3 needles, the blood flowing from the old man's mouth and nose abruptly ceased. The spectators murmured in astonishment. Wow, she really has some skills. Recognizing the acute myocardial infarction, Pei Jinwoo proceeded to administer needles to Rinzhong, Jichuan, and Daling. The unconscious elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Then, Pei Jinwoo retrieved an unmarked vial from her bag, poured out 2 small black pills, and placed them in his mouth. Within 3 seconds, the elderly gentleman's breathing normalized, becoming steady, and his gaze cleared. Old man. The middle-aged man rushed over, tears streaming down his face. Are you all right? The old gentleman's eyes fell upon the beautiful, gentle girl before him, his gaze bewildered as he rasped, Am I in heaven? It must be so, otherwise. How could I see such a lovely girl? You almost made it. Once confirming the old man's recovery, Pei Jinwoo withdrew her hands and addressed the middle-aged man. Support him. He cannot move recklessly now.
Yes.
The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowing to Pei Jinwoo, expressing his thanks. I can't believe you saved him. The crowd erupted in excitement, each person animatedly discussing. She used traditional Chinese acupuncture. That's incredible. Her technique looks like she's studied it, but she's in a Huagao uniform. Huagao is right next to my house. An onlooker exclaimed, "That private school student is so impressive. What were those black pills she gave him? They looked fascinating. Are those pills for heart disease? Can I buy a few?" Skepticism gradually morphed into admiration. Amidst the fervent discussions, a black sedan suddenly stopped at the roadside. Several impeccably dressed individuals emerged, escorting a dignified elderly lady with red-rimmed eyes. "Wah," the elderly lady exclaimed, her expression urgent as she hurried forward. "You old man, why are you running around? Are you not angry anymore?" The elderly gentleman immediately grasped his wife's hand, bringing it to his face, pulling out a persimmon cake from his pocket with a fond smile. "You love this, here. Sneaking away just to buy this for her?" The elderly lady gazed at the persimmon cake, unable to utter any more words of reproach. "Madam, this is the savior of your husband." The butler gestured towards Pei Jinwu, who was tidying her acupuncture box, his gratitude evident. "Is that so?" The elderly lady, having calmed her emotions, noticed Pei Jinwu by her side and grasped her hand excitedly. "Young lady, I truly don't know how to thank you. My old man was supposed to accompany me for shopping this afternoon. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. I only found out something was wrong when the butler called me. If it weren't for you, my old man might have already met the king of hell. You're welcome." Pei Jinwu, unaccustomed to close interactions, calmly withdrew her hand and poured out a few more pills. "Take these for 2 days, and your husband will return to normal." Thank you so much." The elderly lady, flustered, rummaged through her wallet. "How much is it?" "This is a charitable deed. I do not accept payment." Pei Jinwu prevented her from continuing, her expression calm and unyielding. Only then did the elderly lady truly see the girl's countenance. The young lady possesses an exquisite appearance, an extraordinary demeanor, and an aura of cleanliness and obedience that is undeniably heartwarming. Does she not seem somewhat compatible with her unfilial grandson? The silver needles must remain in place for 2 hours before they can be removed. Pei Jinwu was organizing her backpack when she reminded him, "Is the acupuncture session really that lengthy?" The elderly lady, her eyes twinkling with affection, responded, "Would you consider returning home with us? It would be a perfect opportunity for my family to express their gratitude towards you." Pei Jinwu glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. It would be too late to return, and her aunt would worry. "I'm sorry, but I have other commitments," she politely declined. "I see," the elderly lady replied, visibly disappointed but unwilling to press the matter further. Instead, she suggested, "Let me add you on WeChat, so I can conveniently return the silver needles to you. They are quite valuable, you know. The material is unique. You won't find another set like it on Earth." "Another WeChat edition?" Pei Jinwu furrowed her brow. It seemed an abundance of people were requesting her contact information lately. Nevertheless, considering the silver needles, she agreed to exchange details with the elderly lady, briefly outlining some precautions. With a slight nod, Pei Jinwu boarded the bus and departed. As the vehicle vanished from sight, the elderly lady reluctantly withdrew her gaze, recalling the need to reassure her grandson. "Shiryan, your grandfather has been found. He is fortunate to have encountered a young lady skilled in medicine. He is well now." Relieved, Shiryan rubbed his temples, finally able to release the anxious tension that had been suspended. "With my extensive experience in traditional Chinese medicine, I would not err. That young lady is undoubtedly a master in her field. Is that so?" Shiryan's previously taut body relaxed, and he leaned lazily against the seat, tapping the keyboard as he resumed work. "We must express our gratitude properly."
Of course, he replied.
The elderly lady paused for a moment, her voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. "How about I provide you with her WeChat? You can invite her out for a meal." Understanding the elderly lady's intentions, Shiryan briefly hesitated, his gaze deepening as he replied, "All right, grandmother, no need to fuss. I promise to bring a girlfriend home within a year."
What do you mean by that?
After nearly 30 years of solitude and recent blind dates, he suddenly has someone he likes? Surely, he is only finding someone to placate them.
Stop it.
The elderly lady huffed, eager to clarify. "You don't understand. That young lady is not only clever and beautiful, but she also has no interest in money. Her character is exceptional. Trust your grandmother. Once you meet her, you will surely take a liking to her. Let us have a conversation, and if there's mutual interest." The more she pondered, the more delighted she felt. "Are you sending photos as well? After all these years, you've seen so many. Clever and beautiful, a proud figure unconsciously manifested in the man's mind. While she is indeed lovely, her obedience is somewhat difficult to assess. All right, grandmother, I'll come to visit you and grandfather this evening." Shiryan pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing to divert the conversation. Citing work commitments, he hurriedly ended the call, lazily raising an eyebrow. Zhang Shiyan turned toward the driver, Fengxing, speaking in a nonchalant tone. What news from J5? Master, they have declined, came the response. J5 is a prominent figure in the jewelry design industry, renowned for bespoke creations that are highly sought after by socialites and wealthy matriarchs. Unfortunately, she herself is low-key and whimsical, accepting commissions solely based on her mood. Despite the masteress offer of an 8-figure sum to design jewelry for the elderly lady, she had also declined. Did you increase the offer? The man's dark brows knitted together, a hint of gloom shadowing his otherwise regal countenance. Yes, Fengxing replied honestly. The other party stated they were not lacking in such trivial funds. 8 figures is considered trivial? Quite audacious. As the conversation progressed, Zhang Shiyan lazily loosened his tie, instructing in a deep voice, price is not an issue. My grandmother adores this designer. She missed out on the bracelet last time, so we must ensure she is pleased this time. Understood, Fengxing replied respectfully, adding, Master, there is an international meeting in half an hour. After issuing his instructions, Zhang Shiyan's peripheral vision caught sight of a child joyfully skipping along while enjoying a lollipop.
Wait.
Seemingly struck by a thought, the man's lips curled into a subtle smile, and without hesitation he commanded, to the nearby shopping mall. A shopping mall? This will make us late for the meeting. Fengji, initially poised to offer a reminder, recognized the gravity of his master's expression, indicating a matter of greater importance, and promptly redirected the vehicle. 10 minutes later, at the shopping mall, on the lower level in the snack section, Fengxing and Fengji stood frozen, mouths agape, as they witnessed their master meticulously selecting mango candies, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. So, he forsook a multi-million-dollar international meeting just to buy candy? Fengji tilted his head, his lips twitching in confusion. What? It appears so, Fengxing stated, hands clasped behind his back, standing rigidly, his expression a mixture of incredulity and resignation. Firstly, their master despised mangoes. Secondly, he would not buy candy for either of them. Fengji squinted, donning a serious expression akin to a detective. Then who is this candy for? Fengxing turned his head, his gaze penetrating as he stared at Fengji, the implication unspoken. Oh my! Fengji was utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that this iron tree of a master had finally blossomed? Meng Jiao. Pei Jinwu had just finished her meal when Jian placed a thick stack of textbooks beside her. Cousin, familiarize yourself with the textbooks first. I'll finish these few questions, then I'll tutor you. No. Pei Jinwu barely had time to refuse before when Jian immersed herself in her exam paper, diligently studying. With time to spare, Pei Jinwu casually flipped through the textbooks, passing the time. Half an hour later, after finishing the textbooks, Pei Jinwu noticed when Jian was still engrossed in her work. She lifted her gaze. This question is clearly beyond the syllabus. When Jian chewed on the pencil, her hair tousled like a bird's nest, lamenting in agony. I seriously doubt the mental state of the teacher who set this paper. Is there truly someone who can solve it? Pei Jinwu glanced at the paper, resting her chin on her hand, and with a slight smile, remarked, the answer is 8. It's slightly more challenging than the one we did in class. Thus, she had encountered this knowledge point at the age of 5. Right, when Jian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Pei Jinwu. Cousin, how did you know? Assuming angle A is 30, draw a dividing line in the middle, connecting B. Pei Jinwu picked up a pencil and began sketching on the paper. With just a bit of guidance, when Jian's confusion lifted. Exactly, that's it. Soon, however, her smile faltered. Cousin, when Jian said, leaning closer, her clear, bright eyes fixed on Pei Jinwu, this is at the level of Olympiad mathematics. How many college students can solve it, let alone my cousin who is only in the first year of high school? Pei Jinwu blinked, unable to find a better response, and casually deflected, I just skimmed through the book. What? You can solve Olympiad problems just by reading once? Really? When Jian licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Pei Jinwu. I still have a few questions I can't solve. Could you help me again? I'll make you fried chicken later. Fried chicken? Pei Jinwu's previously dim eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she pushed the lemonade away. Her tone resolute as if pledging allegiance. Bring on the questions.
All right.
One Jian deftly retrieved the questions, ranging from language and mathematics to the sciences. How many questions are these? She mused. Fried chicken wrapped in cheese, accompanied by a glass of mango juice sounds delightful. If that's the case, I shall not tire myself. Pei Jinwoo explained the concepts with meticulous care. When Jian, gripping her pen tightly, gazed at Pei Jinwoo with wide, starry eyes, astonished like a wooden puppet, utterly captivated. Is there anything you don't understand? Pei Jinwoo inquired. Not at all, when Jian quickly waved her hand, filled with admiration. Oh my cousin, you're so impressive. Your approach to problem solving is even simpler than our teachers. Please add more cheese. I absolutely adore it. Pei Jinwoo patted when Jian on the shoulder, retrieved a piece of mango candy from her pocket, popped it into her mouth, and rose to head to the bathroom. At that moment, Pei Shujing entered, noticing the absence of anyone and curiously asked, Jian, have you finished tutoring your cousin? One Jian lay on the table, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, feeling profoundly disheartened. What merit do I possess to tutor my cousin? Pei Shujing looked puzzled. From now on, my cousin shall be my sole deity, one Jian exclaimed, her spirit seemingly fragmented, as she leapt from her chair to recount the events with fervor. Pei Shujing was left in utter shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. Your cousin claims that self-study will lead to university, and she isn't boasting? Of course. When Jian nodded vigorously, organizing her books and rolling up her sleeves as she merrily trotted towards the kitchen. All right, my cousin is tired from tutoring me, so I shall prepare fried chicken for her. What on earth is happening? Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Pei Shujing sat dazed in her chair, her mind swirling with confusion. Pei Jinwoo, a mere first-year high school student, tutoring Jian, who attends a prestigious high school ranked among the top 30 in the city. Goodness, had she unearthed a treasure? As Pei Jinwoo entered, her right shoulder burdened with a backpack and her left hand clutching her phone while she conversed, she recalled the wealthy client who had previously sought her expertise in jewelry design. The silhouette of Lu Ying, accompanied by a lady's cigarette, hung in the air, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Remember the affluent individual who approached you for jewelry design? The one who offered an 8-digit sum for your services? Pei Jinwoo pondered for a moment, realizing there had been quite a few wealthy clients, but she had no specific recollection. The one who offered an 8-figure sum to lure you back into the industry. I just did some digging out of boredom, and guess who the client is? Who? Pei Jinwoo absent-mindedly nibbled on a cookie, responding without much thought. It's the president of the Shang Corporation, Shang Shiyan. Upon hearing that name, Pei Jinwoo's footsteps abruptly halted, her chewing slowing as the gravity of the revelation settled in. The client stated that any price would be acceptable, provided she agreed. Lu Ying extinguished her cigarette and lit another, her curiosity piqued. Isn't he supposed to be incapable? Why would he spend such a fortune on jewelry design? For whom? Pei Jinwoo's appetite for the cookie vanished entirely, her thoughts consumed by the jade bracelet incident where Shang Shiyan had raised the price, causing her to overpay by 35 million. 35 million. Just think of how many mango candies and cookies she could buy with that. Acknowledging her busyness, she declined his invitation once more. No need, Lu Ying chuckled. Pei Jinwoo pursed her lips, her melodious voice tinged with coolness. I shall accept his commission.
Huh?
Lu Ying was bewildered. Have you suddenly decided to take it? Is it because of the money? Pei Jinwoo fluttered her long eyelashes, her clear gaze narrowing dangerously. I am quite eager to see just how wealthy he truly is. Chapter 11. Sister Wu's False Smile. Thank you, kind-hearted soul. Lu Ying, utterly perplexed, inquired how Shang Shiyan had incurred her ire. The bracelet, she replied, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, each word dripping with icy disdain. Cough, cough. Lu Ying nearly choked on her smoke, sitting up straight. Are you implying that the fool who inflated the bracelet's price in the black market, causing you to overpay by 35 million, is Shang Shiyan? Pei Jinwoo remained silent, the crunching of her cookie echoing ominously. How chilling. Lu Ying, relishing the drama, chuckled. I'll have him speak to you directly. Daring to meddle with a little princess's finances is far more perilous than trifling with her life. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it seems Mr. Shang is in for a severe reckoning. After ending the call, Pei Jinwoo tossed her phone into her bag and strode toward the classroom with her long, straight legs. Upon reaching the corner, she spotted Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian sitting on the steps, utterly defeated, surrounded by 2 hefty stacks of materials. They clearly appeared exhausted. Need assistance? Pei Jinwoo inquired, observing their flushed faces. With your petite frame? Su Qingye glanced up at her, his legs appearing thinner than her arms, as though a mere misstep could result in a fracture. He expressed his disdain. No, just call over 2 boys for me. Zhao Qianqian, fixated on Pei Jinwoo, could only think of her answer-laden draft paper. What a bother. Pei Jinwoo rolled up her sleeves and, under their watchful eyes, effortlessly lifted the two bundles of materials, one in each hand.
Pathway. Huh.
Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian exchanged confused glances for a moment before shifting aside to clear the way. Pei Jinwoo, unfazed, briskly ascended the stairs, carrying the stacks with ease. Su Qingye, his expression blank, questioned his sanity. Did I just see that correctly? The combined weight of the materials neared 100 pounds, surpassing her own weight. How could she carry them as if they were weightless? Was she even normal? Indeed. Zhao Qianqian shifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her features, her eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. She now perceived her new classmate as not only adorable but also intriguing. In the classroom, Su Qingye tilted his head, cautiously observing his new desk mate. Her backpack, though clean, was a crumpled mess with a hole at the bottom, far inferior to the items he discarded. The phone on her desk was somewhat thick, its paint worn off at the edges, an indication of its generic brand. Her school uniform jacket hung slightly open, revealing a sweatshirt underneath with sleeves that fell short. Perhaps she was hungry. She was devouring a hard bun with great enthusiasm. I heard she lives in a slum? No wonder she struggles to have enough to eat or wear. How tragic. Recalling how he had treated Pei Jinwoo harshly when she first arrived, Su Qingye lamented, I truly am a wretched soul. Do you believe I would gouge your eyes out? Pei Jinwoo calmly munched on her bun, ignoring Su Qingye, her voice laced with a hint of coldness. Thank you for earlier. Su Qingye's heart fluttered, and he opened his bag, offering her a collection of snacks he had brought. In truth, he discovered that aside from her cold demeanor and the intimidating aura she exuded when angered, Pei Jinwoo was quite warm-hearted, devoid of any malicious traits. Pei Jinwoo turned her head and noticed the mountain of snacks piled high, her delicate brows raising in interest. It seems we shall frequently find ourselves in the office facing reprimands together. We are indeed kindred spirits. Su Qingye puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Fear not. With me watching over you, no one at Huagao dares to bully you. Bully? The term felt rather unfamiliar to her.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo selected a few of her favorite snacks, a casual smile gracing her lips. Thank you, kind-hearted soul. You're welcome. Meeting her beautiful visage, the kind-hearted soul felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. After school, Pei Jinwoo invited Tang Yuan to lunch as a gesture of gratitude. By mere chance, Su Qingye overheard the commotion and insisted on joining, pulling Zhao Qianqian along for the excitement. Ultimately, the son of the pig-farming magnate, the affluent Su Qingye, eagerly volunteered to foot the bill. For this citywide graduation gala, the Imperial High School had sent Shen Yunru as their representative. Su Qingye set down his chopsticks, grumbling. The competition hasn't even begun, yet those Imperial students are already spreading rumors that the first prize is theirs by default. It was rumored that Shen Yunru had insider information and had been practicing for 2 months, performing the very dance for which she had previously won a gold medal. Tang Yuan's face contorted with dismay, her brows knitted tightly. How is this any different from favoritism? It's utterly unfair. For this citywide high school graduation celebration, both public and private schools must present a performance. Many leaders will be attending, and the event is of great significance to the city. The performer who secures first place not only receives a monetary reward but also graces the cover of the provincial television news. Qianqian, you should prepare a dance as well. What was it called again? Tang Yuan inquired softly, glancing at Zhao Qianqian, who was munching on her meal while memorizing vocabulary. Zhao Qianqian possessed considerable talent in dance, having won numerous awards before high school. However, due to unforeseen family circumstances, she could no longer afford the expensive lessons.
Consequently,
she reluctantly abandoned her passion for dance to focus on her studies, recognizing that attaining a university education and securing a job was the best path for a child from a less privileged background. Dawn, Zhao Qianqian's fingers tightened, her expression melancholic. It's the most distinctive work of teacher Xianyu. Teacher Xianyu, a genius choreographer who had captivated the dance world a few years prior, was credited with helping many top dancers gain recognition. Unfortunately, she had never revealed her true identity. Following the performance of Dawn, she had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing the name Xianyu, Pei Jinwoo, who had been focused on her meal, paused for a moment, a smile playing on her lips. Ah, quite the discerning choice. I believe your dance surpasses Shen Yunru's. Tang Yuan comforted Zhao Qianqian, her voice warm. I'll accompany you to the rehearsal on Saturday. Although I may not understand the nuances of dance to offer guidance, I won't allow the students from Imperial to bully you. I'll join as well. Su Qingye chimed in, looking at Pei Jinwu. Sister Wu, you're free, right? Pei Jinwu, having satisfied her hunger, was in good spirits.
Sure.
Su Qingye slapped the table, brimming with excitement. The students from Imperial always rave about Shen Yunru's beauty, right? This time, bringing Sister Wu along will surely put them in their place. After the rehearsal, I'll treat you all to hot pot. Their desserts are exquisite. Pei Jinwu, catching snippets of the conversation, exclaimed, sweet desserts. In the afternoon after school, as Pei Jinwu stepped out of the school gate, her WeChat notification chimed. Divine Doctor, I hope I'm not disturbing you? The elderly lady on the other end sounded exuberant, her joy palpable even through the receiver. Not at all, Pei Jinwu replied, unwrapping a piece of candy. And opened the address sent by the old lady. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. Wonderful, wonderful. The elderly lady responded eagerly, her voice filled with warmth. I'll be waiting for you at the small farm. After concluding her cheerful conversation with Pei Jinwu, the elderly lady opened her contacts and dialed her ungrateful grandson's number. Grandma, it's Sure Yen. Ahem ahem. The elderly lady quickly altered her demeanor, feigning illness. Grandma isn't feeling well. You must come back and check on me. Chapter 12. Losing a granddaughter-in-law is unforgivable. Not feeling well? When Sure Yen received the call, he had just returned from handling matters in Nanzhou. Hearing her robust voice, he smirked calmly. Are you certain it's you who's unwell?
Ah?
It could also be your grandfather, the elderly lady hastily countered, her guilt manifesting defensively. Regardless of who is ill, you must return to the estate by 6 o'clock today. Otherwise, the elderly lady resorted to her usual threats of severing ties. Then don't call me grandma. Before Sure Yen could ascertain the situation, the elderly lady had already hung up. He pinched the bridge of his nose, shaking his head in resignation. The elderly lady was becoming increasingly childlike as she aged. Call Wang Ma, he instructed, fiddling with the mango candy he had brought back from Nanzhou.
Yes.
Feng Xing quickly uncovered the truth. Master, the benefactor of the old man will be visiting at 6 this afternoon. The elderly lady wishes for your company. As expected, there was something at play. At 27, he was hardly a boy, yet the elderly lady harbored little faith in her grandson, fearing he might never wed. Notify the higher-ups to convene a meeting, Sure Yen commanded, slipping the candy into his suit pocket, his expression cool and detached. Inform Grandma that I'll be returning later. After a pause, he added, prepare a token of gratitude for the guest. Even in their absence, proper etiquette must be maintained. Yes, Feng Xing acknowledged promptly. Setting off to make arrangements. Master, here is Miss Pei's dossier. Feng Ji produced a personal file from his bag and presented it respectfully. Pei Jinwu, 18 years old. Orphaned at 3. Taken in by the Shen family. Due to erratic behavior and poor morals, her private life was tumultuous. At 18, she was expelled from the Shen family. Currently residing with relatives in a slum in Mingjiao. Poor academic performance. Expelled from school in her sophomore year for skipping classes and fighting. And has been on leave for over a year. Recently re-enrolled in Huagao. The specifics of her chaotic personal life, including details of her truancy and fights, were included in an annex. These details, when isolated, were enough to leave one in shock. Enticing her sister's boyfriend? Sure Yen halted his perusal, his gaze landing on the photograph of his sister's boyfriend.
Humph.
The man's handsome face bore no expression, yet his eyes shimmered with a chilling disdain. A mocking smirk dancing on his lips. The young lady may be naive, but she's not blind. And what of her lack of academic prowess? Can she not discern that the fuel tank is faulty? Living in a slum, yet driving a $1 million modified electric bike? As for the fights, she was perpetually disinterested and aloof. Unless provoked, she would not resort to violence. Fighting and being uneducated, how could he be so incredulous? TSK. Sure Yen found the situation tedious, tearing the dossier apart and tossing it into the trash with a frigid tone. 2 days. And this is the rubbish you present to me? Reporting to the master, we truly could not find anything, Feng Ji replied. It is indeed quite peculiar. The information on Miss Pei was scant, and what little could be found painted her in a negative light. Her decade-long stay at the temple seemed to have been deliberately erased from records. Every attempt to inquire yielded silence. He even began to suspect that she had never lived a normal life on this planet. Should we involve the hacker group? Feng Ji cautiously suggested. The S-Alliance's hacker group consisted of the world's top computer talents, capable of uncovering even the most obscure details about anyone, let alone an 18-year-old girl. Not necessary, Shen replied, his gaze deepening, a casual smile gracing his lips, his interest piqued. Everyone has their privacy and secrets. There's no need to dig to the bottom of it. If the young lady prefers to keep certain aspects of her life hidden, she must have her reasons. He intended to respect her wishes, believing that perhaps in the near future, she would willingly share them with him. In the suburbs, Pei Jinwoo stood dazed, the elderly lady's words echoing in her mind. We live on a small farm in the suburbs. Yet what lay before her was a Chinese-style mansion spanning over 1,000 square meters, with babbling brooks and lush greenery surrounding it, a paradise that seemed untouched by the world. Upon a cursory glance at the prices, there appears to be at least a dozen minor objectives. The elderly matron refers to this place as a small farm. At that moment, the old lady approached with a beaming smile, warmly taking her hand. Ah, the divine healer has arrived. Good day, madam. Pei Jinwoo nodded slightly, exhibiting both obedience and politeness. What do you mean by madam? How formal. The old lady gazed at the girl dressed in a hoodie, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her complexion fair and exquisite, and was filled with delight. Just like my grandson, you may call me grandmother. To address you as such because of your grandson? This connection left Pei Jinwoo somewhat perplexed. My old man woke up feeling unwell, the matron continued, leading Pei Jinwoo inside. Her eyes wide as she fabricated a tale. It may take some time today. Could you take a look at him? Certainly. For those in the healing profession, it is our duty to save lives and alleviate suffering. Moreover, given the ages of the old man and lady, they were comparable to her grandfather. Their presence invariably reminded her of him. In the room, the old man lay in bed, feigning illness, casting glances at his wife. He coughed intermittently, convincingly enough. As Pei Jinwoo placed her fingers on the old man's pulse, she concentrated intently. Little girl, I truly appreciate your help, the old man remarked, his heart warmed by the sight of her gentle demeanor. No wonder his wife spoke so highly of her. He found her far more agreeable than those pretentious socialites. No need for thanks, Pei Jinwoo replied with a slight smile, her gaze fixed on the old man's face. A sudden feeling of familiarity washed over her. The last time she had seen him, he reminded her of someone she could not quite place. Where had Shang Shiyan gone? While Pei Jinwoo was preoccupied with her examination, the old lady hurried outside. Wang Ma hesitated before responding. The young master just called, saying there's an urgent meeting at the consortium and he can't return for the time being. How infuriating! The old lady exclaimed, exasperated and disappointed. With such a wonderful granddaughter-in-law. If he dares to let her slip away, I shan't forgive him. She insisted on calling him again. Upon returning to the room, the examination had concluded. Divine healer, is my old man quite ill? The old lady stood behind Pei Jinwoo, craning her neck, anxiously inquiring. Perhaps you could stay the night and administer some acupuncture? The old man widened his eyes. Acupuncture? That would only harm me. There's nothing serious. A good rest will suffice, Pei Jinwoo said, finding amusement in the situation as she disinfected her silver needles and placed them in their case, softly explaining, after taking my medicine, it would be difficult to encounter any issues. Nothing serious? The old lady furrowed her brow, appearing crestfallen as she murmured to herself, how can that be? Divine healer, could you possibly take another look at him? Or even examine me? I feel a pain in my chest. Grandmother, the heart is on the left. Pei Jinwoo could not help but raise her eyes, her expression rather complex. You're pressing on the right side. Additionally, she added, you sound quite healthy. No need for an examination. Is that so? The old lady's lips twitched, offering an awkward smile. With this departure, it was likely there would be no future encounters. Determined to advocate for her disappointing grandson, she inquired, Divine healer, do you have a boyfriend? Chapter 13, The Shang Family Precept. Listen to your wife, pamper your wife, and you will prosper. A boyfriend? Pei Jinwoo was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is that? If not, would you consider my grandson? The old lady grasped Pei Jinwoo's hand, fearful of losing her, enthusiastically promoting, he has maintained a clean reputation since childhood, is handsome, well-built, and exceptionally adept at making money. Though he is a bit older. Most importantly, our family values are exemplary. The status of women is remarkably high. The first precept of the Shang family. Listen to your wife, pamper your wife, and you will prosper. This is why the Shang family has thrived for centuries. Growing increasingly affluent.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo understood. The old lady intended to introduce her to a potential match.
Pei
Jinwoo wished to decline. but she was interrupted before she could finish. You needn't respond just yet. Take a look at the photos before making a decision. The old lady hurried to fetch her phone, fearing that a moment's delay would result in her grandson missing the opportunity. Although Shang Shiyan was somewhat older, he possessed considerable charm. He had maintained his physique through years of exercise. She hoped he would rise to the occasion. Money and looks must hold some merit. Pei Jinwu waited for quite some time without the old lady returning, only to receive a call from Luing. Shang Shiyan has contacted the J5 design team again. It seems quite urgent. We've arranged for a connection in 15 minutes, and the pricing matters are in your hands. With time pressing, Pei Jinwu was compelled to leave a farewell note before departing. Her presence in Kyoto was solely to fulfill her grandfather's wishes. Once her studies concluded, she would return to Nanzhou. Not having to directly decline the old lady was perhaps for the best. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was unlikely they would meet again in this lifetime. Found it. Divine healer. The old lady sifted through her drawers, finally uncovering a photograph of Shang Shiyan with his collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing his abdominal muscles. I heard young girls tend to like this. However, upon emerging in high spirits, she found the living room empty. Upon seeing the note, the old lady stood frozen, akin to a precious treasure slipping through her fingers. What a futile effort, she lamented, holding the pills. That unfilial grandson of mine has no fortune. He is destined to remain single for life. Dear, dear, where's the divine healer? The old man, donned in an apron and carrying snacks from the kitchen, emerged, scanning the surroundings. All your fault. The old lady's smile froze on her face, her frustration bubbling over. The old man appeared quite innocent. What was he to do about his grandson's inability to find a wife? Am I responsible for having a disappointing son and a grandson who is equally disappointing? I pursued my son's wife. Must I also worry about my grandsons? The old lady's ire only grew, leading her to uproot all the vegetables her husband had planted. My vegetables. The old man, unable to express his anger or articulate his thoughts, could only endure in silence. In the car, Shang Shiyan had just finished a meeting when he learned that the old lady was quite upset, having wreaked havoc on the vegetable garden. Not daring to confront his wife, he called Shang Shiyan, warning him to return quickly and appease her. Shang Shiyan found his head spinning. He had never witnessed such a strong reaction from his grandmother. What sort of girl could provoke such excitement? Upon returning to the estate, Shang Shiyan settled into the car, loosening the 2 buttons at his collar as he contacted J5. He surmised that this time, the old lady would be difficult to placate and would need to employ sweeteners to do so. Otherwise, the grandparent-grandchild relationship might truly be on the verge of collapse. Not long after the car had set off, a voice interrupted the silence. Master, it seems to be Miss Pei. Upon hearing this, the man, who had been resting, suddenly opened his dark eyes and looked outside. There stood the girl at the bus stop, lazily leaning against the wall, a single earphone adorning her ear. As the sun set, golden rays cascaded upon her, illuminating her figure, rendering her both beautiful and striking. Yet, she hung her head, rummaging through her bag for something. Finally, she retrieved a piece of empty candy wrapper, squatting on the ground with a dejected frown, clearly displeased. Though merely 2 days had elapsed since their last encounter, Shang Shiyan felt as if an eternity had passed. In an instant, his weariness dissipated and his spirits lifted. Coming to a halt, he strode over to the girl, crouching before her. His voice rich and husky. What are you waiting for, little classmate? Pei Jinwu was currently mired in frustration, having failed to find the candy and needing to tackle the jewelry design matters. She plotted to unleash her irritation on Shang Shiyan during their upcoming negotiation. Little did she expect to find the very person she intended to confront standing right before her. The man, clad in a deep navy suit with his collar slightly undone, leaned forward as he spoke, revealing the elegant line of his fair neck. Below that lay his well-defined chest, the contours of his muscles faintly discernible. Luing had imparted knowledge to her on such matters. She estimated that Shang Shiyan possessed an 8-pack of abs. Why are you staring so intently at my collar? He inquired, narrowing his deep-set eyes, and adjusted his collar slightly downward. I wasn't looking at your abs, Pei Jinwu retorted, pausing for a moment before calmly diverting her gaze. His penetrating gaze remained fixed on her as a sudden smile broke across his face, his deep voice resonating, sending a wave of tingling sensations coursing through her. What's so amusing? Pei Jinwu asked, puzzled, her cheeks warming slightly. Seems like Miss Pei still remembers me, Shang Shiyan remarked, his handsome features illuminated by a broad smile. Pei Jinwoo pursed her lips, recalling the 35 million he had cost her. Even if he turned to ash, she would remember. Is this what you're looking for? Shang Shiryan inquired, offering her the candy, his tone soft and gentle. I happen to have some. Would you like to try it? Upon seeing the brand of the candy, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. The candy from Nanzhou was quite popular yet scarce, often unavailable even after long queues. The distance between Nanzhou and Beishou had prevented her from purchasing it, and she had longed for that flavor. To her surprise, he too had an affinity for this brand. Thank you, she replied, her craving for sweets igniting her impatience, and ultimately, she succumbed to temptation, accepting the candy. It's going to rain. Let me drive you home. Shang Shiryan suggested, glancing at the overcast sky, sensing the impending downpour. It was unsafe for a young girl like her to return to Mingzhou alone. No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened and raindrops began to fall, intensifying with each moment. Pei Jinwoo hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually took a seat in Shang Shiryan's car. As soon as she settled in, Feng Zhi's voice echoed, Master. It's time for the appointment with the J5 designer. Shang Shiryan glanced at the girl's thin attire and gently draped a clean blanket over her, maintaining a respectful distance. His tone resembled that of someone soothing a child, looking down at the blanket and then at the candy he had given her. Pei Jinwoo furrowed her brow slightly. Eating from someone else's hand, she mused. Perhaps she should offer him a discount? Later that evening. Chapter 14. It wasn't that the young girl was hard to coax. Rather, the approach had been ineffective. Inside the car, Pei Jinwoo nestled in the corner. Her long legs crossed as she leisurely played games with her headphones on. Master, J5 has quoted 50 million, Feng Zhi reported, holding an iPad, his eyes nearly popping out at the astonishing figure. That price was outrageous. Why not rob a bank? A mere 10 million would have sufficed. Yet, J5 had audaciously raised the stakes to 50 million. Who instilled such bravado in her? Miss Liang Jingru, perhaps. 50 million. She was quite bold in her demands. Shang Shiryan rifled through the detailed proposal, his brows knitting together, the corners of his lips twisting into a cold, disdainful arc. While it was undeniable that J5's design prowess was top-notch, this price was an affront. Tell her that this price is unacceptable, he commanded, slamming the proposal down on the table, shadows darkening his gaze. Upon hearing this, the girl engrossed in her game lazily lifted her eyelids and typed a few words. 50 million, no negotiations. She had lost 35 million on the bracelet previously. Asking for 50 million now seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? A couple of seconds later, she added, 5 minutes to consider. Even through the screen, one could sense the arrogance radiating from the other party. Last time, he had also taken 5 minutes to inflate the bracelet's price to 40 million. She relished the sight of the man's grim expression, feeling a surge of delight. Had the Shang group previously encountered conflicts with her? Shang Shiryan's expression darkened, his gaze directed at Feng Zhi, icy enough to chill. He felt a significant hostility from this J5 designer. Master, I don't recall any prior issues. Feng Zhi replied after some contemplation. It was their first collaboration with the J5 designer. Initially, when they had contacted her, she had claimed to be unavailable and turned down their orders. Suddenly, she became receptive, yet her attitude was appalling, almost as if they had wronged her. Make her understand. Shang Shiryan's face was grim, vexed that after so many years, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere designer. The old lady had requested the blue cone gemstone, which only J5 could provide. The master had promised her that on the occasion of the old lady's 70th birthday, he would invite the J5 designer to create jewelry as a gift. At that moment, there were only 2 weeks left until the old lady's birthday. Time was of the essence, and the master had no choice but to place the order with them. If only they knew his identity. Would they still dare to be so brazen? Make her comply. Concerned that the girl beside him might find the situation dull, Shang Shiryan did not linger on the matter. Yes, master, Feng Zhi answered. The old lady will surely be pleased to receive this gift. A gift? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwoo paused her game, slowly turning her gaze towards the man. He was paying a hefty sum for her to design this set of jewelry. Was it not for another woman? How commendable of him. Once both parties finalized the contract, the matter was set in stone. The 50 million swiftly transferred into Pei Jinwoo's account. Jinwoo, you truly are clever. Yesterday, we acquired all the blue cone gemstones globally, cutting off Shang Shiryan's last escape route. He may have money, but we have the goods and people. The advantages are stacked in our favor. 50 million, he must pay, whether he likes it or not. Not only will this recover the 35 million he previously cost us, but we will also profit an additional 15 million. Lu Ying, with a cigarette in hand, gleefully narrowed her beautiful fox-like eyes. This amount will cover a week's expenses at the Nanzhou base. I bet his face has turned green with anger. Who told him to bully our little ancestor? He's met his match. So, how does it feel now? Is your heart a little lighter? Listening to Lu Ying chatter, Pei Jinwu licked her lips. Indeed, her spirits had lifted. Shang Shiyan seemed less insufferable now. As matters were resolved, Shang Shiyan composed himself and glanced at the girl beside him. He noticed her engrossed in her phone, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Why do you enjoy mango candies so much? He pondered. Shang Shiyan gently extended the items in his hand towards her, his tone soft. These are for you. Purchased from the market, and from Nanzhou as well. Quite a substantial amount altogether. He had kept them in his car, awaiting a serendipitous moment to charm the young lady. As the girl blinked in confusion at the candies within the bag, she pondered the man's intentions. Last time, in her haste, she failed to express her gratitude to Miss Pei. Shang Shiyan observed the girl's features, his voice laced with a coaxing undertone. These trinkets hold little value. Very well, Pei Jinwu said, raising an eyebrow after studying the man's face for a few seconds. Thank you, Mr. Shang. You're welcome. Shang Shiyan, seizing the moment, took out his phone and spoke softly. Let's add each other on WeChat. When you finish these candies, I'll bring you more. In the future? Pei Jinwu lifted her eyelids, her clear gaze locking onto the man's chiseled face. Indeed, beautiful things are indeed a feast for the eyes. She opened the add contact page.
Ding.
Successfully added. Be careful on your way. Just as they arrived at their destination, Shang Shiyan watched Pei Jinwu depart until her silhouette vanished from view, before retracting his gaze. Miss Pei seems to be in a rather good mood today, Fengji remarked, visibly surprised that the master did not scowl at the girl. Glancing at the WeChat contact, Shang Shiyan's lips curled into a slight smile. It turned out that the girl was not difficult to coax. Rather, the approach had been misguided. The following day, Pei Jinwu attended her classes diligently, and at mealtime, she ate punctually. While passing the dance studio, familiar music suddenly filled the air. Dawn. She recalled the piece she had composed and choreographed at 16, during her grandfather's illness. The style leaned towards modernity, akin to a young butterfly emerging from its cocoon, demanding immense explosive power, which an ordinary dancer could scarcely harness. Pei Jinwu approached and discovered Zhao Qianqian practicing her final routine. With the rehearsal tomorrow and the performance the day after, Zhao Qianqian wore a white dance outfit, her limbs graceful, waist slender, and her emotional control impeccable, a natural dancer. Her talent and attributes were certainly on par with Xin Yunre's less-than-stellar performance. With her left foot firmly planted on the ground and her right hand reaching towards the heavens, she maintained a straight back. Hearing a sound, Zhao Qianqian turned and spotted Pei Jinwu, who sat leisurely on a chair, cradling a cup of milk tea while watching her with a relaxed demeanor. Zhao Qianqian did not interrupt, attempting to practice as Pei Jinwu had instructed. Indeed, the results were immediate. Can you dance teacher Xian use choreography? Zhao Qianqian inquired, approaching with curiosity after the dance concluded.
Ah.
Pei Jinwu replied with a faint smile, nonchalantly stating, I've seen her videos, they're quite impressive. Indeed, she is remarkable. Zhao Qianqian's face brightened upon learning that Pei Jinwu was also a fan of her idol. Hoping not to embarrass herself on stage during her low times, it was solely teacher Xian Yu's dances that had sustained her. To her, Xian Yu was not just her dance mentor, but also her pillar of strength. Do you wish to win an award? Pei Jinwu tilted her head to regard Zhao Qianqian, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Not likely, Zhao Qianqian replied with a humble shake of her head. Teacher Xian Yu's choreography is quite challenging. I can't find the points of strength for several movements. And this dance outfit? It would surely provoke laughter if I wore it. Although she had a foundation in dance, her equipment was lacking. She had heard that Xin Yunru from the prestigious school had a costume worth hundreds of thousands. That's all right. Pei Jinwu tossed her empty cup into the trash, her tone lighthearted. I say you can win, and you shall. Chapter 15. Which scoundrel spread the rumor that she is worthless? 2 hours later, Zhao Qianqian collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted, gazing at the casually poised Pei Jinwu. She questioned her existence. How have you mastered everything? It was astounding how familiar Pei Jinwu was with Dawn. Not only did she know every movement, but she could also pinpoint the details. Many movements that had previously eluded Zhao Qianqian, under Pei Jinwu's guidance, progressed remarkably. The improvement was immeasurable compared to before. If one did not know better, they might think Pei Jinwoo was Xianyu herself. Your dance has no major issues. Just practice the techniques and methods we discussed. And you'll be fine for tomorrow's rehearsal. As for the costume, Pei Jinwoo pondered. I have a friend who used to dance and has a similar outfit. We can borrow it. Class is about to start. I must go. Pei Jinwoo yawned, hopping off the table as she walked, recalling where she had placed that 7-figure gown. Jinwoo, wait. Zhao Qianqian quickly scrambled up, her admiration for Pei Jinwoo transforming her skepticism into awe. How do you know how to do everything? She was now convinced that the answers on the draft paper were indeed those written by Pei Jinwoo. Which scoundrel spread the rumor that she is worthless? There must be some misunderstanding. Meanwhile, other students at the school, witnessing Zhao Qianqian trailing behind the notorious Pei Jinwoo, laughed like sunflowers. How can a top student associate with Pei Jinwoo? In a corner, a group of girls whispered. Have you heard? A few days ago, someone spotted her dining at Yushanju. Yushanju? At the mention of this name, every girl widened her eyes in unison. It was a top-tier restaurant. And even passing by its entrance made them feel inadequate. Most students at Huagao came from average families, rarely entering such establishments, let alone spending an amount equivalent to several decades of an ordinary household's income. Isn't Pei Jinwoo from Mingjiao? How could she afford Yushanju? She's quite beautiful. One girl remarked sarcastically. Sometimes, a pretty face is far more useful than a good family background or education. In just a few days, she had transformed Su Qingya into her little follower. What a playgirl. Other students exchanged disdainful glances. I truly don't understand what they see in her. Zhao Qianqian will surely be led astray. Indeed, another girl crossed her arms and smirked maliciously. People like her should be expelled from Huagao, don't you think? The others nodded in agreement. On Saturday after class, Su Qingye and Tang Yuan accompanied Zhao Qianqian to the Diadu Wenyan Center for rehearsal. Meanwhile, Pei Jinwoo was busy managing her studio's jewelry design matters. Taking a taxi to join them, she stepped out, lowering the brim of her hat to reveal merely a third of her exquisite face, one hand in her pocket, a piece of candy in her mouth. While conversing with Lu Ying, her aura was strikingly refined. Yes, that outfit. I'll pick it up later. Just as she finished speaking, a boisterous laughter erupted nearby. Jarringly loud. Let me tell you something amusing. I just saw someone from Huagao backstage. Huagao. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwoo slowly lifted her eyelids. Spotting several boys and girls in Dijon uniforms encircling a girl adorned in a dance outfit with exquisite makeup. She recognized her, Shen Yunru. Surely, they weren't still reciting poetry this year, were they? The boys and girls laughed uproariously, their mockery apparent. Can you imagine, amidst dancers, singers, and musicians, suddenly having poetry recitation? How absurd. The funniest part? The speaker ended up crying from her own reading. What's this? Are Huagao students trying to join the party? Their words dripped with disdain and contempt for Huagao. Pei Jinwoo muttered an excuse, hanging up the phone, scanning her surroundings. She noticed a few broken pieces of chalk in the corner. The girl picked it up, rolling it between her fingers, her cool, clear eyes lazily observing the group. The temperature around her gradually dropped with each mocking comment from the others. It was rumored that this year there would be no poetry recitation, but rather a dance performance. The boys clad in designer apparel wore expressions filled with disdain and derision. When this remark was made, the surrounding students erupted into even more exaggerated laughter. As if to say, how could students from Huagao dare to dance behind our goddess Yunru? All the high schools in the capital participated in the gala, each school presenting a performance based on their district. Huagao, being adjacent to Dajong, was scheduled to perform right after them. After all, our Yunru is the champion of the dance competition, excelling in both academics and charm. Who could possibly be more suited to grace the cover of the news? This time, first place was undoubtedly destined for Yunru. Let us not say such things. Amidst the continuous praise, Shen Yunru, who was busy applying her makeup, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her head slightly lowered, revealing a bashful, rosy face as she murmured, "There are many participants this time. Everyone seems quite impressive. I may not necessarily win an award." While she spoke such modest words, her heart was already brimming with joy. This year's gala was unlike any before, not only offering a monetary prize but also the chance to appear on the cover of the news. At that moment, her reputation within the elite circles of the capital would soar, granting her access to more affluent social circles. Perhaps, she might even encounter a more wealthy and influential heir than Lu Jing. For instance, the most renowned man in the capital, the heir of a top-tier business family. Shang Shiyan. It was said that he was unmarried and had no girlfriend. If she could attract his attention, successfully integrating into the business world would mean a meteoric rise in her life. In pursuit of this dream, she chose a challenging dance from teacher Shen Yu and began her preparations well in advance. She had won awards for this dance before, so there was no reason for her to falter at the gala. The opportunity to appear in the news was something she was determined to seize. All right. The boy who actively offered to carry Shen Yunru's bag waved his hand, exclaiming, "What a splendid day, let us not mention those trashy Huagao students." Indeed. Another boy chimed in, his expression one of contempt as he thought of them. "Let us keep our distance from them later. We wouldn't want to catch their unfortunate aura." Ha ha ha. The laughter erupted once more, the sounds jarring against Pei Jinwu's eardrums. TSK, such foul mouths. Pei Jinwu bit down on her candy, raising her left hand to flick her finger.
Ah.
The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by cries of pain. "Who the hell threw chalk at me? My mouth is all swollen." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rehearsal at Dazhong concluded. The trio escorted Zhao Qianqian to the entrance, coincidentally encountering Shen Yunru, who was retreating, her skirt in hand. She had just performed a dance titled Feitian, which elicited enthusiastic cheers and applause from the audience. At that moment, she stood proudly, as if she were a victorious hen. "I heard you're also dancing to teacher Shen Yu's choreography?" Upon seeing Pei Jinwu, Shen Yunru deliberately paused to observe her shabby appearance, delight swelling within her. TCH. Su Qingye rolled his eyes. "Go ahead." Meanwhile, Pei Jinwu was engrossed in her game, skillfully taking down virtual foes with cool, precise movements. Zhao Qianqian clenched her fists, nodding emphatically. "How should I put it?" Observing Zhao Qianqian's dance attire, Shen Yunru chuckled softly. "The gap between fields is as vast as mountains. I wish you success." With that, Shen Yunru purposefully made her way to the audience section, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Huagao's folly. After all, it is through comparison that her own brilliance would shine even brighter. Happy May Day, everyone. Chapter 16. I admit, I was too loud earlier. Next up, we have a solo dance titled Dawn from Huagao. Let us give a warm round of applause. As the host announced the act, the audience remained silent, murmuring amongst themselves instead. Huagao. Which Huagao is that? Does such a school even exist in the capital? Oh, it's the private school next to Dazhong. Small and shabby. They've never achieved anything noteworthy. It's no surprise they're unknown. What kind of performance could come from such a school? Can we skip to the next one? Complaints echoed, with some expressing dissatisfaction. After witnessing Goddess Song's professional dance, they thought nothing else could compare. As the chatter continued, some focused on their phones, while others indulged in snacks, showing no respect for the performers on stage. Damn it! Su Qingye clenched his fists, unable to suppress a curse. So, a private school is considered inferior? Once Zhao Qianqian excelled and gained admission to a prestigious university, these pretentious fools would envy her success. "They're coming!" Tang Yuan excitedly alerted as the lights dimmed. Only then did Pei Jinwu exit her game, putting her phone down to gaze at the stage. As the music began, Zhao Qianqian stepped into the spotlight, her body slightly hunched. What is she wearing? Upon seeing her worn-out dress, the students from Dazhong erupted in laughter. The threshold for the stage is so low, anyone can step in. What is she doing? Can she hurry up and dance? One had to admit the students from Huagao had remarkable composure, daring to perform right after Goddess Shen. I have a feeling that after watching her dance, I'll need to cleanse my eyes with Shen's performance. Alright, enough of the jokes. Hearing the praises directed at her, Shen Yunru maintained a courteous facade. Yet her vanity was immensely gratified. At that moment, the music swelled. The girl on stage began her movements, illuminated by cold light, her dance both sorrowful and exquisite. She really seems to know how to dance. A girl who had studied dance spoke up, prompting her classmates who had been engrossed in their phones to look up. As the girl's movements quickened, the music, a blend of various instruments, also accelerated. The rhythm of the drums struck the audience as hearts, as if urging them to break free from their constraints and seek light and a brighter future. Many hearts in the audience were unknowingly ensnared by the music and movements, their emotions reaching a crescendo. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Qianqian leapt into the air, landing with a heavy thud.
Wow.
The challenging move elicited a chorus of gasps. At that moment, the chatter ceased, and the munchers set aside their snacks. Almost everyone was riveted on the stage, holding their breaths in anticipation of her next movement.
Bang.
It was only when someone's phone clattered to the ground, creating a loud noise, that Shen Yunru was jolted back to reality. She clenched her fingers, her face pale, realizing she had been mesmerized. Initially, she thought the Huagao students would merely ride on her coattails by performing teacher Shen Yu's dance, just to fulfill their obligations. To her astonishment, not only could they dance, but they did so with remarkable skill. The foundation, emotion, and intensity they exhibited were beyond her own capabilities. While Shen Yunru was lost in thought, Zhao Qianqian had already risen. The music for dawn had reached its climax, fierce and soul-stirring.
Ah!
Su Qingye and Tang Yuan stood up, vigorously waving their arms. Explosive. Absolutely explosive. As the lighting gradually warmed, Zhao Qianqian's movements slowed. Her actions transitioned from fierce to gentle, perfectly embodying the entire journey of despair, struggle, effort, and success. At last, the lights returned to a single beam, illuminating the center of the stage. The once solitary girl embraced herself, her head resting lightly upon her arms, a smile gracing her lips, radiating happiness and beauty. The solo dance dawn came to a formal conclusion. The music fell silent. Zhao Qianqian's breath came in disarray as she cautiously lifted her head, only to discover that everyone was fixated upon her, her heart racing violently. Just as tension gripped her, applause and murmurs erupted simultaneously. What on earth? I thought I was going to be served a hefty portion, but instead, I've been presented with something grand. A student from Huagao? I need to know her entire background within a minute. Wait, how could a nearly defunct private school pull off something like this? I must admit, I was rather loud in my previous remarks about her. Did anyone else notice that this girl's dance far surpasses Shen Yunru's? Indeed, I concur, a female classmate whispered, covering her mouth. While Shen Yunru's foundational skills are impeccable and her movements precise, they leave one feeling utterly exhausted, as if the performance has drained the very essence of life. This girl's dance, however, radiates positivity and vitality. After witnessing it, one feels as though they could borrow another 500 years from the heavens. I believe that in tomorrow's official competition, Huagao's performance might very well take home an award. The murmurs were stifled, but Shen Yunru and her sycophants overheard every word. What are they saying? A leading male classmate stepped forward to defend her. What is she? To even be compared to Yunru? A student from Huagao? Lacking in both achievements and connections, daring to overshadow my goddess? She won't escape unscathed. The truth was spoken. The two girls, frightened, quickly retreated, clutching their bags. Shen Yunru's hands, which hung by her sides, clenched tightly, her complexion paling even further. Those with dance experience knew the girl from Huagao was no ordinary talent. Yet, why was she able to perform dawn with such finesse? Many aspects seemed as if they had been guided by teacher Xianyu herself, with her movements mirroring those of Zhao Qianqian flawlessly. The thought made Shen Yunru chuckle ironically. She had once paid a handsome sum to have teacher Xianyu instruct her, so how could a pauper like Zhao Qianqian possibly have had any contact with her? Shen Yunru's mind was in turmoil. After so much preparation, this was her most significant opportunity to break into the upper echelons. Losing to someone from the lower strata would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule from those affluent socialites who looked down upon her humble origins. No matter what, she had to win. With this thought, a glint of malice flickered in Shen Yunru's eyes. The rehearsal had gone splendidly. Su Qingye, Zhao Qianqian, and Tang Yuan were all particularly elated. During their celebratory feast, they added several dishes to the original spread. As they gazed at the delectable offerings, Pei Jinwu's spirits lifted. Did you see the faces of those fools from Dijon? They were as dark as charcoal. Su Qingye bellowed with laughter, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. If Sister Wu had enrolled earlier, she could have performed alongside Zhao Qianqian. With her looks, she would have absolutely stolen the show, leaving those Dijon boys in the dust. Right, Tang Yuan chimed in, lifting her face from her bowl, her beauty rivals that of my idol. She'd surely make a splash in the entertainment industry. Speaking of which, Tang Yuan set down her chopsticks and leaned closer to Pei Jinwu, scrutinizing her. Jinwu, you really do bear a resemblance to my idol. Pei Jinwu replied, Who? Chapter 17, Merchant's Temptation. Miss Pei, do you fancy my company? What idol? Pei Jinwu, focused solely on her meal, had not caught Tang Yuan's words. The national idol, a multi-talented star of film and music, and a wealthy film emperor. Upon mentioning her idol, Tang Yuan lost her appetite. Jinwu, you wouldn't happen to not know who he is, would you? I don't. Pei Jinwu took a sip of water, her tone casual. She had spent much of her time accompanying her grandfather in the temple, and upon returning to the capital, she had been running off to laboratories and such. She hadn't kept up with the outside world. Let me show you. Tang Yuan hastily pulled out her phone, opened Weibo, and found Jiang Jibai's account. The top post featured a photo of him. Jinwu, do you not think he resembles you? Pei Jinwu gazed at the young, handsome man in the photo, his expression inscrutable, and suddenly tightened her grip on the fork, a faint smile curving her lips. He does bear a slight resemblance. Meng Jiao. Pei Jinwu assisted her Aunt Pei Shuzhu in packing their belongings. Their apartment in the city was nearing completion, with the final touches being made, and they would be moving in a week. Aunt Pei Jinwu placed a suitcase in the corner, recalling the man she had seen online, her lips forming a slight pout. Did you see my family when you saved me?
Huh?
Pei Shuzhu paused, her smile fading as a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Boo you.
Aunt.
I have known from the start. Pei Jinwu looked up and smiled gently, her delicate, fair face glowing softly in the light. She had initially thought that after her grandfather's passing, she would be left alone in the capital. She was grateful for her aunt and Jian's arrival. I did indeed see your family. Pei Shuzhu wiped away a tear from the corner of her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. At that time, I was out at sea with a fishing boat when I happened upon your parents' shipwreck. Your family braved the torrential rain, doing everything they could to get you onto my small boat, pleading with me to take good care of you, but... Pei Shuzhu's voice grew heavy with sorrow, guilt choking her words. It's all in the past now. Pei Jinwu comforted her aunt by patting her hand. The rain was so torrential that I couldn't see your parents' faces. But I did notice there were several children with them. 3 boys, about the same height, perhaps around 10 years old. 10 years old? Pei Jinwu blinked, recalling Jiang Jibai's information. He was 28 this year, precisely 10 years her senior. As for the others, it was too long ago. Pei Shuzhu found it difficult to remember. Yes, and there was also an older sister. The scene had been chaotic, making it hard to recall exactly how many there were. If Wuwu's family were alive, no one would dare to bully her. How could such a wonderful child suffer such a tragic fate? I understand now. After gathering this information, Pei Jinwu gently reassured Pei Shuzhu, regardless of anything, you will always be my family. Pei Shuzhu was deeply moved, resolutely determined to earn a good living to raise Jian and Wuwu together, ensuring the 2 children would never have to endure hardship again. After moving their belongings, Pei Jinwu returned to her room. She opened her phone and searched for Jiang Jibai. The information available only included his height, weight, and acting experience. Besides that, there was no other useful information. Exiting the search page, Pei Jinwu opened Liu Ying's WeChat. Check this person. Attached was a photo of Jiang Jibai. Who is this pretty boy? He looks quite handsome. Liu Ying, jolted awake from a drowsy stupor, was now fully alert. Pei Jinwu. Find out more. Liu Ying. On it. She didn't elaborate, and Liu Ying didn't pry further. As she set her phone down, she caught sight of a red notification. Are you asleep? Pei Jinwu glanced at the time. 7:30. Who goes to bed at 7:30 in the evening? How absurd. Pei Jinwu gave a faint glance, tossing her phone onto the bedside table, and proceeded to the bathroom to grab some clothes. After showering, she was once again entangled by Wen Jian, answering a few questions. It was around 10 o'clock when Pei Jinwu lay in bed, staring at the yellowed ceiling. She closed her eyes but found sleep elusive. After tossing and turning for several minutes, she felt around her bedside and found the candy that Shang Shiyan had gifted her. After consuming one, she felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. Deep into the night, Pei Jinwu found herself in a dream. In this reverie, Shang Shiyan stood before her, his eyes as dark as the depths of the ocean, fixated on her, while his elegant fingers languidly unbuttoned his shirt. Miss Pei, do you enjoy the sight? As the buttons parted, a sculpted, fair chest emerged, muscular and striking, with defined abs leading down to the alluring line of his hips. Lower still, was she unable to see clearly? A playful smile danced on his thin lips, exuding an intoxicating charm that seemed to draw her in, as if he wished to envelop her entirely. Let Miss Pei gaze to her heart's content. As the man drew closer, echoes of Liu Ying's words reverberated in Pei Jinwu's mind. He, is lacking in that regard. In the next instant, she was startled awake, sitting upright at the edge of her bed, her cheeks flushed. How could she have dreamt of Shang Shiyan? Surely, it was because he had been appearing before her with such frequency. Undoubtedly, on the other side of the city, in an opulent and tranquil private room, the man reclined in a booth, his tall frame relaxed, legs casually crossed. His right hand rested nonchalantly on the armrest, while his left swirled a glass of red wine. His lips pressed together, eyes fixated on his WeChat page. 3 hours had elapsed, yet his message remained unanswered. It was painfully evident. The young lady had no desire to engage with him. Feng Zhi's brow furrowed slightly, his indifferent tone concealing a hint of indulgence and affection. Have someone fetch some mango candy from Nanzhou. Ensure it arrives by noon tomorrow, via private jet. Understood. Feng Zhi's initial surprise had transformed into calm acceptance. In pursuit of Miss Pei, he would not hesitate to undertake even the most outrageous measures. He needed to maintain a level head.
Fine.
What sort of candy warrants a private jet? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open. Jiang Jibai entered, clad in a tactical jacket and mask. He removed his cap and tossed it onto the sofa, rolled up his sleeves, and took a couple of swigs from his wine glass. Puzzled. I recall you detesting mango candy? There's a little girl who enjoys it. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, a gentle smile curving his lips, infused with a casual air of indulgence. A little girl? Jiang Jibai detected an undercurrent of something unusual in his tone, his voice laced with amusement. Could it be that you are defying the old lady for her sake? He had heard that recently, the old lady had brought home a miraculous young woman she adored, clamoring for her to become her granddaughter-in-law. Shang Shiyan had been deliberately avoiding her, infuriating the old lady to the point of threatening to sever their familial ties. Jiang Jibai was taken aback. He was well aware of Shang Shiyan's filial piety. Previously, he had been indifferent to matchmaking, allowing the old lady to have her way. This time, however, it was truly remarkable. What kind of girl could stir the heart of the illustrious president of the Shang Corporation? Jiang Jibai lifted his wine glass, tilting his chin slightly. Do you have a photo? I would like to see. Chapter 18. A girl so exceptional, it is only natural that she is difficult to pursue. None. Shang Shiyan inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling slowly, the wisps of gray forming an aura of resignation. Jiang Jibai raised an eyebrow, his handsome features revealing a hint of perplexity. Still in pursuit? Shang Shiyan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his prominent brow subtly shifting, a barely there smile gracing his lips. Is there anyone whom the esteemed President Shang cannot woo? Jiang Jibai laughed, the elegant curve of his phoenix eyes arching in delight. This girl must be truly extraordinary. Indeed. It is only to be expected that a girl of such caliber would be hard to win over. Shang Shiyan cast another glance at his phone. As if it were a stone of longing. TSK, Jiang Jibai took another half-glass of wine, his mood noticeably subdued. What about your situation? Shang Shiyan moved the bottle of wine away from him, instructing Feng Xing to prepare some sobering tea. It is not as simple as that. Jiang Jibai's smile gradually faded, his expression growing grave. 15 years, a span during which he perhaps had long since lost hope. He opted for silence regarding the latter part of his unspoken thought. 15 years ago, he had abruptly awakened in an unfamiliar place abroad, having suffered a severe head injury that left him with virtually no memories. The elderly Chinese couple caring for him had informed him that he had been in a coma for 3 years. Attempts to locate his family had been futile. Upon awakening, a persistent voice in his mind urged him to find his sister. Indeed, this was his sole remaining memory, a sister whose name, age, and whereabouts remained a complete mystery to him. After years of fruitless searching, he resolved to enter the entertainment industry, excelling in film, television, and music, eventually becoming a renowned idol frequently gracing the silver screen. If his sister were still alive, she would undoubtedly see him. Years passed and he had gained global fame, yet still, there was no sign of his sister. Just wait. The S Alliance is also searching. Shang Shiyan's gaze darkened slightly, his voice cool and devoid of warmth. I will notify you immediately if there are any developments. Thank you. Jiang Jibai raised his glass to him, concealing his despondent emotions. For what? Shang Shiyan's voice resonated with a deep, pleasant timbre. Your sister is my sister too. Once found, she must call me brother. When she marries, I shall prepare a substantial dowry for her. Very well, please extend my gratitude to Master Shang on behalf of my sister. A teasing remark offered some comfort, and Jiang Jibai's melancholy began to recede. He would continue searching until he could see her, living or dead. As long as he could not find his sister, he would persist in his quest. At midnight, Shang Shiyan gazed at his unresponsive personal phone, utterly bemused. Little heartless one. Feng Xing. Shang Shiyan set his phone down, reluctant to intrude upon her rest. What is the status regarding the Mingjiao demolition? Mingjiao is a place rife with danger and intrigue. Regardless of her abilities, she is merely a 17 or 18-year-old girl. The longer this drags on, the greater the risk. He wished to avert any misfortune from befalling her. Reporting to the master. 3 days ago, someone acquired the western territory of Mingjiao, Feng Xing reported respectfully. This includes Miss Pei's family home. 3 days ago? Shang Shiyan's expression shifted abruptly. His dark eyes glinting ominously, his voice devoid of warmth. In 1 week, the residents of Mingjiao will be relocated to above the clouds. Above the clouds? That location is in the city center. The price is not insignificant. Trading above the clouds for Mingjiao? This deal would incur a loss of several billion. Who would undertake such a transaction? Who bought it? Shang Shiyan pressed on. All I know is that the buyer's surname is Liu, a male aged 23 who moved from Nanzhou 6 months ago, Feng Xing replied candidly. Beyond that, no useful information has surfaced. The S-Alliance's hacker group is unable to investigate further, as Nanzhou is under the control of the underground city. Master? Feng Xing seemed to recall something, adding, the intended use for Mingjiao's territory has been announced. It will be. Feng Xing paused, organizing his thoughts, for cultivating cilantro. A male? 23 years old? Capturing the key information, Shang Shiyan pressed his lips together, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Cultivating cilantro? He had best be truly cultivating cilantro and harbor no ulterior motives. The following day, the graduation gala commenced. Each school across the city selected student representatives to participate. The cultural center buzzed with excitement. Upon returning with her gown, Pei Jinwu searched high and low before finally locating the position of Hua Gao. In the corner of the lobby, a cluttered area designated for brooms and refuse. Due to an insufficient number of chairs, the students from Hua Gao were compelled to huddle together. Principal Song stood politely by the door, preparing to greet the teachers leading other schools. As most passed by her, they intentionally ignored her outstretched hand. With an awkward smile, Principal Song quickly composed herself and began conversing with the Hua Gao students. Pei Jinwu pursed her lips, her cold gaze tinged with an unsettling malice. Jinwu, you've arrived? Noticing Pei Jinwu, Principal Song limped forward with her somewhat unsteady legs, gently remarking, in such a blazing sun, you've worked hard, dear. She made no distinction despite Pei Jinwu being a student with poor grades. It's not hard. Pei Jinwu stared fixedly at Principal Song, her voice raspy. Tell Qianqian not to be nervous and to prioritize her safety. Whether she receives an award is inconsequential. In contrast to the other teachers urging their performing students on technicalities, Principal Song's words were particularly heartwarming. She simply wished for her students to arrive at school safely and return home in the same manner. Not important. Pei Jinwu's pink lips twitched, her voice deep and frigid. I find it rather significant. What? The lobby buzzed with noise, and Principal Song did not catch her words. You should sit and rest. You'll be quite busy later. Pei Jinwu did not respond, instructing Su Qingye to look after the principal before striding towards the backstage with her garment in hand. Busy? What on earth is this child talking about? Watching the girl's slender yet upright silhouette, Principal Song could only smile helplessly. Backstage, all performers were gathered in a single room, preparing their makeup. Zhao Qianqian sat nervously in a corner, clad in yesterday's dress. With less than 20 minutes before the gala commenced, she was uncertain if Jinwu would be able to borrow a dance dress. A student from Dijon glanced back at Zhao Qianqian, deliberately speaking up, Oh my Yunru, your dance attire has changed. That brand appears to be the one's high-end custom piece. It must be quite expensive. Expensive? Zhao Qianqian replied, My mother bought it, so I'm not sure. I think it was around 500,000. Shen Yunru smiled lightly, her demeanor calm. I just randomly picked it from the wardrobe and found it suited today's dance better than yesterday's outfit.
Wow.
A casual piece from her wardrobe costing over 6 figures. This was the true essence of an affluent socialite. One could only imagine the wealth and power of her family. Yunru, donning that dress, you will undoubtedly be the center of attention. The girls showered her with flattery, striving to bridge the gap between them and elevate their voices in support of Zhao Qianqian. Unlike some, the dress I wore would make my grandmother look old.
Ha ha ha.
By the way, Wei Xiao has already bought the cake, just waiting for Yunru to win an award.
All right.
Shin Yunru wore a serene smile, her peripheral gaze taking in the anxious Zhao Qianqian and her tattered attire, her smirk growing more pronounced. After yesterday's rehearsal, she felt uneasy, fearing she might actually lose to Zhao Qianqian. Thus, she had her father seek various channels and reluctantly spent 500,000 on a dress from the one. This brand specializes in high-end competition wear for dancers and is quite renowned. Wearing it would at least double her chances of success. Moreover, Shen Yunru noticed the man responsible for playing the dance music nodding slightly in her direction, instantly bolstering her confidence. Everything was prepared.
Compete?
What could a country bumpkin possibly contest against her? Utterly delusional. Chapter 19. Why the silence? Is it in your nature to be sullen? The gala officially commenced. Each performance was limited to 10 minutes, and soon it was time for the schools from the Western District. Shen Yunru rose, her classmates carrying the luxurious 500,000 dress for her. A few of them walked with an air of superiority towards the waiting area. As they turned a corner, someone called out, Yunru, a student from Huagao. It seemed she was holding Zhao Qianqian's dance dress. Shen Yunru turned to look, spotting the poorly dressed Pei Jinwu, clutching a black garbage bag. I heard Zhao Qianqian doesn't have a dance dress. That dress is borrowed from someone else. Borrowed? Shen Yunru chuckled, her tone dripping with disdain. A dance dress packed in a garbage bag. What could possibly be of good quality? Indeed. The other girls, adept at reading the room, began to flatter her anew, suddenly feeling that Yunru, in her 500,000 dress, dancing alongside Zhao Qianqian, was somewhat beneath her.
Oh, dear.
Shen Yunru flicked her hair, thinking to herself that this year would indeed provide more amusement. Jinwu, you've arrived? Spotting Pei Jinwu, the anxious Zhao Qianqian immediately stood and hurried to her side. It's hot. Drink some water quickly. Go try it on. Pei Jinwu accepted the cup, handing the bag to Zhao Qianqian. It has been taken care of and just returned. There should be no issues. Mitchum, Zhao Qianqian opened the bag, momentarily stunned upon seeing the dress. She recognized the brand from television. It was called The One, known for custom high-end competition wear. Rumor had it that the cheapest pieces cost 5 figures, with the most expensive reaching 7 figures. She had never seen this particular dress and was unaware of its price, but from its style and material, it was evident it could not be cheap. Jinwu, is this dress too expensive? Zhao Qianqian cautiously inquired, fearing she might damage it and put Pei Jinwu in a difficult position. It's not expensive. Pei Jinwu set the cup down, casually crossing her legs, her tone indifferent. This is the cheapest one I have. There are a few more expensive ones, I just don't know where they ended up. However, Zhao Qianqian hesitated and was reluctant to wear it. We have 15 minutes. Pei Jinwu glanced at her, her tone authoritative. Don't waste time.
All right.
Zhao Qianqian dared not retort, nodding in agreement. Jinwu, I will do my best. Soon, the host announced the upcoming performance from Dijon. Under the spotlight, Shen Yunru danced, her dress shimmering with dazzling brilliance, swiftly capturing the audience's attention. Among all the performances, this was the only one worth watching. The judges below began to discuss.
Indeed.
Teacher Shen Yu's flying skydance is no easy feat. Achieving such execution is commendable. The female judge on the left, a professional dance instructor, smiled as she commented. But what? The judges frowned. The performance was technically sound and fluid, yet it felt constrained, lacking the necessary vivacity. The intensity was too strong, devoid of emotional investment. As the saying goes, a layman watches the commotion, an expert observes the details. The judges remained unimpressed. As the dance category neared its conclusion, the female judge flipped through the program and was pleasantly surprised to see the title Dawn. 2 students are performing teacher Shen Yu's dance? In comparison, Dawn demanded a greater emotional investment and was significantly more challenging than Flying Sky. Typically, no ordinary dance student would dare to select this piece. Her anticipation grew. Clap, clap, clap. Shen Yunru concluded her performance. The judges nodded in satisfaction, awarding high scores, with an overall score of 91, the highest in the entire event. With only a few performances remaining, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship was essentially Shen Yunru's to claim. The students of Dijon were elated. As they embraced Shen Yunru and moved toward the exit, they spotted Zhao Qianqian preparing to take the stage. She donned a black and white ensemble, her hair elegantly swept up, revealing her fair, elongated swan neck. Under the spotlight, her beauty was simply breathtaking. This dress. Shen Yunru's smile faltered momentarily. The gown she wore belonged to the same brand as her own, yet it was significantly more expensive, seemingly worth over $1 million. She had only seen such exquisite pieces on television. How could Zhao Qianqian, a girl of humble means, afford it? Thus, it was highly probable that she was adorned in a counterfeit. The thought brought a smirk of derision to Shen Yunru's lips. What a disgrace. She averted her gaze and, as she passed the backstage control area, exchanged a knowing glance with the sound engineer. Subsequently, she settled comfortably in the audience, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. After the host's introduction, Zhao Qianqian took to the stage, instantly inciting a flurry of excitement. Most attendees were complimenting her dress. Yunru claims it's a fake, one of Shin Yunru's sycophants relayed, shrugging nonchalantly. A counterfeit, you say? Others expressed their surprise, as it appeared undeniably luxurious. However, given Shin Yunru's frequent patronage of the brand, she could not be mistaken. It was clear that Zhao Qianqian had attempted to emulate Yunru's style to steal the limelight. Yet, it was laughable. Who would have thought that she would fail in her imitation, leaving Shin Yunru feeling secondhand embarrassment on her behalf? Embarrassment? As Shen Yunru shared the joyous news with her parents, the smile at the corners of her lips only deepened. More embarrassing moments were yet to come. With a chime, the lights dimmed, and music filled the air, drawing every gaze to the stage. Many had witnessed Zhao Qianqian's stage presence during yesterday's rehearsal. Today, with her complete makeup, anticipation reached its zenith.
Applaud,
Urged Su Qingya, the head of the atmosphere team, excitedly. Principal Song led the students of Huagao in a thunderous applause. Pei Jinwu set down her phone, adjusted her cap, and gazed intently at the stage with her clear, earnest eyes. Everyone waited with bated breath. A minute passed, yet the music remained absent. 5 minutes elapsed, and still, no sound graced the air. The audience began to stir restlessly, prompting the host to apologize. We regret to inform you that there is a malfunction with the player, causing the tape to be damaged. Our staff is currently working on repairs, but the duration remains uncertain. A malfunction? Zhao Qianqian stood under the spotlight, feeling utterly helpless. What should we do, Wu Jia? Su Qingya, sensing the awkwardness, turned to Pei Jinwu, bewildered. What rotten luck. With so few performances remaining, they certainly didn't need the player for music. Why did it have to break down now? In such a vast venue, how could one dance without musical accompaniment? The very thought was suffocating. Pei Jinwu pursed her lips, her expression inscrutable, revealing little of her thoughts. Moments later, she dropped a remark, rose to her feet, and strode confidently towards the backstage area. Wu Jia, Su Qingya called out, perplexed and unsure of her intentions. It was laughable. How could Huagao consistently find themselves in such predicaments? The students from Dijon chuckled and speculated loudly, their voices reaching the ears of Huagao's students. Weren't they just so cocky yesterday, laughing and enjoying themselves? Why the silence now? Is she simply not a person of mirth? Do they not require music for poetry recitals? Surely they can dance without it, right?
ha ha ha.
Su Qingya shot them a fierce glare, agitated, muttering a curse under his breath. As the night progressed, things would only escalate further. Chapter 20, Wu Jia mastering the instruments, the audience sweating profusely. There was no choice. The player's circuitry had completely burned out. When Pei Jinwu arrived backstage, the technicians were frantically attempting repairs, and it would take several hours to rectify the issue. Several hours? The staff, in a state of panic, fretted. We can't keep the judges waiting. They are all regional leaders. We cannot afford to offend them. Director Chen, what do you think of this? Someone interjected casually, dismissing the private school as importance. Either perform without accompaniment or withdraw. After all, the remaining acts are all instrumental and truly do not require a player. Private school? Director Chen glanced at the list. Huagao, is it? I've heard their enrollment is lacking. They may close next year, so whether they perform or not is inconsequential. The following acts, however, are all reputable high schools from the West District. Future interactions are inevitable. We must not treat them lightly. The leader considered this suggestion and was about to issue a directive when a clear, icy voice interrupted from behind. Who says she has no accompaniment? The director and several staff members turned simultaneously to see a girl clad in Huagao's uniform, wearing a cap, with one hand casually in her pocket.
Her cold gaze fixed upon them.
Even from a distance, her formidable aura was palpable. Huagao possesses such an extraordinary student? What do you mean, young lady? Director Chen inquired, puzzled. The technicians glanced at her, their hearts racing. Was it possible she could fix it? The instruments on stage can be utilized, correct? Pei Jinwu questioned, as she began to shed her uniform jacket and rolled up the sleeves of her hoodie. Yes, Director Chen nodded, somewhat bewildered. They are functional. The drum set, piano, violins of various sizes, and electric guitars, everything has been thoroughly prepared for the student's performance. Very well. Pei Jinwu tossed her uniform aside and, under the astonished gazes of those present, walked directly to the array of instruments. The technicians and Director Chen stood dumbfounded. Surely this girl wouldn't he attempt to perform Dawn on the spot? They were all too familiar with the complexity of that piece. Even the composer might struggle to execute it live. Zhao Qianqian, waiting on stage for the music to commence, was met instead with a cacophony of discontent from the audience, many calling for her to exit. Some even suggested that Hua Gao was orchestrating a scheme against her. Zhao Qianqian felt immense pressure, biting her lip as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. At that moment, follow your rhythm, and I shall accompany you. Zhao Qianqian whipped around to see Pei Jinwu seated at the piano, her expression serene as she gazed at her.
Jinwu.
A soft yellow light enveloped Pei Jinwu, casting her as a radiant little sun, instantly warming Zhao Qianqian's frozen heart. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she understood that completing the performance was paramount. Taking a deep breath, she relaxed and entered her preparatory state. What was that girl doing in the corner? The audience began to take notice of Pei Jinwu. Confusion etched on their faces. Could she actually be performing live? The piece Dawn involves over a dozen instruments. If she can manage it alone, I'll forfeit my head to her as a soccer ball. Hua Gao certainly had a flair for the dramatic, creating a spectacle each year that was never repetitive. Shen Yunru maintained an unflinching facade, even stifling a laugh. How would she know if Pei Jinwu could even play an instrument? Spending her days traipsing through the mountains with her grandfather, she was merely a country girl, a bumpkin. Surely, she had never even touched a piano. To play it on? What a joke. The judges grew silent, their attention fixed on the two figures on stage. As the crowd speculated and wondered, the hall echoed with the sound of the piano. Following this, Zhao Qianqian began to dance gracefully, her hands soaring. As the resonant notes of the piano filled the air, Pei Jinwu placed her cello beside her knee, her left hand dancing over the piano keys, while her right hand skillfully drew the bow across the cello strings, creating a melodious symphony that reverberated throughout the grand hall. Zhao Qianqian swiftly immersed herself in the music, bringing the entire stage to life with vibrancy. Soon after, as the piano, cello, and drums harmonized in unison, the sound was indistinguishable from Dawn. The live rendition, in fact, was even more exhilarating and powerful. Finally, as Pei Jinwu transitioned to the drums, the audience erupted in a fervor, their excitement palpable.
What?
Is she for real? Mastering every instrument solo? The brother in the back must be drenched in sweat. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their minds racing with disbelief. Wow, Jinwu and Qianqian. All the Hua Gao students stood up, overwhelmed with excitement, only to be called back to their seats by Principal Song. He struggled to catch his breath, his eyes glistening with emotion. What extraordinary children.
How could this be?
Not far away, Shen Yunru sat frozen, resembling a marionette, her eyes wide with disbelief. Pei Jinwu, who had always been lackluster in every endeavor except for eating, how could she possibly play so many instruments? Shen Yunru's envious glare suggested she suspected the old tutor must have secretly taught her. If Pei Jinwu caused her to lose the competition, she would never forgive her. The atmosphere was electric as the audience was captivated by the duo's performance, their gazes fixated on the stage. Whispers of excitement began to circulate. Hua Gao's performance surpassed that of Daijing. Speculations arose that the first prize would undoubtedly belong to Hua Gao. Were both of these remarkable students from Hua Gao? The judges in the panel exchanged lively discussions, their smiles brighter than when they had been watching previous performances. How come we've never heard of this school before?
Their students are so talented.
The dance was commendable, embodying both emotion and technique, flawlessly capturing the essence of Dawn. After praising Zhao Qianqian, a female judge's gaze fell upon Pei Jinwu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This girl is not only beautiful but possesses an exquisite demeanor. How has she not been discovered by talent scouts? Moreover, her ability to flawlessly perform Dawn without sheet music was nothing short of genius. Such a talent could not possibly remain obscure. As if struck by inspiration, the female judge pulled out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Jibai. Aren't you always searching for an MV female lead? I have a candidate. Jiang Jibai quickly replied, busy lately, not interested. He had seen too many and had yet to find someone suitable. The female judge pressed on, an unparalleled beauty, a talented virtuoso. Are you truly not reconsidering?
Jiang Jibai replied, no.
Moments later, the final note on the piano resonated and Zhao Qianqian's dance concluded. A hush fell over the audience for a few seconds before a thunderous applause erupted. As the lights dimmed, Pei Jinwu donned her school uniform and quietly slipped away from the corner. Zhao Qianqian remained on stage, awaiting the scores. Who played such a beautiful piece? Hua Gao was certainly on a roll this year. With such talented students, victory was assured. Betting on spicy snacks, the first prize would undoubtedly belong to Huagao. Daijing had boasted that Shen Yunru was already a cover star. Wouldn't this be a slap in the face? Amidst the crowd, someone scoffed. Daijing always insists on being first. This time they finally faced a blow. As the scores were still pending, Daijing's arrogance flared up, and they immediately jumped to rebut the remarks. Just as the last word left their lips, the host's voice rang out. The scores are in. Chapter 21. Jinwoo. With such talent, 1 month was all it took to outshine her mentor. The scores were revealed. Shen Yunru, slumped in a corner with a pallid complexion, felt her heart race. The students had been certain that she would undoubtedly win an award at this small gathering. Just 10 minutes prior, she had confidently informed her family that she would be making headlines. Her mother was delighted, bragging to everyone about her achievements, and the news of her victory had likely already spread through the socialite circles. If she failed to win an award, Shen Yunru felt a chill run through her. She couldn't fathom the ridicule she would face from her classmates and the esteemed young ladies she already looked down upon. Zhao Qianqian from Huagao received a total score of 96 for her dance dawn. Upon hearing this, the students from Huagao erupted in cheers, with Zhao Qianqian overwhelmed, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. This is fantastic. I didn't let Huagao down. Indeed. Whether or not she would win a monetary prize or make the news was trivial. What mattered was that she had finally silenced those who looked down on Huagao.
Meanwhile,
on the other side, Shen Yunru felt a cold shiver run down her spine, her mind buzzing. It was over. She had scored 4 points lower than Zhao Qianqian. How could a champion of dance competitions lose to someone like Zhao Qianqian? It was utterly unacceptable. Oh, dear, how did I lose? The students from Daijing resembled wilted eggplants, their dissatisfaction bubbling over. Every year, we are first. How could this year be any different? Shen Yunru, the dance competition champion, losing even at a mere gathering? And to Huagao, no less. Wouldn't the students from Huagao be parading around with their heads held high now?
truly, it was mortifying.
Shen Yunru could no longer tolerate the mocking gazes and jeers around her. Suddenly, she rose, her eyes reddening as she made her way outside. Catching a glimpse of Zhao Qianqian, her expression turned icy. If not for that wild child, Pei Jinwu, stealing the limelight, this news could have been hers. As the gathering concluded, Huagao's solo performance clinched the top prize, along with a monetary reward of 10,000 yuan and a television interview. Upon returning from the restroom, Pei Jinwu found several reporters surrounding Principal Song and Zhao Qianqian. After scheduling the interviews and filming times, the reporters departed. Teachers from other schools promptly approached, extending their hands in greeting. Principal Song maintained a pleasant demeanor throughout, exuding confidence. When discussing his students, he offered nothing but praise. Pei Jinwu, with a gentle smile, was about to step forward when a woman approached her.
Hello.
Pei Jinwu turned slightly, instantly recognizing the judge from the audience. The girl obediently halted her steps. Your performance was outstanding. If you're willing, we could increase the number of participants for the television shoot to 2. Although Zhao Qianqian's dance was remarkable, your accompaniment played a crucial role. You are truly talented. I'm not very inclined, Pei Jinwu replied, her hand emerging from her pocket, her demeanor poised as she declined directly. Why not? The female judge appeared somewhat taken aback. This is an opportunity for exposure on provincial television. How many will witness this? A chance for fame, and you don't desire it? Because I don't want to, Pei Jinwu stated, tilting her lovely face upwards. Her clear and bright eyes reflecting her polite yet distant demeanor, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. She was beautiful and possessed character. The female judge found her intriguing. All right then, the judge relented with a smile, feeling a sense of familiarity as if she had seen this girl somewhere before. Would you have any interest in entering the entertainment industry? I have a celebrity friend who is currently preparing to shoot a music video, but he lacks a leading lady. His name is Mei Xingxiu. Pei Jinwu continued to shake her head, feeling quite famished and lacking the patience to carry on the conversation. With a polite nod, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. As her words faded, the girl donned her hat and made her way down from the stage. The female judge remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on Pei Jinwu's receding figure, her brow slightly furrowed. There was something about that face that seemed strikingly familiar. When had she encountered it before? After Zhao Qianqian secured first place at the gala, the students from Huagao walked with their backs straight. As they made their way, Individuals from other schools occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction, sometimes discussing Zhao Qianqian's dance and, at other times, Pei Jinwu's prowess. "Jinwu, you were amazing today," Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, linking arms with Pei Jinwu, almost clinging to her with an affectionate tenacity. "If it weren't for you, I would have embarrassed myself." "Indeed, Sister Wu," Su Qingya interjected, gesticulating animatedly. "How do you know so many instruments? Did you learn them from a young age?" Pei Jinwu replied, enjoying a piece of candy with a nonchalant demeanor. "How long did you practice?" Su Qingya's admiration grew as her eyes widened in astonishment. "I counted, and you play a total of 7 or 8 instruments, each one with remarkable proficiency. You must have practiced for over a decade, right?" "Not quite," Pei Jinwu replied, her voice calm. "In total, it seems to be about a month." Initially, she had intended to practice further, but her teacher remarked that she was merely there to disrupt the performance. Having witnessed the new generation surpassing the old, she had never encountered someone who could overshadow their mentor in just a month. Pei Jinwu shrugged, stating, "I have a talent for it. I pick things up quickly." She felt a bit helpless. Just then, her phone buzzed and Pei Jinwu glanced at the message. "Are you going out for dinner? I have something else to attend to."
Huh?
Zhao Qianqian paused, pointing to the bag in her hand, and softly said, "Jinwu, I've washed the dress and will return it to you." "No need," Pei Jinwu replied as she adjusted her backpack and pressed down her hat. "You can keep it and wear it. There's no need to return it." "You gave it to her?" Zhao Qianqian was still processing this when Pei Jinwu had already vanished from sight. "Oh my!" Su Qingya exclaimed upon noticing the label on the clothing. "Isn't this from the one? I've seen this dress on my mother's phone. It costs over $1 million. "What?" Zhao Qianqian gasped, nearly losing her grip on the bag. She understood the brand was expensive, but she hadn't realized this particular piece was worth over $1 million. "Does Sister Wu's friend have that much money?" Su Qingya scrutinized the bag, astonished that someone would give away such an expensive item so casually. Zhao Qianqian fell silent, wrapping her arms around the bag protectively, being overly cautious. After all, someone had generously helped her, and such a valuable item should certainly be returned. It felt wrong to take advantage of the situation. "At J5 Studio, what happened to your hand?" Lu Ying asked, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed. Engrossed in a game. Upon noticing Pei Jinwu's swollen right hand, she immediately sat up.
"Huh?"
Pei Jinwu tossed her backpack onto the sofa, flexing her wrist casually. "It's nothing. Just a minor injury. I played the instruments too vigorously. I must have strained a tendon." "Minor injury? With your right hand hurt, how will you draw the jewelry design?" Lu Ying frowned, unsure of how to express her concern. "You need to rest for a couple of days." "No need," Pei Jinwu replied with a slight smirk, her expression unfazed. "If I delay any further, I want to meet the deadline for Granny Shang's birthday celebration. Although I may have taken advantage of her, I still need to uphold my professional integrity." Moreover, Pei Jinwu raised her left hand and shook it lightly, saying, "This one can still be used." Lu Ying's expression shifted as she suddenly realized, "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that this little prodigy is even better with her left hand."
"See you tonight."
Chapter 22. Has the heart of a young girl been stirred? 1 hour later, Pei Jinwu completed the first draft using her left hand. A necklace combining gemstones and diamonds sprang to life on the page. The slender white chain held a pendant resembling snowflakes, adorned with the blue cone gemstone that the elderly lady cherished, surrounded by exquisitely crafted small diamonds. The pendants connected like vines blooming under the eaves, reminiscent of dazzling fireworks in the night sky. The appearance was poetic and picturesque, truly breathtaking. No wonder it was J5. Lu Ying brought Pei Jinwu a glass of lemonade, lavishly showering her with compliments, stating that Shang Shiyan was fortunate to have found her. "This design is exquisite, worthy of being housed in a museum." However, Lu Ying continued, sitting beside Pei Jinwu and opening her iPad, which displayed a photo of Shang Shiyan. "The gentleman named Shang is rather handsome." While researching Jiang Jibai, she had come across his picture. "He really is striking, with a well-defined waist and legs." Lu Ying rested her chin on her hand, gossiping animatedly. "He looks slim in clothes. I wonder if he has any muscle when undressed." Pei Jinwu took a sip of water, responding calmly, "I suppose so." "How do you know?" Lu Ying tilted her head, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Pei Jinwu's fingers tightened around the glass, her mind involuntarily drifting to that inexplicable dream. The image of a strong chest, defined abs, and a V-line crossed her thoughts. Yes, there was indeed muscle.
"Just a guess."
Feeling her cheeks warm, Pei Jinwoo feigned composure as she took another sip of water, redirecting the conversation. Have you found any information on Jiang Jibai? Yes, Lu Ying, unaware of Pei Jinwoo's unease, retrieved the details she had gathered. It's quite straightforward. Jiang Jibai was adopted. His adoptive parents were of Chinese descent and passed away many years ago. Currently, he is the sole member of the Jiang family. Beyond that, his career in the entertainment industry is absolutely illustrious and remarkable. An adopted child. And there's a 10-year age gap, Pei Jinwoo mused, noting the connections. This individual is renowned in the industry for his hard work. His assets exceed $1 billion. And he continues to strive in his career. Lu Ying clicked her tongue, adding, just yesterday, he went to Europe for a shoot and 1T returned for another week. A week? Pei Jinwoo frowned, pondering how she would manage to obtain his hair for the DNA test. You still haven't mentioned why you're investigating him. Lu Ying crossed her legs, swirling her glass of red wine, her silver hair glimmering under the lights, the diamond earrings accentuating her features with a hint of mischief. Sister Wu, you're not developing feelings for him, are you? Not at all, Pei Jinwoo replied, pursing her lips, her voice low and hoarse. There's something I need to confirm. Liking an older brother may invite calamity. I knew it, Lu Ying exclaimed, taken aback, taking a puff from her unflavored e-cigarette. Your taste can't be that poor. If you like someone, it should be someone like Shang Shiyan, wealthy, influential, and handsome. Apart from that one flaw, he checks all the boxes. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Pei Jinwoo nearly choked on her drink. Leaving J5's studio, Pei Jinwoo walked down the street when a WeChat notification chimed. Have you eaten? Just as she was about to close her phone, another message arrived. I discovered a few different flavors of candy. They are quite good. Would you like to try them? They are all from Nanzhou, and besides mango flavor, there are others too. They look delicious. Pei Jinwoo pressed her lips together and replied, No. Where are you? I'll bring you the candy, and we can have dinner together? Pei Jinwoo, sure. Engrossed in the design of exquisite jewelry, I found myself with little time to eat. Before long, a silver-gray Koenigsegg came to a halt. The door swung open to reveal a man clad in a charcoal suit, his tall figure exuding an air of noble elegance as he strode towards me. Have you been waiting long? Observing the girl seated before the resplendent stage, patiently awaiting someone. Shang Shiyan's lips curved into a smile. In the next moment, he noticed her right hand. Although it had nearly healed, how had it suddenly become so swollen? Was she bullied?
No.
Pei Jinwoo rose, her gaze fixed upon the man's face, her brows arching slightly. Indeed, this visage was undeniably handsome. Get in the car, Shang Shiyan instructed, opening the door to ensure the girl entered safely. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine, Pei Jinwoo replied, her eyes scanning the interior, landing upon a beautifully crafted box of sweets. All for you. Noticing her unwavering gaze on the candies, Shang Shiyan smiled indulgently as he handed her the treats. His voice laced with affection. To Shan Yuju. Yes, master. Shan Yuju? Pei Jinwoo glanced at him, her mouth opening slightly, yet ultimately refraining from uttering anything further. On their way, Shang Shiyan made an unexpected stop. Upon his return, he held a cup of milk tea and a white box. Mango flavor. The man carefully placed the milk tea on her small table, gently inquiring, May I see your right hand? His demeanor was that of a true gentleman, demonstrating utmost respect towards her. It was then that Pei Jinwoo recognized that the mysterious box contained anti-swelling medication. Was he concerned for her hand? Her heart fluttered, warmth coursing through her veins. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly extended her hand. As he leaned closer, Shang Shiyan observed more clearly. The wound had slightly reopened, the swelling prominent, and her fair skin was marred with bruises, rendering the sight all the more startling. This medication is effective, though it may sting a bit, he remarked, his dark eyes deepening with concern as he uncapped the bottle. Dipping a cotton swab into the liquid, he spoke in a soothing tone. Bear with it, all right? Pei Jinwoo lifted her gaze, only to find herself ensnared by a pair of eyes as profound as the ocean. Her heart, which had lost its rhythm, now raced in disarray. Why was he being so kind to her, offering candies and tending to her wounds? Originally indifferent to such minor injuries, the deliberate concern made her feel an inexplicable ache. The interior of the car fell into a hushed silence. The driver and his companion sat in rapt attention, wide-eyed as they watched their master delicately apply medicine to the girl. Such gentleness and patience. Where was the decisive demeanor he usually exhibited? If this scene were captured and shared with the brothers of the S Alliance, they would surely be aghast. Do not exert your right hand any further, Shang Shiyan advised. His touch is gentle as if he were handling a priceless treasure. Apply this 3 times a day, and if the swelling persists, inform me, and I shall take you to a doctor. Pei Jinwu sipped her milk tea, her clear, bright eyes studying the man's aristocratic face. Why are you staring at me? Not hearing a response, Shang Shiyan looked up to find her fixated on him. For the first time, her expression bore a hint of intimacy. Had her heart been stirred? It's nothing, Pei Jinwu replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. You remind me of someone, Mr. Shang. Who? Shang Shiyan's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his heart skipping a beat. The driver and his companions strained to hear, fearing she might mention a past love. My grandfather, Pei Jinwu finally revealed.
Good night.
Chapter 23. In Miss Pei's eyes, the master is just an old man. Who does the master resemble? Her grandfather? The moment Pei Jinwu uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Shang Shiyan halted his application of the medicine, a look of shock washing over his face as the warmth in his dark eyes dissipated, replaced by an icy stare directed at her. The driver and his companions stifled their laughter, yet could not help but be amused. The master, who was so attentive, buying sweets and tending to her wounds, had inadvertently been likened to a grandfather by the very girl he sought to win over. In her eyes, he was merely an old man. What do you mean? Shang Shiyan feigned a smile, striving to suppress the discomfort within, his voice remaining soft. When I was injured, my grandfather would assist me in applying medicine, just like this. Pei Jinwu took a sip of her milk tea, chewing on the popping pearls inside, her tone indifferent. Has no one else reminded you of your grandfather? Shang Shiyan's touch remained so gentle that she felt no pain. Pei Jinwu looked up, her starry eyes momentarily lost in thought, her lips parting slightly. No one else has ever tended to my wounds. In her childhood, her grandfather would always be the first to notice, whenever she was hurt. As she grew older and her medical skills improved, she began to handle her injuries herself. As long as she wasn't in mortal danger, she was indifferent to the pain. The injury on her right hand had occurred while gathering herbs for her grandfather. It had nearly healed, but today, the vigorous drumming on stage had likely caused a flare-up of an old injury. It would heal in a couple of days. She had never considered applying medicine. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, a flicker of amusement danced in the depths of Shang Shiyan's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aside from her grandfather, he was the only one who had drawn near to her. All right then, if I remind you of your grandfather.
So be it.
All done. Shang Shiyan's earlier gloom lifted as he neatly tucked the medicine bottle into her backpack. Thank you, Pei Jinwu said, flexing her wrist, feeling, perhaps due to psychological influence, that the pain had lessened. You're welcome. Shang Shiyan gazed at the girl sipping her milk tea, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Is it good?
Pei Jinwu nodded, easily pleased.
I like it. I'll buy it for you often in the future. Shang Shiyan smiled contentedly, continuing to coax the young girl.
To repay you?
Pei Jinwu tilted her head, her eyes clear and bright, resembling a pristine sea. Indeed. Shang Shiyan nodded, weaving a playful lie. You saved our lives. Your kindness is worth its weight in gold. Helping others is a cherished virtue in our culture, and one should always be grateful. Pei Jinwu regarded the man's face thoughtfully, then raised an eyebrow. All right then. Shang Shiyan was amused by her adorable demeanor. Such a clever girl. How could she not see through his intentions? But it mattered not. She was still young, and he would patiently accompany her as she grew. If she were to truly understand, it might frighten her away. Thus, he would continue to court her gradually. At Shanyuju, on the top floor, Shang Shiyan was about to hand Pei Jinwu the menu to select her meal when she effortlessly rattled off a list of dishes. Had she visited Shanyuju before? Shang Shiyan paused, his gaze falling upon Pei Jinwu's composed face. The dishes she ordered were exclusive to the rooftop garden's patrons. Given her familiarity, it seemed this was not her first visit. According to his findings, although Pei Jinwu had been raised by the Shen family, her life was far from easy, as she spent most of her time living with her grandfather in a temple. How had she frequented a place where the Shen family could not enter? Fighting? The black market? Shang Shiyan found the girl to be an intriguing enigma, filled with secrets. During the meal, Shang Shiyan hardly touched his food. Instead, he diligently served Pei Jinwu with his chopsticks. Upon discovering the things she found distasteful, he meticulously picked them out. Afterward, he skillfully peeled shrimp for her, attending to her every need with utmost care, creating an atmosphere that was both chaotic and serene. It was as though the master was tending to a child. Why aren't you eating? Pei Jinwoo, having nearly finished her meal, finally turned her gaze to the person across from her. I'm full, Shang Shiyan replied with a smile. Observing her eat with the enthusiasm of a little squirrel, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Miss Pei, our master has a delicate stomach. She prefers smaller, more frequent meals. Fengji poured more water for Pei Jinwoo, casually adding this detail. She can certainly eat quite a bit, he remarked, noting their complementary natures. A delicate stomach? Pei Jinwoo set down her chopsticks, used a sanitizing towel to clean her hands, and spoke in a low, husky voice. Give me your right hand. The stomach pulse is located at the wrist of the right hand. Shang Shiyan paused for a few seconds, then extended his hand towards her. The pulse was rather weak. Pei Jinwoo gently placed her fingers on his wrist, and after a few moments, she reached her conclusion. Irregular eating habits and frequent late nights. Fengxing and Fengji exchanged astonished glances. Miss Pei had accurately discerned his condition. At such a young age, she possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Miss Pei was indeed a treasure, consistently surprising them with her insights. However, the situation was not serious. Pei Jinwoo retracted her hand, opened her backpack, and took out some paper and a pen. Follow this prescription. Take it morning and evening. After half a month, your stomach will feel significantly better. At that time, I will prescribe something else. She elegantly inscribed a multitude of herbal names on the paper, her handwriting neat and beautiful. At that time, did this imply there would be further opportunities to meet? You know traditional medicine? Shang Shiyan lightly brushed the area where she had touched, his voice low and rich. I understand a bit, Pei Jinwoo replied nonchalantly, clearing her bowl of rice and setting down her chopsticks.
I'm going home now.
Very well. Shang Shiyan did not inquire further, rising to take the girl's bag, without prompting. Pei Jinwoo glanced at him, but remained silent. All right then. Her grandfather had done the same for her, carrying her bag. Mengjiao. Pei Jinwoo, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, said to Shang Shiyan, Thank you for the meal. Shang Shiyan smiled slightly, retrieving a box of cake from the carriage. I noticed you enjoy it, so I packed some for your family to try. Surprised by his thoughtfulness. Pei Jinwoo paused for a few seconds before accepting it.
Thank you.
She truly liked it. There's no need for constant gratitude in our relationship. Shang Shiyan raised his gaze, meeting her clear eyes, his expression deepening. The girl stared at the cake, and upon hearing his words, her lovely face brightened. What kind of relationship did they have? Pei Jinwoo pondered for 2 seconds and arrived at an answer.
Oh.
We are akin to saviors.
All right.
Pei Jinwoo thought for a moment, feeling justified in accepting the gift. Before leaving, she waved at him. Observing the girl's slender figure retreating, Shang Shiyan's gaze deepened, and a smile graced his lips. From initial indifference to resistance, she had now begun to bid him farewell. Significant progress indeed. Noticing their master's eager expression, Fengji could not resist commenting, TSK, don't you think our master resembles a big bad wolf? Fengxing responded, a big bad wolf, meticulously savoring each bite of a little white rabbit. Whether their master was a big bad wolf, he could not say, but Miss Pei was certainly no little white rabbit. Fengxing pressed his lips together, earnestly replying, didn't she take on 5 opponents at once? The thought of Pei Jinwoo's fighting spirit sent chills down Fengji's spine.
See you tonight.
Chapter 24. Sister Wu's Fierce Defense. This is called justifiable self-defense. Investigate how she got injured. Once the girl's figure disappeared, Shang Shiyan withdrew his gaze, his expression softening no longer. Indeed, should Miss Pei be oppressed, her protective master would ensure that her adversaries would not see the light of day again. Prepare the medicine according to this prescription. Shang Shiyan handed the prescription to Fengji, thoughtfully rubbing his right wrist as he contemplated. Understood. Fengxing and Fengji exchanged a glance, astonished. They had not anticipated that their master would place such unwavering trust in Miss Pei. Mengjiao. As Pei Jinwoo arrived home, when Jian bounded to her side, brimming with excitement. Cousin, I saw your video of playing the instrument. Wow, so cool. The video captured Shen Yunru, whose expression was twisted with anger. Cousin, can you teach me how to play sometime? Of course. Pei Jinwoo had yet to set down her backpack when she noticed Jian clinging to her like a koala. A smile graced her features as she gently patted the girl's head, saying softly, Here, take this. Cake from Yuanshan residence? Upon seeing the exquisite packaging, when Jian's eyes sparkled. I heard my classmates talk about it. One Jian attended a prestigious school where many wealthy students studied. The food at Yuanshan residence was expensive, but the desserts were reasonably priced. It's a gift from a friend. Pei Jinwoo seated herself, resting her chin in her hand and watching Wen Jianjian slice the cake with tender attention. It looks delicious. Wen Jianjian was very respectful of boundaries, not probing further, and focused on her task of cutting the cake. So good. She first offered pieces to Pei Jinwoo and her mother, leaving herself a small portion to savor with great satisfaction. By the way, cousin, the joint exam is coming up soon, did you know? Joint exam? Pei Jinwoo pushed her portion towards Wen Jianjian, shaking her head. I didn't know. However, today, Xiaodang had mentioned that the tutor arranged for her was prepared. It seemed they were gathering the weaker students to cram together. They would focus on simple, easily scored foundational questions. She was among those considered weaker. I still have so many concepts I don't understand. Wen Jianjian furrowed her brow, looking at Pei Jinwoo with a pitiful expression. Cousin, can you help me review?
Certainly.
Pei Jinwoo had examined Wen Jianjian's report card and noted that her grades were quite good. Gaining admission to a key university would not be an issue, but to aim for a top-tier university, she would need some guidance. With her abilities, she could undoubtedly gain admission to an even better school. Cousin, which university are you aiming for? Wen Jianjian asked, using aiming rather than taking the exam, fully confident in her cousin's abilities. She suspected that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination might astonish everyone. Just any school. Pei Jinwoo replied absently, stating that fulfilling her grandfather's wishes was enough. By the way, which school has the best cafeteria food? Wen Jianjian blinked. Huagao. Pei Jinwoo's video of supporting Zhao Qianqian's competition quickly spread among the students, making her an overnight sensation. Previously, when she walked down the street, her classmates would keep their distance. Yet today, someone had even dared to sneakily take a photo of her, and the bolder ones approached her directly, asking for her autograph. Pei Jinwoo waved her right hand, a subtle smirk on her lips, clearly indicating she was unable to sign. No worries. Seeing her smile, the young girl blushed even deeper. Understanding and pulling out some ink, Jinwoo, a stamp will suffice. She was utterly enamored with Jinwoo. She had watched the video of Jinwoo playing the instrument no less than 10 times. Perhaps, if she acted swiftly, a talent agency might approach her soon. As long as she was quick, she could become one of Jinwoo's earliest fans. Jinwoo, please. The girl gazed at her with wide, earnest eyes.
All right.
Pei Jinwoo found it difficult to refuse, dipping her thumb in the ink and then stamping it on her own photograph. How peculiar. Thank you. Acquiring the autograph, no. The fingerprint of an idol filled me with uncontainable joy. Suddenly, a voice laced with sarcasm pierced the air. Not famous yet and already pretending to be. Pei Jinwoo turned around to see a group of girls not far away, clustered together. At the forefront stood a girl with cascading long hair, named Qin Jiao. Also a senior at Huagao. Qin Jiao was glaring coldly at Pei Jinwoo, her eyes narrowed with a mocking smile, as she said, "What a coincidence that the player malfunctioned just when Zhao Qianqian was about to perform. Isn't it peculiar that some can play any instrument and steal the spotlight from Zhao Qianqian? Have you heard? The television station had someone come early, specifically requesting an interview with the pianist."
Exactly.
A girl beside her scoffed, continuing the taunt. By the way, did you see the news that just broke online? Zhao Qianqian's dress is a counterfeit. Rumor has it that this brand despises imitation and will sue anyone found with fakes. Zhao Qianqian wearing a counterfeit on the news? Will the brand let that slide? Zhao Qianqian can't perform, but there's another person on stage, isn't there? Qin Jiao chuckled derisively, her sarcasm palpable. By the way, isn't it someone who lent Zhao Qianqian that dress? This was a blatant insinuation that Pei Jinwoo had orchestrated everything. She had sabotaged the instrument to take the stage herself, drawing all the attention, and then created a scandal involving counterfeit goods to ensure Zhao Qianqian couldn't make the headlines. Consequently, the news coverage would naturally shift to her. The girls continued their chatter, completely disregarding Pei Jinwoo. Realizing they were mocking her, Pei Jinwoo stepped forward, halting before Qin Jiao, her gaze icy. Whoever feels guilty. I speak of whom? Qin Jiao boldly met Pei Jinwoo's gaze, her eyes brimming with defiance. It mattered not whether she had committed the act. What was important was that the dress was indeed a counterfeit, and it was true that Pei Jinwoo had lent it. Her aim was to tarnish Pei Jinwoo's reputation and force her out of Huagao. Have you not been feeling well lately? Did you leave your brain behind? Pei Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly, her aura icy as she continued. Or perhaps you crawled out of some unsealed sewer, spewing nonsense? What did you say? Qin Jiao's expression shifted instantly upon hearing Pei Jinwu's words. Hadn't Shen Yunru informed her cousin that Pei Jinwu was timid and easily bullied? She had believed that as long as Pei Jinwu was expelled from Huagao, she would gain an advantage. Keep your mouth busy licking toilets instead of barking here. Pei Jinwu's eyes narrowed dangerously, her anger barely contained. She had promised her grandfather to be a good student. How could a good student engage in fights at school? Qin Jiao was left speechless, unable to retort, her frustration boiling over. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think I'm afraid of dogs? Pei Jinwu's sharp tongue elicited laughter from students passing by. Vile creature. Qin Jiao, flustered, raised her hand, preparing to teach Pei Jinwu a lesson. In the next moment, Pei Jinwu intercepted her hand midair. Before Qin Jiao could react, a resounding slap echoed as Pei Jinwu delivered a sharp blow to her face. She had promised her grandfather not to fight, but she was merely defending herself as the other had initiated the confrontation. Chapter 25. Do you think I need to choose a day to hit you? With a swift motion, Qin Jiao's head snapped to the side, her cheek instantly flushed, disbelief coloring her voice. Pei Jinwu, you dare hit me? Why should I choose a day to hit you? Pei Jinwu retracted her hand, pulling out a wet tissue to clean her palm, her eyes flashing with defiance. I'll inform the teacher and ensure you're expelled from Huagao. Qin Jiao, clutching her sore face, tears streaming down, glared fiercely at Pei Jinwu, completely unprepared for this faux heiress to strike back.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu unhurriedly unwrapped a piece of candy, placing it in her mouth, her gaze half-lidded. Fortunately, there are cameras. Let's see who spoke ill first and who started the fight. Shall we test who will be expelled first? At these words, Qin Jiao's eyelashes fluttered, a hint of panic creeping in. It was indeed her who had initiated the insults and the attack. Moreover, as Pei Jinwu stepped closer, Qin Jiao instinctively retreated, nearly suffocated by the chilling intensity of Pei Jinwu's gaze. I simply wish to study diligently. I ask that no one provoke me. With her hands in her pockets, Pei Jinwu surveyed Qin Jiao and the other troublemakers surrounding her, issuing a slow warning. Pei Jinwu, do not initiate trouble, but I am not afraid of it. If you dare to provoke me, you shall bear the consequences. Pei Jinwu's gaze fixed on Qin Jiao's flushed face, her demeanor icy. Next time, I may not merely use my hand. Qin Jiao wanted to retort, but upon meeting Pei Jinwu's cold and fierce expression, the words died on her lips. By the way, Pei Jinwu concluded her warning with a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over the other girls behind Qin Jiao, casually inquiring, what were you saying about me just now? And nothing. With prior experience in mind, the other students stammered, shaking their heads fervently.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu adjusted her backpack and raised her chin, her presence commanding without anger. Make way. In the next instant, all the girls promptly stepped aside, clearing a path for her. Pei Jinwu strolled towards the classroom, hands in pockets, moving slowly under their watchful eyes. The aura of a leader, and no one dared to provoke her. Until Pei Jinwu's figure vanished at the stairway, only then did the others allow themselves to breathe deeply.
Ah.
Qin Jiao's eyes reddened with fury, her fists clenched in frustration. I am sworn enemies with that vile Pei Jinwu. I will not rest until she is expelled from Huagao. When Pei Jinwu arrived at the classroom, the counterfeit incident had already spread, and her classmates were engaged in animated discussions. Huagao's potential award was largely attributed to Pei Jinwu's efforts. Some suggested she had deliberately sought attention to appear in the news, lending counterfeit goods to Zhao Qianqian.
What?
The player was sabotaged by Pei Jinwu? The rumors are becoming increasingly ludicrous. Su Qingye jumped up, indignant. How does the broken instrument relate to Wu Jia? Wu Jia would never lend counterfeit goods to Zhao Qianqian. I've never seen that dress before. Can't tell the real from the fake? Wu Jia is a hero of Huagao. What has become of you all? Su Qingye grew more agitated, disregarding her classmates' feelings, directly scolding, damn it, a bunch of ingrates. If it weren't for Wu Jia, Huagao would still be trampled by Dijon. If I hear anyone speak ill of Wu Jia again, Su Qingye, will be the first to confront them. I will not let them off either. Zhao Qianqian stood up, her fury matching Su Qingye's. Whoever slanders Jinwu, I will tear their mouth apart. Jinwu, you're here? This question silenced the classroom. Jinwu. Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian rushed to her side, softly reassuring her. The internet is filled with malicious comments. Don't pay attention. Someone is definitely stirring up trouble. Su Qingye, furious, declared, I'll ask my dad to find hackers to track them down. Hackers? Pei Jinwu stuffed her backpack into a drawer, retrieving a notepad and pen.
Yes.
Su Qingyan nodded vigorously, leaning closer to her, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Have you heard of the Tianji Group? They are the most powerful hackers in the world. The only ones who can rival them are the hackers under the S Alliance. The Tianji Group? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curving her lips. Their fees are not low. Not a problem. My dad is wealthy. Su Qingye patted his chest with a manly demeanor.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu tilted her head, her eyebrows slightly raised. It will take selling quite a few pigs to pay the reward. Let us keep it. I will handle this matter.
Jinwu.
How do you intend to resolve it? Zhao Qianqian, seated beside Pei Jinwu, hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, is the dress truly? She was not doubting Jinwu's integrity, but was concerned because the dress had been borrowed from a friend. She feared that something might go awry along the way. If that were the case, she would step forward to clarify that the issue regarding the women's clothing had nothing to do with Jinwu. As for the news coverage, her intention was merely to bring honor to Huagao, not to seek fame. It is indeed genuine. Pei Jinwu rested her pale hand on her chin, her gaze clear. However, Zhao Qianqian frowned with concern. The internet claims that the dress you lent me, the one and only, has already been purchased by teacher Xianyu. Jinwu said she borrowed it from a friend. Is that friend teacher Xianyu? Zhao Qianqian wished to clarify further when Principal Song entered, interrupting her. Jinwu, Qianqian,
Please come to the office.
in the office, Principal Song poured water for the two children and gently said, Don't be nervous. Let us talk while seated. Pei Jinwu and Zhao Qianqian took their seats. You are aware of the situation online, right? Principal Song maintained a smile. The brand the one has issued a statement, denying having lent the dress to student Qianqian and has requested the removal of all related videos from the internet, or they will pursue legal action.
He sighed.
His expression one of regret. The public outcry is significant. Qianqian, it seems you won't be able to accept any news interviews. Due to the dress issue, the interview slot will be given to the second place. The provincial station was being cautious. They would avoid any controversial matters. What is the problem with the dress? After Principal Song spoke, Pei Jinwu slowly lifted her head, her expression cold and serious. Principal Song paused for a few seconds, then quietly remarked, Isn't the dress fake? The dress was borrowed by student Pei Jinwu. She certainly had good intentions. It's just that no one anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Principal Song could not bring himself to blame her. The dress is authentic. A trace of indignation flickered in Pei Jinwu's eyes, her tone resolute. First place belongs to Huagao. And the opportunity to be in the news should rightfully go to Zhao Qianqian. Why should it be given to someone else? Principal Song, I will handle this matter. How will you handle it? Principal Song frowned slightly. After all, the dress was purchased by teacher Xianyu. Then let Xianyu come forward and testify. Chapter 26. Preparations for the fall from grace. If nothing else, just have some dried plums.
What?
You want teacher Xianyu to personally come forward and testify? Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. Jinwu was very familiar with teacher Xianyu's dance and music, having frequent interactions with her. Goodness. The person who lent her the dress is really teacher Xianyu? Principal Song remained silent, observing the confident girl before him, lost in thought. On the other side of the city, within a villa, Shen Yunru reclined on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through the online news. It was filled with criticisms directed at Zhao Qianqian, Pei Jinwu, and Huagao. Accusations of Zhao Qianqian's vanity and her wearing counterfeit items were rampant. Criticism of Pei Jinwu for stealing the limelight was rampant, alongside mockery of Huagao for failing to educate its students and the moral decay of its pupils. Furthermore, fans of teacher Xianyu personally joined the fray. The authentic version of this dress was purchased by teacher Xianyu 3 years ago. How dare a Huagao student wear counterfeit items while performing her dance? Imitating others without success, this is simply absurd. How could teacher Xianyu be subjected to such scrutiny? Indeed, how can there be doubts about the authenticity of teacher Xianyu's dress? I mean, shouldn't T1 just enjoy some dried plums when there's nothing to do? As for Pei Jinwu, some netizens deliberately shifted the blame onto her, questioning whether teacher Xianyu's performance in Dawn could be effortlessly replicated. In the video, Pei Jinwu appeared too adept, as if she had rehearsed countless times. That dress was indeed lent to Zhao Qianqian. I suspect this entire drama is self-scripted and directed by her. Is she perhaps attempting to enter the entertainment industry, leveraging this incident to garner attention? Let us be honest. Her appearance is genuinely stunning, pure and beautiful, far from the mundane. If she enters the entertainment industry, she might truly achieve fame. Such a scheming girl. Amidst the torrent of online vitriol, Shen Yunru felt a surge of satisfaction. Her gaze turned cold upon seeing praise for Pei Jinwoo. A few seconds later, she sent a message to the public relations team controlling the narrative, exposed the colorful life experiences of Pei Jinwoo online. Doesn't she want to be famous? Let us fulfill her wish. Within 5 minutes, Pei Jinwoo the faux heiress and Pei Jinwoo the ungrateful surged to trending status, along with numerous derogatory phrases. Netizens erupted in outrage. She asked the adopted daughter of the Shen family? The Shen Yunru family? Oh, Shen Yunru is also participating in this competition. Insiders claimed that Pei Jinwoo had often usurped the rightful possessions of the genuine heiress while living with the Shen family. Originally, Shen Yunru was expected to secure first place. Who knew Pei Jinwoo would cause such a ruckus? She eats their food, lives in their house, and still bullies the legitimate heiress. How low can she stoop? What's worse, she has committed even more sordid acts, like attempting to seduce rich heirs, albeit unsuccessfully. Soon, the online outcry escalated. At the Shang family conglomerate, Feng Xing hurriedly pushed open the door, his expression grave. Master, it seems Miss Pei is in trouble. Upon hearing this, the man, who had been engrossed in his work, suddenly lifted his gaze, his stern countenance quickly clouding with frost. So, this is how her hand was injured. After reading the online content, Shang Shiyan's eyes turned icy. No wonder she appeared so swollen. She must have put in considerable effort. The young girl had been seated in a concealed position, leaving immediately after the music ended. She sought to seize the limelight, thinking that merely stepping onto the stage would draw countless eyes. Did she truly need to steal? Investigate who orchestrated this incident. Shang Shiyan forcefully closed his laptop, his handsome face cold enough to freeze. Yes, master. Feng Xing nodded, preparing to act when he heard the master speak again. Wait. Feng Xing halted, puzzled as he looked at the man. Shang Shiyan retrieved his phone and found Pei Jinwoo's WeChat. Woo-woo. Do you need my help to investigate the online matters? After all, their relationship had not yet reached an intimate level. He was cautious about intervening, as the young girl might not appreciate it. Pei Jinwoo quickly replied, No need, I will handle it myself. Even through the phone, he could imagine the aura of determination radiating from the young girl. Shang Shiyan, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Pei Jinwoo glanced at the man's message, initially intending to reply with a simple thank you, but then remembered his earlier remark about not needing to be so polite, so she replied with a simple okay. Upon seeing her response, a faint smile curved the corners of the man's lips. So obedient. No need for investigation. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Shang Shiyan gazed into the distance, his eyes dark as ink, enveloped in a chilling aura. The young girl claimed she could resolve it herself. So let her do just that. She would not be one to let herself suffer. After applying to Shang Shiyan, Pei Jinwoo opened Weibo and registered an account under the name I am Xianyu. Upon successful registration, she posted her first tweet, consisting of just 3 brief statements. 1. I am Xianyu. 2. The gown worn by Zhao Qianqian was a gift from me. 3. Let the slanderers be held accountable. After editing, she sent the post and continued to eat with her chopsticks. Before long, Xianyu's Weibo account rapidly ascended to trending status. Wu Jia, have you seen Weibo? Teacher Xian Yu has made an appearance. Su Qingya, who was always attuned to the online chatter, excitedly reported. Pei Jinwoo glanced over nonchalantly, maintaining her stoic demeanor as she continued her meal. Wu Jia, Su Qingya paused, momentarily puzzled by Pei Jinwoo's calmness. Just as the students in the cafeteria began to stir restlessly, someone shouted, This is bad. Zhao Qianqian has been cornered by reporters outside. There are so many of them. She is terrified and even crying. What? At this news, Su Qingya dropped his chopsticks. Before he could rise, the girl across from him stood up first. Kicking her chair aside with a palpable chill surrounding her, her face darkened as she strode purposefully towards the exit.
Wu Jia.
Su Qingya was startled and hurried to follow. Is she really going to start a fight? And what's the story with teacher Xianyu? At the school gate, a crowd of reporters surrounded Zhao Qianqian, bombarding her with questions. Zhao Qianqian, was the malfunction of the player due to human error or an accident? Were you aware that the gown was fake? Is it possible that someone with Pei Jinwoo's past is trying to use you for fame?
No.
Jinwoo is not what you say she is. The reporters thrust their microphones toward her, and Zhao Qianqian, petite and vulnerable, found no refuge, her eyes reddening with desperation. Just then, one reporter exclaimed, Teacher Xian, you has posted on Weibo.
What?
At this revelation, all eyes shifted from Zhao Qianqian to their phones as they scrolled through Weibo. Xianyu was renowned for her enigmatic presence in the dance community, having evaded the spotlight for years, with fans never having caught a glimpse of her eyes. Despite this, she had amassed a legion of devoted followers. Now, with a sudden registration and tweet clarifying the situation of a student from a disreputable school, how could they not be skeptical?
Good night.
Chapter 27. All I want is to study hard. Are you forcing me to expose myself?
Fake.
It's clearly a fabrication. A reporter, without verifying, blurted out, Weibo registrations are required to be real name verified. Has anyone checked who the shadowy figures behind this are? Perhaps it's Pei Jinwu herself. Upon hearing this, the other reporters nodded in agreement. Without any verification, she just declares, I am Xianyu. Can anyone else claim to be Xianyu too? If you're trying to exonerate yourself, at least use your brain. As the reporters noted the trending topic on Weibo, Shen Yunru also caught wind of it. Initially taken aback, she soon found the situation amusing. Teacher Xianyu had withdrawn from the dance world 3 years prior. Shen had made every effort to contact her, hoping to become her apprentice. She wished to learn genuine skills while leveraging Xianyu's fame to gain recognition. Yet, despite her relentless attempts, she had failed to uncover Xianyu's whereabouts.
Now,
someone who had distanced herself from the scene for years had suddenly registered a Weibo account due to Pei Jinwu and Zhao Qianqian's emergence. Was that even plausible? Shen Yunru scoffed, opening her phone to message her online followers, investigate the individual behind this IP registration. Before long, she received a reply. Pei Jinwu.
Uffed.
Upon seeing that name, Shen Yunru nearly fell off her chair laughing. Pei Jinwu. Had she truly been foolish enough to use her own name to register an account and impersonate teacher Xianyu? It was astonishing that after all these years, she had not gained an ounce of wisdom. Imagining the reactions of netizens if they discovered the truth, Shen Yunru kindly disseminated the information. Then, with a sense of pride, she turned to her mother and declared, Mom, please take out my dance dress and iron it. I need it for the interview. The interview was urgent, as Huagao had become embroiled in scandal. Fearing trouble from the provincial station opted for their own interview. After all, it was a live broadcast, no room for error. During mealtime, the area outside Huagao was not only filled with reporters, but also a considerable number of students from both Huagao and Dijon, eager to witness the spectacle. Did you see Weibo? Some netizens have uncovered that the IP registrant for Xianyu is Pei Jinwu. Xianyu is Pei Jinwu? This was likely the most ludicrous joke they had heard all century. What stature did Xianyu hold that she would attend classes at Huagao? Zhao Qianqian. If Pei Jinwu is Xianyu, why doesn't she come out and explain herself to save you from this predicament? Students from Dijon, who had been harshly criticized days earlier, seized the opportunity to retaliate with their sharp wit. Zhao Qianqian wished to escape, but found herself unable to. She would rather remain silent than utter a word against Pei Jinwu. Hearing the taunts from Dijon students made her heart flutter. Jinwu claimed on Weibo to be Xianyu? Based on her understanding of her, Jinwu would never lie. Either someone was framing her, and the Weibo post was not authentic. Or, Zhao Qianqian bit her lip, her heart racing. She truly was Xianyu. Given the trajectory of events, she felt the latter possibility was more likely. With this realization, Zhao Qianqian became increasingly anxious, her breath quickening. She likely hadn't anticipated her deception would unravel so swiftly. A voice sneered, with so many reporters around, if she dares to show up, I'll call her father. Your father? Here comes Pei Jinwu. Before the words were even finished, a friend beside him chimed in cheerfully. In that instant, everyone turned towards the school gate, where a girl dressed in a school uniform, her hair styled in a high ponytail and radiating extraordinary beauty, walked toward them. The sunlight created a halo around her, accentuating her fair and stunning features, making her all the more dazzling. Even the reporters, accustomed to beautiful faces, couldn't help but raise their cameras. Students from both Huagao and Dijon were astonished. They hadn't expected Pei Jinwu to actually show up. Curiosity swirled about how she would address the Weibo issue. Qianqian, come here. Pei Jinwu paused beside the reporters and called out to Zhao Qianqian. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Qianqian rushed over and linked her arm with Pei Jinwu's. Pei Jinwu, can you confirm whether the rumors online are true? The reporters aimed their cameras at her, pressing, why did you impersonate teacher Xianyu? Do I need to impersonate anyone? Pei Jinwu raised her gaze, her expression cold as she scanned the crowd, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. As for my purpose, It is undoubtedly to slap the faces of you ignorant reporters. All I want is to study diligently. Are you forcing me to expose myself? Her tone was both frigid and defiant. Such a tough tongue. The reporters couldn't help but admire this girl's audacity in fabricating tales. No one had ever seen teacher Shen. She could say whatever she pleased. The reporters began broadcasting live, eager for the spectacle. It's simple. The dress was purchased by teacher Shen. Surely there is an order to prove it if the one steps forward. Wouldn't that confirm everything? Those who suggested this idea felt like geniuses.
Damn.
The most exasperating individuals are those who flaunt their superiority. She is keen to observe how this audacious young lady navigates her predicament. Very well. Pei Jinwoo stepped forward, halting before the reporters, her starry eyes emanating an icy demeanor. Watch closely. With that, Pei Jinwoo produced her phone to contact the one. All eyes were eagerly fixed upon her, many anticipating a spectacle, wondering if her web of lies would only grow more intricate. After all, with teacher Shen unreachable, the one could certainly provide clarity. Disproving her deceit should not be overly burdensome. Zhao Qianqian nervously fidgeted, fixating on the girl making the call, her mind a blank slate. Pei Jinwoo utilized email to connect, transmitting her account details, order information, and other pertinent data to the one. Yet in the blink of an eye, as Pei Jinwoo mentioned contacting the one, they had already posted on Weibo, expressing their zero tolerance for counterfeit goods. Wasn't this a direct indictment of the fake goods Zhao Qianqian was wearing? What exactly had Pei Jinwoo clarified? Faced with such audacity, she felt utterly powerless. The students in the audience, witnessing her calm demeanor, shook their heads in derision. She is so composed, one might think she truly is Shen Yu. The reporters on the scene deemed the girl beyond redemption, recognizing her words as fabrications. At this juncture, they could confidently deduce that Pei Jinwoo was indeed lying. Shen Yu was a fabrication, the dress was a counterfeit, everything was a mere illusion. The reporters began hastily crafting new headlines, Pei Jinwoo lies and Pei Jinwoo self-destructs. However, before they could hit send, Weibo erupted once more. The one deleted their previous post and released a new statement. Just moments ago, Ms. Shen Yu personally reached out to the one. Based on the information provided, we confirm that the dress worn by Ms. Zhao Qianqian is indeed a genuine product from the one. We express our sincere apologies for the misunderstanding regarding Ms. Zhao Qianqian. The statement concluded with a mention of Shen Yu herself. What? This couldn't possibly be the official account of the one, could it? The reporters, now frightened, swiftly navigated to the homepage, their faces draining of color upon seeing the prominent official logo. The evening would be revealing. Chapter 28. The Mask Falls. Dance Maestro Shen Yu. The One's official website intervened to clarify on behalf of Zhao Qianqian, and the statement even referenced Pei Jinwoo's Weibo. What could this imply? Was Pei Jinwoo truly Shen Yu? An 18-year-old high school student from a mediocre school, yet she was the illustrious dancer Shen Yu. Who could possibly digest this revelation? Before they could regain their composure, Pei Jinwoo directly posted her purchase records on Weibo. Furthermore, she had an array of pre-prepared legal documents. The online community exploded in disbelief.
What?
Pei Jinwoo is Shen Yu? Is this for real? The one issued a statement, so it must be true. Goodness, she became a dance maestro at 18. And what have I accomplished at that age? My words may be harsh. I think I'll take my leave. No wonder she could flawlessly perform Dawn without sheet music. Everything fell into place. Teacher Shen Yu indeed attended Huagao. Secretary Wang, I need all the information about this school in 2 minutes. Those who previously insulted and berated Pei Jinwoo have gone silent. Haven't they? Zhao Qianqian and Huagao have been wronged. We must support teacher Shen Yu in issuing a legal notice. It would be wise to investigate who leaked the rumors online and hold them accountable. Upon seeing the legal documents, the reporters finally regained their senses and began nervously deleting their Weibo posts, fearing their names would appear in the defendant's seat. Equally astonished was Zhao Qianqian, who appeared dazed, staring blankly at Pei Jinwoo, her eyes forgetting to blink. She had initially thought Shen Yu was merely a friend of Jinwoo, which was shocking enough. Little did she know, her idol, whom she had admired for years, was right beside her. Is there anything else? Pei Jinwoo stepped forward, her piercing gaze sweeping across the reporters, her tone measured, yet captivating. The reporters, still in shock, shook their heads.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo, her expression frosty, activated her camera to capture the faces of the reporters present, her eyes glistening with frost. There's nothing now, but there will be soon. After unleashing their vitriol online, They pursued her offline, bullying Zhao Qianqian, a vulnerable young woman. They were nothing short of a pack of ravenous wolves. Did they truly believe this matter would conclude so simply? She intended not only to sue but to ensure this soulless band of journalists could no longer thrive in their profession. Teacher Xianyu, it's all a misunderstanding. The reporters' faces turned pale as they hurried to apologize, attempting to salvage their reputations. If memory serves, the firm assisting teacher Xianyu in drafting legal documents is the renowned Juding law firm from Nanzhou, boasting a nearly 100% success rate. Rumor has it that seeking Juding services could land opposing lawyers behind bars. Should this fall into Juding's hands, their careers as journalists would be irrevocably ruined. The subsequent proceedings will be handled by our legal team. With that, Pei Jinwu grasped the bewildered Zhao Qianqian and decisively turned to leave. Sister Wu. Su Qingye arrived just as the farce concluded, his expression one of utter confusion, entirely unaware of what had transpired. He hurriedly followed behind Pei Jinwu, questioning as he ran, "What happened? What's going on? Why are all the reporters stunned at the entrance?" Zhao Qianqian glanced back, whispering, "Jinwu is Xianyu." "What?" Su Qingye froze in place, struggling to process this revelation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Shen Yunru donned a dance dress from the one. Her makeup flawlessly applied. Seated elegantly on a sofa, she presented herself as a refined young lady of privilege. The reporters had set up their equipment, ready to conduct a live interview. "Shen Yunru, do you have anything to say regarding this competition?" Shen Yunru's eyes flickered, her lips curling into a gentle, beautiful smile as she softly replied, "For this gala, I merely aim to perform to the best of my ability for everyone, without any expectation of winning. I am quite surprised and grateful for this opportunity. Your dress is lovely. Could you provide us with a brief description?" "Of course." Shen Yunru smiled coyly, her expression swelling with pride. "This dress is from the one, and I put in considerable effort to acquire it." At this juncture, Shen Yunru intentionally paused, her gaze locking onto the camera as she furrowed her brow. "Speaking of the dress, I believe everyone is aware of the situation online." "Indeed. Pei Jinwu is my adopted sister, but later." Shen Yunru's eyes reddened, deliberately leaving her statement unfinished, allowing the audience to speculate. "I believe my sister did not intend any harm. She is only 18, struggling academically, and finally has a chance to attend school. I hope everyone can afford her another opportunity." "Thank you." Given that it was a live broadcast, a wave of Shen Yunru's devoted fans quickly flooded the stream, showering her with compliments that nearly obscured the screen. The consensus was clear. Shen Yunru was beautiful, kind, academically accomplished, and compassionate, while Pei Jinwu was deemed a worthless troublemaker. The interviewing reporters were also moved by Shen Yunru's benevolence. Having a sister like you must be a blessing for Pei Jinwu. Indeed, the sister is admirable. As they gazed upon the screen filled with adulation, Shen Yunru's vanity was thoroughly satiated. Not only had she elevated her own status, but she had also thoroughly tarnished Pei Jinwu's reputation. She had achieved her objective. As the live broadcast unfolded with fervor, an unexpected comment surged into the chat. Is it her fortune or her curse? Fans were left bewildered. Moments later, another user chimed in. It's a plot twist, check Weibo. Pei Jinwu is Xianyu. Pei Jinwu is Xianyu. Pei Jinwu is Xianyu. The chat room was soon inundated with this statement.
"What?"
Both the host and Shen Yunru glanced at each other, momentarily taken aback. User 1. Zhao Qianqian's first place is unquestionable. The one has clarified that the dress was indeed gifted by Xianyu and is not counterfeit. User 2. What kind of journalist changes the interviewee without proper investigation? User 3. This interview belongs to Huagao's Zhao Qianqian. She won with integrity. User 4. Am I the only one who notices what it means that Pei Jinwu is Xianyu? Didn't Shen Yunru claim Pei Jinwu was utterly talentless? How does this fit with her being a dance master? Previously, rumors circulated that Pei Jinwu sought to overshadow Shen Yunru when she took the stage. Please. She is Xianyu. Who does she need to outshine? User 5. The interview belongs to Zhao Qianqian. We want to see Zhao Qianqian. User 6. Can we please make Shen Yunru go away? Her pretentiousness and snide remarks about Xianyu are unbearable. User 7. Wow, finally someone recognizes Shen Yunru's duplicity. Acting all innocent while being the green tea. User 8. The tide of the live chat swiftly turned, with calls for Shen Yunru to leave. Staring at the barrage of words on the screen, Shen Yunru stood frozen, her mind echoing one phrase. Pei Jinwu is Xianyu. How could this be? That worthless person could not possibly be the dance master Xianyu. Chapter 29. The true counterfeit is Shen Yunru. No way. Shen Yunru, unable to cope with the shock, turned pale as a sheet, shaking her head in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. She has been fooling around in the mountains all day. How could she have time to learn dance? In the past 15 years, I have never seen Pei Jinwu dance. It must be a scam. Just as the interviewing journalist pondered how to address the situation, an assistant suddenly leaned in. Li, the one has tweeted again. This time, someone has indeed worn counterfeit goods. But it's not Huagao's Zhao Qianqian. Who is it? Hearing the word counterfeit, journalist Li felt a surge of anxiety, his mind racing. The assistant licked his lips, hesitating, his gaze landing on Shen Yunru. What do you mean? Upon meeting the assistant's gaze, Shen Yunru exploded, defiantly retorting, mine is authentic. My father spent 500,000 going through countless channels to obtain it. Just take a look. The assistant directly handed over his phone, revealing that just 3 minutes ago, the one had tweeted, explicitly stating that the dress she wore was a counterfeit.
What?
How could mine possibly be a counterfeit? At that moment, public opinion on the internet flipped. Everyone was denouncing her. Shen Yunru was the one wearing a counterfeit? Her live video had been seen by the one who had reported the design director personally. It was laughable. She had just advised netizens to be magnanimous and give Pei Jinwu a chance. In the end, she was the one wearing the counterfeit. I suspect the rumor about Zhao Qianqian wearing counterfeit goods was spread by Shen Yunru herself. She is truly shameless for seeking publicity. Having worn a counterfeit and still daring to stream live, did she not fear the one would sue? Upon reading this comment, journalist Li's soul trembled, and he hurriedly instructed the assistant to shut down the live stream. Shen Yunru, you should first address the counterfeit issue. I did not wear a counterfeit. This is slander. Shen Yunru cried. To reclaim first place, Huagao can fabricate any lies. Just take another look at Weibo. Journalist Li was too weary to engage further. Initially feeling guilty for the last-minute cancellation of the interview, he now realized she was the one who cried thief. This cancellation provided them with a legitimate reason.
How could this be?
Shen Yunru gripped her phone, her fingers furiously scrolling through the screen. To date, the one had posted 3 tweets today. The first acknowledged Pei Jinwu as teacher Xianyu and apologized to her, Zhao Qianqian and Huagao. The second specified that a report had been received regarding counterfeit goods. The third, just half a minute ago, featured a photo of the actual dress she wore, indicating that it had not been sold and remained in storage. Thus, the counterfeit she wore was indisputable. What on earth was happening? After the reporter left, Shen Yunru, seething with rage, dialed her father, Shen Jihua.
Dad.
Send me the purchase records for the dress. She intended to confront the one and the netizens. Yunru, listen to your father. Shen Jihua hesitated on the other end. About the dress. What on earth is going on? Hearing her father's hesitant tone, Shen Yunru felt a surge of anxiety, frantically demanding, tell me, where did you buy the dress? Your father did indeed have someone find you an authentic one, but time was too tight, and the one's processes were slow. I was concerned you might be anxious to wear it, and since it was just an ordinary gathering, I thought no one would recognize it. So, you bought me a counterfeit? Shen Yunru's body swayed slightly, her face drained of color, her voice trembling violently.
Yes.
Shen Jihua nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed a counterfeit, but the craftsmanship is decent. Although it wasn't 50,000, it still cost several thousand. Dad, you've ruined me. Shen Yunru shouted, tears streaming down her face. How will I ever show my face in the socialite circle again? How will I go to school? And what will Jinga think of me? Yunru, please don't be angry. Hearing his daughter lose control, Shen Jihua hurriedly tried to comfort her. Wasn't Pei Jinwu the one who caused this? Rest assured. Your father will not let her off easily. Furious, Shen Yunru hung up the phone. Then, she opened the school forum, where the comments were even harsher than those on Weibo.
Ah.
Shen Yunru could no longer bear to look, throwing her phone to the ground in a fit of rage. Crying out, Pei Jinwu, I will never let this wretched person off. Never. At Huagao. Pei Jinwu had just returned to the classroom and had not yet sat down when her classmates swarmed her, surrounding her eagerly. Jinwu, you are actually Teacher Xianyu. How impressive. Teacher Xianyu, could I have your autograph? Teacher Xianyu, can we take a picture together? I got here first. Don't push. For the next while, Pei Jinwu sat there in a daze, like a statue, accommodating wave after wave of requests for photos and autographs. Finally, after the class had settled down, another crowd gathered at the door. Teacher Xianyu. Pei Jinwoo felt overwhelmed and was preparing to decline when the class monitor, Tang Yuan, quickly interjected, Jinwoo, Qianqian. Principal Song is looking for you.
Oh.
Seizing the chance, Pei Jinwoo stood up hastily and slipped away. This was precisely why she was reluctant to reveal her identity. In the principal's office, Principal Song wore a broad smile, speculating that Pei Jinwoo might know Xianyu, but he never anticipated she was Xianyu herself.
Jinwoo.
You never mentioned Xianyu before. It's just dancing. There's nothing much to say. Pei Jinwoo wore an expression of indifference, her tone nonchalant. Zhao Qianqian nearby nearly fainted. The title of dance master, when uttered by her, had been reduced to merely someone who dances? The teacher understood. With such an exceptional student, Principal Song felt a surge of joy. The provincial station had reached out again, proposing a live interview tomorrow afternoon. They intended to invite you to join, Jinwoo. Please consider participating. Zhao Qianqian looked at her eagerly, feeling a twinge of insecurity. She was hesitant about attending the interview alone. I have matters to attend to in the afternoon, so I won't be participating, Pei Jinwoo replied in a low voice. She had little interest in the interview. Moreover, the issue concerning Shang Shiyan's grandmother's jewelry remained unresolved. Suddenly, the image of a certain man flashed in her mind. Very well. Acknowledging her strong-willed nature, Principal Song did not press further. By the way, I wanted to mention the supplementary classes. Starting tomorrow afternoon in the empty classroom on the 3rd floor, there will be 1 hour each day. Please remember to attend. Although Jinwoo excelled in dance, her academic performance was rather dismal. He hoped she would strive to improve and gain admission to a good university, which would be a delightful achievement. Principal, actually Pei Jinwoo hesitated, wanting to decline. No, you do not wish to. Principal Song's expression turned serious, refusing her outright. He had seen her report card. She knew that students who were lagging behind often disliked supplementary classes. Pei Jinwoo replied, see you tonight. Chapter 30, Sister Wu's Subtleties. Do you want me to mention what looks good about you? After school, Pei Jinwoo received a call from Shang Shiyan. Are you free? Shall we have dinner together? His voice was deep and alluring, hinting at a subtle charm. There's a restaurant nearby with quite decent fare. Through their previous encounters, Shang Shiyan had discovered the girl's fondness for food. She truly relished eating, a little foodie at heart. All right. Pei Jinwoo, unusually decisive, agreed without hesitation. During their interactions, she found Shang Shiyan to be quite agreeable. Being with him evoked a sense of nostalgia for her grandfather, which she cherished. Okay. I'll come pick you up, Shang Shiyan replied with a smile, suggesting she find a shady spot to wait so as not to be in the sun. 15 minutes later, a dark gray sports car halted beside the traffic lights on the west side of the school. The man, striding with long legs, approached a wooden bench, his tall and upright figure bending slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Would you like some milk tea? Along with the milk tea, he produced a bag of snacks. Pei Jinwoo looked up, her gaze meeting the handsome face of the man, her heart inexplicably racing. Is your bag heavy? Shang Shiyan inquired softly, extending a hand towards her bag. Shall I carry it for you? Pei Jinwoo held the snacks in her left hand and the milk tea in her right, finding it inconvenient to manage her backpack. After a moment's thought, she nodded and handed it to him. Let us go. With a slight smile, Shang Shiyan took the backpack in hand, matching her pace as they walked side by side. As the car door opened, Pei Jinwoo slipped inside. The moment she sat down, she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor in the cabin, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Noticing her discomfort, Shang Shiyan asked gently. It stinks. Pei Jinwoo scrunched her face, her clear eyes gazing at him, her tone laced with distaste. Do you smoke? Her dislike for the smell was evident. You don't like the smell of smoke? Shang Shiyan immediately shot a glance at the driver, signaling him to open the ventilation and the windows. How about now? The girl's expression relaxed as she took a hearty sip of her milk tea, her defenses easing significantly. Have the matters been resolved? Shang Shiyan offered her a tissue, speaking softly. Almost. The crucial issues are yet to be addressed. Shang Shiyan responded lightly, but just as he spoke, the car jolted violently. Be careful. Shang Shiyan's gaze turned icy, his long arm instinctively reaching out to steady the girl beside him. The sudden jolt caught Pei Jinwoo off guard as she was sipping her milk tea, causing her to collide with his broad, solid chest, losing control of her drink. A muffled grunt escaped him as Pei Jinwoo instinctively turned her head. She saw the man frowning slightly, his arms encircling her waist, his white shirt now stained, revealing the contours beneath. Pei Jinwoo felt an unaccountable heat rise to her cheeks, wanting to pull away, but the swaying car had yet to stabilize. Don't move yet. Shang Shiyan gently held her, ensuring she wouldn't be harmed, and after reassuring her, he turned his cold gaze towards the driver. What kind of driving is this? In an instant, the temperature inside the car plummeted. Apologies, sir. The driver bowed his head slightly, his palms slick with sweat. A vehicle had suddenly changed lanes in front of them. If this happens again, go back and retake your driving test. Shang Shiyan barked, his expression darkening, his demeanor ominous. He had almost endangered the girl. Yes, sir. The driver's face turned pale, not daring to retort. The subordinates beneath him were all meticulously trained, especially those like Feng Ji, who were elite bodyguards. Their adaptability was top-notch, and such a mistake should never have occurred. It was truly unfortunate. Shang Shiyan had spoken to Miss Pei in such a gentle tone moments before. He felt astonished, realizing his lapse in concentration had led to this incident. Thankfully, Miss Pei was seated behind. He refrained from scolding too harshly, fearing it might frighten her. Otherwise, the driver shuddered at the thought, mentally bowing several times to Miss Pei. The vehicle soon stabilized. Shang Shiyan looked down at the girl in his arms, softly asking, Are you alright? Pei Jinwoo immediately shifted away from him, her gaze falling on the damp fabric of his shirt, feeling a bit embarrassed as she blinked. Your shirt. It's fine. Shang Shiyan finally noticed his own disheveled state, casually wiping at it with a tissue. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Observing the man's flustered appearance, Pei Jinwoo's cheeks flushed. She truly was fine, but he had shielded her from the impact, which must have hurt him. Was he not concerned about getting injured? What's wrong? Noticing Pei Jinwoo's silence, Shang Shiyan's expression grew tense, his tone cautious. Is there something wrong? I'm fine. Pei Jinwoo pressed her lips together, her bright, clear eyes fixed on Shang Shiyan. I'm the doctor. She was merely curious. Was this man perhaps too kind to her?
All right.
Shang Shiyan scanned her from head to toe, ensuring she was genuinely unhurt before he relaxed. Rest for a bit. We'll arrive shortly. Pei Jinwoo nodded, returning to her seat, glancing at the pile of snacks in her lap, stealing a glance at the man beside her as he adjusted his clothes. She felt perplexed. At the restaurant, Pei Jinwoo obediently sat at the table, sipping her newly purchased milk tea. When she casually lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Shang Shiyan, who had changed into a black silk shirt, with the top two buttons undone, paired with matching trousers, sauntering towards her with one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Sunlight illuminated him, accentuating his chiseled features and stunning physique. Pei Jinwoo stared at him in silence, forgetting to drink her milk tea. Was this what Luing meant by a handsome man? His looks undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Jibai's. Do you find him attractive? As the young girl bit down on her straw, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Shang Shiyan's fingertips lightly tapped the table, a low, husky chuckle escaping his throat, imbued with tenderness and affection. Pei Jinwoo, jolted back to reality, allowed a mischievous smile to curl at the corners of her lips, her tone casual. Not bad. Not bad? In what way? Shang Shiyan settled into his seat, one hand casually draped over the armrest, exuding a languid charm. Pei Jinwoo took a sip of her milk tea, struggling to suppress the heat rising within her, arching an eyebrow. What do you wish for me to say about your merits? Shang Shiyan was momentarily rendered speechless. He had intended to flirt with the young lady, only to find himself outmatched. Fengxing and Fengji exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Their master had indeed encountered a worthy opponent. The tension lingered until the server arrived with the dishes, shattering the awkwardness. In a good mood, Pei Jinwoo indulged in the meal. After finishing the soup that Shang Shiyan had personally served her, she stood up to head to the restroom. Shall I accompany you? Shang Shiyan immediately rose, his eyes brimming with concern. Pei Jinwoo fixed him with a steady gaze, a casual smile playing on her lips. I am not a child. It dawned on Shang Shiyan that he had indeed been treating this girl like a child, and he wished to continue doing so. Shang Yi, treating the young lady well, buying her food, is merely a pretext for courtship. Straightforward Jinwoo, his kindness reminds me of my grandfather. Chapter 31. Not taking it seriously. Do they truly believe her to be so easily bullied? After washing her hands, Pei Jinwoo turned the corner, only to unexpectedly collide with a Shen family trio. What are you doing here? Mrs. Shen, ready to confront Pei Jinwoo, was suddenly met with her presence, and her anger surged. Last time, Yunru had mentioned that Pei Jinwoo was consorting with the wealthy, dining at the top of Yu Mountain residence. She had even doubted her own eyes.
Now,
Seeing her in such an expensive restaurant, what other explanation could there be but reliance on a benefactor? Shameless harlot. Is it you who has been stirring trouble online? Mrs. Shen, eager to settle scores, glared fiercely at Pei Jinwoo. Is this how you repay the Shen family's kindness? What benefit could destroying Yunru bring you? Kindness?
Destroy?
Pei Jinwoo raised her gaze, casting a cool, detached glance at the trio before her, her eyes glimmering with a hint of frost. You need to immediately contact the reporters and clarify that you are not Xianyu and that Yunru's items are not counterfeit. Restore her reputation. Mrs. Shen, infuriated, had her meticulously made-up face contorted with rage. The public sentiment online had shifted dramatically, and Yunru was being ruthlessly criticized. If no countermeasures were taken, her reputation would be ruined. After all, Pei Jinwoo had often stepped in to shield her from bullets. Are you short on money? Shen Jihua, dressed impeccably, pulled out his wallet, brandishing a stack of cash in a condescending tone. As long as you comply with our requests, we can negotiate the price. TSK. Pei Jinwoo's lips curled into a smirk, her warmth evaporating entirely as she replied, half smiling. Very well, then let us negotiate. Observing Pei Jinwoo's wavering resolve regarding money, Shen Jihua let out a derisive chuckle, inwardly scoffing. No matter how renowned Xianyu might be, she was merely a dancer. What wealth could she possibly possess? Name your price. Mrs. Shen glared at Pei Jinwoo with venomous intent, wishing she could strip her of her skin. She had been boasting about Yunru's media coverage among the elite, only to have the situation turn disastrous. Now, everyone knew that the adopted daughter of the Shen family, Pei Jinwoo, was a famous dance master. Her meticulously nurtured daughter had not only been outshone by an adopted child, but had also become a laughingstock for donning counterfeit goods. All of this was thanks to Pei Jinwoo. Let me think, Pei Jinwoo said, casually wiping her hands, her brows slightly raised, her smile enigmatic. 1 billion. What? Upon hearing the price, Shen Jihua and his wife widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly questioning their own hearing. 1 billion? Why not 10 billion? 10 billion? That works too. Pei Jinwoo tossed the used tissue into the trash, her hands slipping into her pockets, her slender neck tilting slightly, exuding a languid demeanor that sent chills down one's spine. I can accept either a bank transfer or a check. The couple was left speechless, having unwittingly shot themselves in the foot. You must be pleased with how things have turned out for me? Shin Yunru had cried through the night, her eyes swollen like walnuts, her expression a picture of grievance, filled with hatred. Quite pleased, Pei Jinwoo remarked, her gaze fixed on Shin Yunru, a radiant smile lighting up her face, deeply unsettling her nerves.
You.
Shin Yunru, still dazed from her tears, struggled to retort, her rage manifesting in heavy tears. You little wretch. Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen? Witnessing her daughter in tears shattered Mrs. Shen's heart, and she stepped forward, ready to teach Pei Jinwoo a lesson. Previously, she had refrained from openly confronting her out of respect for the late grandfather, but now, with him gone, there was no one to stop her from exacting revenge. Smack! In an instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Mrs. Shen received a fierce blow. Her high heels faltered, sending her crashing to the ground. Pei Jinwoo, you dare strike my mother? Shin Yunru was the first to react, lunging at Pei Jinwoo with wild abandon. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Pei Jinwoo remained rooted in place, her expression darkening, her patience expiring as a potent rage surged within her. Not taking it seriously, do they truly believe her to be so easily bullied? Ah! Pei Jinwoo's eyes turned cold as she swiftly grasped Shin Yunru's hair, yanking it back with force. Pei Jinwoo. Shin Yunru was forced to lift her head, wincing in pain. Before she could recover, Pei Jinwoo dragged her into the restroom. The faucet was turned on, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. Pei Jinwoo, what are you planning to do? Seeing the water, Shin Yunru struggled in terror. Before she could finish her sentence, her head was suddenly thrust downward. Icy water cascading over her, engulfing her completely. It poured into her eyes, stinging painfully, rendering her unable to open them. Ah! The restroom echoed with Shin Yunru's anguished screams. Mom! Dad! Save me! Yunru! Yunru! The Shen couple, paralyzed with shock, rushed forward. Pei Jinwoo, what do you think you're doing? Mrs. Shen yelled. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. Shall I invite the reporters as well? Pei Jinwoo, with one hand gripping Shin Yunru's neck and the other waving her phone, taunted, aren't you all eager to restore Shin Yunru's reputation? Confronting her directly would be far more effective. You think we wouldn't dare, huh? Mrs. Shen, her face etched with pain, disregarded everything else. Where's the phone? I'll call. Call for what? After hearing Pei Jinwu's words, Shen Zihua's mind cleared somewhat as he snatched his wife's phone away, sternly rebuking her. We can't call the police, nor can we alert the reporters. The Shen family has only just established a foothold in the capital. If reporters and police arrive, who knows what outrageous claims this little wretch, Pei Jinwu, might make. It could jeopardize the entire corporation, a loss we cannot afford. Jinwu, please remain calm. Shen Jihua was taken aback by Pei Jinwu's ferocity, having never seen her this ruthless. In his memory, she had always been like a vine clinging to the old man, easily manipulated. What has caused this transformation? What do you want? Just name it. Shen Jihua gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and asked in a measured tone. I want your lives. Would you be willing to part with them? A faint smile lingered at the corners of Pei Jinwu's mouth, her voice devoid of warmth. As soon as the words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the restroom, with the couple, Shen Jihua and his wife, daring not to breathe. What did she mean? Life? How could she utter such a thing? The couple stood frozen, while Shen Yunro struggled at the sink. The atmosphere was steeped in an unsettling tension. Meanwhile, on the other side, the absence of Pei Jinwu was beginning to worry Shang Shiyan. 15 minutes had passed. Could she have taken too long?
Master.
Shall I check on Miss Pei? Feng Ji inquired respectfully. Have the staff bring 2 pieces of milk cake, Shang Shiyan instructed after a brief pause. Then rose to head towards the restroom. Upon reaching the corner, he overheard the sounds of a scuffle ahead. A girl was being viciously beaten. Shang Shiyan's gaze turned icy, and he quickened his pace, transitioning to a jog. Arriving at the restroom, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. See you tonight. Chapter 32. Can't remember? Shall I carve a tombstone for you? Before him stood the young girl he was concerned about, pinning someone against the sink. Beside her stood a middle-aged couple, on the brink of despair yet utterly powerless, presumably her adoptive parents. Although it appeared that the Shen family had taken her in, it was actually the Shen elder who had done so. Her adoptive parents were not kind to her. Confirming that the girl was unharmed, Shang Shiyan's racing heart began to steady as he dialed Feng Ji. Delete all the surveillance footage from the restaurant. Master, do you mean from the restaurant where we were dining? Feng Ji hesitated momentarily, questioning cautiously. Why bring up the surveillance issue if we're not looking for Miss Pei?
Yes.
Shang Shiyan's eyes darkened, his voice laced with an unmistakable threat. Delete it to an irrecoverable state. Additionally, find everyone who has entered the restroom from 15 minutes ago until now. I do not wish to see any news online regarding Wu Wu's altercation. Miss Pei got into a fight? Feng Ji recalled the last time Miss Pei had fought, fierce and charismatic, and felt a surge of excitement. When did this happen? I wish I had known. I would have liked to observe. Indeed, Master. Feng Ji hung up and rushed towards the surveillance room. The restroom was equipped with cameras, which had surely captured Miss Pei in action.
Wow.
Upon witnessing Pei Jinwu handle her opponent, Feng Ji could not help but exclaim. Despite her slender frame and youth, when she fought, she was undeniably impressive. If she were to truly be with the master in the future. TSK. In a fight, the master might be at a disadvantage, wouldn't he? The more he pondered, the more he anticipated that day. After relaying his instructions to Feng Ji, Shang Shiyan stood aside, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed intently on the young girl, eager to see how she would navigate the situation. Observing the fear-stricken Shen couple and Shen Yunro gasping for breath, Pei Jinwu let out a light chuckle. Useless, incompetent, and yet so provocative. I warned you that while my grandfather is away, you do well to keep your tails tucked and avoid provoking me. Pei Jinwu lifted Shen Yunro, forcing her to face her, her dark, penetrating eyes fixed intently on her. Can't remember? Shall I carve a tombstone for you? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing these words, Shen Yunro was utterly terrified. She wanted to plead for mercy, but the water had choked her, leaving only pained whimpers. Shen Jihua and his wife attempted to step forward but hesitated, fearing Pei Jinwu's wrath. She was acting as if she had lost her mind. Who knew if she might truly harm Yunro? My patience with you is limited. Pei Jinwu patted Shen Yunro's face. Her tone flat. If you provoke me further, I will settle both new and old scores. New and old scores? Shen Jihua and his wife exchanged glances upon hearing this. When I was 6, you locked me in the attic for a month while grandfather was away, giving me only a bun and half a cup of water every 2 days. Did you think I had forgotten? That month, she nearly starved to death. Her body reduced to mere skin and bones. It was this fear of hunger that resulted in her larger-than-average appetite. Mrs. Shen opened her mouth to retort, but then reconsidered, acknowledging the truth in Pei Jinwu's words.
And you?
Pei Jinwu directed her gaze towards Shen Jihua, her complexion pale, her eyes bloodshot. Every time the Shen family made a mistake, it was all blamed on me. Which of your indulgences, gambling, drinking, or debauchery, was ever my doing? Shen Jihua furrowed his brow. Remaining silent, he had never regarded Pei Jinwu as his daughter. What was wrong with providing her with food and clothing and shielding his family from misfortune? As for you, Pei Jinwu lowered her gaze, her cold eyes resting on Shen Yunro's face. Do you need me to remind you of each offense? Shen Yunro clenched her teeth, trembling all over. And those things you did to grandfather, do not think I am unaware. Mentioning grandfather. Pei Jinwu released Shen Yunro, gently patting her face with her palm, a glint of danger flashing in her eyes. If you wish to perish, continue your antics. She owed nothing to anyone but her grandfather. She had promised him that she would not hold grudges. The debts of kindness were still sufficient. Anyone who provoked her would not be spared. Mother. Finally escaping the clutches of her tormentor, Shen Yunro stumbled to her mother's side. Let's hurry and leave. Shen Jihua helped his wife and daughter up, casting a furious glare at Pei Jinwu as they departed. This little wildling was far too arrogant. She knew too much about the family's affairs. If this continued, she might very well manipulate them at will. It seemed a more permanent solution was necessary to eliminate her entirely. In the corner, Shang Yan absorbed every word Pei Jinwu had spoken. Her fondness for food stemmed from being starved for an entire month in her youth. Her infamous reputation was the result of being wrongfully accused. Perhaps there were many more sorrows and injustices she had endured. Shang Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Unable to fathom the extent of the suffering she must have faced to develop such a guarded demeanor at only 18 years of age. After a moment of silence, the man stepped forward, gently draping his coat over the pensive girl. Don't catch a cold. Pei Jinwu lifted her gaze, meeting the warmth of his gentle face. Her voice hoarse. How long have you been watching? For a while. Shang Yan replied candidly, a smile gracing his lips. His voice warm. I watched you teaching them a lesson, and didn't you want to interrupt? Do you not think I am bullying them? Pei Jinwu, her clothes soaked, instinctively tightened Shang Yan's coat around herself, her lips curving into a teasing smile. I left them battered, she declared languidly, a proud smile lighting her features. To an outsider, it would undoubtedly appear as though she was a bully, a villain. There must be a reason for your actions. Shang Yan, gently wiping the water from her hair with a tissue, reassured her. If someone bullies you, you should retaliate. What is wrong with that? Pei Jinwu swallowed hard, her lashes fluttering delicately. The restaurant surveillance had been completely dealt with, there would be no subsequent issues. The implication was clear. Even if it came to a life or death situation, he would find a way to resolve it for her. Pei Jinwu gazed quietly at the man, her heart stirred by his words. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had shown her respect, protection, assistance, and even unconditional trust. Shang Yan. Pei Jinwu stepped closer, lifting her fair face. The man lowered his head slightly to meet her gaze, making it easier to converse. What is it? The young girl was reaching out to him for the first time, and he anticipated her words with bated breath. I've realized. Pei Jinwu blinked, organizing her thoughts, articulating each word with care. You are a good person. Shang Yan found himself inexplicably amused. Not issuing a card for grandfather, but rather a good person card now? How adorably charming. Is that so? Shang Yan chuckled softly, his voice rich and resonant. It was the first time I had been praised as a good person. To be frank, he hardly qualifies as one. Some matters, if disclosed, might frighten a young lady. Allow me to treat you to some candy. Pei Jinwu extracted a piece of candy from her pocket and offered it to Shang Yan. It was her favorite treat. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and texted Luing, Shang Yan's jewelry, plus a pair of earrings. Luing responded, a gift? Surely, I must be mistaken. Isn't Shang Yan her sworn enemy? Chapter 33. You are the first girl to visit the gentleman's home. Luing inquired. Why? A pair of earrings from J5, personally designed by him, worth at least 10 million. Wouldn't gifting such an item be a waste of effort and money? After all, this is substantial wealth. Would the little ancestor truly part with it? Pei Jinwu pondered for a few seconds before replying. A good person. Luing was taken aback. Huh? Who is it? Shang Yan?
How astonishing.
After the commotion was settled, Shang Shiyan's gaze landed on the young girl. She was clad in a hoodie, drenched from the rain, with a wounded right hand, appearing utterly fragile. My home is nearby. Would you care to take a shower and change into some clean clothes? Shang Shiyan inquired softly, concerned that returning in such a state would worry her family. Pei Jinwu lowered her gaze, glancing at her disheveled appearance. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Drive on. Shang Shiyan smiled, tearing open a packet of cookies for Pei Jinwu. She adeptly accepted it, enjoying the treat wholeheartedly. Indeed. Feng Ji and Feng Xing exchanged glances, recognizing their master's impressive tactics. It was only their third encounter, yet he had already coaxed Miss Pei into his home. 15 minutes later, the sleek car arrived at an opulent private villa. The modern decor, predominantly in black and white, exuded tranquility and mystery, easily piquing one's curiosity.
Sir.
The bodyguard opened the car door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing an additional occupant inside. Other than Wenma, the elderly matriarch, and the first lady, no other females had graced this abode. Be cautious. Shang Shiyan exited first, extending his hand to shield her from the door frame. The surrounding bodyguards were so shocked that their eyes nearly bulged out.
Goodness.
They must have risen too abruptly that morning and were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could they witness their master bringing a girl home and shielding her from the car door? Wasn't he known for his cold demeanor and disinterest in women?
Oh.
Pei Jinwu held the cookie bag, unsure where to dispose of it. In the next moment, it was taken from her by Shang Shiyan. As she bent down to exit the vehicle, her body leaned forward, causing her hoodie to ride up slightly, revealing a slender and fair waist. Caught off guard, Shang Shiyan's gaze darkened momentarily before he swiftly averted his eyes. Cough, cough. Teacher Xianyu? After the news broke, he had specifically searched for her dance videos online. She appeared ethereal and breathtaking, which explained her immense popularity. Shang Shiyan carried her backpack while Pei Jinwu donned his suit jacket, walking leisurely beside him. Along the way, numerous bodyguards bowed their heads to greet her. Once she had departed, they quickly huddled together, cautiously discussing the identity of the girl.
Did you see that?
She was wearing the master's jacket. I've only seen the master wielding a gun. Now, he's carrying a woman's bag. TSK, 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 this scene is rather bizarre. Who is this girl? She looks quite young. Is she the daughter of some prominent family? Should dare to say that, and you'll be courting death. In the living room, Mr. Shang, you've returned? When Ma emerged from the kitchen, her smile faltering slightly when she noticed the girl beside Shang Shiyan. And who might this be? Hello, I am Pei Jinwu. Pei Jinwu raised her eyes to meet Wenma's, her demeanor polite and gentle. It was then that Wenma truly observed the girl before her. With a dainty face that resembled a delicate blossom, skin as white as snow, and an ineffable charm. She spoke with such warmth and courtesy that one couldn't help but feel at ease. Yet, she appeared rather youthful. Could she be the child of a friend of the gentleman? Miss Pei, it is a pleasure to meet you. Wenma regarded the girl whom Mr. Shang had brought home for the first time, her expression softening with a smile. Wenma, please take Jinwu upstairs for a shower. Shang Shiyan placed the backpack on the sofa and softly added, also, have the kitchen prepare some mango-flavored desserts. Mango? If her memory served her right. The master absolutely detested mangoes. For him to alter his preferences, this young lady must be quite extraordinary. Understood. Wenma nodded respectfully, smiling at Pei Jinwu. This way, please.
All right.
Pei Jinwu glanced back at Shang Shiyan, then obediently followed Wenma to the bathroom. Once they were gone, Shang Shiyan withdrew his gaze. His mood considerably lifted as he adjusted his tie. Sir, J5 sent a message. Feng Xing spoke respectfully. The matriarch's jewelry includes a complimentary pair of earrings. Is J5 genuinely this benevolent? Shang Shiyan's fingers stiffened momentarily, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It is authentic. Feng Xing, initially skeptical, had confirmed it personally. The other party claimed it was a decision made by J5, with no strings attached. The earrings would be delivered alongside the necklace. Stay alert. Shang Shiyan pursed his lips, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, caught between belief and skepticism. After being swindled out of tens of millions last time, now they were sending gifts? He harbored serious doubts about J5's mental state. After her shower, Pei Jinwu emerged in a white knee-length dress that Wenma had prepared for her. The brand exuded simplicity and elegance, perfectly suiting her. Miss, you look lovely in that dress. Wenma placed a pair of slippers down, her smile warm and maternal. Thank you. Pei Jinwoo tucked her hair behind her ear, surveying her surroundings. The room was immaculate, devoid of any signs of habitation. Is there something you are looking for? Miss? When Ma followed closely, explaining, you are the first girl to visit the gentleman's home. During the time Pei Jinwoo spent bathing, she had gathered all the necessary information. She is not merely a friend's child. The gentleman, after meeting her, sought every means to make contact. And now he has brought her home.
Uffed.
When Ma nearly burst out laughing. Mr. Shang is quite capable. He managed to win over such a beautiful young lady. Pei Jinwoo paused at when Ma's words. She hadn't paid much attention to that detail. She simply felt the room was quite spacious. Rest assured, our gentleman has always maintained his integrity and never engages in frivolity. When Ma grew increasingly animated, her tone earnest, at 27, he has yet to have a girlfriend. What when Ma intended to convey was that the gentleman had yet to find someone he liked, thus not having dated at all. However, Pei Jinwoo, with her naive understanding, construed it as the gentleman's inadequacy in attracting a partner.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo pursed her lips, expressing sympathy. After a brief silence, she resolved to assist him. Although her medical skills were commendable, this particular issue was one she had yet to encounter. Now it was when Ma's turn to be bewildered, scratching her head in confusion over the statement. What do you mean by treat? Once she was dressed, Pei Jinwoo descended to the hall, where Shang Shiyan had changed into comfortable loungewear. Holding a glass of red wine, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a sip. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its warm halo enveloped him, accentuating the already tall man's stature. The usual air of aloofness faded, replaced by a hint of languor. Pei Jinwoo pursed her lips, her gaze drifting downward to the expanse between the man's muscular thighs. It was difficult to discern the extent of his condition. How could she prescribe a remedy? Perhaps she should inquire. Master Shang, who is spreading rumors about my inadequacies. Chapter 34 Sister Wu. Unspoken afflictions are invariably ailments. They must be treated. Sensing someone behind him, Shang Shiyan slowly turned around, only to be met by the sight of a girl in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, standing at the foot of the staircase. She was radiant, captivating like a painting, utterly mesmerizing. What are you staring at? Shang Shiyan set down his glass of red wine and stepped closer to Pei Jinwoo, his lips curving into a tender smile. I should return home now. Pei Jinwoo blinked, feigning calmness. I'll return your clothes next time.
No need for that.
Shang Shiyan instructed the kitchen to send over a specially prepared dessert, his gaze lingering on her face as he murmured, I'll escort you home.
All right.
This affluent neighborhood of independent villas lacked public transport. Miss Pei, you are always welcome to visit again. And when handed the pastries to Pei Jinwoo with a warm, affectionate smile. Next time, I'll prepare other flavors for you.
Sure.
Pei Jinwoo nodded obediently, not delving into the implications of her words. Visit again? Shang Shiyan's lips subtly lifted, his eyes sparkling with delight. Antoine was quite astute. This month's salary and bonuses would be doubled. In the car, Fengxing and Fengji occupied the front seats, while Shang Shiyan and Pei Jinwoo settled into the back. Pei Jinwoo clutched her phone, scrolling through news about Jiang Jibai. Reports indicated that he would be returning to the country 3 days ahead of schedule after concluding his work. Upon his return, a DNA comparison could be conducted. If he were not her brother, that would be acceptable, but if he were... Pei Jinwoo's small face crinkled with distress, her heart heavy with uncertainty. How could she face him? Would he accept the existence of a sister? Shang Shiyan cast a sidelong glance and inadvertently caught sight of her phone screen, noticing that the young girl was entranced by a photo of Jiang Jibai. Do you fancy him? The man's brows furrowed, his dark eyes narrowing, a peculiar emotion mingling with his warmth. Realizing his inquiry, Pei Jinwoo quickly shut off her phone and casually replied, no. He is a national idol. I assumed all young girls would adore him. Shang Shiyan inexplicably felt relieved, the curve of his lips deepening. I can procure his autograph or photographs if you desire. No, thank you. Pei Jinwoo raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating how effortless it would be to acquire such things with just a flick of her finger. Very well. Shang Shiyan chuckled softly, the tenderness in his gaze intensifying. It's fine if you don't like him. After all, Jiang Jibai is indeed quite popular among the younger crowd. As they approached Mingjiao, Pei Jinwoo placed her hands neatly on her lap, hesitating on how to broach the topic of his health. Just before exiting the car, she pulled out a pen and wrote a prescription on a piece of paper, summoning her courage to hand it to the man. I heard your health is not optimal. You might consider trying this herbal remedy. While I cannot guarantee a complete cure, it will certainly yield results. Shang Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. This is a prescription for a stomach ailment. I haven't finished the medication. This is not for the stomach. Pei Jinwu tilted her head, avoiding his gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She feigned composure, stating, unspoken afflictions are invariably ailments. They must be treated.
What?
Shang Shiyan frowned, utterly perplexed by her words. What was this young girl saying? Outside, rumor circulated that Pei Jinwu had tightly grasped her backpack, blinking innocently as she added, Master Shang, you're inadequate. Which is why you can't find a girlfriend. You've helped me several times. We are friends now. As friends, you should definitely assist me. Take this medicine first. Once it proves effective, I'll prescribe you another. Upon hearing this, Shang Shiyan began to grasp her meaning. She was implying that this medicine was to remedy his inadequacies. The word struck him like two heavy hammers, leaving him simultaneously furious and helpless. Inadequate?
Who is spreading these rumors about me?
Fengxing and Fengji overheard as well, their eyes widening in disbelief. Miss Pei openly declared that the master is inadequate. This insult is akin to stabbing him in the heart. They wanted to laugh, but were wary of repercussions. Pei Jinwu finished her statement in one breath, feeling there was nothing more to clarify, and swiftly opened the car door to escape. After running a few paces, she turned back, adding kindly quit drinking. Shang Shiyan glared at her, his expression dark and speechless. Goodbye. Pei Jinwu understood that this matter pertained to a man as dignity. Having relayed her message, she fled swiftly. Under the quiet moonlight, the sleek black sports car sat desolately on the rugged road, the wind rustling the trees with a mournful sound, adding a layer of melancholy. The proud, aloof man wore a grim expression, surrounded by an air of coldness, his handsome visage seemingly capable of dripping ice water from its intensity. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating, with Fengxing and Fengji too frightened to utter a word. Investigate. Shang Shiyan lifted his head slightly, his bloodshot eyes icy and hoarse. Find out who is spreading these rumors. Yes, master. Fengxing and Fengji trembled simultaneously. Their master was genuinely furious this time. Would Miss Pei think too much about it? They had initially believed that now Miss Pei was growing closer to their master, his pursuit would soon succeed. But now, the light boat had collided with a massive iceberg. There was no way for the master to explain this awkward situation. The following day, Pei Jinwu arrived early at school and found the large screen displaying a provincial news interview featuring Zhao Qianqian, along with promotional videos for Huagao. Simultaneously trending were Di Zhong and Shen Yunru. However, while Huagao was praised, Di Zhong was criticized. The forums were rife with comments condemning Shen Yunru's vanity, with some even calling for her to apologize to Zhao Qianqian and Pei Jinwu. Shen Yunru dared not lift her head upon arriving at school, having plummeted from the pedestal of adoration to the target of disdain overnight. Pei Jinwu smiled to herself, satisfied with the outcome. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed an array of snacks and letters laid out on her desk, reportedly sent by students from other grades and classes. Boys and girls alike had contributed. Sister Wu, I'll help you tidy up. Su Qingya immediately jumped in to assist, treating her possessions as if they were sacred relics. Return these items. Convey that I appreciate their sentiments, but this is a place of study. Let's not clutter it with these distractions. Pei Jinwu placed her backpack down and began working on her assignments. Understood, Sister Wu. Su Qingya complied, dispatching some younger students to handle the matter. Jinwu, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Zhao Qianqian opened a carton of pure milk for her and peeled a small bread roll, sitting beside her with stars in her eyes.
Sure.
Pei Jinwu happily replied while munching on the bread. At 5:30 in the afternoon, after dinner, all the underperforming students of Huagao gathered in the same classroom. The subject for the supplementary lesson was mathematics, with the head of the senior math group and Zhao Qianqian serving as the assistant. As the math group leader opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Pei Jinwu sitting in the front row. This student is an exceptional dancer, yet his academic performance leaves much to be desired. Rumor has it that his mathematics score is dismal. The principal has set a target for him, to improve by at least 40 points. The pressure he faces is indeed considerable. Chapter 35. Her intellectual limits are beyond your imagination. The mathematics teacher commences the lesson. In less than 10 minutes, yawns resonate throughout the classroom. The expressions of the underperforming students grow increasingly grim, as if the act of learning were instead a means to extract their very essence. Are you tired, Wu Jia? Su Qingye shields his face with a book, his eyelids nearly refusing to open. I'm managing. Pei Jinwoo tilts her head to glance at him, wearily blinking. The questions posed are exceedingly simple, akin to asking what 11 equals, rendering the experience utterly tedious. However, to doze off would be disrespectful to the teacher. So she pops a piece of candy into her mouth, forcing herself to stay alert. Classmates, please attempt this problem, the mathematics teacher instructs after presenting an example. Gesturing towards the blackboard. The difficulty is minimal. A little thought will lead you to the answer. Su Qingye, chewing on the end of his pencil, lets out a long yawn and mutters, what is the point of comparing the speed of a car to that of a bicycle? This is a question concerning speed. Pei Jinwoo glances at it and arrives at the answer in almost a second. How dull. The teacher, sipping tea and idly pacing, happens to catch a glimpse of Pei Jinwoo, who is resting her chin on her left hand while her right hand leisurely scribbles the number 2 onto her draft paper. Such a convoluted problem, devoid of any process, reasoning, or even arithmetic. The draft paper is cleaner than her face. Is she truly deriving answers through mental calculation? Does she consider herself a genius? It seems more likely that she is simply too lazy to engage her mind, perhaps glancing at the answer on the last page. Upon this realization, the mathematics teacher's expression darkens. He despises students who are both dim-witted and unwilling to exert effort, relying solely on clever tricks. What talk of a 40-point improvement? Given her current attitude, even a 4-point increase would be a challenge. After the mathematics tutoring concludes, Pei Jinwoo walks ahead, flanked by Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian, who resemble bodyguards at her sides. The trio strolls languidly towards the cafeteria. Wu Jie, let us invite the class monitor. How about hot pot for lunch? Su Qingye, looking drained, comments, I've expended too many brain cells this afternoon. I need to replenish. It's on me, order whatever you like. Don't think I don't know. The teacher lectured for an hour, and you dozed off for 40 minutes, spending the remaining 20 in a daze, Zhao Qianqian quips, mercilessly exposing his facade. Su Qingye's face flushes, and he retorts excitedly, come on, as a top student, give me a little face. I think you really need to put in some effort, Zhao Qianqian advises earnestly. Inheriting family wealth after high school is so mundane. University life is far more exhilarating. Not a problem. Su Qingye leans closer to Pei Jinwoo, grinning. Wu Jie is here with me. TSK, Pei Jinwoo turns her head, casting a quizzical glance at Su Qingye, the corners of her lips curling slightly. Who is accompanying you? I intend to attend university. Really, Wu Jie? Su Qingye is taken aback, hurriedly asking, with our grades. Even if we work hard for 3 more months, we can't possibly boost our scores in 6 subjects quickly. Not to mention, your grades are significantly lower than mine. Want to give it a try? Pei Jinwoo, hands in her pockets, appears relaxed and casual, her tone audaciously fearless. Qianqian, keep an eye on him. If he dozes off in class again, give him a good whack. She has observed that Su Qingye possesses a sharp mind, yet lacks the desire to study. With even a modicum of effort, he is certain to gain admission to university. If he fails to apply himself, he might not even be able to count the money from selling pigs. Wouldn't his family's assets be squandered by him? Su Qingye furrows his brow, chastised into silence. All right then. As Su Qingye appears thoroughly subdued, Zhao Qianqian stifles a laugh, quietly reminding him, Jinwoo is not like you. Her intellectual limits are beyond your imagination. Su Qingye, feeling perplexed, questions, what do you mean by that? You'll find out soon enough. Zhao Qianqian replies earnestly, emphasizing each word. My idol is not merely a skilled dancer. The trio continues their cheerful banter, entirely oblivious to the corner where Qin Jiao is glaring fiercely at Pei Jinwoo. Jiao Jiao. Su Qingye is now akin to Pei Jinwoo's lapdog. A nearby companion grumbles in discontent. Unexpectedly, Pei Jinwoo turns out to be a student of Xianyu. Another companion chimes in, looking puzzled, but being a good dancer is pointless if her grades are poor. Jiao Jiao, we need to devise a plan, or Su Qingye will truly be taken away by her. A girl living in a slum, expelled from her home, who dances but fails academically, certainly cannot hold her own and will inevitably seek a wealthy companion. Su Qingye is the wealthiest student at Huagao. Previously, Jiao Jiao often conversed with Su Qingye, and they were quite familiar. However, since Pei Jinwoo's arrival, Su Qingye has completely ignored Jiao Jiao. Qin Jiao stands rooted to the spot, her fingers clenched into a fist, her eyes brimming with animosity. She has not forgotten the slap Pei Jinwoo delivered to her. Sooner or later, she will make her pay in full. After the 4 finish their hot pot, Su Qingye generously offers to buy milk tea. I'm full. I'll go by it. Class monitor Tang Yuan volunteers, raising her hand. The milk tea at home is exceptionally delicious.
All right.
Su Qingye hands her money, exuding generosity. Buy whatever you like. No need to be polite. We'll come after finishing the remaining meat. Pei Jinwu nods, pulling out her phone to continue searching for news about Jiang Jibai. His flight to the capital is scheduled for 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The national idol is exceedingly famous, with many protectors surrounding him. She must devise a strategy to draw near and have a chance to snag a lock of his hair. As she hesitates, Zhao Qianqian suddenly speaks up. Jinwu. It seems there's trouble over by the class monitor. Pei Jinwu raises her gaze, noticing several students clad in Dijon uniforms pointing at Tang Yuan. Not far away, she can hear their taunts. Damn, another Huagao student. How can we encounter them everywhere? What bad luck. Exactly, this snack street was originally reserved for Dijon students. But then Huagao students invaded. What a disgrace to share the same street with us. Fat as a pig and still has the time to eat? Instead of wasting time eating, she might as well solve a few more problems to sharpen her mind. Tang Yuan, already possessing a bit of baby fat, flushes crimson when so brazenly insulted. Don't cut in line. Get lost. The one referred to as Wei Ge arrogantly glares at Tang Yuan, retaliating. I wasn't cutting in line. Tang Yuan, blushing, protests, asserting that she arrived first.
Who saw that?
Wei Ge, clad in a school uniform, grins like a rogue, coldly stating, my friends here all saw you cut in line.
What?
Is this the quality of students from Huagao who trample on Dijon's reputation? Dijon students harbor considerable resentment over Huagao's triumph over them, particularly since Shen Yunru is Wei Ji's goddess, intensifying their desire for revenge. Seeing Tang Yuan, small and vulnerable, they perceive her as an easy target. Let us go take a look. Pei Jinwu rises, stepping outside. Jinwu, wait. Su Qingye calls after her. But Zhao Qianqian grabs her arm, filled with concern. They're all boys. You'll be at a disadvantage. Just as Su Qingye decides to wash his hands, he chooses this moment to head to the restroom. At a disadvantage? Pei Jinwu finds the notion amusing. No one alive could put her at a disadvantage. Chapter 36. Pei Jinwu is truly arrogant. Rotten fat pig. Get to the back. Have the students of Huagao gone deaf, unable to comprehend human speech? Faced with the menacing threats of these formidable boys and the insults that wounded her pride, Tang Yuan felt a surge of fear. These individuals were notorious wealthy heirs from the Imperial Academy, brazenly using their family's power and influence to bully the students of Huagao, particularly the leader, Wei Ge. Rumored to be an investor in the local commercial district, practically every business had to cater to him.
Tang Yuan,
unable to contend with them and unwilling to attract trouble for the principal, resolved to endure and step aside. Just as she prepared to retreat, a clear female voice rang out from behind her. What are you doing? Turning around, Tang Yuan saw Pei Jinwu and Zhao Qianqian approaching her. Wei Ge. Those are the ones bullying goddess Shen, a lackey whispered, recognizing the two behind her.
What?
Wei Ge turned to see Pei Jinwu and Zhao Qianqian, his anger intensifying. One had snatched an interview opportunity from Yunru, while the other maliciously slandered her online. Had he not stumbled upon Yunru weeping quietly by the restroom door, he would have remained unaware of the multitude of grievances she harbored. Those who dared to bully the person he protected would not go unpunished. So it's just the two of you who have been bullying Yunru? Wei Ge stepped forward, confronting Pei Jinwu and Zhao Qianqian with a disdainful and contemptuous expression. Pei Jinwu lazily glanced at him.
Oh.
I've seen you once. The sycophant by Shen Yunru sighed. What does it matter if you obtained an interview qualification? Wei Ge, cigarette in hand, fixed a sardonic gaze on Pei Jinwu, exuding the demeanor of a thug. This little private school of Huagao, no matter how many times it makes a scene, cannot escape the fate of closure next year. The prospect of closure was a painful reality for all Huagao students. And upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan's expressions darkened. My father manages the land in this area. Whether it stays or goes is merely a matter of his word. Wei Ge took a drag from his cigarette, slowly releasing the smoke, his expression brimming with arrogance. Do you understand my meaning? Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan comprehended. This beast would utter nothing of value.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu casually tucked her hands into her pockets, embodying a relaxed nonchalance akin to a kingpin, responding indifferently, I don't understand. Don't understand? Wei Ge gazed at Pei Jinwu, his smile faltering for a moment. Only looks without brains? And you dare to be Yunru's sister? You insult her gravely. You too will kneel and apologize to Yunru. And I might consider having my father rescue Hua Gao. As soon as Wei Ge finished speaking, his lackeys chimed in. If you understand, do as Wei Ge says, kneel and bow. Otherwise, crushing you and Hua Gao is but a word from Wei Ge's father.
No.
Pei Jinwu lifted her beautiful face, her exquisite brows slightly arched, the corners of her mouth devoid of any smile. Why don't you demonstrate how it's done?
What?
Wei Ge paused for a moment, realizing Pei Jinwu was mocking him, forcing himself to kneel. He had not anticipated encountering someone with such a sharp tongue in this remote backwater of Hua Gao. Pei Jinwu, don't think you can disrespect me without consequences. Wei Ge glared fiercely at Pei Jinwu, his expression menacing. I'm offering you a way out, leaving the Shen family. Do you think you're still something? You're not even worthy of carrying Yunru's shoes. So? Pei Jinwu pulled a piece of candy from her pocket, popped it into her mouth, lifted her eyelids, and leisurely stated, I want to take that step down. What can you do about it? Wei Ge was left speechless, his face turning darker than the bottom of a pot. The lackeys were bewildered. No one in this area dared to defy Wei Ge, yet Pei Jinwu was the first. She was truly audacious. Nothing more to say? Pei Jinwu cast a casual glance at Wei Ge, her tone icy. If you're here to shop, queue up. If not,
Get lost.
with that, she ignored them and calmly placed her order. ID like lemonade, half sugar, no ice.
Huh?
Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned, quietly returning to her original position to place her order. Wei Ge, this little wretch dares to slap your face. Wei Ge was accustomed to giving orders. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If others learned that he couldn't even handle a girl, how could he maintain his standing in the capital? Realizing this, Wei Ge felt compelled to retaliate for Yunru. This little wretch, Pei Jinwu, had been shoved into the slums, unloved and uncared for. What if she died? Furthermore, this territory was their family's domain. It would be a simple matter to destroy surveillance footage. I'll make you drink. Wei Ge tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and charged towards Pei Jinwu with a fierce demeanor, smash all their milk teas. Today, he was determined to teach these insolent commoners from Hua Gao a lesson, ensuring they bowed their heads whenever they encountered someone from the Imperial Academy. Jinwu, be careful. Seeing Wei Ji's approach, Zhao Qianqian was thoroughly frightened, wanting to rush forward to stop him, but it was already too late. Pei Jinwu stood her ground, her back to Wei Ge, yet her hearing was remarkably acute. Just as Wei Ge closed in, nearly touching the milk tea cup, Pei Jinwu deftly sidestepped to the right, her left leg slightly forward. Wei Ji's upper body lunged forward, but he tripped over her foot, losing his balance and tumbling forward.
Bang.
His face collided with the bar counter, rebounding before he crumpled to the ground, the sound of his painful grunt mingling with the cacophony of the impact, ringing painfully clear.
Ah.
Wei Ge slowly rose from the ground, wiping his face, his palms smeared with blood. A gash marred his forehead, his nose bled, and several teeth were lost. His entire visage swelled up, a picture of disarray. Wei Ge. The lackeys were taken aback by the turn of events. How had Wei Ge, without even touching Pei Jinwu, managed to injure himself so severely? Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan, still processing the situation, retreated beside Pei Jinwu, clutching their freshly acquired milk teas in confusion. He must have lost his balance. Pei Jinwu sipped her lemonade, the sweet and sour flavor delightful. My face, my face. Wei Ge trembled with pain, thoroughly enraged, pointing at Pei Jinwu and venomously declaring, arrest this wretch. If she resists, beat her to death. For a commoner like Meng Jiao, my father can afford to lose 100. Yes, Wei Ge. At his command, several lackeys discarded their school jackets and stormed toward Pei Jinwu with a menacing air.
Jinwu.
Let us run. Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan spoke simultaneously. These individuals were notorious for their lack of fear, able to emerge unscathed regardless of the opponent's injuries. Pei Jinwu remained motionless, sipping her lemonade, handing the cup to the panicking Tang Yuan. Hold this, stand aside, and don't spill it. The two exchanged bewildered glances.
Wait.
Unable to resist, she reclaimed the cup and took another sip. Delicious. I'll buy another cup later.
What?
Tang Yuan and Zhao Qianqian were left in a daze. Was she really commenting on the milk tea at a time like this? They were facing several people, ready to assault her, a weak girl. She was doomed. Chapter 37. What was expected to be a grand affair turned into a colossal blunder. Who dares to touch my Jinwu? Su Qingya emerged from the restroom just in time to witness a few brats from the Imperial Academy bullying someone. He immediately dashed to Pei Jinwu's side, glaring fiercely at the opposing group. Jinwoo, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I don't need your protection. Pei Jinwoo slightly raised an eyebrow, a smile that seemed almost mocking playing at the corners of her lips. She then glanced at the group of boys across from her and casually remarked, "What's the plan? A one-on-one duel, or will you all come at me together?" Su Qingye felt a sudden rush of confusion. Was Sister Wu being overly audacious? There were several boys on the opposite side, and while he himself was tough and resilient, the girls would surely be at a disadvantage if things turned violent. Let them come together, he thought. Pei Jinwoo checked her watch and replied indifferently, "I still need to go back for a nap. Don't waste my time." The boys stared in disbelief. Does she really think she's some kind of master? Her ego is soaring, they thought, never having encountered such an audacious girl. In truth, she was in dire need of a good thrashing. Did they really need to all gang up on her? The leader of the group, with a frosty expression, arrogantly declared, "Today you'll learn the price of offending Wei Ge. Don't hold back. Beat them to a pulp." Wei Ge comes from a wealthy family. He can afford to replace a few lives. As his words faded, another boy stepped forward, fists clenched, aiming for Pei Jinwoo. "Sister Wu, duck." Su Qingye's face paled as he reached out to push her aside, but it was futile. In the next moment, her collar was suddenly grabbed, and she was pulled out of harm's way, successfully avoiding the attack. Su Qingye's mind was blank, and by the time he regained his senses, the boy's fist was already hurtling towards Pei Jinwoo. "Sister Wu, be careful." The voices of Su Qingye, Zhao Qianqian, and Tang Yuan echoed in unison. Pei Jinwoo remained unmoved, raising her left hand slightly to block the incoming punch. A sharp crack resonated through the air, reminiscent of a bone shattering. Su Qingye, Zhao Qianqian, and Tang Yuan stood frozen, their faces as pale as death. Whose bone was broken? Before they could gather their thoughts, the boy who had attacked fell to the ground, clutching his hand and howling in agony. Meanwhile, Pei Jinwoo maintained her composure, not even shifting her feet. What just happened? Zhao Qianqian blinked, incredulous at the scene before her. "I don't know," Tang Yuan replied, dazed. "I just saw the guy from the Imperial High School charging forward, and after Jinwoo blocked him, he crumpled to the ground, writhing like a wretch." Witnessing their companions' anguished cries, the remaining boys exchanged nervous glances, feeling a pang of doubt. "What are you staring at? All of you, attack her at once!" Wei Ge shouted from the corner, still clutching a shattered figure of a doll, his voice muddled with confusion. The remaining boys rushed in like a swarm. Within 2 minutes, they all lay sprawled on the ground in various positions, clutching their injuries and groaning in pain.
What?
Su Qingye was still trying to strategize, not even getting a chance to initiate his own attack. Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan stood in shock, their minds blank. Pei Jinwoo's movements had been so swift that they couldn't even comprehend how she had subdued the others. Such skill was something they had only seen in martial arts films.
How was that?
Pei Jinwoo clapped her hands and casually took a sip of lemonade. "Still want to fight?" The injured boys, gazing up at her, grimaced in pain, unable to utter a word, merely shaking their heads in defeat. Is she really female? They thought, astonished by her unexpected prowess. "And what about you?" Pei Jinwoo stepped forward, standing tall before Wei Ge, looking down at him. "Weren't you going to finish me off?" Wei Ge was unwilling, but dared not retort. "All good then?" Pei Jinwoo satisfiedly withdrew her gaze and addressed the 3 stunned companions behind her. "Shall we return to class?"
Yes."
The 3 nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grains, following her lead as they departed. "Just you wait." Once they were a distance away, Wei Ge finally dared to rise, threatening her retreating figure. "My father will not let this slide." Pei Jinwoo, sipping her milk tea, paused, but did not turn around. By the time Wei Ge and his companions fled in fear, she merely smirked, nincompoops. The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet, and the staff at the milk tea shop couldn't help but express their astonishment. They had anticipated that the boys from the Imperial High School would cause a ruckus. But who would have thought they'd end up in a heap? This girl was simply remarkable. Not only did she take on multiple opponents, but she had done so with minimal movement, suggesting she had trained in martial arts. However, it was likely that life would not be easy for her moving forward. Back in the classroom, Pei Jinwoo lay on her desk, headphones on, fast asleep. News of her altercation outside the school had already spread. Is it true? A classmate tugged at Su Qingye, inquiring curiously, did she really knock out Li Wei's tooth? Indeed, Su Qingye replied, giving a thumbs up, feeling a sense of elation. Finally, someone could put Li Wei in his place. Serves him right. Sister Wu is incredible. The surrounding boys were in a frenzy, eagerly asking for details. Ha ha ha. It's about time someone dealt with that bunch from Imperial High School who think they're above everyone else. Sister Wu, well done. However, Tang Yuan turned back, casting a worried glance at the peacefully sleeping Pei Jinwu. But Li Wei's family is quite affluent. They will surely seek revenge on Jinwu. I heard he once got into a fight outside and ended up with a head injury, threatening to sue, but his father just threw money at the problem. That's why Li Wei feels so emboldened. Yiga, I think I just saw police cars coming to the school, someone pointed out. Su Qingye looked outside and confirmed it. It must be that cowardly Li Wei who called the cops. He starts the trouble and still has the audacity to report it? The villain cries foul first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Principal Song appeared at the door, a serious expression on his face as he looked towards the back row. Pei Jinwu, Zhao Qianqian, Su Qingye, and Tang Yuan, please step outside. Everyone turned to stare, murmuring that Pei Jinwu was likely in for it now. Pei Jinwu was roused from her slumber, her face dark and exuding a chilling aura. Li Wei reported that you were fighting outside of school and that the other party is seriously injured, Principal Song said, brow furrowed. We need you to cooperate with the police investigation. You should call your families to come down. Facing the police, the other party would not relent. It would be better to have family present. Su Qingye, Zhao Qianqian, and Tang Yuan reluctantly dialed their home numbers, while Pei Jinwu leaned against the wall, her legs in her pockets, her expression grim. My aunt can't take leave from work. There's no one else at home. Who can I call? Pei Jinwu pulled out her phone, idly scrolling through her contacts, her gaze landing on the name Shang Shiyan. Chapter 38. The young girl seeks Zhang Yi to act as a guardian. Are you there? When Pei Jinwu sent her WeChat message, Shang Shiyan was in the midst of an international conference. The executives being scolded mercilessly hung their heads low, daring not to breathe too loudly. The atmosphere in the conference room, which could accommodate over 1,000 people, was suffocatingly tense. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound shattered the silence. In an instant, all heads snapped up, wondering who had the audacity to disrupt Shang Ye's meeting. The eyes roamed around the room before finally settling on the man seated at the head of the table. The impeccably tailored suit exuded an aura of coldness, and in his hand, he held a phone, his brow slightly arched, lips curving into a subtle smile. He was clearly amused. Could it be that they were hallucinating from the reprimands they had received? How could they possibly witness the elusive Mr. Shang smiling? This was indeed the first time they had ever seen him display such warmth. Who could this person be? The meeting came to an abrupt conclusion as Shang Shiyan rose from his seat, leaving a room full of executives in his wake without a moment's hesitation. The executives exchanged bewildered glances. Is Mr. Shang leaving just like that? We still have many significant matters to report. Did Mr. Shang actually smile just now? Someone interjected, lowering their voice conspiratorially. It must be a girl involved. Are you suggesting that Mr. Shang is in a romantic relationship? We ought to investigate who the future Mrs. President is so we can flatter her in advance. After all, if Mr. Shang gets angry, we can have his wife placate him with a phone call. The executives patted their chests, taking deep breaths, lamenting, if this continues, my heart cannot withstand the strain. I wonder which socialite has managed to thaw our icy president as heart. Upon exiting the conference room, Shang Shiyan texted Pei Jinwu. What's wrong? It was the first time the young girl had taken the initiative to contact him, and the smile on the man's handsome face could hardly be concealed. Pei Jinwu replied, I need to ask for a favor from your family. She was still in school and did not wish to trouble her aunt. Not involving a guardian would leave Principal Song without a way to explain. How vexing. All right, send me the address. What had transpired to necessitate involving guardian? Sensing the girl's low spirits, he surmised it was something serious. Shang Shiyan signaled to Feng Xing to investigate. Shortly thereafter, Pei Jinwu sent over the address, the West District Police Station. Shang Shiyan promptly dismissed all other matters, clutching his phone as he strode out. His tone frigid as he commanded, proceed.
Yes.
Feng Xing dared not inquire further. After all, both men were accustomed to prioritizing Miss Pei above all else. At the police station, several luxury cars were parked outside, and a gang of imposing men in black stood guard, exuding an air of intimidation akin to ruffians. They were all bodyguards from the Li family. Observing this atmosphere, Principal Song furrowed her brow in concern, saying, Do not be afraid. If there's an issue, just explain clearly. On the way here, she had thoroughly questioned the 3 children involved. It was confirmed that the other party had instigated the trouble and resorted to violence, while her student had merely defended herself. They were not at fault. Pei Jinwoo nodded slightly, her expression stoic as she entered the interrogation room. Upon reaching the door, she encountered a man with a protruding belly and unruly hair, vociferously berating three individuals of similar age. "Where are you? You have the audacity to hit someone but lack the courage to admit your faults. Let me tell you, if anyone dares to harm my son, this matter will not be easily resolved." The man speaking was Su Qingye's father, a formidable figure who slammed his hand on the table in vehement protest. "The matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Do not hastily condemn my son. He may have poor grades and habits, indulging in hedonism, but his character is beyond reproach. I refuse to believe he would engage in a fight without cause. My daughter Qianqian has always been well-behaved. She would never do such a thing. And Yuan Yuan is far too timid to get into a scuffle." The three adults rose in defense of their children. "Is that so? Then how did my son end up injured?" Li's father retorted, adopting an imperious demeanor. "What about that girl? I've heard she is the instigator. Have her parents arrived? I would like to inquire how they are raising their child. Let us check the surveillance footage." Su's father interjected, his voice low and serious. "Surveillance footage?" Li Yud had anticipated this move and remained unfazed. "Very well, let us review the footage. But do not attempt to deny the evidence." With that, Li Yud instructed his subordinates to present the surveillance footage to the staff. Observing his calm demeanor, Su's father's brow furrowed in suspicion. This old fox must be up to something. The mediation room descended into chaos, with staff unable to interject. Just then, the door swung open. "Dad, it's her." Upon seeing Pei Jinwoo enter, Li Wei immediately began to shout boisterously. Pei Jinwoo lifted her eyelids, revealing a pair of clear, cold eyes, directing her gaze toward the individuals across from her. It was indeed she who struck first. Suddenly meeting the girl's chilling and intimidating gaze, Li Wei felt an innate fear surge within him, retreating behind his father, his voice faltering. "Are you the one who assaulted my son?" Hearing his son's accusation, Li Yud's face darkened as he approached Pei Jinwoo with indignation. "Sir, please remain calm." Principal Song stepped in front of Pei Jinwoo, her demeanor unwavering. "The matter has yet to be fully investigated. Do not frighten the child." "How is it not clear?" Li Yud's anger flared as he exclaimed. "Look at my son's face, covered in bruises, with missing teeth. If it wasn't her doing, did he simply collide with something?" Li Wei touched his face, guilt-ridden, and turned his head away. "That's right." Su Qingye stepped forward to refute, a mischievous grin on his face. He hurt himself. "My sister Wu didn't lay a finger on him."
We can all testify to that.
Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan chimed in, supporting Pei Jinwoo, asserting that Li Wei had initiated the conflict and that his injuries were self-inflicted. "You are all accomplices. Of course you would defend her," Li Yud scoffed, his voice sharp. "In addition to my son, several other students were also injured, to varying degrees. If they were the aggressors, how is it that only they sustained injuries while you remained unscathed? They must have been too frightened to defend themselves." Pathetic. Su Qingye grew increasingly furious, mirroring his father's fearless demeanor. "If you provoke my sister Wu and cannot win, you might as well hang yourself with your shoelaces and spare us the embarrassment of involving parents and the police. Have you not weaned yet?" "Who are you referring to?" Li Wei, emboldened by his father's support, leapt to confront him. "I'm talking about you." Pei Jinwoo, who had been silent with her head bowed, finally lifted her lips slightly, her voice icy and piercing. "I'm speaking to you, the still dependent Li Wei." In just a few words, she wielded an impressive presence and delivered a stinging insult. Li Wei immediately shrank back, no longer daring to meet Pei Jinwoo's gaze, instead turning to his father.
"Dad."
"With all the evidence before us, hurry and have her arrested." He had conducted his research. Pei Jinwoo had already turned 18, and engaging in a brawl resulting in injury could lead to a maximum of 3 years imprisonment. He and his friends had sustained serious injuries, and fabricating a false injury report would easily secure her imprisonment. Moreover, the surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the incident had all been tampered with by his father's hired hackers. After being expelled from the Shen family, Pei Jinwoo had fallen into poverty, with only a destitute relative to rely on. The injuries she bore were irrefutable evidence, and his father's legal team would be no match for this rabble. Humph. This wretched girl must not escape justice today. Chapter 39. Is my sister Wu truly paralyzed with fear? "Comrade, I have the surveillance footage here." Li Yud settled himself on the nearby sofa, crossing his legs in a display of arrogance, completely unperturbed, claiming it would prove that my son was indeed the victim. "Surveillance footage?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingye and the others frowned deeply. Indeed, there were cameras surrounding the incident site. However, if the footage were released, it would only confirm that Li Wei and his group had struck first. Could the father and son Li Yud be so foolish as to deliver evidence of their misdeeds directly to the police? It is undoubtedly a ruse. As expected, once the surveillance footage emerged, everyone present was left dumbfounded. The footage depicted Pei Jinwu's initial attempts to evade Li Wei transforming into a malicious shove. Li Wei fell heavily to the ground, clearly portraying himself as the victim. Subsequently, the playback revealed Pei Jinwu assaulting several others who were left injured to varying degrees, moaning in pain on the floor. While it was true that Jinwu struck out, all evidence of the provocation initiated by the others was conveniently omitted. Throughout the entire incident, Jinwu was unequivocally cast as the perpetrator, while the students from the esteemed Dijon were portrayed as powerless victims. What more could you possibly say? Li Yud took a drag from his cigarette, a sardonic smile spreading across his face, as he declared, "I demand Hua Gao to immediately expel the assailant. I will file a lawsuit and have her detained. This surveillance is fabricated." Su Qingye protested vehemently upon hearing that Jinwu was to be expelled. "We demand a re-examination of the footage." Before the words had fully left his mouth, another staff member quietly interjected, "Brother Wang, the surveillance cameras near the milk tea shop are all malfunctioning. We attempted repairs, but the original data is thoroughly corrupted, with virtually no chance of recovery. Unless the two major hacker groups intervene. One is the Tianji group from the southern underground city, and the other is the Hacker Alliance from the Northern S Alliance. Then we shall proceed according to the existing evidence." Brother Wang was already overwhelmed by the noise, and with Li Yud being a renowned real estate mogul in the area, many of their facilities depended on his influence. Now, with the surveillance footage as evidence, it was blatantly clear that the fault lay with the students from Hua Gao. Anyone with a functioning brain would understand how to handle this situation. Malfunctioning? How convenient. Principal Song glanced at Li Yud, who was smugly smiling in their direction, as if everything had gone according to his plan. The malicious editing of the surveillance footage, followed by its destruction, left them with no means of verification. Shameless. Upon hearing that the surveillance was compromised, the three adults exchanged glances, their hearts aching for the solitary girl in the corner. Ultimately, while their children were involved, only she had resorted to violence. To quell the matter, it was highly probable that she would be the one expelled. However, all three adults had heard their children mention Pei Jinwu in varying degrees. They knew that this girl hailed from Mengjiao, living in particularly dire circumstances. More importantly, she was an orphan, a pitiable and fragile soul. Not only was she an exceptional dancer, but she also possessed a strong sense of loyalty. The conflict that arose today was in defense of her classmates. If she were expelled and subsequently imprisoned, would that not ruin her life? They could not believe that this child had instigated the conflict. Su's father was the first to step forward, standing tall. "Give me some time. I will find someone to recover the footage." All three children insisted that they had not instigated anything, and their parents believed them. "Isn't it just about finding a hacker? If need be, I'll sell a few pigs to raise the money." "Indeed." The other two adults echoed, equally incensed. "We demand that a hacker recover the data. We can afford any cost." Are the students from Dijon truly formidable? Does wealth confer superiority? We must not allow the wicked to prevail and the innocent to suffer injustice. Pei Jinwu raised her gaze towards the three adults, a pang of emotion swelling within her. No wonder Su Qingye and the others were so kind. It was a reflection of their parents' exemplary behavior. Enough with the commotion. Brother Wang snapped, irritated. As he slammed his hand on the table and glared at Pei Jinwu, "The surveillance proves you were the one who struck first, and the other party is quite injured. According to regulations, you won't be leaving tonight. A parent must sign." "Where are your parents?" Pei Jinwu glanced at the time. At this hour, her parents should be en route.
All right.
Brother Wang, eager to finish his shift and have dinner, displayed little patience to wait any longer. Frustrated, he tossed the cigarette box onto the table and turned to Principal Song, saying curtly, "You're the principal, right? Sign for her parents. If she stays, you all can leave. When her parents arrive, the procedures will remain the same. This matter cannot be solely based on the other party's word, with the surveillance compromised. Who can guarantee the authenticity of the footage they provide?" Principal Song looked at the notes before her, many of which firmly assigned blame to Pei Jinwu. "I will not sign until everything is clarified." With both testimonial and physical evidence present, and considering the state of the two individuals, one severely injured, cowering in the corner, and the other, Brother Wang's gaze fell upon the unyielding and defiant girl, her expression void of remorse or fear. She appeared to be a delinquent, someone who had long since become a common sight to him, a troublesome student he dealt with dozens of times a year. Such a waste of time. Exactly. Encouraged by the staff's support, Liud grew more animated, waving his hands and exclaiming, "My son is a student at Dijon, in his final year of high school, about to take college entrance exams. Now he's injured, and who knows how it might affect his chances of getting into a prestigious university." Just as Li Yud finished speaking, Pei Jinwu burst into laughter from the corner. The sound echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Several parents and Su Qingya were momentarily taken aback. How could she still laugh when they were about to be detained? Was she stunned into silence?
What are you laughing at?
Li Yud's voice faltered, his face contorting with displeasure as he glared at her. "It's simply the absurdity of your words," Pei Jinwu replied, lifting her chin slightly. A faint smirk gracing her lips, her gaze devoid of warmth. "Li Wei has been at the bottom of his class for as long as I can remember. After finishing middle school, he was admitted to Dijon thanks to your financial clout. Aiming for university? I suggest you first get him checked. Perhaps his mind requires treatment." "You..." Li Yud clearly detected the mockery in Pei Jinwu's words, and his smile vanished instantly. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, the girl arrogantly continued, "Never mind, treatment isn't necessary." Leaning against the wall with her hands in her pockets, she casually kicked the ground with her toes, exuding an air of arrogance. Given his current condition, even if he were cured, he would still drool. It would be better to teach him a skill. Perhaps something like jumping through fire hoops in the park. With the Li family in financial ruin, he could barely make a living through street performances. "You insolent wretch! How dare you curse my son?" Li Yud's complexion shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to slap Pei Jinwu across the face. "Jinwu, watch out." Su Qingya was thoroughly alarmed and instinctively shouted. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, a hand clad in a black suit deftly intercepted Li Yud's arm. The temperature in the room plummeted. Chapter 40. That call of brother was truly melodious. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, everyone abruptly turned their heads. A tall and slender man, dressed in an expensive suit with sharp and distinguished features, stood at the doorway. He gripped Li Yud's wrist with an iron grip, his eyes as dark as the depths of the ocean. Even the golden sunlight could not overshadow his air of nobility and chill.
Who is he?"
The imposing aura radiating from the man left Su Qingya stammering, swallowing hard as he asked. Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan shook their heads vigorously in response. "No idea. He is remarkably handsome, exuding an air of sophistication, with a hint of fierceness that is somewhat intimidating." Pei Jinwu turned her head to glance back, her doe-like eyes colliding with the man's deeply concerned gaze. The girl had not anticipated his swift arrival. A playful smile danced upon her delicate lips, her starry eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. "Are you all right?" Shang Shiyan had rushed over, disembarking from his vehicle and hurrying inside, anxious to ensure that the young girl would not come to harm. However, to his surprise, upon reaching the entrance, he overheard her confronting someone with remarkable eloquence. She certainly did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Pei Jinwu chuckled softly, positioning herself beside Shang Shiyan, fully aware that he now held the role of her guardian. "What are you doing?" A sharp pain radiated from Li Yud's wrist as he struggled desperately, calling out for help. Upon hearing his cries, Li Yud's bodyguards rushed forward, only to be halted by another contingent of bodyguards. It was evident that Shang Shiyan's guards exuded an intimidating presence that dwarfed their opponents. A mere glance from Shang Shiyan was enough to deter them from advancing. "Sir, you are one of those influential figures in the political sphere," the man, who introduced himself as Wang, noted, quickly assessing Shang Shiyan's distinguished appearance and demeanor. Acknowledging the importance of the situation, he stood up with a beaming smile to greet him. "Who did you say you were going to kill?" Shang Shiyan ignored the questioner, his icy gaze fixated on Li Yud's face, his voice as frigid as ice. Li Yud. Want to resist," he stammered, but the man's grip was too strong, nearly crushing his bones. "No, I am not." "Is he a relative of Pei Jinwu?" Wasn't Wei Wei saying that Pei Jinwu is merely a false heiress, cast out, and now a mere commoner in the slums? It would be easier to crush her than an ant. The man before him clearly knew Pei Jinwu, and he was no benign presence. Let us hope not. Shang Shiyan coldly released Li Yud's wrist and accepted a disinfectant wipe from Fingxing, delicately cleaning his hands that had come into contact with the refuse.
"Jinwu,
"This is Principal Song," he said, having noticed that Principal Song recognized the connection between Pei Jinwoo and himself, and he softly inquired, "He is my—" Pei Jinwoo gazed intently at the man's face, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating, "Brother." "Brother?" The clarity of her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, wafting into the man's ears like a gentle spring breeze. Shang Shiyan felt his heart stir, as if touched by something, rippling with a delicate wave. That word, brother, was profoundly enchanting.
Brother?
Principal Song was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that Pei Jinwoo had only one aunt, residing in Mingjiao under rather poor circumstances. This brother, however, was clearly not an ordinary person.
Yes.
Pei Jinwoo nodded, biting her lip, her face betraying no blush, her heart steady as she declared, "A distant cousin."
Is that so?
Principal Song had intended to inquire further, but upon meeting the distant cousin's gaze, she shivered slightly, swallowing her questions. "Good day, Principal. I am Shang." Shang Shiyan stepped forward, extending his hand in introduction. "Hello, Mr. Shang." Principal Song quickly reciprocated, her demeanor polite. A sense of reassurance washed over her. With such a prominent brother supporting Jinwoo, she hoped the girl would be safe. "Shang?" Upon hearing the introduction, Li Yud's heart sank. In the entire imperial capital, families with the surname Shang were exceedingly few, with the most notable being the illustrious century-old Shang clan. Any family bearing that name was not one he could afford to offend. "Mr. Shang, is it?"
Wang.
The staff member straightened his attire, approaching with a broad smile and extending both hands. "Good day, Mr. Shang. I am Wang, responsible for the precinct in Xiqing." The Shang family was almost mythical in the imperial capital, and he had not anticipated that this distant brother would be the protector of the little orphan girl. No wonder he perceived a sense of pride in her demeanor, disregarding others. It turned out her background was formidable. Damn it, Wang thought, wishing he could blind himself. Why offend anyone but the Shang family? How many lives did he have? Shang Shiyan cast a casual glance at the man seated nearby, crossing his long legs with ease, his hands resting on the armrests, tapping rhythmically, the sound soft yet instilling fear in Wang. His hand hovered in the air, caught in indecision. "So, you are claiming that my distant little sister instigated and assaulted someone, is that correct?" Shang Shiyan tilted his head, deliberately glancing at the girl beside him. Pei Jinwoo bit her lip, uncertain of his intent. "Role-playing, do you not understand?" Wang dared not speak directly, dismissing his previous comments as unworthy, hastily seeking a scapegoat.
Indeed.
"Mr. Shang, Li Yud and his son reported that Pei Jinwoo assaulted someone. However, I personally do not believe it, which is why we are still investigating."
Ha.
Upon hearing this, several parents rolled their eyes dramatically. Their ability to switch allegiances was quicker than turning a page. As the blame fell upon him, Li Yud, frightened, fervently explained, "Mr. Shang, there is surveillance footage to corroborate that Pei Jinwoo accidentally injured my son. However, I have confirmed that it was merely playful banter among children."
And it has all passed.
"Haha, it has all passed. Assault?" Shang Shiyan lifted his gaze to the young girl beside him, whose displeasure was evident as she pouted her pink lips. He softened his tone, asking, "What was the extent of the altercation?" Pei Jinwoo replied, "Mr. Shang, they were the ones who bullied me first, and I only retaliated." Su Qingya, fearing that Pei Jinwoo would be wrongly accused by the elders, interjected, "That old fool even destroyed the original surveillance footage, slandering my sister." Upon hearing this, Shang Shiyan turned his head towards Su Qingya, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously. "Humph, this lad seems quite protective of her. Since the footage is damaged, we should find someone to repair it," Wang said, his complexion darkening. "Our technical team has worked diligently and failed to recover it," he added cautiously. "Your technical team is incompetent," Shang Shiyan retorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Fengxing. "Request a specialist from the group." "Understood, sir," Fengxing replied, preparing to leave when the girl beside him suddenly spoke up. "Do not waste time. Do you have a computer? I can restore it." She had intended to restore it directly, but Shang Shiyan's sudden arrival disrupted her flow. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. Did she just say she would restore the surveillance footage? A task that even technical experts could not accomplish, and she, a mere high school student, would attempt it? It seemed absurd.
Good night then.
Chapter 41. Slapping Faces. Others may fail, but you, Sister Wu, are not just anyone. You wish to restore it? Shang Shiyan rose, his deep-set, dark eyes fixated on the girl, a meaningful smile curving his thin lips. A surveillance system that even highly skilled computer technicians could not manage, and this young girl claimed she could handle it? This was no mere jest. Is it feasible? Pei Jinwoo scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on an old office computer. Yes, it is. Wang was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Pei Jinwoo's assertion. He cautiously asked Miss Pei, "Have you studied computer science?" "Just a little." Pei Jinwoo replied nonchalantly as she seated herself at the computer. "Miss Pei, this is the original video data obtained from the Shang family." A staff member respectfully handed her a USB drive. Pei Jinwoo accepted it and began the process of importing the data. With nimble fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, she summoned forth a black software application from some unknown origin. Yet, after a prolonged effort, the screen remained unchanged. The erased surveillance footage lay irretrievably lost. Observing Pei Jinwoo's fervent attempts, a closer look revealed her stagnation. Li Yude's heart, suspended in trepidation, finally found its ground. He had anticipated her prowess, yet she seemed merely to be chanting slogans in vain. "Sister Wu, can you manage this?" Su Qingye inquired cautiously, his palms slick with sweat. "Others may falter, but not you, Sister Wu," Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, her arms crossed, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Her voice resonating with conviction. "I do not fail in any endeavor I choose to pursue." "Master, should we summon a hacker?" Foam Xing stepped forward, lowering his voice in inquiry. Miss Pei had been at it for quite some time without any apparent progress. It seemed she lacked understanding. "No need," Shang Shiyan, seated with a penetrating gaze fixed on the girl's fingers, replied. Each keystroke was intricately linked to computer programming, not mere chaos. If all proceeded as expected, she was reconstructing the program of the police station's antiquated computer system. This girl was indeed a gem, intriguing. A subtle smile graced Shang Shiyan's lips, his eyes reflecting not only warmth, but also a hint of admiration. Beep, beep. 5 minutes later, the once darkened screen flickered to life, revealing a page of symbols. In under 10 seconds, the symbols vanished, replaced by a verdant interface. System construction successful. Pei Jinwoo arched an eyebrow with a mischievous glint and continued her manipulation of the keyboard. Soon, the previously destroyed surveillance feed materialized on the screen. "It's working!" Su Qingye exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, as he rushed to Pei Jinwoo's side, showering her with encouragement and praise. "Sister Wu, you're amazing. I want to become your apprentice." Pei Jinwoo turned to him, offering a playful glance, a smile gracing her features. Witnessing her joy in interacting with others, Shang Shiyan felt a chill seep into his expression. He was not pleased. "Oh, she truly possesses remarkable skills," Wang Guo observed, craning his neck for a better view, confirming that the original data was in the process of restoration. As the footage gradually returned, beads of cold sweat trickled down Li Yude's forehead. Finally, moments later, the obliterated surveillance was fully restored. The video clearly depicted the students from the Imperial Academy instigating trouble with Tang Yuan. Pei Jinwoo, unable to bear the sight, stepped forth to offer a gentle admonition. Yet, the opposing party was audacious, resorting first to verbal abuse and then to physical confrontation. Li Wei's injuries were a result of his own clumsiness while attempting to strike back. As for the other students, Wang Guo rubbed his temples, utterly dismayed. Several large boys were unable to defeat a petite girl. What a disgrace! Who would have imagined that her seemingly fragile exterior concealed such formidable prowess? He had truly misjudged this Pei student.
"See?
I knew this young lady was wronged," Su Fu declared loudly, ensuring his voice carried. Principal Song, adjusting his glasses, turned his attention to Pei Jinwoo, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Since the revelation of her identity as teacher Xianyu, he had sensed there was much more to this girl than met the eye. How could an 18-year-old girl, raised in a rural temple and cast out by her adoptive parents to dwell in a slum, possess such extensive knowledge? Mr. Shang, Li Yude's heart raced, overwhelmed by the turmoil within, and he suddenly fell to his knees, trembling. "Father, what are you doing?" Li Wei protested, cradling his bruised face, defiantly glaring at Pei Jinwoo.
Who are they?
"Can they be wealthier than us? I'll hire a good lawyer and make sure Pei Jinwoo rots in prison." Smack! Li Yude swiftly struck his son, forcing him to the ground, his voice stern. "Silence. You wretched child, all you think about is indulgence. Do you think we can afford to offend the Shang family? Do you have more money than them? The entirety of the Li family's wealth pales in comparison to even a single strand of hair from the Shang family. Apologize to those students at once." He pressed Li Wei's head down forcefully, his tone fervent, especially to classmate Pei Jinwoo. Li Wei, stunned by the slap, felt the pain in his already injured face intensify, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Speak.
At his silence, Li Yud struck him again. Wu Liwei pressed his hands against his face, his tearful eyes fixated on Pei Jinwu as he quivered. I'm sorry, classmate Pei Jinwu. I should not have disrespected you. Is an apology all that is needed? Su Qingye scoffed, straightening his neck. If it weren't for Mr. Shang here, wouldn't he, my sister, Wu have been wronged again after restoring the surveillance? Wang Ge and Li Yud remained silent, intimidated. How do you propose we handle this? Shang Shiyan gestured toward a nearby seat, indicating for Pei Jinwu to sit. Weren't you the instigator, facing expulsion and legal action? Pei Jinwu obediently took her seat, echoing Li Yud's words verbatim. Expulsion? Legal action? Mr. Shang, classmate Pei, can you find it in your hearts to forgive him this once? Li Yud's face drained of color, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Rest assured, I will strictly discipline him. I beg you, grant him a chance. Shang Shiyan remained silent, continuing to observe the girl.
No.
Pei Jinwu popped a piece of candy into her mouth, categorically refusing. Had it been anyone else, you would have likely sent them to a detention center already, wouldn't you? You plead with me out of fear of ruining your son's future, not out of genuine remorse. I do not provoke others, but if provoked, one must pay the price. Handle him as you would me. Pei Jinwu lifted her gaze, her expression cool and resolute, enunciating each word carefully. Expulsion, legal action. Not a single one can be spared. She was no soft-hearted saint. She believed in retribution. The room exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon hearing Pei Jinwu's declaration. They were all too aware of how malevolent Li Wei truly was. To spare him would be akin to releasing a wolf into the fold, dangerous and unending. Thankfully, Sister Wu is not one to show mercy. It's done. Damn it. The blockage is cleared.
See you tonight.
Chapter 42. Sister Wu blushes. This man, being an older brother, is quite addictive. Did you understand? After the young lady finished speaking, Shang Shiyan finally turned his attention to the staff, his deep, resonant voice imbued with authority. Yes, the staff member nodded vigorously. Mr. Shang Li Yud attempted to argue, but upon meeting the man's icy gaze, his heart seized in fear. I wish for today's events to remain confidential. Understood? Understood. Li Yud clenched his teeth, sealing his lips tightly, fearful of uttering another word that might provoke the enigmatic master of the Shang family. When did you learn about computers? Once the situation was resolved and the group began to exit, Shang Shiyan finally voiced his curiosity.
Guess.
Pei Jinwu cast him a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a playful smirk, both haughty and endearing.
Huh.
Shang Shiyan chuckled at her antics, retrieving a box of candy from his pocket and offering it to her, his tone gentle. This variety has a lower sugar content, so you can indulge without feeling overwhelmed. Pei Jinwu accepted the candy, recognizing the brand, her expression momentarily stunned. ISNT this from that shop in Nanzhou? I recall their candies have a fixed sugar content. It's impossible for there to be low sugar options. Yes, from Nanzhou. Shang Shiyan's gaze remained fixed on the girl, his spirits lifted by her excitement. From now on, this store will belong to you. Pei Jinwu appeared momentarily bewildered. I have acquired this establishment, and in the future, I shall request them to produce whatever flavors I desire, and have them delivered at my convenience. Acquired? Pei Jinwu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Acquiring the shop would cost no less than 10 million. Is it merely for her love of food? What are his true intentions? What does he wish to extract from her?
Jinwu.
As she pondered these questions, Principal Song approached her, speaking gently. We have classes to return to. Very well, Pei Jinwu replied obediently with a nod. Mr. Shang, thank you for today. Principal Song expressed with a courteous nod towards Shang Shiyan. It was nothing, after all. Jinwu is my distant cousin. Shang Shiyan replied with a slight smile, casting a deliberate glance at the girl who was not being entirely truthful. Pei Jinwu felt an inexplicable warmth on her cheeks, shooting him a glare before turning her head away. He seemed to be addicted to it. What was an entirely normal statement, when paired with their expressions, left Principal Song with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Your brother has left. Focus on your studies, Shang Shiyan teased with a smile before departing. As he passed by Su Qingye, he suddenly halted. Su Qingye, startled, straightened up and respectfully addressed him. Big brother. Study well, Shang Shiyan admonished, lowering his voice, a thinly veiled threat hidden beneath the guise of concern.
Huh.
Su Qingye, bewildered, nodded hastily. Sure thing. Would Big Brother Shang be worried about him and Sister Wu? Alas. He had initially harbored some intentions, but after witnessing Sister Wu in action during lunch, he was thoroughly intimidated. He, a mere novice, felt unworthy of such a formidable figure as Sister Wu. At Huagao, in the office, Pei Jinwu stood upright, her hands at her sides, attentively listening to Principal Song. Your skills in dance and computing are commendable, but your academic performance. Principal Song perused her records, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. You need to gradually improve. Pei Jinwu glanced at her records, noting the many subjects marked with a 0. This was not indicative of her scoring 0, but rather because she had repeatedly faced various issues during final exams that require her attention. One moment it was medicine, the next it was computer science. If she did not attend, the old men in the associations would go into a frenzy, incessantly calling her. The masters from the Taoist school could only hastily send her away. Whether she learned or not seemed inconsequential, as she was proficient in many aspects. Pei Jinwu sought to explain, but upon reflection, found herself unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. This afternoon, we have supplementary English lessons. Principal Song said as he patted her shoulder, his tone earnest. There are only 3 months left. You are quite intelligent, and I believe you will surely make progress. Pei Jinwu nodded obediently. Just then, the school director entered, wearing a troubled expression as he approached Principal Song. The documents have arrived. It seems the closure of the school is imminent. Principal Song interrupted, calmly instructing Pei Jinwu to return to class. Closure? Pei Jinwu recalled hearing her classmates mention upon her arrival at the school that if Zhao Qianqian could gain admission to a prestigious university, the chances of Huagao closing would diminish. If she could achieve the top score. Pei Jinwu's gaze darkened as she turned to leave. Sister Wu. Hello, Sister Wu. Would you like some milk tea? Throughout her walk back to the classroom, students greeted her warmly. Sister Wu? Pei Jinwu lazily raised her eyes, slightly frowning in confusion. This was rather perplexing. During the supplementary English class, Pei Jinwu, having skipped her midday nap and spent several exhausting hours at the police station, found herself utterly fatigued. Unable to resist, she dozed off during the lesson. By evening's self-study, rumors spread throughout the school that the notorious Pei Jinwu was daydreaming in math class and sleeping in English class. If she couldn't keep up, perhaps they should let her go. The teachers in the office shook their heads in dismay. She just arrived and is already causing so much trouble. Not even paying attention in class. Zhao Qianqian and a few other typically obedient students were engaging in mischief with her. If this continued, it would surely hinder the school's progress. It won't happen, Principal Song maintained a smile, his tone warm. Jinwu is a good child, possessing a multitude of skills. She merely struggles academically. However, ultimately, examinations are assessed by scores. The other teachers muttered in disagreement, expressing concern that Zhao Qianqian, being a key student of the school, could be adversely affected. With the upcoming monthly exam next week, if she were to rank last, the English teacher frowned and suggested, I propose we withdraw her. Such a student cannot be salvaged, even by a deity. Thus, Su Qingye animatedly recounted everything he had overheard in the office to Pei Jinwu. Oh, Pei Jinwu, distracted by the candy given to her by Shang Shiyan, responded nonchalantly. Oh. Su Qingye, more eager than a courtier, crouched beside Pei Jinwu, asking Sister Wu, aren't you afraid of being expelled? Expelled? Why would I be expelled? Pei Jinwu countered. Because you're at the bottom of the exams, Su Qingye chuckled, cautiously adding, Sister Wu, I heard you've scored a lot of zeros before. TSK, TSK, TSK. His grades were even worse. It seemed she was destined for the lowest rank. That was in the past. Pei Jinwu propped her chin, blinking lazily, and said casually, Qianqian, drag him over to solve some math problems. Sure. Zhao Qianqian giggled, completely confident in Jinwu's prowess. Once Su Qingye was pulled away, Pei Jinwu finally found some peace. She took out her phone and opened WeChat to contact Luing. She knew the man well enough to understand what Shang Shiyan was up to. Pei Jinwu, I have a question for you. Luing, was the little ancestor of their base, known for being a know-it-all, truly perplexed by something? Pei Jinwu, there's a guy who treats one of my friends particularly well. Luing, friend. Where did the little ancestor acquire a friend? Good night, dear ones. With so many aliases, they were bound to slip. Chapter 43 Sister Wu, he's nearly 10 years older than me, quite old. Luing, friend? Where did the little ancestor acquire a friend? Pei Jinwu tightened her grip on her phone, feigning calmness. Yes, my friend. She lied without a hint of embarrassment. Luing, oh, do tell. The little ancestor probably wouldn't engage with a man, considering her personality. It was a wonder she hadn't already throttled him. Pei Jinwoo. That guy treats my friend exceptionally well. He takes her out to dinner, sees her home, and is always lingering around her. Luing. Is he handsome? Pei Jinwoo pondered for a moment. I suppose he is handsome. Among the men she knew, Shang Shiyan was indeed the most attractive. Luing. Is he older? Older? Pei Jinwoo contemplated the question for several seconds before responding. Yes, quite old. Shang Shiyan was 27, nearly 10 years her senior. How could he not be considered old? Luing. Aside from that, does he exhibit any unusual behavior? Pei Jinwoo. He likes to buy sweets for my friend. Luing. Does your friend also enjoy sweets? Pei Jinwoo. Yes. Luing. Being older and still buying sweets is no big deal. It's likely just a gesture of affection from an elder to a junior. Is that so? Her grandfather used to love buying her sweets when he was alive. No wonder she didn't dislike Shang Shiyan. He reminded her of her grandfather. Luing. There's trouble at the gambling den. I must go handle it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Joe. Ending the conversation, Pei Jinwoo retrieved the candy gifted by Shang Shiyan, indulging herself without a hint of guilt. He presented her with sweets, and in return, she bestowed upon him exquisite jewelry. It was a fair exchange. After the evening study session concluded, Pei Jinwoo was making her way to the bus station when her phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, classmate Pei. When the call connected, a gentle female voice resonated from the other end. Do you remember me? We met at the graduation gala competition, where I inquired about your interest in joining the entertainment industry. I remember, Pei Jinwoo replied, savoring the candy while casually gazing out the window on the bus. As she lifted her gaze, she fortuitously spotted a promotional poster of Jibai, which almost dominated the entire exterior wall of the shopping mall. A throng of adoring fans surrounded it, capturing photographs. Excuse me, Teacher Xianyu, you may call me Ran Yao. I am employed at the Imperial Capital Dance Academy. Upon learning her true identity, Ran Yao struggled to contain her excitement. Regarding the suggestion I mentioned last time, I hope you will reconsider. The remuneration is negotiable. The invitation is from a celebrity of considerable renown. Ran Yao continued, many aspire to participate, but lack the opportunity. Aside from being a dance instructor, she was also Jibai's exclusive dance director. How renowned! Pei Jinwoo leaned against the glass, feeling a surge of agitation inside.
Rania hesitated, chuckling.
This was not supposed to be disclosed early, but to demonstrate my sincerity, I can let you in on a little secret. The individual in question is the illustrious Jibai. Who? Upon hearing those 3 words, Pei Jinwoo's spirit was instantly invigorated. She had been pondering how to grasp his attention. Yes, sensing her excitement, Ran Yao's confidence surged, thinking that her efforts had not been in vain. The preparations for Jiang Tianwang's music video had been underway for quite some time, but he was notoriously selective, having yet to find a suitable choreographer or dancers. While she had no interest in dancing, the prospect of meeting Jiang Jibai was indeed an enticing opportunity. If possible, I can arrange for you to meet Jiang Tianwang. That would be wonderful, Pei Jinwoo replied promptly, eager for the earliest opportunity. All right, no later than the day after tomorrow, Ran Yao assured her, vowing to call as soon as the time was confirmed. Jiang Tianwang's influence was indeed formidable. It was unexpected that even a prodigious dancer like Ran Yao could be swayed. Very well, Pei Jinwoo ended the call, and her WeChat suddenly vibrated. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from the elderly lady from before. The elderly lady, divine physician, it has been a while. Image of blooming flowers. Pei Jinwoo smiled slightly. It has indeed been a while. How is your health, dear sir? The elderly lady. I am doing quite well. Thank you. However, the medicine you provided is nearly exhausted, and I wish to purchase some more. This kind-hearted girl had secretly left behind medicine during her last visit. She hadn't received payment, and guilt weighed on her mind. Pei Jinwoo. Preparing the medicine requires some time, approximately 10 days. The elderly lady. All right, 10 days will coincide perfectly with my birthday celebration. I wonder if the divine physician could grace us with your presence for a drink? A birthday celebration? There seemed to be many of those. Initially intending to decline, the elderly lady sent another message. You saved my husband's life and generously provided him with medicine. You cannot refuse a meal in return. It is only fitting that we express our gratitude. Otherwise, I may not sleep a wink, and who knows what might happen. Pei Jinwoo chuckled helplessly, pondering the absurdity of such a curse. After a moment's thought, she replied. Very well, I shall bring it over. After all, it was merely a meal and would not take up too much time. The elderly lady. Splendid. I shall await your arrival, divine physician. Pei Jinwoo, I promise. Ending the conversation, Pei Jinwoo accessed the J5 Studios page to inquire about the progress. Soon, the staff sent images. Boss, the jewelry materials are all prepared. When shall we begin crafting? Pei Jinwoo. In the next couple of days. Having replied, Pei Jinwoo tossed her phone back into her bag. Collapsing into her chair with a sense of existential despair, gazing out at the myriad lights of the city. Suddenly, a wave of sentiment washed over her. She was weary. How I long for retirement. How I yearned to return to the countryside to raise pigs and cultivate cilantro. Yet, she still had 4 years to spend in the capital. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became. Finally, she shut her eyes, wishing to escape her thoughts. Whatever, let it all be destroyed. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, Ran Yao's enthusiastic call broke the silence. Teacher Xian Yu, good morning. Pei Jinwoo leaned against the wall, dozing off, her expression icy. Su Qingla and Zhao Qianqian were too intimidated to speak to her. Good morning? What student is ever cheerful at such an early hour? Teacher Xian Yu. The time has been set for Jiang Tiangwang. Would the afternoon of the day after tomorrow work for you? The afternoon of the day after tomorrow coincided perfectly with the Saturday. That works. Pei Jinwoo responded coolly, confirming that she would indeed be meeting Jiang, what's his name? Ran Yao paused for a few seconds before replying with a smile. Of course, you will meet the film Emperor Jiang. That is acceptable. Pei Jinwoo raised an indifferent eyebrow, casually mentioning that she needed to study before hanging up. Ran Yao, holding the phone, looked utterly perplexed. With her looks and achievements in dance, she could easily enter the entertainment industry without attending school, earning enough in a year to last a lifetime. What a pity. In this day and age, few remain unaffected by the allure of wealth, and fewer still are committed to diligent study. Concluding her side of the conversation, Ran Yao promptly called Jiang Jibai, her tone turning stern. I have arranged for the meeting. Will you attend? Jiang Jibai had just disembarked from a plane, utterly exhausted, his mind reeling with thoughts of Ran Yao's claims of a dance master and her lofty assertions. If you refuse, I shall leap off the overpass. Do as you wish. Oh, Jiang Jibai massaged his temples, then jump. Later that night, after finding his sister, Jiang Jibai sat up in bed. Hold on, did I previously have an illness? Why am I not allowed to meet? Chapter 44. Little White Face, is he my long-lost brother? Ah. Ran Yao emitted a sound akin to a gopher, prompting Jiang Jibai to hold his phone at a distance. Just look at the video. Ran Yao persisted, bombarding him with a flurry of clips. I assure you, you will be enamored. Teacher Xian Yu is a master of choreography and dance. In today's entertainment scene, few can rival her. To ensure Jiang Jibai would be impressed, she stayed up all night watching every video of Teacher Xian Yu dancing, selecting the 3 most exquisite performances. All right, I will watch. Jiang Jibai, having been nagged relentlessly, grumbled impatiently, but only under the condition that if I find it uninteresting, you shall not impose further. He was a perfectionist, producing merely 1 song a year. Yet each release was guaranteed to be a sensation. The more popular it became, the greater the likelihood that his sister would notice it. Thus, he preferred to invest extra effort in preparation rather than engage in futile endeavors. Hurry and watch. I shall keep you company. Ran Yao refused to end the call, her teacherly demeanor resurfacing with formidable intensity. Jiang Jibai scowled, shaking his head in resignation. Upon returning, he planned to dismiss that dance director who had been so persistent. Moments of silence passed. Jiang Jibai clicked on Ran Yao's WeChat, revealing 3 videos. He opened the first, a classical dance. The girl in the video skillfully concealed her face, yet her movements were elegant, showcasing profound skill. Such a dancer would be underappreciated even as a principal performer. Not bad at all. Indeed, there is quite a bit of talent. Jiang Jibai felt a flicker of interest and clicked on the second video. Modern dance. In the footage, a girl adorned in high-waisted attire and cargo pants showcased a slender and supple waist. Each vigorous and spirited movement, in harmony with the rousing music, stirred the soul. A slight smile graced Jiang Jibai's lips, his gaze turning earnest. There is indeed something remarkable about her. The final video featured ballet. The girl donned a pure white swan costume, her exposed neck appearing long and delicate, as if from another realm, breathtakingly surreal. Particularly when the camera panned to her face. The ephemeral quality made his heart skip a beat. Have you finished watching? Not hearing Jiang Jibai's response, Ran Yao grew anxious, persistently inquiring, "Isn't she absolutely amazing? Is she not more impressive than any dancer you've encountered, including me?" Jiang Jibai replied nonchalantly, "She is quite formidable." It is indeed a rare feat to resonate with him through mere video. Moreover, her beauty is striking. Upon mentioning Pei Jinwu, Ran Yao's words flowed freely. Her admiration uncontainable. "In nearly 40 years of my life, I've never seen a girl as beautiful as she. More importantly, she bears a striking resemblance to you. Your appointment is set for tomorrow afternoon?" Jiang Jibai interjected, unable to listen any longer. "That's correct," Ran Yao responded. "The young lady possesses quite a personality. You must temper your notorious temper to avoid frightening her." Jiang Jibai pressed his lips together, conceding with a good-natured agreement. After ending the call, he leaned back in his chair, picking up a photo beside him that bore no distinct features, his expression gradually turning solemn. "Where, indeed, is my sister?" After attending class on Saturday morning, she had a comprehensive science tutoring session in the afternoon. "Teacher, I have a matter to attend to and would like to request leave." Pei Jinwu spoke politely. She was not attempting to be contrary. Rather, this was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. "Absolutely not." The physics teacher, a balding old man known for his eccentric demeanor, was infamous for his peculiar ways within the school. Recently, he had heard rumors about Pei Jinwu. Upon hearing her request for leave, his expression immediately soured. "Pei Jinwu, do you think teachers forego their rest to provide supplementary lessons for students like you? Simply out of boredom?" The old man grumbled, barely stopping short of pointing a finger at her. Despite the harshness of his words, there was a kernel of truth. The teachers at the school genuinely cared for their students. Their intentions were noble. "What must I do to obtain my leave?" Pei Jinwu inquired patiently, fearful of provoking this eccentric old man into a fit of anger, as she needed his approval. "Complete this paper, and I shall grant you permission." The old man produced a compilation of actual physics exam questions, slamming it onto the desk. "As if I can't handle a mere child." "Very well." Pei Jinwu readily acquiesced, retrieving a pen from her backpack and sitting upright at the desk, ready to tackle the questions. Observing her reaction, the old man paused momentarily. This paper was intended for students like Zhao Qianqian, who possessed a solid foundation, designed for them to excel. How many points could she possibly achieve? Humph. The old man, uninterested in her, sat beside her, sipping tea while waiting for the class bell to ring. Pei Jinwu worked diligently. The paper consisted of 150 questions, with a passing score of 90, correct? Thus, she aimed to tackle 30 points worth of questions in each subject. In a hurry, Pei Jinwu focused solely on the multiple-choice questions. Glancing at each question, she swiftly arrived at the answers and filled in her selections. Upon completing the multiple-choice section, she triumphantly declared, "Haha, 30 points." She flipped through the paper and selected a major question from each section, each worth 10 points, totaling exactly 30. From beginning to end, the process took less than 10 minutes. "Teacher, I have finished." Pei Jinwu submitted her exam paper, thoughtfully borrowing a red pen from a classmate. Her gaze fixed intently on the old man, her intent unmistakable. "Grade it." The old man, having barely sipped his tea, instinctively glanced her way upon hearing this. He saw that she had completed all the multiple-choice questions but was bewildered. Reluctantly, he picked up the red pen and began to grade. The first multiple-choice answer was correct. The second was also correct. The third and fourth followed suit. One after another, all the multiple-choice answers were correct. The old man set his teacup down, adjusting his reading glasses, glancing between Pei Jinwu and the paper. This examination paper had just been printed. No one had seen it before. The old man had witnessed Pei Jinwu's work from start to finish, making it impossible for her to have cheated. "Teacher, there are still 30 points remaining here." Pei Jinwu pointed out the 3 major questions with care. Upon finishing the grading, the old man calculated the score. Perfectly correct, 90 points. Just enough to pass. Not a point more or less. "Teacher, may I leave now?" Pei Jinwu shouldered her backpack again, her expression icy, as if she would throw a tantrum if not allowed to depart. The old man, at a loss for words, nodded dazedly. Only after Pei Jinwu's figure disappeared did he regain his senses, grabbing a student who had just entered and excitedly exclaiming, "You come and regrade this." Perhaps his old eyes had deceived him. How could a student who scored 0 on a comprehensive science test manage to achieve 90 points in merely 10 minutes? In the grand tapestry of the era, Beisho boasted the largest and most prominent media company, home to countless artists. Among them, Jiang Jibai stood out, a luminary in the industry, comfortably seated at the helm of the company, with promotional materials of him visible everywhere. Upon reaching the ground floor, Pei Jinwu immediately messaged Ran Yao, her eagerness palpable as she sought to ascertain whether this pretty boy was indeed the brother she had yet to meet. Silently, she inquired, "Is anyone watching?" In Chapter 45, amidst the chaos, Jiang Jibai called out to his future sister, Jinwu, who was in a fit of anger. "Teacher Xianyu." Ran Yao nearly sprinted down the stairs, breathless. "Let us go up." Pei Jinwu had shed her school uniform, now wearing a simple white short-sleeve shirt. A black cap pulled low over her forehead, revealing only half of her exquisite face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ran Yao marveled inwardly. This girl's beauty was flawless, as if sculpted with care by the hands of the divine. If she could become one of their artists, with Jiang Jibai on one side and Pei Jinwu on the other, their company would be unbeatable in the entertainment industry. "Teacher Xianyu, just go straight ahead and turn right for the meeting room of Emperor Jiang." Ran Yao glanced at her watch, her face beaming with a smile. "Emperor Jiang is currently shooting for a magazine cover. It should wrap up in about 5 minutes. Please wait a moment while I go urge them to speed up."
All right.
Pei Jinwu placed her hands in her pockets, idly surveying her surroundings. All she saw was an expanse of white, the cool color scheme evoking the sensation of entering an ice house. Only the pink photo album on the table stood out starkly. Pei Jinwu's attention was drawn to it, and she instinctively approached, lifting the album. Inside, there was a girl whose features were mere outlines, devoid of distinct characteristics. It seemed rather peculiar. In the lower right corner of the album, an inscription was scrawled haphazardly, but 2 characters could be faintly discerned. "Sister." "Sister?" Upon seeing this inscription, Pei Jinwu's heart raced violently. Could it be that the absence of facial features was due to an inability to recall her appearance? Jiang Jibai. Could he truly be her brother? "What are you doing?" Before Pei Jinwu could regain her composure, a loud reprimand echoed from behind her.
Bang.
Pei Jinwu was lost in thought, startled to the core as the album slipped from her hands and fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, she turned her head to find Jiang Jibai, clad in a black casual suit and adorned with a subtle makeup, coldly staring at her. The instant the album hit the floor, the man's expression drastically shifted. He strode forward, forcefully pushing her aside. Thud! Pei Jinwu's body collided with the doorframe, causing a slight pain. "Who told you to touch my belongings?" Jiang Jibai anxiously brushed aside the shards of glass on the floor, tenderly gathering the photos as if they were precious treasures, his crimson eyes glaring at Pei Jinwu. She stood frozen in place, her clear gaze beneath the brim of her hat equally fixed on the man, specifically observing his fierce and menacing expression. The girl's demeanor was equally tense, an air of chill emanating from her that surpassed his.
"Get out."
"Just get out." Jiang Jibai caressed the photos, his eyes reddening as he pointed at Pei Jinwu and shouted, "What's going on?" Ran Yao had just finished her tasks and approached, initially intending to gauge Jiang Jibai's reaction, only to overhear his outburst at the doorway. Teacher Xianyu leaned against the door, her attire slightly wrinkled, her complexion pale, with an air of vulnerability about her. "Jiang, the film emperor, this is Teacher Xianyu," Ran Yao said, lowering her gaze, only to then notice the shattered frame, which immediately darkened her expression. Who doesn't know? The photo within that frame was the film emperor's cherished possession, one he took everywhere with him.
Today?
He had likely just arrived at the company, not yet having the chance to head to his office, temporarily placing it in the reception room before rushing off to shoot an advertisement. Generally, the reception room was empty. "Make her leave at once." Jiang Jibai stood, resembling an enraged lion. "I don't wish to see her again. No moon or sun can justify breaking my sister's frame." The film emperor's fury left Ran Yao in a difficult position, knowing she couldn't persuade Jiang Jibai in such a state. She could only force a smile at Pei Jinwu. "Teacher Xianyu, you're insane." Pei Jinwu icily spat out 3 words, turning her back and leaving without a glance. "Teacher Xianyu." Ran Yao was utterly bewildered, thinking to herself that Pei Jinwu's temper was no less fierce than Jiang Jibai's. "Jiang Jibai. Ran Yao wanted to scold him but held back, knowing how frantic he was in searching for his sister. She had only just managed to invite Teacher Xianyu, and now to offend her would make it difficult to invite her again. "Find me a new frame." Jiang Jibai sat on the sofa, repeatedly wiping the photos. completely disregarding Ran Yao's words.
All right.
Ran Yao placed her hands on her hips, exasperated yet helpless. You will regret this. After scolding him, she obediently went to find a new frame. As long as the photo remained intact, he could function normally, leaving the era of prosperity. Pei Jinwoo sat by the flower bed on the roadside, contemplating a strand of hair she had absent-mindedly pulled. The memory of Jiang Jibai's fierce demeanor resurfaced, darkening her expression. After a considerable pause, Pei Jinwoo finally composed herself and took out her phone, contacting someone. It's me. I have something for you to handle. Soon. Someone arrived at the base of the era of prosperity. The man bowed respectfully, boss. How soon can we get the DNA results? Pei Jinwoo inquired earnestly as she handed him the items. Typically, it takes 2 to 3 weeks, the man replied respectfully. If you need it urgently, I can return to Nanzhou immediately to use the base's equipment. The earliest I can get results is 3 days. Notify me as soon as the results are in. Understood. The man accepted the items, bowed again, and then departed. Once this matter was settled, Pei Jinwoo took a taxi to her studio, working tirelessly until 10 in the evening. Just as she was about to hail another taxi, a WeChat notification chimed. Shang Shiyan, sister. Principal Song mentioned you didn't attend afternoon classes and asked me to check on you. Pei Jinwoo paused for 2 seconds. Did the teacher report her? Surely, she didn't genuinely consider Shang Shiyan her brother? Before she could respond, Shang Shiyan continued. Principal Song said your aunt is quite busy and has a senior student at home to care for. He exchanged contact information with your aunt when he left the police station, so he could call me if anything came up. Who knew the first call would be to report her? Principal Song remarked that Pei Jinwoo was gifted but lacked diligence in her studies. It seemed she was quite afraid of him, hence calling him to ensure she was properly guided. Pei Jinwoo pursed her lips. I took a leave. The exclamation mark conveyed her anger. How dare that old man slander her? Shang Shiyan chuckled lightly. All right, so where are you now? He had heard from the principal that she had left school and had yet to return home, which worried him. Pei Jinwoo sent him her location. Shang Shiyan arrived swiftly, personally driving this time.
Get in.
The man opened the passenger door for her and, once she settled in, offered her a warm box of egg tarts. Delicious. Pei Jinwoo, already famished, eagerly devoured one. After lowering her hand, she resembled a little squirrel, prompting Shang Shiyan to chuckle helplessly as he leaned closer. She instinctively retreated a bit, and he edged forward, closing the distance between them. She could even catch a faint scent of mint emanating from him, devoid of any tobacco smell, which was quite pleasant. Gazing at his suddenly magnified, handsome face, Pei Jinwoo's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she momentarily forgot about the egg tart. What was he trying to do?
See you tonight.
Chapter 46. A great temper, truly hard to soothe. Watching the man inch closer, Pei Jinwoo furrowed her brow, prepared to give him a whack.
Click.
The sound of the seatbelt fastening echoed in the car. Sister, you need to obey traffic regulations and fasten your seatbelt. Shang Shiyan smirked, straightening his posture with both hands on the steering wheel. Pei Jinwoo, holding the egg tart, nearly failed to react.
Oh.
She realized he meant to fasten her seatbelt, nearly mistaking him for a lecher. The car sped smoothly along the road. Pei Jinwoo took a careful sniff, astonished to find there wasn't a hint of smoke in the vehicle. Had he quit smoking? So, where did you go today? The man asked gently, tilting his head slightly. Just some matters, Pei Jinwoo replied nonchalantly while sipping her milk, her tone dismissive. All right. She was unwilling to elaborate, and Shang Shiyan refrained from pressing further. As long as she wasn't injured, it was manageable. Principal Song mentioned your studies are falling behind. Shang Shiyan's demeanor turned serious, reminiscent of a parental figure. When reporting her, he had also received her report card. In 3 years of middle school, she had numerous subjects with a score of 0. The exam paper was whiter than her face. With only 3 months left, should I find a tutor for you? Absolutely not. Pei Jinwoo flatly refused. Her tone calm. I can study by myself. Study by yourself? Shang Shiyan raised an eyebrow, countering her assertion. You don't believe me? Pei Jinwoo paused her chewing, her starry eyes locking onto the man with an unkind tone. Staring at the stack of zeros, Shang Shiyan found it hard to convince himself to believe her. I do. Meeting the girl's icy gaze, he still spoke insincerely, softly reassuring her. Eat up, it's getting cold. With such a temper, truly hard to soothe. Half an hour later, Shang Shiyan dropped Pei Jinwoo off at Mingjiao. After getting out of the car, he couldn't help but ask, Are you free on the 30th? It's Grandma's birthday banquet. I'd like to take you along. Aren't you my sister? It's a chance for the family to meet you, he added. There will be plenty of delicious food. The 30th? Pei Jinwu frowned slightly, realizing it coincided with that elderly lady's birthday. Shang Shiyan is affluent. Her birthday banquet should be quite sumptuous. Alas, she cannot breach her promise. I have prior commitments on the 30th, murmured Pei Jinwu, pursing her lips. Very well, replied Shang Shiyan, his brows slightly furrowed but not imposing any pressure on her, his tone gentle. Please take care on your way back. Watching the young lady depart, the man shook his head in resignation. Bringing her home? Is that not a tad premature? He always felt that this girl had the disposition of a mere 3-year-old, completely oblivious to his intentions aside from her appetite. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After all, she was already 18. In due time, if he made his intentions more apparent, perhaps she would come to understand. At that moment, Shang Shiyan's phone suddenly rang. Master, we have news regarding the sister of Emperor Jiang. Feng Xing's voice resonated. Shang Shiyan's expression instantly turned grave. After ending the call, he drove towards Jiang Jibai's residence. Inside the villa, Jiang Jibai sat on the sofa, meticulously reviewing the information uncovered by the Hacker Alliance. It was confirmed that Jiang Jibai had encountered troubles in the South China Sea, swept downstream to the European borders. Reportedly, a massive maritime disaster had occurred in the South China Sea, claiming numerous lives. However, there were sightings of a little girl rescued by a fishing boat, although the boat's whereabouts had since vanished, and they were still searching for leads. The Alliance projected that they would finalize their investigations in a few days. Leaning back on the sofa, Shang Shiyan spoke solemnly. The data concerning the maritime disaster has been entirely obliterated, making the investigation indeed challenging. A few days? Jiang Jibai tilted his head back, his complexion pale, yet his eyes were intensely red. Are you certain we can locate my sister? Absolutely. Shang Shiyan lifted a glass of red wine, savoring a sip, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Are you just now realizing the prowess of the Hacker Alliance?
Ha!
Jiang Jibai finally allowed a smile to grace his features, unable to resist teasing. My apologies. But I only recall that the Hacker Alliance has been outpaced by the Tianji Group for 2 consecutive years. Each year, the frontrunners in the hacker competitions have been between the Hacker Alliance and the Tianji Group. Before the emergence of the Tianji Group from the south, the championship had always belonged to the North Continent Hacker Alliance. Until the Tianji Group arrived, rewriting history. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Shang Shiyan's gaze turned icy as he swirled his wine glass, his expression almost menacing. TSK, Jiang Jibai, recognizing the shift, smiled faintly, raising his glass to clink with Shang Shiyan's. Brother, thank you. For what? Shang Shiyan raised an eyebrow, his tone languid. Otherwise, Jiang Jibai savored the red wine, its fragrance enveloping his senses, teasingly remarked, You still don't have a girlfriend, do you? Having known Shang Shiyan for many years, he was well aware of his character. If his sister were of a similar age, she would indeed be a worthy candidate for him. Shang Shiyan met Jiang Jibai's gaze, instantly discerning his intentions. Not at present. But that does not imply it will remain so. Jiang Jibai was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. Who would be so blind as to take an interest in you? A proud little girl. Shang Shiyan's lips curled into a gentle smile, brimming with affection. Little girl? Jiang Jibai pursed his lips, focusing solely on the word little, and launched into a round of mockery. What a beast. You don't want my sister, do you? You are not worthy. While waiting for the DNA test results, Pei Jinwu wandered through the days and a days. She occasionally spaced out during class, each time caught by the teachers. All right, the teachers' eyes are like measuring sticks. They never seemed to miss a chance to scrutinize her. Consequently, the news that Pei Jinwu was an academic underachiever, indifferent to her studies, swiftly spread throughout the school. The teachers were restless, whispering among themselves. Ahem, the eccentric physics teacher, clutching an old thermos, leisurely blew steam, smiling as he said, Do you think she is lacking? I beg to differ. The other teachers turned in unison to the eccentric teacher, lowering their voices to discuss. I heard that Pei Jinwu skipped class on Saturday, which infuriated the old man. Really? A female teacher covered her mouth, whispering. The student said he laughed one moment and then talked to himself, declaring that Pei Jinwu is a genius.
Puffed.
One teacher could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. With her conduct, she believes she is something special just because she can dance. At this rate, she won't even qualify for a junior college. The teachers furrowed their brows, hastily urging the head of the department to report to the principal. This is driving everyone mad. If we let this linger, all the teachers will likely go insane.
Jinwoo.
The exam is next Wednesday. How are you preparing? Zhao Qianqian inquired with concern upon hearing the campus rumors. The teachers at the school were not merciless. They disliked students with poor grades who were clever yet utterly disinterested in studying. Pei Jinwoo was publicly criticized. Pei Jinwoo leaned against the wall, casually munching on sunflower seeds. What do I need to prepare? As long as I have hands, that is sufficient. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. Just as she finished her sentence, her phone suddenly vibrated. A message arrived from her subordinate. Boss, your DNA test results with Jiang Jibai have come in. Chapter 47. That bastard who pointed at her and cursed as her brother? Boss, the report has been sent to your email. The DNA results are in. Pei Jinwoo's finger trembled, causing the sunflower seeds in her palm to drop to the ground. Su Qingye hurriedly picked them up, instructing his subordinates to fetch another bag. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Jinwoo opened her email, clicking on the first message. The report contained numerous pages, but she immediately spotted the final result: genetic similarity of 25. The genetic similarity between siblings is typically around 25. To further confirm the relationship, the lab conducted additional genetic comparisons. Ultimately, it was confirmed. The individuals in question are siblings. Siblings. These two words fell heavily on Pei Jinwoo's mind, akin to two stones crashing down, leaving her dazed, even forgetting to process her thoughts. Jiang Jibai is her brother. That bastard who pointed at her and yelled for her to get lost is her brother?
No.
He doesn't resemble one. With a decisive tap, Pei Jinwoo exited the email, opening WeChat. Are you sure the test report is accurate? Subordinate. Replying to boss, our lab's equipment is generally reliable. They added, of course. Having blood samples would yield more precise results. Pei Jinwoo gripped her phone, leaning against the wall, gazing upward at the sky, feeling utterly disenchanted. Jinwoo, what's wrong? Zhao Qianqian's round eyes fixed on her, puzzled. Why does it seem like you've suddenly been struck mute? Suddenly, Pei Jinwoo sprang to her feet, hurriedly shoving her belongings into her backpack. Sister Wu, we have a physics makeup class this afternoon, Su Qingye meekly reminded her. Sister Wu looks really pale. I have matters to attend to. Pei Jinwoo slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed straight for the eccentric teacher's office. Teacher, I need to take a leave. Upon seeing Pei Jinwoo, the eccentric teacher immediately opened his drawer and pulled out a test paper he had prepared earlier. Do it.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo, not one to be overly coy, retrieved a pen from her backpack and sat down opposite the teacher. How many points do I need for this test? The eccentric teacher paused for a few seconds, hesitating. This test paper was from a physics competition previously given to all students who nearly achieved full marks in physics. The passing rate was below 60%. Although the last physics test posed some difficulty, Pei Jinwoo might have had a stroke of luck, scoring full marks on the multiple-choice section. The subsequent 3 major questions, while somewhat elementary, still require contemplation. This time, he must ponder them thoroughly. A score of 60 suffices. The eccentric old man does not intend to make things difficult. If one can achieve 60 on this exam, what is there to fear about the college entrance examination? Very well. Pei Jinwoo lightly curled her crimson lips and picked up her pen, scrutinizing the questions with utmost seriousness. The old man set down his teacup, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Previously, he had harbored grave doubts regarding his own eyesight, fearing that Pei Jinwoo might be surreptitiously searching for answers. Thus, this time, he needed to observe closely. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Pei Jinwoo, pen in hand, displayed no intention of writing, instead flipping the paper back and forth multiple times. The old man's brow furrowed deeply, engulfed in profound suspicion. Could it be that her previous score was indeed unreliable? Had he rejoiced in vain? Just as despair threatened to consume him, Pei Jinwoo lowered her head and finally began to write. Without a glance at the questions, she swiftly marked down her answers. After completing the multiple-choice section, she continued on to the larger problems, similarly ignoring the prompts and directly arriving at her conclusions. 15 minutes later, Pei Jinwoo set down her pen, satisfied with her inspection of the exam paper, and handed it to the old man. Clearing his throat, the old man immediately donned his reading glasses, eagerly seizing a red pen. With a flurry of strokes, he marked the paper.
Oh.
This girl possesses a certain cleverness. Who could have labeled her a dullard? He would tear apart the mouth of anyone who dared to defame her. Just as the old man became increasingly engrossed in his grading, he suddenly found himself at a halt. Why was there no more?
Teacher.
I calculated that you required a score of 60, and I achieved 90, Pei Jinwoo said leisurely, packing her bag with a demeanor both respectful and polite. Why 90? The old man, bewildered by her actions, instinctively inquired. Because I also scored 90 last time, Pei Jinwoo replied, her delicate visage illuminated with a calm expression. I have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. I have graciously gifted you 30 extra points. Surely the excuse note can be signed? The old man, pen in hand, stood utterly dumbfounded. So, she could control her scores, determining just how much she wished to achieve? Teacher, would you kindly sign here? Pei Jinwoo produced a pre-prepared excuse note, placing it respectfully upon the desk.
Ah. Oh.
The old man, still in a daze, picked up the pen and, in a state of confusion, signed his name. Thank you.
Teacher.
You're welcome, student. It was not until Pei Jinwoo departed that the old man finally came to his senses, abruptly rising and slapping the table, erupting into hearty laughter. There is hope, there is hope. Hua Gao shall be saved. In all my years of teaching, this is the first student I have encountered. The other subject teachers, passing by the old man's office, were startled by his boisterous outburst, leading to new rumors. Pei Jinwoo had once again driven the physics teacher to madness, and this time, it was worse than before. Before leaving the school, Pei Jinwoo checked Jiang Jibai's schedule. At 7 in the evening, he was to dine with friends at Yushanju. She felt a twinge of doubt regarding the hair she had taken previously and decided to draw blood this time. If the results remained unchanged, she would resign herself to fate. Upon reaching the rooftop garden, Pei Jinwoo discovered that Jiang Jibai's companion was none other than Shang Shiyan. No wonder Shang Shiyan had previously claimed he could procure a signed photo of Jiang Jibai for her. She had assumed he was merely a wealthy patron willing to pay for a photograph. Had she known this beforehand, why had she expended so much effort over a few strands of hair? Seated in a private booth, Pei Jinwoo fixed her gaze intently upon the two. The rooftop was filled with music, rendering their conversation difficult to decipher. She could only see Jiang Jibai fervently adding copious amounts of cilantro to his bowl, the quantity astonishing. Pei Jinwoo felt a wave of exasperation. The last person she had seen with such a penchant for cilantro was herself. This was a trait ingrained in his very DNA. What further validation was necessary? Turning off the music, Pei Jinwoo sent a message to the manager, and the melodies abruptly ceased. At last, she discerned their dialogue. You like cilantro too? Shang Shiyan squinted, a smirk gracing his lips.
Two?
Jiang Jibai paused, lifting his head, his finely chiseled features illuminated under the cold light. Pei Jinwoo observed him closely for the first time. His eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. The more she noticed, the angrier she became. He had pushed her into a door, and her arms still throbbed with pain. What a troublesome fellow. Mentioning Pei Jinwoo elicited an uncontainable mirth in Shang Shiyan. That young lady also loves cilantro. Is that so? Jiang Jibai, intrigued by the repeated references to her, mused aloud. I wonder if my sister shares the same fondness.
Sister?
Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwoo's gaze dimmed. It seemed that the album she had shattered that day had indeed borne the word sister. Was his anger truly rooted in familial ties? If so, she might forgive him 10%. However, the remaining 90% of her grievance would need to be avenged. Later that evening, she learned that her brother, the one who had told her to leave, had enlisted her arch-nemesis to investigate her. TSK, Shang Shiyan leaned back, his tall figure relaxing, a playful smile gracing his handsome face. Loving cilantro is rather endearing, just don't be like you, with that perpetual poker face. Just by looking at my face, one can tell my sister is no ordinary beauty. Jiang Jibai retorted coldly, she is undoubtedly more striking than your sister. Not necessarily. Shang Shiyan narrowed his eyes, a sly smile playing on his lips. My little girl is exceptionally charming when she smiles. No ordinary person can compare. Upon hearing Shang Shiyan's words, Pei Jinwoo's brow furrowed. What did he mean? Was he judging her appearance based solely on Jiang Jibai's looks? Did he think she was as unattractive as Jiang Jibai? When had her vision failed her? Clearly, they were not cut from the same cloth. Both were insufferable. Just as Pei Jinwoo was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang suddenly. Wu Xiaomei. The voice on the other end was that of Lu Ying, brimming with excitement. I heard that Jiang Jibai, that pretty boy, has hired the Hacker Alliance from Beizhou's League to investigate you. What is he plotting? He has gone to search for our arch-nemesis. This revelation infuriated Lu Ying. Pei Jinwoo's mood soured even further. The S League was the greatest adversary of the ghostly figure. They were notorious for snatching businesses, territories, and hacker rankings. They stole everything imaginable. The leader of the S-League must have been a bandit in his past life. The brother who had told her to leave had sought her nemesis to investigate her.
How amusing.
Her spirits plummeted further. Wu Xiaomei, are you there? Lu Ying ventured tentatively, noting the silence.
Yes.
I remember you asked me to investigate that pretty boy last time, Lu Ying recalled, sensing something unusual about the situation. What is going on? Perhaps. Pei Jinwu bit her lip, reluctantly admitting, Zhang Jibai is somewhat related to me.
What?
Lu Ying's excitement surged, her voice sharp. Could it be that I guessed correctly? You and that pretty boy are mutually pursuing each other? Not at all. Pei Jinwu's brow furrowed slightly, her voice low and cold as she muttered. Zhang Jibai is my brother.
Brother?
I thought he was your boyfriend. After a brief pause, Lu Ying burst into laughter. I told you Zhang Jibai, that pretty boy, lacks both looks and charm. He is utterly unworthy of you. Thank goodness. She could not fathom the thought of the little bok choy she grew up with being ravaged by a pig. No, that's not right. After barely stifling a laugh for 2 seconds, Lu Ying's tone took a dramatic turn. What did you say? What did you say? Zhang Jibai, whom I have never met before, is my long-lost brother. Pei Jinwu blurted out the truth, her tone tinged with awkwardness. The DNA test is complete, with an accuracy of 99%. The remaining 1% was confirmed just moments ago. Only the two of them could reach a state of madness over cilantro. Lu Ying's mind was in a haze as she closed her eyes, trying to recall every word Pei Jinwu had uttered. If Zhang Jibai is the brother of Wu Xiaomei, did she just insult him rather crudely? What did she say? She had no looks to speak of, indirectly suggesting that Wu Xiaomei was unattractive. Lacking in grace, she indirectly implied that Wu Xiaomei was devoid of charm. Oh yes, she also called Zhang Jibai a pretty boy. However, I have blocked all your information. Each word from Lu Ying was articulated with utmost caution. While the Hacker Alliance could trace it, it would likely take some time. During this period, they could fabricate countless false documents to confuse each other. Surely, the little ancestor wouldn't scold her, right? After all, she had just found her brother, only to risk losing him again. Right? Pei Jinwu rested her chin on one hand, squinting her beautiful starry eyes. Casting a semi-smiling glance at the two men outside who were engaging in light-hearted banter, her lips curling slightly. You did quite well. Lu Ying's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a hint of curiosity. My dear brother has crossed me. Pei Jinwu articulated her grievances, and even through the screen, one could sense her displeasure. This account needed to be settled. Then your information. Lu Ying hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Should she still give it to little Bai, Zhang Jibai? Let us block it for another 2 days. Pei Jinwu smiled faintly, so arrogant. Let us temper his pride.
All right.
Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief, softly saying, Congratulations. Our Wu Xiaomei finally has a brother to dote on her. Brother? That word felt rather unfamiliar. Ending the conversation, Pei Jinwu stood up, slinging her bag over her shoulder and departing. While waiting for the bus, she encountered the earlier arriving Shang Shiyan. Wu, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Pei Jinwu, Shang Shiyan appeared somewhat excited. Pei Jinwu cast a deep glance at him, recalling what he had just said, and silently withdrew her gaze. She chose to ignore him. Shang Shiyan was momentarily stunned by her glare, his smile froze on his face. Why did this little girl seem upset? Hadn't he provoked her at all? Wu. Shang Shiyan murmured, pursing his lips and furrowing his brow lightly, pushing open the bus door to clarify the matter. Just then, the bus from the opposite direction arrived. And without looking back, the girl boarded the vehicle. The bus departed, heading in the opposite direction from him. Shang Shiyan remained in his half-formed gesture of stepping down, awkwardly frozen in place. Master, Miss Pei seems to be angry, Fengji remarked, adding fuel to the fire. Did you need to remind me? Shang Shiyan replied coldly, returning to his seat in the car, pulling out his phone to find the girl's WeChat. He sent a message. Wu, what's wrong? The tone was sufficiently humble. Pei Jinwu ignored him. Shang Shiyan, I have some candy here. Should I bring it to you? Pei Jinwu continued to disregard him. Shang Shiyan initiated a video call. The moment it connected, the girl promptly hung up. Shang Shiyan thought back to the day he brought her to the candy store. She was so pleased, even smiling at him. How could her attitude have shifted so dramatically in just 2 or 3 days? Could it be? Shang Shiyan narrowed his dark eyes, recalling the boy he had seen at the police station that day. Their relationship seemed rather amicable. Feng Xing, under the guise of a stranger, donated 5 million to Hua Gao. Shang Shiyan observed his unresponsive phone, his expression darkening as he instructed. Inform principal Song to strive for an improvement in educational standards and teaching quality. He paused, each cold word falling from his lips with precision. No early romances among students. 5 million would be discreet enough that no one would investigate it intentionally. Yes. Foam Xing nodded respectfully, momentarily taken aback. Could the master be feeling jealous? If Miss Pei truly fancies a male classmate, wouldn't he the master face his first defeat in life? Imagining that scene, he felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. 2 days later, Pei Jinwu received another call from Ms. Ran Yao. Teacher Xianyu, woo-woo, Ran Yao whimpered, her voice frail. Jiang Jibai didn't he rest well that day? He didn't mean to get angry with you. Please give us another chance. That MV truly needs you.
All right.
After listening to Ran Yao, Pei Jinwu agreed, without hesitation.
Woo-woo?
Ran Yao's feigned tears abruptly ceased, almost leaving her speechless. She had prepared herself for rejection. Teacher Xianyu was unexpectedly accommodating, which was quite unusual. After hanging up with Ran Yao, Pei Jinwu promptly called Luing, a playful smile on her lips. I no longer need to hide my information. Let Jiang Jibai find out. He wants to find a sister, right? Let him roll. Jiang Jibai. Woo-woo, sister, kneeling down JPG. Chapter 49. The Sister Recognition Funeral. I never want to hear the name Xianyu again in this lifetime. Besides dropping the concealment of information. Add 2 more words to the data. Xianyu. Pei Jinwu tapped her finger lightly against her fair cheek, a gentle yet impactful rhythm.
Huh.
Luing was momentarily taken aback before realizing, understood. Those hackers are so incompetent. Without providing some keywords, it's nearly impossible to locate anyone. After all, they were the defeated underlings of the Tianji team during the hacker competition. The information would be released at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Jinwu's lips curled up slightly, her clear starry eyes emanating a dangerous glimmer.
All right.
Luing recognized that the pretty boy brother had crossed her. And the little ancestor would not let this slide. She felt a tinge of excitement, anticipating the spectacle of the pretty boy's sister recognition funeral. At noon after school, Pei Jinwu received a call from Ran Yao. The release date for Jiang Jibai's MV was less than a month away. Yet he was being particularly picky about the choreography and dance partner, which remained unresolved. As the dance director, Ran Yao was frantic. Thus, she had to muster the courage to seek out Xianyu once more. Teacher Xianyu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Ran Yao fumbled with her food tray. Smiling carefully, please have some food first. There's no rush, right? Jiang Jibai was being unreasonable. Because teacher Xianyu accidentally broke his sister's photo frame. He had held a grudge ever since, refusing to meet her again. Today, she had to drag him out. Even if it meant tying him up to present him before teacher Xianyu. Pei Jinwu held a fragrant chicken wing, her appetite quite good, blinking innocently. Oh, I'm not in a hurry.
Huh.
This sudden amicability left Ran Yao flabbergasted, making her hesitant to smile too broadly. The disparity in teacher Xianyu's demeanor was unsettling, especially when she smiled. It seemed even more intimidating than her previous coldness. Surely, she hadn't been driven to delusions by Jiang Jibai, had she? At this thought, Ran Yao shivered and hurried toward the studio. Meanwhile, Jiang Jibai had just completed an advertisement and was lounging in a reclining chair, relaxed. With a glass of red wine in his left hand, his right hand gently caressed the newly wrapped photo frame, his expression radiating warmth. The Hacker Alliance has stated that they will be able to locate my sister's whereabouts within the next couple of days. Throughout the day, I was in a rather pleasant mood. Until for heaven's sake, I would rather forfeit my dignity than not kneel before teacher Xianyu to plead for yet another chance. Ran Yao crouched beside Jiang Jibai, speaking gently. We can't let her visit be in vain, can we? After all, she is teacher Xianyu. And what of it? Jiang Jibai's warmth vanished from his expression as he lifted his cool, piercing gaze, his face devoid of emotion. Is teacher Xianyu entitled to meddle with my sister's frame? Not even the Jade Emperor himself could change that. In this lifetime, Jiang Jibai and Xianyu were destined to be adversaries. My previous insistence that she leave was already an act of mercy. His voice turned icy, laced with hostility. You would do well to make her depart. If she dares to appear before me again, I will not be so forgiving. But what about your music video? Ran Yao furrowed her brow. He intended to use this album as a stepping stone to the Grammy Awards. After such prolonged preparation, success was within reach, all jeopardized by a mere frame. I initially created this MV to raise my profile and let my sister see it, Jiang Jibai said earnestly, unhurriedly. My sister will be found shortly. Whether or not I reach the Grammys is no longer significant. Not to mention, Jiang Jibai turned his head to face Ran Yao, his expression grave and fearsome. She shattered my sister's frame. The final phrase was nearly spat out through clenched teeth, each word punctuated with palpable disdain for Xianyu.
Sigh.
Ran Yao understood the esteemed position his sister held in his heart, yet she never anticipated his fervor would reach such a frenzied state. She was unaware of what this so-called sister looked like, or where she might be. If she were truly found, she would undoubtedly be cherished by Jiang Jibai. Rejecting teacher Xianyu would irreparably damage their relationship. Had she thought this through? Ran Yao made one last effort, her face a mask of distress. For a genius dancer like teacher Xianyu to condescend to participate in the MV was a stroke of fortune he must have earned in a past life. An unappreciative sibling. Jiang Jibai remained silent, his scowl speaking volumes. What connection could he possibly have with her? If he could, he would wish to never hear the name Xianyu again in this lifetime. Fine. After much persuasion, Jiang Jibai remained unmoved, and Ran Yao had no choice but to concede. I will go and decline teacher Xianyu's offer. She closed the door behind her. With a bitter expression, Ran Yao walked away, muttering curses under her breath. Her mood soured to the extreme. Even passing dogs were subjected to her ire. 20 minutes later, Jiang Jibai's phone buzzed with information from the Hacker Alliance. His sister was alive. His sister was in the capital. She was 18 years old. The last piece of information struck him like a bolt. His sister's idol was Xianyu.
What?
His sister's favorite idol was Xianyu? The mere mention of her name pierced his mind like twin daggers, sending his thoughts spiraling. If this were true, having offended Xianyu would surely anger his sister. Wouldn't it? Would she refuse to recognize him in her wrath? Was he destined to lose his sister? Realizing this, Jiang Jibai sprang to his feet, dialing a number while striding purposefully toward the exit. Jiang Yingdi, keep your distance from me. He shoved past the director who attempted to engage him, hastening his pace, colliding with several staff members along the way. What has gotten into Jiang Yingdi? Everyone in the studio gazed at the man, whose emotions were spiraling out of control, in shock. These were veterans who had followed him for years, accustomed to his serene demeanor and cold indifference. Today, he seemed transformed, almost unsettling. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Jibai tried calling Ran Yao, but the first attempt went unanswered. The second was abruptly cut off. By the third try, he found himself blocked from calling her altogether. Damn it! His brow furrowed tightly as he pressed the elevator button with urgency, hoping against hope that Ran Yao had not yet encountered Xianyu. Meanwhile, in another building of the Times Grandview, Pei Jinwu had just finished a delightful meal when she looked up to see Ran Yao clinging to the doorframe. Her eyes reddened as she stared at her. TSK. Not seeing Jiang Jibai's figure, Pei Jinwu understood immediately. This temper, she thought, must be inherited from someone in the family. After consideration, she concluded it certainly wasn't from herself. Is that so, teacher Xianyu? Ran Yao felt a wave of guilt and attempted to explain, unsure where to begin. He told me to leave, right? Pei Jinwu, seated with her legs crossed, wore a faint smile. It appeared the Hacker Alliance had yet to uncover any substantial information. Ran Yao's expression was grim, but the harsh words from Jiang Jibai were far more cutting than any dismissal. Teacher Xianyu, please do not be upset. He can be quite unreasonable at times.
Bang.
Before Ran Yao could finish, the door was suddenly flung open with force. Name your price. Jiang Jibai, drenched in sweat and looking pallid, stood before them. Pei Jinwu. Ran Yao. Chapter 50. Searching for a sister in front of her sister. Madness. Name your price? Gazing at the suddenly appeared man, whose demeanor was grave, Ran Yao was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been seething with rage, a fierce expression on his face. And now he was offering money? What madness was this? Join the MB production and name your price. Jiang Jibai steadied his breath. His striking dark eyes fixed intently on the girl, his voice devoid of warmth. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Jiang Jibai towered over Pei Jinwu, who, while not short, was seated and wearing a hat which obscured her features, reducing her to just a silhouette. The man paid no heed to her appearance. What mattered was that his sister admired her. He intended to introduce Xianyu to his sister as a gift once he successfully reunited with her. His sister would surely be delighted. Pei Jinwu maintained her initial position, still gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon hearing his words, her small face wrinkled slightly. The chicken leg suddenly lost its appeal. By this time, the Tiangong Society had already disseminated her information. Logically, The Hacker Alliance should have discovered her connection to Jiang Jibai. He rushed over. Not to acknowledge her as a sister? Well, that made sense. His fierce demeanor and icy expression suggested he was there for revenge. What did this mean? Pei Jinwoo no longer felt inclined to eat. She tossed the chicken leg back onto her plate and absently wiped her fingers. Her tone was equally cold, offering him no warmth. The price is yours to dictate, but I have two conditions. Jiang Jibai harbored resentment towards the person who shattered his sister's frame and was unwilling to utter an unnecessary word, his expression indifferent. First, join the MV team as the choreographer and lead dancer. The production will take at least 2 weeks, making it convenient for my sister to meet you. And what else? Pei Jinwoo leaned back, inadvertently brushing against her arm, which caused a slight twinge of pain that made her frown. My sister is quite fond of you. Jiang Jibai paused for 2 seconds before responding in a deep voice. I would like you to have a meal with her. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwoo's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but scrutinize him more closely. The first surprise was that Jiang Jibai genuinely cared for his sister. The second surprise was that she felt her heart soften, leading her to instruct the Tiangong Society to add the crucial information of Xianyu to her personal data. If I am not mistaken, the connection between Xianyu and the younger sister has been misconstrued by the Hacker Alliance to imply that the sister harbors affections for Xianyu. It is likely that this was their first encounter, eliminating any suspicion of them being the same person. Heh. The leader of the S Alliance has indeed fostered a cadre of simple-minded imbeciles. Thus, it is no surprise that Jiang Jibai exhibits erratic behavior, one moment coldly ordering her to leave, the next lowering his pride and throwing money at her for the sake of his sister. She had prepared herself to reconcile with her brother, only to be met with this turn of events. Is he truly intent on treating her with disdain? Using money to demean her, Xianyu, is it? Very well then. Pei Jinwoo shifted her body slightly, a pang of pain coursing through her arm. It is said that the film Emperor Jiang is renowned across the land, his wealth seemingly limitless. I will not settle for a meager sum. This is a check. Jiang Jibai, lacking patience, did not even wish to see her. He commanded, fill it out yourself.
Wow.
Fill it out myself? My brother is quite wealthy. Pei Jinwoo, who has an affinity for money, immediately brightened, eagerly taking out a pen and inscribing numbers on the check. As she penned the first digit, Ran Yao inhaled sharply. Xianyu's teacher is indeed ruthless. However, she had also been thoroughly vexed by Jiang Jibai recently, and at this moment, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Jiang Jibai, indifferent to her presence, busied himself with his phone, anxiously awaiting news of his sister. His mind was consumed with thoughts. Soon. I will find my sister soon. Sign it. After Pei Jinwoo completed the numbers, she pushed the check towards Jiang Jibai for his perusal. The man glanced down, noting that every space was filled with a series of nines. He counted 990 million followed by an array of nines. How audacious. This price, I assure you, will undoubtedly delight the sister of the film Emperor Jiang. Pei Jinwoo crossed her arms, a confident smile gracing her lips. She felt quite pleased. Delaying the acknowledgement of her brother by a few days would net her nearly $1 billion, while also providing an opportunity to humiliate those imbeciles in the Hacker Alliance. A twofold benefit indeed. This business deal is quite lucrative. Initially, Jiang Jibai thought her demands were exorbitant, but upon hearing her subsequent remarks, his frustration evaporated. If it will make his sister happy, he can afford any sum. You better have the ability to make her happy, he remarked coldly, leaving behind his words and the check as he hurried away, phone in hand. She overheard the conversation. There were issues arising from the Hacker Alliance's investigation. Pei Jinwoo rolled her eyes. As if there wouldn't be problems while searching for his sister. How absurd. Xianyu, we shall meet tomorrow. The one most amused by this farce was undoubtedly Ran Yao, who excitedly grasped Pei Jinwoo's hand, grinning as she said, but really, has no one mentioned how much you resemble the film Emperor Jiang? She had been observing and found the resemblance striking, especially when agitated. Their eyes were almost identical. She began to suspect that Xianyu might be the long-lost sister of the film Emperor Jiang.
No.
She must find an opportunity to procure Xianyu's identification photo to show the film emperor. Pei Jinwoo's expression shifted, her pale fingers pushing back the brim of her hat to reveal her exquisite face, stating earnestly, I am far more attractive than he is.
Huh.
Ran Yao awkwardly chuckled, nodding emphatically, that is true. Indeed, Xianyu was far more refined than the film emperor, a true marvel of the era. Pei Jinwoo then received a message from Shang Shiyan on WeChat. Candy, JPG. It was a type she had never encountered before, visually delightful. A few candies to win her over? But she is not so superficial. Pei Jinwoo turned off her phone, tossing it into her backpack, striding forward with a nonchalant air. A few minutes later, the girl could not resist pulling out her phone to respond with a few words. What flavor? She absolutely did not intend to eat any. It was purely curiosity. After being ignored for several days, Zhang Shiyan, upon seeing the girl's message, exhaled in relief. A newly developed flavor. It's delicious. Should I bring some to you? Zhang Shiyan climbed the ladder of conversation, a gentle smile gracing his lips as the coldness around him dissipated, his expression softening.
Phew.
The front seats Fengxing and Fengji noticed their master finally smiling and similarly breathed a sigh of relief. The candy development team had poured their hearts into concocting this new flavor over several sleepless nights, and their efforts had not been in vain, otherwise. They would have had to endure even longer. Pei Jinwoo replied, I have matters to attend to these days. Busy with acknowledging her brother. Zhang Shiyan responded, all right, focus on your tasks. Remember to contact me when you have time, okay? Especially do not leave me hanging. After a few days of feeling neglected, he had finally managed to appease her, and Zhang Shiyan was mindful not to pursue her too aggressively. Coincidentally, he also had matters to attend to. There were complications arising from the Hacker Alliance. They had nearly pieced together the information regarding Jiang Jibai's sister, who was tantalizingly close. However, an error had occurred somewhere, leading to confusion in their search direction. Jiang Jibai was nearly driven to madness. He had to rush to the Alliance's base to personally ascertain the situation. Ironically, Jiang Jibai's sister seemed to have an affinity for woo-woo, showcasing her discerning taste. This chapter has undergone revision, but it bears no significant impact. My dear readers, do not fret. The acknowledgement of the brother will happen within these 2 chapters. Chapter 51. No need to postpone. Tomorrow, he will come crying to see me. The following day, after Pei Jinwoo had just finished her class, she received a call from Ran Yao. The MV production is intricate, choreography, recording, and after that, editing, formatting, and seeking approval, all within a very tight timeline. Jiang Jibai was preoccupied with searching for his sister and had no time to attend to Shen Yu. Thus, it fell upon the humble worker, Ran Yao, to bravely approach the matter. Shen Yu, how long do you require to choreograph a dance? Ran Yao crouched beside Pei Jinwoo, her gaze fixed curiously on the girl perusing the project proposal. With less than 2 months until the release date, she wondered if they would have enough time.
Huh.
Pei Jinwoo slightly raised her chin, hesitating for a few seconds before lifting a hand. 5 weeks? Ran Yao's mouth fell open, clearly astonished. Choreography varies by individual, and for a production of this magnitude aiming for the Grammys, an experienced choreographer usually requires at least a year of preparation. Yet, Shen Yu claimed she needed only a month. How impressive. Pei Jinwoo wiggled her fingers, her brows arching playfully as she replied languidly, 5 minutes. How much? Ran Yao shot up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she inquired, what did you say? 5 months seemed ludicrous to her. 5 minutes was simply outrageous. 5 minutes. Pei Jinwoo repeated, her confusion evident as she blinked innocently. What is the issue? Upon grasping the content the MV intended to convey, inspiration for the choreography instantly blossomed in her mind. After reviewing the proposal, the entire choreography would naturally come together. 5 minutes felt rather leisurely. No problem. Ran Yao fervently shook her head, nearly speechless. The world of the extraordinary is beyond her comprehension. Sometimes, the chasm between individuals is wider than that between humans and dogs. Biting handkerchief, JPG. How long will it take you to finalize this dance? After a considerable time, Ran Yao regained her composure, her eyes filled with admiration. 2 days. Pei Jinwoo answered without a moment's thought. While the members of the Hacker Alliance may be numerous in their ineptitude, there are certainly a few with their wits about them. Uncovering the truth is only a matter of time. Though Jiang Jibai is infuriating and treats her harshly, commanding her to leave. Humph. Having swindled him out of a staggering 1 billion, Pei Jinwoo felt a twinge of unease within. Having accepted the money and accomplished her task, the forthcoming acknowledgement of kinship would surely be less awkward. TSK, Pei Jinwoo rubbed her forehead. Which family of siblings conducted themselves in such a manner? After finalizing the MV content, Pei Jinwoo, in the presence of Ran Yao, executed the entirety of the newly choreographed dance movements. A perfect score, 100 indeed. Ran Yao, recording with her phone, lavished praise, ultimately becoming somewhat tongue-tied. With choreography of such caliber, one must wonder who in the entertainment industry could rival it. I see you are quite fond of snacks, so I took the liberty of purchasing some for you. Pei Jinwoo tidied her belongings, shouldering her bag in preparation to depart when Ran Yao called out to her, producing a large bag of treats she had prepared in advance.
Thank you.
Pei Jinwoo's eyes sparkled as she reached out to accept the offering, clutching it tightly.
No need for thanks.
Ran Yao smiled broadly, her cheeks nearly frozen in delight, stammering. Today, Jiang Yingdi indeed had prior engagements and could not attend, perhaps another day. No need for another day. Pei Jinwoo stuffed the snacks into her backpack, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Tomorrow, he'll be crying and pleading to see me.
Huh?
Upon hearing this, Ran Yao was momentarily taken aback. The aloof Jiang Yingdi, crying and begging to meet teacher Shen Yu?
Huh?
The likelihood of that is slimmer than the world ending tomorrow. In this world, there was only one person capable of making Jiang Yingdi bow his head, his sister. By the way, teacher Shen Yu, their SA dancer audition happening next door. Would you like to take a look? Shen Yu was the lead dancer, and the supporting dancers had to be chosen with care, lest they fail to measure up to her standards. You all can decide. Pei Jinwoo raised an eyebrow, her tone casual. With her presence, even the most mediocre dancers could elevate this MV to remarkable heights. At this moment, within the audition area of the Times of Prosperity, Shin Yunru, having failed her audition, stood by the window, her heart engulfed in despair. A group of successful backup dancers craned their necks to peer outside. It was rumored that Ran Yao had persuaded Jiang Yingdi to hire an extraordinary choreographer. Whispers circulated that this instructor not only possessed exceptional dance skills, but was also strikingly beautiful, successfully displacing the renowned dance ingenue Su Yun to take on the role of the MV's female lead. It was said that Su Yun had spent an entire year preparing for Jiang Yingdi's MV, and everyone had deemed her the prime candidate for the role. Until just moments ago, when the company notified her to audition for the backup dancers, she had been unaware that the lead had been snatched away from her. Standing nearby, Su Yun wore a grim expression, eager to see who had usurped her position. Here they come. With a gasp, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Pei Jinwoo? As she recognized the figure emerging from the opposite room, Shin Yunru's pupils dilated in disbelief. The choreographer and lead of Jiang Yingdi's new MV was none other than Pei Jinwoo. At the sight of her, Shin Yunru was reminded of the injustices she had endured. Isolated by her peers at school, privately derided as a white lotus and two-faced, she had plummeted from the pedestal of adoration into a quagmire of humiliation. After painstakingly leveraging connections to befriend the senior Su Yun, she had hoped that dancing in Jiang Yingdi's MV would redeem her. Little did she expect to encounter Pei Jinwoo. Her failure to audition was surely orchestrated by that wretched girl.
Who was that?
The girls nearby murmured in confusion. Having just returned from overseas training and unaware of the recent events surrounding Shin Yunru and Shen Yu due to the Shin family's financial efforts to suppress related news, they were oblivious to the situation online.
Shen Yu.
Shin Yunru clenched her fists, her voice icy. Shen Yu? Is that the same Shen Yu I know? One of the girls exclaimed in surprise. Su Yun also lifted her gaze. She had heard of this individual, a prominent figure in the dance community. If Shen Yu truly became the lead, she could accept it. However, it was Pei Jinwoo who had taken the role. Shin Yunru scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If that's the case, she truly pales in comparison to senior Su Yun. In an instant, all attention shifted to Shin Yunru. Ahem. She feigned a look of grievance, weakly stating, to be honest, she is actually the adopted daughter of the Shen family. After being exposed for seducing my boyfriend, she severed ties with the family in a fit of rage. This girl is rather cunning, secretly learning to dance behind her family's back. After leaving, she quickly associated with other wealthy men in upscale venues. As Shen Yunru spoke, she scrutinized Su Yun's expression, bemused by the unfolding drama. The MV was clearly meant for you as the female lead. How could it suddenly be snatched away from you? It's rumored that Pei Jinwoo used unscrupulous means to secure the lead role. My goodness, is she truly that vile? Sister Su Yun, you are at a disadvantage. This MV was specially crafted by Jiang Yingdi for his missing sister to see. If he discovered that the female lead was a heartless wretch, Su Yun clenched her fists, her face etched with indignation. Listening to the accusations against Pei Jinwoo, Shin Yunru wore a satisfied smile. If she couldn't thrive, she would ensure Pei Jinwoo suffered as well. Jiang Yingdi was notoriously protective of his sister. Stepping on his sore spot would be delightful.
Humph.
Let us see how she maintains her joy as the female lead. Chapter 52. The First Brother. Jiang Yingdi, your sister is Shen Yu. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Pei Jinwoo voluntarily completed a physics test. The eccentric old man, in a fit of delight, requested a leave of absence from her English teacher on her behalf. With the borrowed leave slip in hand, Pei Jinwoo swaggered out of the school. The English teacher was perplexed. I strongly suggest the physics teacher get a checkup. He seems quite deranged, acting as an accomplice. At times of prosperity, upon her arrival at the dance studio, Pei Jinwoo observed only a sparse number of backup dancers. Clearly, not everyone had arrived. She checked her phone, confirming that Ran Yao had communicated the correct time. When would Jiang Yingdi return? A few girls were engaged in conversation, treating her as if she were invisible. Times have truly changed. Anyone can film an MV these days. She certainly has talent, remarked a girl with short hair, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Pei Jinwoo. With her beauty and charm, what resources could she possibly fail to acquire? Indeed, another girl with long hair scoffed, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her piercing gaze on Pei Jinwoo, unabashedly mocking. Jiang Yingdi commissioned this MV at great expense to locate his lost sister. Some people think that wearing the title of a master can conceal their past misdeeds. They ought to reflect on whether they are worthy of portraying such a delightful female lead in the MV. It would be wise for her to leave voluntarily. If Jiang Yingdi discovers someone is tarnishing his sister as hard work, the girls exchanged knowing glances, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Who was unaware? Jiang Yingdi was renowned for his ruthlessness, especially concerning matters related to his sister. Some would even call him a madman.
Dance?
At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they learned how Shen Yu met her demise. Listening to the girls' incessant chatter, Pei Jinwoo furrowed her brow. TSK, understood. Some deemed her unworthy of the female lead position in the MV due to her poor reputation, feeling she did not embody the essence of a sister. The sister herself expressed, this is quite difficult to assess. It seems you all feel quite aggrieved about being my backup dancers. Pei Jinwoo offered no further explanation. Her hands in her pockets, her tone indifferent. I am giving you an opportunity. Those willing to stay may do so, while those unwilling are free to leave now. In truth, having no backup dancers would yield even better results. However, Ran Yao had mentioned that this group of dancers had undergone rigorous training abroad for 2 years specifically for the MV. To dismiss them at the last moment would be rather unethical. Now, it appears that she has overthought the situation. Whether one can dance or not is not for you to decide. Upon hearing Pei Jinwoo's words, someone immediately stood up and stormed out in indignation. Indeed, it remains uncertain who will leave. With a leader taking the initiative, the other dancers began to strut away with arrogance. They were convinced that the company would not hastily replace their partner dancers. Moreover, Sister Su-yun was waiting at the door, ready to inform the esteemed Jiang actor of the truth upon his return. Once Jiang actor learned the reality, wouldn't he force her to leave? Let us see how long she can maintain her pride. Ultimately, only one person remained. Pei Jinwoo turned her gaze towards the girl who was huddled in the corner, timidly looking at her, and asked, why aren't you leaving? Teacher Shen Yu, I am your fan. The girl shyly replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't believe what they said. She had followed Teacher Shen Yu for many years. She knew all too well what kind of person she truly was. A single choreography from Teacher Shen Yu could fetch a significant sum. Why would she need to rely on a man for support? As for her sister, it was obvious she was not a good person. Not a single word she spoke could be trusted. In my eyes, you bear a striking resemblance to Jiang actor. You, in fact, are far more suited to the role of the female lead than that Su-yun. She had never believed Su-yun could portray the lead. It was precisely because of her affluent family and available resources that others showered her with praise, leading to the mistaken belief that she was destined for the role of the female lead. You have a good eye. Pei Jinwoo opened her backpack and took out a handful of snacks, tossing a packet towards the girl. Please, enjoy these cookies. Thank you. The girl caught the cookies, a faint smile gracing her lips, sweet as sugar. Teacher Shen Yu, you should really explain the situation to Jiang actor. The rumors have become rather unpleasant. No need. Pei Jinwoo tore open a cookie, a playful smile curling her lips. In this MV, it's just the two of us. All the other dancers' shots will be entirely given to you.
Huh.
The girl dropped the cookie she held onto the floor, her expression turning serious. Jiang actor had quite the temper, especially concerning his sister. Had anyone ever witnessed Jiang Jibai smile? Pei Jinwoo proceeded to open a bag of chips. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, huh? The girl fell silent. The question was simply too explosive. Jiang actor, meanwhile, had spent the entire night without news of his sister. Just as he was about to doze off on his way to the company, his phone suddenly vibrated.
Hello.
Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Jibai instantly perked up, sitting upright. Is there news about my sister? Yes, the voice from the Hacker Alliance reported respectfully. We have confirmed your sister's whereabouts. Who? Where? Jiang Jibai's fingers clenched tightly around his phone, causing it to emit a sharp crack as the screen shattered. She is an 18-year-old student at Huagao's senior year, the Alliance member replied earnestly, each word carefully chosen to avoid errors. Just get to the point. Jiang Jibai snapped, his face darkening as he coldly reprimanded them. He already knew this information. Why yes, the Alliance member stammered, trembling as they finally revealed the crucial detail. Her name is Pei Jinwu. She is also known as a dance master, referred to by netizens as. Upon hearing the word dance, Jiang Jibai felt a jolt in his heart, an unwelcome image of that annoying girl surfacing in his mind.
Shen Yu. What?
As the name escaped his lips, Jiang Jibai felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest, his voice barely a whisper, as he incredulously asked, say that again. What is her name?
Shen Yu.
Her name is Shen Yu. Jiang actor, your sister is named Shen Yu. Oh, so many people. Please rate one bao. Thank you splits. Chapter 53. The truth revealed. Jiang actor goes mad upon seeing his sister.
Shen Yu.
Shen Yu. My sister is named Shen Yu.
Goes.
Hearing Jiang Jibai's deafening silence, the Hacker Alliance paused for a moment before apologizing. During our previous investigation, we found data relating Shen Yu to your sister. Shen Yu resembles you quite a bit. And since you have met her in person twice, we assumed you would recognize her, and thus did not connect Shen Yu and your sister as the same person.
Met.
Jiang Jibai's entire body trembled, his handsome face devoid of color. Yes, you have met her twice. The first time was when Ran Yao brought her to the company, saying she would choreograph the MV and play the female lead. The young girl accidentally knocked over your sister's photo frame, and you coldly yelled at her to leave. The second time, the Hacker Alliance was misled. You thought Shen Yu was your sister's idol and, in a fit of rage, threw money at her. He had two opportunities to see his sister's face and recognize her. But what had he done instead? Jiang actor, we have yet to collect your sister's genetic information. Please take a look at the photo. The Hacker Alliance member finished speaking and sent him a picture via WeChat. Photo. JPG. How similar. How similar. Jiang Jibai's fingers clenched tightly, and after much mental preparation, he trembled as he opened the picture. The moment he saw his sister's features, he felt the blood in his body rush back to life, the emptiness in his mind suddenly filled. The floodgates of memory seemed to have found their key, bursting open with a resounding click. Brother, I love you the most. I want a hug. Wah, I want candy. Brother, buy me some. The crisp, sweet voice echoed in his ears, and combined with that face, it felt achingly familiar. His sister indeed bore a striking resemblance to him, especially in her eyes, to the extent that even a hospital would refuse to conduct a DNA test. Yet, her features were more delicate and beautiful than his own. Separated, they were lovely. Together, they were breathtaking. Jiang Jibai gently caressed the girl in the photo, his eyes slowly moistening, filled with both emotion and regret. Had he paid more attention during those first two encounters with Shen Yu, he might not have taken so long to recognize her.
Sister.
He had finally found a sister. Found family. Jiang Jibai hung up on the Hacker Alliance and immediately contacted Ran Yao. Where is Shen Yu? As soon as the call connected. Before Ran Yao had a chance to say hello, Jiang Jibai's cold voice cut through the air. Ran Yao's heart raced. What madness would Jiang actor unleash upon teacher Shen Yu now? What do you mean, where is she? Ran Yao feigned anger, alarm bells ringing in her mind. The money has been given. The person has been invited. You can't back out now. Jiang Jibai gripped his phone tightly, his voice chilling several degrees as he demanded, where is Shen Yu? The uncontrolled, piercing shout startled Ran Yao to the point where she nearly dropped her phone. She had witnessed Jiang Jibai's anger and fury before, but he had never lost control to the extent of shouting hoarsely. What on earth had transpired? In the photography studio, realizing that something crucial was at stake, Ran Yao dared not conceal the truth any longer. Jiang Jibai, what do you need Shen Yu for? Jiang Jibai remained silent, his mind consumed by the phrase in the photography studio. He was less than 10 minutes away from the studio now. What would he say upon seeing his sister? Would she be angry about past events? The more he pondered, the deeper his melancholy grew, wishing he could turn back time and slap himself twice. Hey, say something. Ran Yao could not hear his response. Only the sound of his rapid breathing, like a smoldering anger about to erupt. Was this again related to his emotionless sister? It must be. Only she could drive Jiang Jibai to such madness. Calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. Ran Yao, feeling frightened, earnestly advised, forget it. I'll rush back from school immediately. If you dare offend Xianyue again and disrupt the MV's progress, I swear I will kill you. Jiang Jibai, do you hear me? Before she could finish, the call was unceremoniously cut off. It was over. Trouble was brewing once more. Ran Yao tossed her phone into her bag, smacking her forehead as she hurried outside. Neither of these two was one to back down, and with Jiang Jibai's temper, it was entirely possible that Xianyue would indeed be infuriated enough to slap him. The thought of their confrontation made Ran Yao's legs feel weak, urging the driver to accelerate. In this moment of tumult, Suyun had been waiting at the door for what felt like an eternity, finally spotting Jiang Jibai's business vehicle. As the door swung open, he emerged in casual attire. His hair slightly tousled, his handsome face set in a cold expression as he strode purposefully inside. Seeing him approach, Suyun quickly jogged forward, cutting straight to the point. There are certain truths about teacher Xianyue that I believe you have the right to know. Xianyue? Jiang Jibai had not planned to engage, but upon hearing his sister's name, he abruptly halted. Turning his gaze towards her, his tone was laced with frost. What truth? Xianyue is nothing like what is portrayed online. Suyun's heart burned with unfair indignation, consuming her rationality as her voice grew agitated. She is ungrateful and morally corrupt. For the sake of money and status, she is capable of the most unscrupulous actions.
What?
Jiang Jibai's already cold gaze turned even more frigid, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes.
What did you just say?
My sister is ungrateful? Morally corrupt? Without any boundaries? As far as I know, this MV is a gift from you to your sister. A person as shameless as Xianyue is utterly unworthy of the leading role. Suyun, consumed by rage, did not notice Jiang Jibai's increasingly dark expression as she mercilessly berated Pei Jinwu.
Who told you that?
Jiang Jibai listened quietly to Suyun's tirade, his fingers slowly clenching at his sides as his anger began to simmer. She was the most cherished person in his life. Confronted by Jiang Jibai's chilling demeanor, Suyun assumed her accusations were effective, her spirits lifting as she continued. Jiang Jibai, I just don't want her efforts to go to waste.
Is that so?
Jiang Jibai remained silent, his deep, dark gaze fixed intently on Suyun.
Yes.
Suyun felt a chill run down her spine under his piercing gaze, forcing herself to nod despite her fear. Where is Xianyue? Jiang Jibai's long lashes lowered slightly, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. In Dance Studio 1. Suyun pursed her lips, answering without a second thought. What is your name?
Suyun.
A wave of delight washed over Suyun, and she smiled broadly in response. Jiang Jibai cast a long, assessing glance at the smiling girl before saying nothing more, striding purposefully towards the dance studio. It seemed Jiang Jibai had taken her words to heart and was off to confront Xianyue. This Shen Yunru truly had a bit of an effect. With that thought, Suyun hurried after him, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 54. Siblings reunited. I am your sister, am I not? Brother. In the dance studio. As the backup dancers caught sight of a stern-faced man approaching with barely contained fury, their eyes sparkled with excitement.
See?
We told you. Jiang Jibai dotes on his sister and will never tolerate Xianyue tarnishing her reputation. Here he comes, ready to settle the score. Jiang Jibai. The backup dancers greeted, eagerly following him, their spirits buoyed by his presence. With someone to back them, they felt emboldened. Jiang Jibai was preoccupied with seeing his sister, his focus entirely on her, oblivious to the others around him. Upon reaching the door of the dance studio, Jiang Jibai suddenly stopped, turning around to cast a menacing glance over his shoulder at the crowd behind him. With the intensity of his gaze, the collective footsteps of the crowd halted abruptly, none daring to advance. Jiang Jibai's demeanor was terrifying. The last time they saw him like this was in a film where he portrayed a twisted murderer. Goodness, he's furious. Xianyue must be in for a rough time, the backup dancers whispered excitedly, eagerly awaiting the unfolding scene through the transparent glass of the studio. At the entrance of the dance studio, the usually calm and unflappable man felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He was anxious, uncertain if he would gain his sister's forgiveness. He silently vowed, as long as she forgave him, he would do anything. A few minutes later, Jiang Jibai steadied his thoughts, suppressing his inner turmoil, and mustered the courage to push open the door to the dance studio. In an instant, a slender, unfamiliar yet familiar silhouette came into view. The girl sat with her back to him on the sofa, her long legs elegantly crossed. Her left hand rested on the sofa, lightly tapping a playful rhythm, while her right hand cheerfully cracked sunflower seeds, casually critiquing Jiang Jibai. What kind of blind girl would fall for a man with such a temperament? Only her brother. Otherwise, she'd be slapped every time he flashed that sour face. Just as she was in the midst of her banter, the door creaked open. She did not turn around. Rather, the girl chatting with her stood up in shock. Jiang Jibai. The unexpected arrival of Jiang Jibai startled the girl, causing her voice to stutter. It was over. She had just heard Xuanyue's complaints and had even found some merit in them, inadvertently echoing them. Did Jiang Jibai hear her? Pei Jinwu did not turn around, focusing intently on finishing the remaining sunflower seeds. What a waste to leave them uneaten. Xuanyue, Jiang Jibai is here. Noticing Xuanyue's lack of reaction, the girl, terrified, kindly reminded her, you should stop eating. Jiang Jibai has a cleanliness obsession and absolutely detests eating in the dance studio. Last time someone had a lollipop, they were severely scolded. Let alone. While cracking sunflower seeds and criticizing Jiang Jibai, Xuanyue had perfectly crossed into forbidden territory. Don't rush me, I'm almost done. Pei Jinwu replied lazily, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, clearly dismissing the presence behind her. As Xuanyue continued her relentless actions, she poured out the remaining sunflower seeds from the bag, leaving the girl utterly flabbergasted, her mind momentarily incapacitated. You may leave, Jiang Jibai said. His gaze fixed on his sister's retreating figure, his voice unexpectedly softened.
Huh.
Okay, she stammered, noting the icy demeanor of the renowned actor Jiang, and nodded weakly. Before departing, she made a desperate attempt to wink at Pei Jinwu, who pretended not to notice. The girl felt on the verge of fainting, speculating that a fierce confrontation was imminent that day. TSK. In the glass-walled room, Su Yun and others observed the scene with nothing but disdain. Although the two faced away from them, it was easy to imagine Jiang, the esteemed actor, was seething with anger. Xuanyue's audacity was astonishing. How could she dare to disregard him? It was evident that she was aware of the consequences of provoking him, fully prepared to face the fallout. She appeared calm on the surface, yet deep inside, she was likely in turmoil. Sister Su Yun, prepare yourself to take her place, someone excitedly chimed in, jesting.
Indeed.
Shen Yunru agreed, eager to flatter. Sister Su Yun is undoubtedly the most fitting for the lead role. With a confident smile, Su Yun turned to Shen Yunru and softly remarked, with your capabilities, you could easily be a supporting dancer. Once I secure the lead role, I might even select a few supporting dancers myself. That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Thank you, Sister Su Yun, Shen Yunru replied, momentarily stunned before her heart brimmed with joy. Pei Jinwu had offended Jiang, facing a ban from the dance community, while she would join his music video, stepping into the limelight and gaining fame. Just the thought of it filled her with delight. Indeed, that was the outcome she desired. In the dance studio, silence enveloped the space, save for the crisp sound of sunflower seeds being cracked. Jiang Jibai stepped closer, finally getting a clear view of the girl's face. In that instant, his breath hitched. The significance of genetic testing paled in comparison. Just by looking at her face, he knew she was his sister.
Sister.
Jiang Jibai clenched his fists, a hoarse tone escaping his throat as he feared his urgency might frighten her, quickly adjusting his address to you. Pei Jinwu slowly raised her head, unflinchingly meeting his gaze, lazily stating, I'm merely enjoying sunflower seeds. Surely, the esteemed actor Jiang wouldn't go so far as to kick me out, right? No, Jiang Jibai quickly denied, his complexion paling, his tone humble. You can eat whatever you wish. If it pleased her, he would even endure bullets for her. Or perhaps, Pei Jinwu arched an eyebrow, her hands continuing their motion as a subtle smile graced her lips. You've come to confront me about my scandal, knowing I sent the supporting dancers away?
No.
Jiang Jibai shook his head, his eyes stinging, his throat tight. He had time for affection. How could he afford to be angry? Oh, Pei Jinwu replied, satisfied with his reaction, raising an eyebrow, her voice softening. I've heard rumors that the esteemed actor Jiang is devoted to his sister. Are you not concerned that my poor reputation might tarnish the music video you prepared for her? After all, last time, she had merely brushed against her photo frame, and Jiang had directly pushed her against the door frame. Pei Jinwu paused briefly before continuing, my arm bruised from that encounter and hurt for several days. The girl's tone conveyed a sense of grievance. I'm sorry, Jiang Jibai lamented, recalling the time he had harmed his sister, filled with regret and pain. I didn't know then. I didn't know you were my sister. However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, He lacked the courage to voice them. He had committed so many reckless acts, even resorting to violence against her. His sister was undoubtedly heartbroken. She must harbor resentment towards him. Now, to reveal her true identity, would she accept him? Do you not know what I am to you? Pei Jinwoo set down the sunflower seeds, clapped her hands, and leisurely approached Jiang Jibai, her clear eyes locking onto his gaze as she enunciated each word. You do not know that I am your sister, do you? Brother.
What?
What did she just call him? Brother. A thunderous shockwave reverberated in Jiang Jibai's mind, exploding within him. On this day, May 20th, he wished everyone happiness, love, and perpetual good fortune. Chapter 55. This brother is acceptable. She can forgive him. Jiang Jibai was momentarily frozen in place by her calling him brother, his flushed eyes clouded with a thin veil of mist, as if 100 pounds weighed down upon him, rendering coherent thought impossible.
Brother?
How did she know he was her brother? Moreover, her calling him brother just now, did that imply she was willing to forgive him? TSK. Observing Jiang Jibai's astonishment and bewilderment, Pei Jinwoo felt somewhat exasperated. Previously, he had ordered her to leave, throwing money at her and coercing her to dine with his sister. His tongue had been quite sharp then. Now, confronted with his sister, he had fallen silent. Curious about how she recognized him, Pei Jinwoo chuckled, massaging her wrist, and lazily replied, well, a classmate who is a fan of yours happened to show me your photo, and I did a little research. Pei Jinwoo smirked, her tone unhurried. Funny how things turn out, isn't it? When did you find out? Jiang Jibai's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse, struggling to regain his composure. Last Saturday. Pei Jinwoo hummed lightly, peeling a piece of candy to quell the anger simmering within her. When you pushed me, you inadvertently snagged a few strands of your hair. Last Saturday? Jiang Jibai recalled their initial encounter. So, she had known then that he might be her brother.
I'm sorry.
The man's already pallid complexion grew graver,
His voice trembling.
I didn't mean to. Pei Jinwoo gazed at him, her eyes softening as Jiang Jibai's expression crumbled. This isn't entirely your fault, she said, blinking to ease the awkwardness on her face. I broke your photo frame, and you pushed me into the door. Since neither was intentional, let us call it even.
Even?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Jibai's expression turned ashen as he cautiously asked, You're really not angry? Pei Jinwoo nodded. Initially, she had felt a bit upset, but upon reflection, she realized everything stemmed from his deep affection for her. This brother was indeed acceptable. She could forgive him. Moreover, he had inadvertently cost her over 9 billion. Here, Pei Jinwoo retrieved the paternity test results from her bag and handed them to Jiang Jibai. How did you obtain this? Jiang Jibai accepted the report, his astonishment growing as he read the results. When had his sister undergone a paternity test? During our first meeting, I snagged a few hairs. Pei Jinwoo replied, blinking innocently. Jiang Jibai gripped the report tightly, confirming repeatedly. Jinwoo was indeed his sister, his genuine sister. Does it still hurt? Jiang Jibai's gaze fell upon her arm, wanting to check but fearing her rejection. He could only ask cautiously.
Huh?
Pei Jinwoo had initially intended to tease him further, but ultimately softened, replacing her words with, It's not too bad. Not too bad? Isn't it painful? Jiang Jibai's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the corner and retrieved a stick. You hit back, he commanded. The man's demeanor was unusually grave, devoid of any jest. As he struck forcefully, until you felt satisfied. Pei Jinwoo lifted her eyelids, her motion of eating candy freezing momentarily. Perhaps it's best to refrain. With a single strike, she might just lose her brother. What the hell? Jiang Jibai's sudden outburst left the onlookers across the way astonished. What had Shen Yu said to the esteemed actor to provoke such anger? No matter how skilled she was at dancing, offending Jiang Jibai would surely jeopardize her future in the dance industry. Shin Yunru, your sister has quite the audacity, they murmured. Even as Jiang Jibai was on the verge of violence, she stubbornly refused to leave. After all, with ambiguous parentage and inferior genes, no matter how well raised, one could not change their intrinsic nature. Shin Yunru chimed in, her mood buoyed. See? She doesn't even compare to sister Su Yun. Su Yun listened quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet, Xianyu was invited by teacher Ran Yao. Surely she was unaware of the situation surrounding Xianyu, right? After all, the leading role was ultimately determined by Ran Yao to some extent. As they engaged in heated discussion, teacher Ran Yao rushed in, flustered. Teacher Ran Yao. Upon her entrance, Someone hastily interjected, warning that Jiang Jibai was furious after learning of Xian Yu's scandal, leading to a fierce argument.
What?
Ran Yao exclaimed, her forehead slick with sweat at the mention of a fight. Who's fighting whom? Both individuals had notoriously bad tempers. She hoped it was Xian Yu who was reprimanding Jiang Jibai. This isn't Jiang Jibai's fault, Su Yun attempted to clarify. Reiterating her explanation to Ran Yao, Xian Yu's morals were questionable, and she was fundamentally not a decent person. Jiang Jibai felt insulted on behalf of his sister and wanted her to leave, which incited his rage.
What?
Ran Yao's voice shot up incredulously, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. Xian Yu is not a decent person? What nonsense are you spouting? You can ask Jiang Jibai, Su Yun retorted. Satisfied with Ran Yao's reaction, as Xian Yu was indeed a complex subject. Exactly, others around chimed in. Ran Yao gave Su Yun a piercing glance, contemplating reprimanding her. But her mind was occupied with the two fighting in the dance studio, her voice cold as she commanded, "Don't leave. I need to speak with you later." "All right." Su Yun replied gently, waiting obediently. The MV project had commenced, and with Xian Yu expelled, the leading role was suddenly vacant. Who was most suitable to fill it? The answer was evident. It was herself, Ran Yao vowed. She had never run so fast in her life, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She knew someone must have been speaking ill of Xian Yu in front of Jiang Jibai, leading to a misunderstanding. Given his volatile temperament, he lost all reason when it concerned his sister. He might not just resort to violence. In a fit of rage, who knew what he was capable of? Finally, Ran Yao burst into the dance studio, her face pale as she pushed the door open, attempting to shout, "Stop fighting. Please, don't continue." As her words fell, the door swung wide. The scene before her rendered her speechless. There stood the aloof actor Jiang Jibai, slightly hunched, wielding the stick while addressing Xian Yu with a gentle and humble tone. "Go ahead, does hitting me make you feel better?"
Huh.
Ran Yao stood frozen, her mind racing as she stared at the pair inside. Surely she hadn't misheard? Jiang Jibai was actually inviting Xian Yu to hit him? What on earth was happening? Chapter 56. Surely, she must be part of their play? Wasn't Jiang Jibai supposed to detest Xian Yu? How could he be so submissive? This was utterly unscientific. It defied logic. Perhaps she had run too fast earlier, her mind still reeling. Yes. Ran Yao slapped her forehead and stepped back, gasping for air. Regaining her composure, she pushed the door open once more. "If you're tired, you can find someone else to hit you." Jiang Jibai's complexion turned an ashen hue, his tone even more submissive than before. Ran Yao stood bewildered, unsure of how to position her limbs, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. She hadn't misheard or misseen. Jiang Jibai was genuinely allowing Xian Yu to strike him. The tone, the gaze, the demeanor, affectionate, gentle, indulgent. Having been by Jiang Jibai's side for over a decade, she had never witnessed such a display of emotion. Could it be? Ran Yao's mind raced as she suddenly grasped an astounding possibility. Were these two romantically involved? Could she possibly be a part of their playful interactions? No way. Before Ran Yao could disentangle herself from this fantasy, she heard Jiang Jibai speak again. "Brother will never hurt you again." "What? Brother?" Ran Yao's pupils dilated, her mouth agape, nearly dropping her eyes in shock. The rapid changes in her facial expression rivaled that of a Sichuan opera mask. Jiang Jibai had referred to himself as her brother, which meant Xian Yu was his sister. Sister? Xian Yu is Jiang Jibai's sister? She exclaimed internally. "Oh my goodness." Ran Yao staggered, her legs trembling violently, and she crashed against the door with a loud thud. The sound drew both Jiang Jibai and Pei Jinwu's attention as they turned to her. Oh my goodness. The simultaneous appearance of their faces was visually overwhelming. One handsome, the other beautiful, each with their own unique charm. More importantly, upon closer inspection, they truly resembled each other. "You too." Ran Yao leaned against the door frame, struggling to remain upright, her shock rendering her speechless. "Are you tired?" Jiang Jibai gently patted the chair, adjusting his coat for his sister, speaking softly. "Sit and rest for a moment. I'll go check on something." Pei Jinwu gazed at Jiang Jibai, her starry eyes narrowing slightly. "Brother?" Ahem. Jiang Jibai placed the stick next to her, awkwardly averting his gaze. Although his sister hadn't officially called him brother yet, he felt entitled to do so himself. How delightful. Having ensured Pei Jinwu was comfortable, Jiang Jibai finally approached Ran Yao, casually closing the curtains of the dance studio as he passed. The spectators exchanged glances, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Why hadn't Jiang Jibai resorted to violence? Not only had he refrained from striking, but he also encouraged Shen Yu to sit down. Surely, teacher Ran Yao would intervene to put an end to this turmoil. Furthermore, Jiang Jibai was a gentleman. He would never truly resort to violence. Agreed, teacher Ran Yao will certainly advocate for Jiang Jibai, they murmured. Dissolving the contract would be a matter of moments. By the way, Sister Su Yun, didn't teacher Ran Yao ask you to stay? Su Yun had lost interest in the unfolding events. Sitting in a chair engrossed in her phone, occasionally responding to Xin Yunru. Congratulations. The others understood the underlying implications, showering her with praise. Once you become the leading lady, could you grant us a few more scenes? It's still in the early stages. Though Su Yun feigned modesty, her heart was already brimming with joy. Jiang Jibai had inquired about her name, and teacher Ran Yao had requested her presence. The implications were crystal clear. Everyone celebrated Su Yun's potential, while the isolated girls began to sense the underlying truths. Did they not realize? When the esteemed actor Jiang gently gestured for teacher Xian Yu to take a seat, his demeanor exuded warmth. After settling down, Ran Yao pressed a hand against her racing heart, taking deep breaths. Goodness. Fortunately, her years of training had endowed her with commendable resilience. Otherwise, she would have surely succumbed to the overwhelming emotions just now. What on earth was happening? Regaining her composure, she glanced between Jiang Jibai and Xian Yu. Her mind struggling to comprehend, teacher Xian Yu, how could she possibly be the sister of the illustrious actor Jiang? Jiang Jibai, casually picking up a handful of sunflower seeds, meticulously shelled each one before placing them gently beside Pei Jinwu, matter-of-factly asserting, "Indeed, Jinwu is my sister." As he spoke, he unfolded the DNA test report, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride in his voice. "We are biologically related." Ran Yao snatched the report from him, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Indeed, the results confirmed their kinship.
See?
I told you. After managing to calm herself for a few fleeting seconds, Ran Yao leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "I've always said that teacher Xian Yu bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Jibai. I can't believe they are truly related." Acknowledging her observation, she whispered, "Her eyes are indeed a measuring stick." "Keep it down," Jiang Jibai interjected, frowning slightly, displeased at the disturbance caused to Jinwu while she enjoyed her sunflower seeds. Ran Yao's smile faltered, her lips twitching in frustration. "It's merely the acknowledgement of a sister. Jiang Jibai, you've become quite unfamiliar." With a huff, she darted to Pei Jinwu's side, grasping her hand. "Teacher Xian Yu, congratulations. Truly, congratulations. Congratulations to you, and to me as well." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. With this revelation, she would no longer have to worry about Jiang Jibai's unpredictable whims leading to the cancellation of their collaboration. She needn't fret over teacher Xian Yu's potential anger or the possibility of conflict arising during their partnership. The world seemed to blossom anew. "By the way, will your relationship be made public?" Ran Yao finally broached the pivotal question. With the entire world aware of Jiang Jibai's search for a sister, they would surely rejoice for her. Jiang Jibai remained silent, casting a hopeful glance at Pei Jinwu. Pei Jinwu, still munching on sunflower seeds, felt their gaze upon her and hesitantly moved her lips. "I don't think so." Thud. The sound of Jiang Jibai's heart-shattering echoed in the air, leaving him visibly deflated. In truth, opting not to go public might be the right choice. After a brief pause, Ran Yao gently reassured, "Jiang Jibai, your influence is immense. Teacher Xian Yu will soon be facing her college entrance exams. Publicizing this now might bring her undue trouble." Indeed, Pei Jinwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the pressures of her academic pursuits. With school as demanding as it is, she hardly has the time to deal with additional complications. "Is that the reason?" Jiang Jibai exhaled in relief, a smile gradually returning to his face. "I trust your judgment. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Fortunately, it wasn't due to any disdain for him as an elder brother. "I must return to school now," Pei Jinwu announced, shouldering her backpack in preparation to leave. "Woo-woo." Jiang Jibai sprang up, his eyes filled with urgency. "Could I have your contact information? There are many things we have yet to discuss." "Of course." Pei Jinwu paused for a moment, then retrieved her phone. Jiang Jibai, brimming with excitement, fumbled nervously as he attempted to unlock the screen multiple times, failing each time. Ultimately, it was Ran Yao who assisted him. Once successfully added, Pei Jinwu saved Jiang Jibai under the name Brother? Brother? Upon seeing this designation, Jiang Jibai finally broke into a smile, only to be reminded of something important, his tone turning serious, before Wu Wu departs. There are certain individuals and matters that must be dealt with. Ran Yao understood implicitly. Those who dared to spread rumors and slander regarding Jiang Jibai's sister were perilously unaware of the consequences. Time for retribution was at hand. After all, their Wu Wu had a brother to support her. Chapter 57. Retribution. My sister's eyes cannot tolerate filth.
Creak.
The door to the dance studio swung open. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, curious about the figures emerging. Where is only teacher Ran Yao? What happened to the film's star Jiang? Teacher Ran Yao's expression was decidedly grim, suggesting she was not in high spirits. It seemed that teacher Ran Yao had secured a new contract. A sharp-eyed girl turned to Su Yun, brimming with excitement. Is that for you, Su Yun? A new contract? Su Yun lifted her gaze, her heart racing. It appeared that Jiang Jibai had indeed resolved matters concerning Xian Yu. You need to go to the room upstairs, Su Yun instructed, adjusting her appearance as she reminded Shen Yunro. It was against the rules for outsiders to enter the dance studio uninvited. Understood. Shen Yunro slipped into the room, pacing with excitement. Will Pei Jin Wu be blacklisted? The thought thrilled her as she eagerly anticipated witnessing her downfall. Teacher Ran Yao. Su Yun stepped forward, leading a group of backup dancers, respectfully greeting her. Ran Yao halted, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd before landing on Su Yun. These dancers had been carefully selected by her, all possessing similar skill levels. However, she had heard whispers that Su Yun, buoyed by her family's wealth and overseas experience, harbored a sense of superiority, often looking down upon others. Furthermore, her generous nature and willingness to spend money had swiftly elevated her status above the rest. It seemed this farce was intricately linked to her. I heard that you all had a falling out with teacher Xian Yu and refused to work with her anymore? Ran Yao inquired, her brow furrowed. It's not a falling out, someone interjected defiantly. We have trained for years for this MV. No one desires it to be flawless more than we do. However, choosing someone of questionable character as the lead, while expecting us to support her. A girl scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. I refuse. The MV is aiming for the Grammys and awards. What if Xian Yu's scandals come to light? Wouldn't our hard work be tarnished by such a person? Exactly. We do not agree. Others chimed in, their voices rising in a cacophony of dissent. Presuming that the company would not dare to replace them, they strutted with arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Ran Yao endeavored to steady her emotions. Thankfully, Jiang Jibai was still preoccupied with peeling sunflower seeds for teacher Xian Yu, unaware of their words. Otherwise, she feared he might retaliate against them. This situation is not as you perceive it, Ran Yao began, her tone earnest as she prepared to reason with them. Regardless, they have contributed significantly to this MV, and their abilities are commendable. I am willing to offer them another chance. However, before she could finish her thought, Su Yun interrupted softly. Teacher Ran Yao. We are acting in consideration of Jiang Jibai. We hope that when his sister views the MV, she will remember his presence. Xian Yu is nothing but a seductress. Ungrateful and morally corrupt. Surely, Jiang Jibai would not agree to have such a person as the lead? You. Ran Yao was taken aback by Su Yun's reckless remarks. Just then, Jiang Jibai's voice resonated from behind. Indeed, morally corrupt individuals are unfit for an MV. Instantly, everyone turned to the source of the voice, beholding the tall and handsome man, his gaze fixed coldly on Su Yun. What did Jiang Jibai mean? Did he find her words valid? Su Yun's heart raced, a smile of delight spreading across her face. Ran Yao, terminate all contracts. Jiang Jibai's hand casually rested in his pocket, his tone as chilling as winter's frost, sending shivers down spines. Terminate? The mere mention of these words had the crowd exchanging victorious glances, smiles of triumph dawning upon their faces. At last, Xian Yu was to be ousted. Sister Su Yun has taken on the role of the leading lady. What concerns could they possibly have regarding the filming? Su Yun exhaled, a smile gracing her features. However, this smile barely lingered for 2 seconds before she heard Ran Yao speak up. This is the contract for termination. From this moment forth, you are no longer dancers for the MV, and you have no further association with Time Xingtian. What? Upon hearing this, everyone gazed in disbelief, their eyes widening. Wasn't it Xian Yu who was to be released from the contract? Why, then, were their names inscribed on the document? Teacher Ran Yao, what are you saying? Su Yun's smile froze on her face, her brow furrowed in confusion as she beheld a stack of termination contracts. Isn't it obvious enough? Ran Yao slammed the contract onto the table, her expression icy. You have maliciously slandered teacher Xianyu and tarnished her reputation, exhibiting moral decay. I just spoke with teacher Xianyu. You have automatically withdrawn from the MV's accompaniment. Teacher Xianyu has stated that only one dancer is needed for this performance. As for the rest of you, it is entirely up to your discretion. Malicious slander? Su Yun's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling. We didn't tea, someone else said that about her. See for yourselves. Ran Yao retrieved her phone, scrolling through the online news concerning Xianyu. As Su Yun looked on, her expression soured further. How could this be? Hadn't Shen Yunru claimed that her sister was unworthy? She had even shown them numerous scandalous reports about Xianyu. How could she have been so gullible? I invested so much effort convincing teacher Xianyu to participate in the MV shoot. And you all dare to disrespect her? Ran Yao's words were unyielding. Time Xingtian is a small temple. It cannot accommodate such large Buddhas as you. Upon receiving the termination contracts, someone will be in touch regarding your future work. At this moment, it dawned on everyone. They had been played by Shen Yunru. Not only had they failed to oust Xianyu, but they had also forfeited the opportunity to dance alongside the esteemed Jiang Yingdi in the MV. Furthermore, who in the entertainment industry would dare to employ individuals who had been terminated by Time Xingtian? A termination was tantamount to a career death sentence. It was over. Their dancing careers were utterly ruined. Teacher Ran Yao, please give us another chance. Panic-stricken, the dancers turned to the despondent Su Yun, who stood frozen, her complexion ashen. What do we do? The buzzing in Su Yun's ears intensified, her mind a blank slate. With Jiang Yingdi demanding their departure, who among them would dare to linger? Initially, even if she couldn't be the leading lady, she could still serve as a backup dancer. But now, she found herself with nothing. All of this was Shen Yunru's fault. Regaining her senses, Su Yun clenched her fists, storming upstairs with fierce determination. She intended to confront that scoundrel Shen. Chapter 58, Master Shang. The little girl I adore is one of a kind. Your sister pales in comparison. Upstairs, Shen Yunru paced anxiously in her room, clutching her phone. What had transpired? By now, Pei Jinwu should have been terminated and blacklisted by Jiang Yingdi. Why hadn't Su Yun reported her success? Just as she pondered this, loud footsteps echoed from the door. Senior Su Yun, Shen Yunru exclaimed, opening the door to find Su Yun standing there, her eyes burning with fury. Congratulations. You must have secured the leading role. Su Yun remained silent, her crimson eyes fixed on Shen Yunru, seething with hatred. What's wrong? Shen Yunru asked, bewildered. In the next instant, slap. Su Yun raised her hand and struck Shen Yunru across the face with fierce force, the sound reverberating sharply. Ah! Shen Yunru, caught off guard, fell heavily to the ground, stunned. Senior Su Yun, what just happened? Shen Yunru gasped, clutching her burning cheek. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the furious girl before her. How dare you ask? Su Yun's face was cold as she approached Shen Yunru slowly, her eyes reddening with rage. Didn't you tell me that Xianyu was a terrible person? Yes, Shen Yunru replied meekly. She really is a slap. You still dare to spout nonsense. Su Yun, unable to contain her anger, struck her again, then seized her hair, growling, how dare you use me as a pawn? You must be tired of living. Having just read the real news online, Su Yun finally understood. Shen Yunru had a grudge against Xianyu, and so, while they were engrossed in their training and unaware of the news, she maliciously spread false information about teacher Xianyu. Then, she took advantage of this to complain to Jiang Yingdi and teacher Ran Yao. If successful, she would ascend to the role of leading lady and elevate Shen Yunru to a position as backup dancer, securing her a lifetime of ease. If it failed, Shen Yunru would suffer no consequences. What a meticulously crafted scheme. I did not. Shen Yunru cried out, her scalp nearly torn from being yanked, pain radiating through her body as she struggled in agony. Thanks to you, I not only lost the MV opportunity, but will also be blacklisted in the dance world. Su Yun tightened her grip, wishing she could tear Shen Yunru apart. Ah, ah, ah. Shen Yunru cried, desperate and unable to break free. I tell you, this matter will not end here, Su Yun declared, releasing her grip on Shen Yunru's hair. Thud. Shen Yunru's head struck the floor, a large bump forming on her forehead. Before she could rise, the other dancers had rushed in, their faces aflame with anger, glaring at Shen Yunru. There she is. Our lives are ruined because of this wretched person. Let us teach her a lesson. With that, all the dancers lunged at Shen Yunru, a flurry of slaps raining down upon her. Help! The sounds of strikes mixed with cries of pain resonated throughout the room. Su Yun crossed her arms, watching coldly. The room was a dance studio, soundproofed for practice. No matter how loudly she screamed, no one would hear. Furthermore, the Shen family was negotiating cooperation with the Su family and had much to lose. Shen Yunru dared not speak of the beating she received. Hit her harder. With this thought, Su Yun felt emboldened, and the slaps grew louder. Downstairs, Jiang Jibai, having disposed of the refuse, returned to his sister's side, speaking softly. Which school do you attend? Brother will take you home.
Huh?
Pei Jinwu lazily replied, having stuffed her mouth with the sunflower seeds Jiang Jibai had shelled for her. No need. Why not? Jiang Jibai furrowed his brow, his tone humble and cautious. Why don't you let your brother take you? He was eager to accompany her. Too ostentatious. Pei Jinwu adjusted her hat and whispered, let's talk later. She raised her elegant neck, her clear eyes fixated on the man as she spoke leisurely. The dance for the MV needs to be finalized by tonight. I will send you the plan. Please review it for any issues so that I may adjust accordingly. Jiang Jibai had numerous questions he wished to pose to his sister, but considering she still had classes, he could only nod in response. At this juncture, Ran Yao had something to express. The dancers had all been released from their contracts, and selecting new ones might prove too late. No need. Pei Jinwu replied as she walked outside. Upon reaching the door, she caught sight of a figure in the corner. One accompanying dancer will suffice.
Huh?
Ran Yao paused for a few seconds, uncertainly inquiring, just one? Yes. Pei Jinwu waved her hand, and a girl hurriedly approached, lowering her head shyly. Jiang Yingdi, Xianyu teacher, and Ran Yao teacher. She had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Within merely 10 minutes, everyone had been released from their contracts and blacklisted.
Oh my, how terrifying.
She trembled beside them, relieved that she hadn't stirred any trouble. Just her. Pei Jinwu tilted her chin, signaling to Ran Yao. Is one accompanying dancer truly acceptable? Ran Yao cautiously asked, biting her lip. It wasn't that she doubted Xianyu's capabilities, but the initial plan had been based on 10 dancers, and altering it now could be perilous. What I say goes. Pei Jinwu gazed deeply at Ran Yao. Her voice low and serious, though soft, it carried an imposing aura.
Huh? All right.
Ran Yao felt goosebumps rise, deterred from arguing. Let us heed Wu Wu's words. Jiang Jibai handed Pei Jinwu her bag, his tone extraordinarily gentle. Stay in touch, all right? Pei Jinwu nodded as she reached for the backpack, but found it difficult to grasp. Jiang Jibai held on tight. Pei Jinwu fixed her gaze on him, her eyes warning. Be careful on the way. Reluctantly, Jiang Jibai released his grip. His gaze turning serious as it fell upon Ran Yao. Ensure she returns to school safely. Ran Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Yingdi seemed even more abnormal after finding his sister than when he and The girl beside them was astonished, nearly dropping her jaw. Oh my, I can't believe Jiang Yingdi not only helped Xianyu teacher with her bag, but spoke so gently too. All right, I'm off. Pei Jinwu slung the backpack over her shoulder, took a couple of steps out, and seemed to recall something, stepping back in front of Jiang Jibai. Raising her chin with a smile, Jiang Jibai furrowed his brows slightly, wondering what his sister wanted him to do. Smile? He wasn't particularly skilled at that. If his sister wished to see it, he could give it a try. Thus, the bewildered girl witnessed a rare smile from Jiang Yingdi, his lips suddenly curving into a grin. Thud. The thing she was holding fell to the ground as memories of Xianyu teacher's words echoed in her mind. Have you ever seen Jiang Jibai smile? Let him show you later.
Ah.
She had seen Jiang Yingdi smile. What had transpired in just a few short minutes? How had Xianyu teacher managed to tame the aloof film emperor? Personally sending his sister away, Jiang Jibai finally took out his phone, scrolling to find Shang Shiyan's number. Wasn't he the one who always boasted that he adored beautiful and kind young girls, unique in the world, and that his sister couldn't compare? Now, he could deliver a resounding slap to that old man's face. Good night, my darlings. Chapter 59. Little Cabbage is pushed by a pig, yet remains unaware of the breed of pig. At this moment, a silver-gray luxury sports car glided smoothly along the road. A handsome man with a tall and lean figure lounged casually in a seat, his deep, dark eyes focused intently on the phone screen. The enclosed cabin chilled rapidly, influenced by the man's icy demeanor. Fengxing and Fengji held their breaths, not daring to utter a sound. The master had sent several messages to Miss Pei, but she had not responded. The master dared not express his frustration, resorting only to fuming silently. They speculated whether Miss Pei might have misunderstood the master's intentions, choosing to ignore him.
Beep, beep.
Just as the brothers were nearly suffocating, the shrill ringtone shattered the prolonged silence. Jiang Jibai? Upon seeing those three characters, Shang Shiyan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he swiped to answer. I found my sister. Jiang Jibai sat on the sofa, idly playing with a pile of sunflower seed shells left by Pei Jinwu, a broad smile illuminating his handsome face. Congratulations, Shang Shiyan said with genuine warmth, rubbing his temples. Yesterday, he had been piecing together clues when an urgent matter summoned him home. He had assumed he would surely find her, so he and T pressed for details. Little did he expect it would happen so quickly. She's quite young, Jiang Jibai said with a grin, his tone imbued with joy, both beautiful and well-behaved. Exceptionally intelligent and talented. In the entire entertainment industry, none can compare to my sister in terms of talent and beauty. Of course, she is undoubtedly more stunning than your young lady. He distinctly remembered how Shang Shiyan had defended his own girl while belittling his sister. Is that so? Shang Shiyan chuckled lightly, involuntarily conjuring an image of Pei Jinwu's proud demeanor, the amusement in his eyes blossoming. In an industry teeming with beauties, such praise from Jiang Yingdi carried immense weight. While his assessments of others might hold high credibility, in this case, it was his sister. This fellow was clearly a sistercon, only capable of seeing his sister. I'll take the opportunity to introduce her soon. Shang Shiyan smirked, his lips curling wickedly. He had rarely encountered anyone more captivating and unique than Wu Wu. Perhaps in a while, Jiang Jibai mused, his brow slightly furrowing. We've just reunited. And the child is rather distant toward me. Besides, with your fierce demeanor, don't scare her. Huh. Shang Shiyan's thick brows knitted together, a low, magnetic chuckle escaping him. Yet, recalling something, Jiang Jibai added, You should have met my sister. Before he could finish, his words were interrupted by Shang Shiyan. In due time, bring your sister over to meet me. As her brother, I shall personally host a welcome feast for her. All right. Jiang Jibai's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied softly, I acknowledge you as my true brother. Having another person to cherish her is no harm. Moreover, this brother was none other than the formidable tycoon of Beizhou, Shang Shiyan. With him to protect her, no one would dare to bully the little princess again. Shang Shiyan had not anticipated that the young girl would take the initiative to call him. Eagerly, he ended the call with Jiang Jibai and connected with her instead. Woo woo. Shang Shiyan's lips curved into a gentle smile, his voice tender, the gloom of the day lifting entirely. Fengxing and Fengji sighed in relief. All right. Miss Pei has given some sweetness, and the master has finally returned to normal. I was just busy. Pei Jinwu sat in the back seat, wearing headphones, her fingers absent-mindedly twisting the cord. I understand. Shang Shiyan patiently listened as she explained, the mirth in his eyes deepening, his voice soft. Brother Isn, angry with you. Not replying to messages is certainly his fault. Shang Yi has learned self-pity.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu pressed her lips together, feeling a tad embarrassed, by the way. About the candy is gone. I want some. It was peculiar. Ever since Shang Shiyan had gifted her with candy from Nanzhou, she found it difficult to adjust to other brands. Ironically, the candy shop had been acquired by him, meaning she would have to seek him out whenever she craved sweets. How troublesome. Craving some candy? Shang Shiyan spoke softly, as if addressing a child, and mentioned that some new products had recently been developed. This afternoon. Your brother will bring them to you, okay? All right, replied Pei Jinwu, her mood significantly brightened at the prospect of receiving some sweets. I'll wait for you, okay? Shang Shiyan responded in a gentle tone, unable to conceal the smile on his face. Look at the master, so carefree. Fengxing and Fengji shook their heads in disapproval. It's unbearable to watch. Inside the car, Pei Jinwu hung up the phone and met the gaze of Ran Yao, who was driving in the front seat.
Huh?
Pei Jinwu inquired. Nothing's wrong, Ran Yao chuckled, sensing something unusual but feeling unqualified to ask directly.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu averted her gaze, lowering her head to play a game. Ran Yao stole a glance at the girl, recalling that the person she had just spoken to was a boy. When teacher Xianyu spoke to him, her demeanor had relaxed significantly, suggesting a level of trust. Could it be that she was in a romantic relationship? After dropping off Pei Jinwu, Ran Yao returned to the office and recounted the earlier incident to Jiang Jibai. A man? Jiang Jibai's head shot up, nearly dropping what he was holding. Was Ran Yao implying that the little cabbage he had just secured was likely to be courted by some unknown rogue? Moreover, he was oblivious to the boy's background. His sister seemed delicate and vulnerable, making her an easy target for bullying. However, it was merely a suspicion. Ran Yao pursed her lips and continued. Teacher Xianyu is just 18, a time when one is blossoming with youthful emotions. It's entirely normal for her to have someone she likes. Jiang Jibai scrutinized the thick dossier on his sister, his expression pale and ominous, as if he had seen a ghost. Jinwoo had been an orphan since childhood. She easily grew attached to those who showed her kindness. He had also noticed that her academic performance was lacking, especially with exams approaching in just over 2 months. At such a critical time, her studies should take precedence. He certainly did not want her to be deceived by some unscrupulous boy. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to ensure someone responsible was watching over his sister. After pondering, a certain figure emerged in his mind, Zhang Shiyan. He was older, capable of providing care, and harbored no ill intentions. He seemed like a suitable choice. At Huagao, as Pei Jinwoo entered the classroom, she was greeted by a cacophony of noise. Jinwoo, you're back. Zhao Qianqian exclaimed, excitedly sitting next to her and handing her a specially purchased lemonade. Thank you. Pei Jinwoo replied, taking several sips before asking, what is going on? A generous anonymous donor has contributed a substantial sum to our school, reportedly several million, Zhao Qianqian said, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. It's quite strange, but the donor has 2 requests. What are they? Pei Jinwoo inquired. Her interest piqued as she continued sipping her lemonade. First, to improve student performance, and second. Zhao Qianqian paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, to prohibit early romantic relationships among students.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo continued drinking without much interest. It seems the kind-hearted donor must have experienced some emotional distress at school, hence their desire to prevent others from the same fate. Chapter 60. The prohibition of early romance before class began. Pei Jinwoo, having missed several days of supplementary classes, was summoned to Principal Song's office. The young girl sat with her legs crossed, her back straight, and her hands clasped behind her. Despite her seemingly standard posture of attentiveness, there was an undeniable hint of defiance about her. The other teachers have expressed considerable dissatisfaction with you, repeatedly coming to me to complain about your lack of diligence, claiming you disrupt the learning of others and urging me to expel you. Principal Song sighed, speaking earnestly. I was on leave, Pei Jinwoo replied, slightly frowning. Her lips moving as she earnestly clarified, I have a leave request. Moreover, she had indeed been paying attention in class. Due to her previous poor grades, the teachers had automatically categorized her as a slacker, scrutinizing her every misstep. Exams haven't even taken place yet. On what grounds can they declare my performance inadequate? Are you encountering any difficulties? Principal Song inquired gently, her gaze softening as she regarded the girl. She was well aware of Pei Jinwoo's circumstances. The child was indeed unfortunate. If there was a way to assist her, she would certainly do her utmost. Principal, Pei Jinwoo shook her head, lifting her fair face with a serious tone. If I achieve good results in next week's quiz, will the other teachers cease to trouble you? Principal Song was taken aback by her question, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this was the case. The teachers' complaints stemmed from her poor grades and refusal to attend extra classes, which they believed hindered the progress of high-achieving students. I understand, Pei Jinwoo replied, slowly articulating, rest assured, I will take the exam seriously and will not disappoint you. Principal Song adjusted her glasses, uncertain of how to respond. She had only been in class for less than 2 weeks and had attended only a few supplementary lessons. No matter how diligently she tried, her results were unlikely to be impressive. As long as you maintain a positive attitude, the teachers will be pleased. As for the scores, just do your best. Principal Song wished not to burden her with excessive pressure. After all, this child had grown up without family, living under someone else's roof. Her spirit must be fragile. I will handle the other teachers. Focus on your studies and do not concern yourself with these matters. Thank you, teacher. Pei Jinwoo respectfully nodded and turned to leave, only to hear Principal Song call out, by the way. Pei Jinwoo glanced back, standing at attention once more. Do you know what has been going on with the physics teacher lately? Principal Song furrowed her brow in confusion. I heard that after he had you complete 2 exams, his demeanor seemed a bit off. He often mutters in his office, saying something like, what a blind eye they have, with such a student. I might just make a fortune. He even dreams during the lunch break about you taking leave. If you're absent, he must assign more exams. Each time he does, he discovers just how remarkable your potential in physics is. It has been years since I've encountered a student with such aptitude for physics, the principal mused. The other teachers claim he is going mad because of you. Pei Jinwoo blinked, perplexed. I don't know. She had hardly exchanged a few words with the eccentric teacher. All right, the teacher understands, Principal Song concluded, sensing that she might not want to inquire further. The physics teacher had always possessed a peculiar temperament. Perhaps he had been stimulated by something recently. In the afternoon, just as the class bell rang, Pei Jinwoo's WeChat notification chimed. Shang Shiyan, I'm at the school gate. Image. JPG. In the image, there were various candies, milk tea, and snacks, all of her favorites. The young girl smiled with satisfaction, quickly locating Shang Shiyan's position based on the image. The man stood casually against the car door, dressed in a black trench coat, his long legs crossed, his tall frame leaning against the door, with his deep black eyes gazing vacantly into the distance. The golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dreamy glow on his face, making him appear exceptionally radiant. He was quite handsome. Pei Jinwoo found herself entranced, unable to tear her gaze away until he noticed someone behind him and suddenly turned, locking eyes with her dreamy expression. Woo-woo, over here. Shang Shiyan straightened up and waved at her. Pei Jinwoo licked her lips and obediently walked to his side. Did you run over? Shang Shiyan lowered his gaze, observing the delicate mist forming at the tip of the girl's nose. He gently brushed his finger against it, whispering, next time, walk slowly. If the mist doesn't appear, brother won't leave. Noticing the man's movement, Pei Jinwoo initially intended to evade him but found herself rooted to the spot. It seemed she did not reject his proximity. It's hot outside, he remarked as he opened the car door, shielding the girl as she entered. The interior of the vehicle was vacant. The small table at the back was laden with snacks, specially prepared for her. Pei Jinwoo's eyes sparkled, warmth coursing through her body. Do you have evening classes? Shang Shiyan inquired softly, tearing open a mango-flavored biscuit for her and arranging the straw for her milk tea. Pei Jinwoo nodded while munching, occasionally smudging crumbs on her face, which Shang Shiyan would tenderly wipe away. You seem to be in a good mood today, he noted, observing the smile at the corners of her lips. Not bad. Pei Jinwoo's exquisite brows lifted slightly, the sweet milk tea melting on her tongue. Having a brother and family is quite delightful. Eat slowly, Shang Shiyan said, dabbing her mouth with a tissue, his gaze soft and affectionate. If you enjoy these, I'll bring them to you every day. Every day? Pei Jinwoo tilted her head, catching the adoring look in his eyes. In that instant, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Cough, cough. Pei Jinwoo, mesmerized, accidentally choked on her milk tea. Are you alright? Noticing her discomfort, Shang Shiyan furrowed his brow. Is it too hot? A bit, Pei Jinwoo replied, averting her face shyly. Shang Shiyan promptly adjusted the temperature down a notch. Minutes passed, yet Pei Jinwoo still felt warm, an inexplicable sensation stirring within her. She suspected the air conditioning in the car was malfunctioning. It's almost time, she stated, needing to return to school. Shang Shiyan began packing up the snacks for her. You can have the snacks, but your meals must be on time. I bought you a thermos. Remember to drink plenty of warm water and avoid anything icy, he instructed. If you encounter difficulties in your studies, let me know, and I will help you. Pei Jinwoo stuffed her hands into her pockets, pouting in boredom as she kicked the floor. You sound more nagging than Grandpa. Though she complained, she absorbed every word he said. Also, Shang Shiyan handed her the items, slightly bowing his head to meet her gaze, his tone serious. Little girl, you're not in a relationship, are you?
Who would I be with?
The girl, lost in thought, instinctively lifted her eyes, her lovely face painted with confusion. As long as you're not, that is fine. His satisfaction was evident as he smirked, his voice coaxing. Your current task is to study. You must not engage in early romance, understand? Not engage in early romance, got it. What does it mean to not engage in early romance? As chapter 61 unfolds, Shang Shiyan suddenly spoke again as Pei Jinwoo prepared to leave. Pei Jinwoo stood still, holding her snacks, her clear eyes questioning as she fixed her gaze on him. The medicine for your stomach issues is quite effective. The other medications, Shang Shiyan narrowed his dark eyes, parting his lips to say, are unnecessary. The young girl blinked, not entirely comprehending. Isn't the dosage quite significant? Surely it must have some effect? Or was it possible his ailment had reached a point of no return? Woo-woo. Sensing her mind racing, Shang Shiyan took a couple of steps toward her, lowering his head slightly, fury flickering in his dark eyes as he gritted his teeth. The rumors regarding my health are erroneous. I am perfectly normal, exceedingly so, and do not require such medication. Do you understand? Pei Jinwoo froze, her expression adorably perplexed. Now, do you comprehend? Those spreading rumors about me must harbor significant grievances. Who is it that spread such tales? Pei Jinwu suddenly recalled. It was Lu Ying. Enough. Zhang Shiyan tucked his stray hair behind her ear, chuckling helplessly. Return to your classes. She was still young. Such matters would be understood in due time. Okay. Pei Jinwu responded lightly, waving goodbye as she carried her snacks back to the classroom. Closing her eyes, she intended to take a brief rest. Suddenly, Zhang Shiyan's figure appeared in her dreams. As he unbuttoned his shirt, he leered at her with mischievous intent. Brother says he is not ill. So, why must you make him take medicine? If Wu Wu has doubts, perhaps she should test it. How would I test it? Don't come any closer. Pei Jinwu jolted awake, drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed. Wu Jia, are you alright? Su Qingya, seated nearby working on problems, jumped at her sudden startle. I'm fine. Pei Jinwu bit her lip, picking up her pen to distract herself from the embarrassment. This was the second time she had dreamed of Zhang Shiyan, wasn't he it? Apart from her grandfather, she had never dreamt of any other man. Pondering, Pei Jinwu took out her phone and opened Lu Ying as we chat. Wu, I have a friend who keeps dreaming about the same man. What does that mean? Lu Ying replied promptly. Two possibilities. Either your friend wants to kill him, or Pei Jinwu. What? Lu Ying. She likes him. Thoughts during the day lead to dreams at night. Like him? Pei Jinwu fiddled with her phone, the term feeling foreign to her. She had no understanding of what it meant to like someone. Yet, aside from her grandfather, Zhang Shiyan was indeed the only man she did not find repulsive. Lu Ying, not Wu Xiaomei, you always ask for your friend. Who is this friend? Do I know her? Wait, you're not fabricating a friend, are you? The one bewitched by that dog of a man is you, right? Lu Ying, naturally astute, had a hint of detective prowess. Pei Jinwu bit her lip, lying without a hint of blush. Nope. She was absolutely not enchanted by Zhang Shiyan, though he certainly possessed an admirable appearance, an impressive physique, and a considerable fortune. Lu Ying, really? Pei Jinwu felt her heart race slightly, silently replying with a single word. Ah. Lu Ying sent a voice message. Well, that's a relief. You scared me. Wu Xiaomei, it's fine to find a boyfriend. But he must pass our base S inspection. You don't know, there are too many deceitful men nowadays, specifically targeting young girls. It's a good thing you're not the type to judge by appearance. Otherwise, it would be truly dangerous. Pei Jinwu unwrapped a candy and popped it into her mouth, feeling too guilty to respond. Appearance?
She actually did care about that.
Meanwhile, Zhang Shiyan watched the young girl depart before promptly dialing Feng Xing. Have you completed your task? Reporting to the master, the house has been purchased. Located right next to Miss Pei's new home. Feng Xing replied respectfully. You may move in at any time. Zhang Shiyan pondered. Tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Wu Wu is moving tomorrow. Moving in early will create a serendipitous encounter, ensuring no suspicion arises. Understood, master. Feng Xing acknowledged, silently giving a thumbs up for his master-esque cunning plan. After school, Pei Jinwu returned to Mingjiao, where Pei Shu was busy packing luggage.
Auntie.
Pei Jinwu set down her backpack, hesitating for a moment before revealing, I found my brother.
Bang.
As the words fell, Pei Shu dropped the items in her hand, gazing at her in disbelief. You found your brother? Pei Jinwu nodded, softly stating, the DNA test results are in, confirming our blood relation. Pei Shu paused for 2 seconds, then dashed to Pei Jinwu's side, affectionately grasping her hand, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Now that you've found your brother, does that mean you will leave, Auntie? Pei Jinwu had sensed this possibility when she mentioned her family search some time ago. Yet she had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Cousin, are you really going to leave us? When Jian Jian chimed in, stepping closer, her eyes fixed on Pei Jinwu with reluctance. Over their time together, they had come to regard her as their closest kin. The thought of her sudden departure was unbearable.
No.
Pei Jinwu smiled, playfully pinching Wen Jianjian's cheek as she laughed lightly. My brother has his own matters to attend to. Besides, we've just reunited, and we are not very familiar yet. Living together would feel a bit strange. In any case, she reassured them, she would not be parting from them anytime soon. Really? Wen Jianjian's eyes widened in delight, curiosity bubbling over as she asked, Cousin, what does your brother do? Pei Jinwu pondered for a moment, recalling that Jiang Jibai seemed to possess a multitude of talents. After a few seconds, she replied, he works in the entertainment industry performing various musical acts. The entertainment industry? Wen Jianjian exclaimed, suddenly electrified with excitement. She cautiously probed, "Cousin, is your brother a star? What's his name?" "Jiang Jibai." Pei Jinwu answered without a moment's hesitation. "Who?" When Jian stepped closer, fervently shaking Pei Jinwu's hands, her excitement palpable. "Cousin, who did you say your brother is?" "Jiang Jibai." Pei Jinwu blinked, appearing nonchalant.
Ah.
When Jian covered her face, clearly in disbelief. "The renowned actor Jiang. Cousin, your brother is actually Jiang Jibai, and you just described him as performing various musical acts." Pei Jinwu sat calmly on the sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Did her brother's influence truly extend that far? "Cousin, could you possibly get me an autographed photo?" When Jian squatted by Pei Jinwu's feet, hands clasped together, her eyes sparkling. "Jiang Jibai is a national idol. I adore him. An autographed photo?" Pei Jinwu raised an elegant brow, dismissively saying, "Perhaps another day, I'll arrange for him to meet you." "Meet him?" When Jian patted her cheeks, questioning whether this was a dream. How wonderful it would be to sit down for a meal with Jiang Jibai. That evening, after much contemplation, Jiang Jibai finally mustered the courage to call his sister. Woo woo. Upon hearing the call, the usually aloof star's face instantly lit up with a smile, his voice unconsciously softening. "I've reviewed the dance plan for the MV. There are no issues. You are truly impressive, having prepared 2 plans, one without backup dancers, which is evidently superior."
All right.
Pei Jinwu held her phone in her right hand while making final adjustments to her jewelry designs on her iPad with her left. Woo woo. Not hearing her call him brother, Jiang Jibai felt a twinge of disappointment. He continued, "Do you have time tomorrow? Let us have a meal together. And I'll introduce you to a friend." For the next 2 months, he would be occupied with MV work, likely traveling frequently. This MV was a gift for his sister, and he could not afford to be careless. He had heard that her guardian was a single mother raising a daughter who is currently a high school senior. Managing 2 children could be quite demanding for her. With Wu Wu approaching her college entrance exams and some unsavory characters looming, he pondered who could temporarily look after her. The best candidate, Shang Shiyan. This man was relatively free, had a romantic interest, and would pose little risk of developing any other feelings for Wu Wu. Thus, having him assist in caring for her would be ideal. A friend? Pei Jinwu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Shang Shiyan. Tomorrow afternoon, then. Pei Jinwu's lips curved slightly, her eyes narrowing as she casually remarked, "I'll come over after class. Just send me the address."
Great.
Jiang Jibai nodded with a smile, inquiring about her meals and studies, reluctant to end the conversation. "Brother." Pei Jinwu, unable to endure his incessant chatter, interrupted, "You should get some water." After 10 minutes of his relentless chatter, he truly seemed tireless. "Brother?" Finally hearing her call, Jiang Jibai felt immense satisfaction, his smile widening.
All right.
"I won't disturb your rest. See you tomorrow, Wu Wu." "Isham," Pei Jinwu replied dully, bidding him farewell before abruptly hanging up. TSK. She truly questioned her brother's mental state. Were they genuinely siblings? On the other end, Jiang Jibai stood by the window, savoring the moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wu Wu called him brother.
Twice.
After a while, he dialed Shang Shiyan's number. "Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. I'll introduce you to my sister."
Sure.
Shang Shiyan did not decline, but inquired with a gentle smile, "What is she like?" "I'll bring her a small gift." His sister was indeed his sister. Besides, the little sister had a penchant for Xianyu. She had good taste. The gift must be something substantial. Jiang Jibai thoughtfully reflected on his sister's preferences and ultimately concluded, food. Food? Upon hearing this, Shang Shiyan's lips lifted slightly, a deep, rich laughter emanating from his throat. No wonder she's Wu Wu's fan. Even her tastes are remarkably similar. "I understand," Shang Shiyan assured, already formulating a plan. "I guarantee she will adore the gift." Meanwhile, Pei Jinwu had just finished revising her design when Shang Shiyan's call abruptly came in.
Hello.
She hesitated for a few seconds before answering. "Wu Wu, do you have time tomorrow afternoon?" Shang Shiyan stood before the glass window, fiddling with a photo of Xianyu dancing, his eyes radiating warmth. "Tomorrow afternoon?" Pei Jinwu tossed her stylus onto the table, leaning against her headboard while recalling her brother's earlier call, inviting her to a meal, also in the afternoon. He mentioned introducing her to a friend. Could this friend truly be Shang Shiyan? "My friend has a little sister who has been lost for many years and has just been found. I heard she particularly enjoys your dancing. So I hope you can join us for a meal to make her happy," Shang Shiyan explained in a low, smooth voice. "Indeed. Are you certain?" Pei Jinwoo gazed at the colorful candies on her table, feeling elated. Is there a problem? Shang Shiyan asked, puzzled by her tone. Does Wu not have time? I do. Pei Jinwoo smirked, speaking leisurely. See you tomorrow afternoon. I'll come by myself. No need. Pei Jinwoo declined, her crisp voice laced with a hint of laziness. I have something nearby, so I'll head over on my own.
All right.
Shang Shiyan typically did not interfere with her choices, speaking softly. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Just make sure you can eat. Pei Jinwoo dropped a vague remark before hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone, Shang Shiyan furrowed his brow slightly, not fully grasping the young lady's words. The next day, Pei Shu led the two children, rising early. After moving homes, she stood amidst the empty rooms, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She had resided in the slums for nearly 2 decades, enduring the trials of life and death alongside her husband, and single-handedly nurturing her daughter to adulthood. Never had she envisioned that one day she would escape this existence and relocate to the city center, where land is worth its weight in gold.
Mom.
Don't be sad. When Jian gently stroked her shoulder, offering soothing words. I've inquired, and those who purchase homes here often have no intention of demolishing them. They simply use the land to grow cilantro. If you wish to return to see Dad, you can come back anytime. Pei Jinwoo replied, Pei Shu nodded, wiping away her tears, and remarked, Dad would be at ease knowing that we are thriving. If he were aware, he would surely find solace. After saying this, Pei Shu cast a final, lingering glance at their home before boarding the moving company's vehicle. Dad? It seemed to be the first time Pei Jinwoo heard them mention her deceased uncle. Jian had vaguely alluded to it before. Her father had sacrificed much for her aunt, only to meet a tragic end. This was why Jian worked so diligently in her studies. It was her way of bringing honor to her father. When? Pei Jinwoo pondered the surname. If her memory served her right, there was indeed a prominent family by the name of one in Beizhou. Could there be a connection? If so, how had her aunt and Jian ended up in the slums? Soon, the vehicle departed Mingjiao and arrived at the Yunzisheng residential complex in the city center. Their new home was situated on the top floor of the building. There were 3 apartments on the top floor, each separated for enhanced privacy. After helping Pei Shu move their belongings, Pei Jinwoo hastened back to school. Just as she turned the corner, she spotted a familiar figure. Miss Pei, what a coincidence! Fengji exclaimed, flashing a broad smile. What brings you here? She recognized him as one of the subordinates of Shang Shiyan, who occupied room 1 as a temporary residence. Fengji relayed, as instructed, that his master had a project nearby, necessitating a stay in the area for a while. Who would have thought, Miss Pei, that you would also reside here? What a coincidence! He laughed, but Pei Jinwoo, with her hands tucked into her pockets and her gaze cool beneath the brim of her hat, remained silent, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Fengji was taken aback by the girl's demeanor, his smile faltering as he silently closed his mouth. As his master had rightly observed, Miss Pei was not one to easily trust, and would certainly give him a disapproving look. This was precisely why he had been sent out to act as a buffer. As they would soon be neighbors, it would be convenient for him to offer her sweets. Wouldn't he?
Is that so?
Pei Jinwoo raised her chin, her eyes glancing past Fengji toward the nearby door, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It is indeed quite a coincidence. With that, she turned and walked away. Master, Fengji returned to room 1, respectfully stating, Miss Pei seems to be skeptical of coincidences, almost as if she has discerned your intentions. That is of no concern. Shang Shiyan chuckled, the richness of his smile accentuating his aristocratic features. He hoped she would see through it. Later that afternoon, as school let out, Pei Jinwoo received messages from both Jiang Jibai and Shang Shiyan. Yushanju X2.
TSK.
Pei Jinwoo tossed her phone into her backpack and took a taxi toward Yushanju. Meanwhile, at Yushanju, Jiang Jibai and Shang Shiyan had arrived early, seated across from each other, savoring red wine. Where is my sister? Shang Shiyan asked, swirling his wine glass as his eyes scanned the vicinity, failing to spot any sign of the girl. She is still in class, Jiang Jibai replied, glancing at his phone. She should be here in about 10 minutes. My little girl will likely arrive around the same time. Shang Shiyan said, signaling to a waiter to bring some milk tea and pastries. Wu loves to eat. She'll be quite hungry after class. Jiang Jibai observed the selections Shang Shiyan had chosen, all of which were the girl's favorites, thinking to himself how meticulous this older man was. Despite having not yet met her, he had already taken the time to learn her preferences. Impressive. Today's gathering is primarily to discuss a favor, Jiang Jibai said, his tone becoming serious. What is it? Shang Shiyan replied, typing a message to Pei Jinwu while listening. I have commitments for the next 2 months. And my sister's studies are intensive. I'd like to ask you to help take care of her during this time, Jiang Jibai murmured. It'll only be for a maximum of 2 months. Once I finish the MV, I'll personally look after her. Take care of her? Upon hearing Jiang Jibai's request, Shang Shiyan paused in his typing, his brows furrowing slightly. That might be inconvenient. After all, she is my sister. But there is no blood relation. Moreover, he had other young ladies to attend to, and he feared he might become overwhelmed. Perhaps it would be better to find someone reliable to care for her instead? Chapter 63. Master Shang, is it still too late to retract my words about considering her my sister? My sister is quite independent. She doesn't require much care. Jiang Jibai toyed with the stem of his wineglass, his voice low. I simply worry about her engaging in early romantic relationships, which could hinder her studies. Early romance? Shang Shiyan lifted his gaze, a wicked smile playing on his lips. A young girl should not be involved in such matters. Indeed, Jiang Jibai nodded, acknowledging that she was young, beautiful, and already attracting unwanted attention. We just haven't yet identified who the suitor is. If I allow my sister to be led astray by some ill-intentioned man, I fear our family would hold me accountable. Originally, there was no issue. Shang Shiyan reclined in his chair, his long legs elegantly crossed, his expression serious. But she is growing up. There is a difference between the sexes. Would it be inappropriate for me to take care of her personally? After a brief moment of hesitation, he added, let her stay with you. I'll send Aunt Wang over to assist. Aunt Wang had been his caregiver since childhood and was quite experienced. I will keep a close watch on her studies and daily life, ensuring she is not led astray by any ruffians. What do you think? Young girls can be quite challenging to raise, especially when it comes to the one who has captured my heart. I'm reluctant to grow too close to other girls, particularly those who are adults. Jiang Jibai contemplated this. As for Wu Wu, she may not agree to live with you. Having an aunt to care for her would indeed be more convenient. Very well, Jiang Jibai nodded, raising his glass to clink with Shang Shiyan's, a smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your help during this time. Not at all, Shang Shiyan replied, a charming smile gracing his handsome features. Your sister is as good as my sister. After their conversation, they noted that Wu Wu had yet to arrive. Jiang Jibai picked up his phone to check on her whereabouts. Pei Jinwu replied, at the elevator. She's here. I'll go check. As he spoke, Jiang Jibai stood and made his way outside. Now that my sister is here, what about Wu Wu? Shang Shiyan also took out his phone to contact Pei Jinwu, soon receiving a reply. I'll be there shortly. Shortly? He mused whether she might run into Jiang Jibai's sister. That girl was a fan of hers. He hoped she wouldn't become overly emotional and frighten her. After a few moments of silence, as Shang Shiyan began to rise, ready to head out, the door to their private room suddenly swung open. Jiang Jibai entered, carrying a black backpack. This backpack, it looked strangely familiar, akin to the one Wu Wu owned. Shang Shiyan furrowed his brows, his attention fixating on the bag as he fell into a brief reverie. Before he could gather his thoughts, a tall, slender figure stepped in behind Jiang Jibai. The girl wore a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants, topped with a black cap. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features were beautifully illuminated beneath the cap. Shang Shiyan found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. How could she have entered with Jiang Jibai?
Could it be that?
Wu Wu, is this the friend that brother mentioned, the president of the Shang group, Shang Shiyan? Jiang Jibai, oblivious to Shang Shiyan's unusual demeanor, softly introduced, you may call him brother from now on. Brother? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinwu removed her hat and toyed with it in her hands, her bright, clear star-like eyes curiously fixed upon the astonished man. Indeed. Jiang Jibai led his sister to the dining table, speaking gently. Mr. Shang has stated that he wishes to acknowledge you as his little sister. Thus, you must call him brother. Little sister? Shang Shiyan was nearly struck dumb by those words, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. How could Wu Wu possibly be Jiang Jibai's sister? What an uncanny coincidence. Was it too late for him to retract his previous claim of kinship? Hello, brother. Pei Jinwu politely greeted, her red lips moving. Observing the girl raise an eyebrow and smile, Shang Shiyan felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Therefore, she had already recognized Jiang Jibai and was fully aware of their relationship. She had intentionally omitted this during her invitation yesterday. Waiting to see him make a fool of himself, hadn't she? What's wrong? Noticing Zhang Shiyan's grim expression as he stared intently at his sister, Jiang Jibai inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Zhang Shiyan regained his composure, revealing a gentle smile. Hello, little sister. Pei Jinwu continued to gaze at him in silence. The atmosphere in the private room grew exceedingly peculiar. After the three took their seats, Zhang Shiyan presented an array of desserts he had prepared in advance, placing them all before Pei Jinwu. Thank you. Pei Jinwu nonchalantly picked up a fork and began to sample the pudding. Shiyan, didn't you say your little girl would be joining us? Jiang Jibai glanced at the time, perplexed, and that she would bring a grand gift. But we haven't seen her or her present. Zhang Shiyan lifted his gaze, only to meet the little girl's upturned face, her eyes blinking at him. This girl. Ahem. The man cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and feigned calmness. She had a sudden matter to attend to and cannot come. A sudden matter? Jiang Jibai, peeling shrimp for his sister, suddenly raised his eyes, squinting playfully. Could it be that you didn't allow her to come, fearing she might outshine Wu Wu? Zhang Shiyan tugged at the corners of his lips, his deep voice resonating softly. Indeed, she cannot compare. Jiang Jibai's hand froze mid-peel, taken aback. Hadn't he been defending her fiercely last time? Was he changing his tune today? I did prepare a gift. Zhang Shiyan pulled out his phone and opened a document. His voice rich and magnetic. It seems that Wu Wu enjoys sweets, so this candy shop has sent her a gift as my token of introduction. Pei Jinwu trembled slightly, her heart racing at the mention of the gift. The candy shop? Jiang Jibai was aware that this establishment was no ordinary shop. Its products were primarily exported both domestically and internationally, valued at tens of millions. Zhang Shiyan had gone to great lengths to acquire it recently. Was he truly passing this on to Wu Wu? Wasn't the gift rather extravagant? Jiang Jibai remarked lightly. Not extravagant. Zhang Shiyan glanced at the girl across from him, a subtle smile playing at his lips. What I give to Wu, Wu must be the finest. Pei Jinwu stole a glance at the man, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Jibai's smile appeared somewhat stiff, baffling. Why did it seem that Zhang Shiyan resembled Wu Wu's brother more than he did? Very well. Jiang Jibai did not decline. Pouring a glass of wine for him. I thank you on behalf of Wu Wu. It is my pleasure. Zhang Shiyan chuckled softly, picking up his chopsticks to extract scallions from the dish and pushing them toward Pei Jinwu. Try this, it's quite tasty.
Oh.
Pei Jinwu naturally accepted it, taking a spoonful. This is also delightful. Zhang Shiyan added a piece of fish into her bowl, meticulously removing the skin from the fish she disliked. Pei Jinwu was enjoying her meal immensely. Watching their interaction, Jiang Jibai furrowed his brow. Was this truly their first meeting? Half an hour later, as the meal neared its end, Zhang Shiyan had a serving of mango pudding brought for Pei Jinwu. Less sugar, no ice, and extra mango. Jiang Jibai, wiping his mouth, could no longer contain himself. How do you know my sister's preferences so well? As her brother, I haven't had the chance to learn. Pei Jinwu blinked, remaining silent. Just a guess, Zhang Shiyan explained nonchalantly. Little girls tend to enjoy this flavor. A guess? So accurate. Jiang Jibai raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps the one who occupies your heart shares the same taste. You. Jiang Jibai found it peculiar and was about to inquire further when Pei Jinwu suddenly interjected. I'm full.
All right.
Jiang Jibai instantly redirected his attention. Wu Wu. Brother has something to discuss with you. Pei Jinwu, savoring her mango pudding, looked up with bright eyes. With the college entrance examination approaching, I would like to find someone to take care of you. This will lighten your aunt's burden and allow you to study with peace of mind. As Jiang Jibai spoke, he observed his sister's expression. That person is. Let me take care of Wu Wu. Zhang Shiyan elegantly wiped his hands, a smile gracing his lips. His voice calm and measured. Didn't you just say, it wasn't convenient? Jiang Jibai countered, tilting his head. It is convenient now. Zhang Shiyan cleared his throat, his deep eyes slightly lifting. I just thought, Aunt Wang is getting older and may not manage the dietary needs well. But with Wu Wu preparing for her exams, there are certainly many questions she may not understand. If I take care of her, I could also provide tutoring. Jiang Jibai listened intently, finding merit in Zhang Shiyan's reasoning. Graduating with dual degrees from prestigious universities, he possessed an astounding intellect. If he could tutor Wu Wu, her grades would undoubtedly improve swiftly. Also, Zhang Shiyan paused for a moment before continuing. If I recall correctly, Wu Wu is moving to Yunjishang, right? I have an apartment there, and I need to attend to some matters. Caring for Wu Wu would be quite convenient. What a coincidence. Jiang Jibai examined Shang Shiyan closely. If he didn't trust his character, he would genuinely think he had ulterior motives. Indeed, quite coincidental. Shang Shiyan's gaze fell upon the girl's fair and lovely face. His eyes filled with warmth. Wu, what do you think? Jiang Jibai turned to Pei Jinwu, softly asking. Pei Jinwu, having finished her meal, leaned back in her chair, lazily lifting her eyes. Aunt Wang can prepare many cuisines. I can have whatever I desire. Shang Shiyan poured a glass of water for the young girl, speaking leisurely. Especially desserts. The mango cake is exquisite. If Wu Wu stays with me, she can have whatever she wishes at any time. As Shang Shiyan spoke, his gaze burned with intensity, watching as the girl's eyes sparkled, clearly pleased with his enticing offer.
All right.
Pei Jinwu raised her delicate brows in agreement. Where I stay doesn't matter, as long as there's good food, that's best. Agreed. Jiang Jibai felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that things were progressing too smoothly. His sister had a rather calm disposition, and even as her brother, he could feel her slight wariness, not particularly close. Was it an illusion? He sensed that his sister's attitude toward Shang Shiyan differed from her demeanor with him. In her interactions with Shang Shiyan, she felt increasingly at ease. It was peculiar. Had they not met before? Thank you. Jiang Jibai expressed his gratitude, lifting his glass with a heart full of confusion. No need, Shang Shiyan replied, savoring a sip. A smile blossoming at the corners of his lips, his mood buoyed. We're all family now, so there's no need for formalities. Family? Jiang Jibai tightened his grip on the glass, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. Never mind. Shang Shiyan, being older, could take care of her, which was reassuring. At least he needn't worry about her being led astray by unscrupulous men. After their meal, Jiang Jibai attended to matters regarding the music video, while Shang Shiyan drove Pei Jinwu back to school. Inside the car, the girl nestled comfortably in the corner, deftly manipulating her phone screen. She was engrossed in a game, playing exceptionally well. Where's the medication? Shang Shiyan inquired, glancing at her scarred right hand. His brow furrowing in concern, a palpable low pressure enveloping him. Clearly, she had not taken proper care of it. In the side pocket, Pei Jinwu replied, not bothering to look up from her game. With a resigned smile, Shang Shiyan retrieved the medicine, his tone laced with coaxing, let me have your right hand first.
Oh.
She obediently extended her right hand, continuing to control her game with her left, undistracted. Although the wound had healed, she still needed to apply medication. Shang Shiyan, using a cotton swab, applied it with utmost delicacy, lest it leave a scar. No time? Here marked, displeased. Is it trivial to you? This girl. Why did she not cherish her body? The man sighed softly, maintaining his patience. In the future, I shall help you with this. After all, you're a young lady. Scars are unsightly. At the sound of his voice, Pei Jinwu shifted her gaze from the game to his face.
Wow.
His features were indeed striking. Seeing him daily would surely lighten her spirits. More importantly, each time she laid eyes on him, she was reminded of her grandfather. Thus, she felt no aversion. Go on in. I'll pick you up later, Shang Shiyan instructed, parking the car in a discreet corner away from prying eyes. Once her figure disappeared, he called Principal Song to inquire about the situation. The conclusion was succinct. Her academic performance was lacking and required attention. Shang Shiyan frowned. Was his little girl truly that slow? It seemed implausible. Later that evening, as agreed, he awaited her at the school entrance, holding a warm sweet potato. It wasn't too long before, amidst a throng of students, he spotted her tall and striking figure. She walked through the crowd, flanked by two girls on her left and a boy on her right, who carried her bag and held her milk tea, beaming like a blooming flower. Wasn't he that the boy from the police station, fawning over her? Shang Shiyan's gaze darkened as he opened the car door and texted Pei Jinwu. Woo. At the right corner. Pei Jinwu followed the sign and soon spotted him in the corner. Under the night sky, the man's silhouette was elongated by the moonlight. Enveloped in a golden halo, his chiseled features strikingly handsome. Everything around seemed to fade into obscurity, leaving only his face illuminated. Her heart raced uncontrollably.
Damn, she thought.
Such good looks. Who was he trying to entice? Here, Woo, he called, standing tall and waving her over. Pei Jinwu bit her lip and approached. The night air was a bit chilly, and noticing her thin short-sleeved shirt, Shang Shiyan furrowed his brow, draping his suit jacket over her shoulders. He leaned in, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted into her senses, soothing and delightful. It was difficult to discern whether it was the fragrance of the jacket or his own. "Good evening, Mr. Shang," she greeted, surprised to encounter Jinwoo's distant brother. The three of them, under the weight of Shang Shiyan's commanding presence, found themselves momentarily speechless, standing as stiffly as if in military training. "Yes," Shang Shiyan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Qianqian, Tang Yuan, and Su Qingye, finally resting on Su Qingye. More precisely, his attention was fixated on the backpack he carried. Su Qingye, caught in Shang Shiyan's icy stare, momentarily lost his breath and promptly offered the bag. "Mr. Shang. This is Wu Jia's bag." "Thank you." Shang Shiyan accepted it, casting a meaningful glance at Su Qingye. "No need." Su Qingye hastily waved his hands, grinning like a fool. "It's my honor to serve Wu Jia." "Wu Jia?" It appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Heading home, Shang Shiyan opened the car door, his gaze sharp and voice neutral. "Get in. I'll drive you all." Zhao Qianqian and Tang Yuan exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. "Thank you, Mr. Shang," Su Qingye said casually, stepping forward, but upon catching the man's indifferent gaze, he faltered. Mr. Shang's expression is rather intimidating. It doesn't feel like a ride home. It feels more like a trip to the crematorium. It's out of the way. We'll head back ourselves and not disturb Mr. Shang," Su Qingye said, halting in his tracks, bowing respectfully to Shang Shiyan and Pei Jinwu. "Wu Jia, Mr. Shang. We'll take our leave." "Oh, I see." Shang Shiyan nodded in satisfaction. "Very well." The three of them stood there, momentarily stunned, their necks retracted. "Is there anything else?" Shang Shiyan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of danger flickering in his deep-set eyes.
No.
They all shook their heads in unison, hastily departing, their figures soon disappearing from sight. "Quite perceptive," he mused with a subtle smile, leaning into the car and handing the long-warmed sweet potato to Pei Jinwu. Pei Jinwu gazed intently at him, then averted her gaze after a few seconds. How annoying. 20 minutes later, at Yunzishan Community, Pei Jinwu gazed at the array of boxes in the trunk, her almond-shaped eyes lifting slightly. "Did you bring the entire mall back? Your brother mentioned being busy lately. He said he couldn't neglect expressing gratitude to his benefactor and would find an opportunity to visit again," Shang Shiyan said, gently removing the jacket from her shoulders. "The Pei family has taken care of you. This is but a small token." "A small token?" Pei Jinwu scrutinized the contents and realized they were all high-end brands, roughly estimated to be worth millions. "Does my brother really have that much money?" Her thick lashes fluttered as a faint smile graced her lips. She was aware that before acknowledging their kinship, she had used her identity as Xian Yue to swindle Jiang Jibai out of over 9 billion. Allegedly, the incident stemmed from Jiang Jibai not recognizing his sister and brusquely telling her to leave. The young girl, incensed, had thus delivered him a lesson valued at 9 billion. "How dare you provoke Wu?" Shang Shiyan remarked as he led Pei Jinwu inside, turning his head to lower his voice intentionally. "She ought to be taught a lesson. 900 million is too lenient." "Lenient?" Pei Jinwu paused, lifting her exquisite face, her gaze laden with meaning as she regarded the man. "How can you say that? Have you not been tricked out of several billion yourself?" "What's wrong?" Shang Shiyan queried, puzzled by the young girl's scrutiny. "If I were to anger you, would you feel upset if I swindled you out of a few billion?" Pei Jinwu raised her brows slightly, her voice languid and drawn out, her eyes shimmering with amusement. After a moment's hesitation, Shang Shiyan smiled gently. "Of course not. Wu is doing splendidly. Then there's no problem." Pei Jinwu shrugged. Her spirits lifted as she continued forward. Shang Shiyan followed, utterly bewildered by her words. What was this girl talking about? On the top floor, Pei Shuhe and Wen Jianjian dared not breathe too loudly in the presence of a strikingly handsome and extraordinary man. The house, despite its spaciousness, felt suffocating in his presence. Given the circumstances, Shang Shiyan endeavored to temper his icy demeanor, softening his expression as he smiled. "For consideration's sake, I will be taking care of Wu from now on. My residence is just next door. If you wish to see her, you are welcome at any time." "Wu, is that true?" Pei Shuhe gently inquired, glancing at the girl who had lowered her gaze. "Yes," Pei Jinwu nodded, unhurriedly responding. "Aunt, I will be moving over tonight." Since her arrival at the Pei household, her aunt had been overly concerned about her adjustment, focusing her attention on her. With Jianjian preparing for her crucial exams, Pei Jinwu's presence hindered her aunt's ability to devote full attention to Jianjian's studies. The arrival of her brother and Shang Shiyan presented the perfect opportunity. "Tonight, huh?" Pei Shuhe glanced back at the freshly arranged room, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yet, as it was arranged by her biological brother. She felt it inappropriate to interfere. "Aunt, it's just 2 walls apart," Pei Jinwu consoled, pouring a glass of water for Pei Shuha. "We will still see each other frequently." "Cousin, may I still ask you questions?" When Jianjian, reluctant to part from Pei Jinwu, blinked back tears. "Of course," Pei Jinwu affectionately ruffled Wen Jianjian's hair, smiling gently. "Feel free to ask me anything." "Oh, cousin." Wen Jianjian seized Pei Jinwu's arms, burying her head in her embrace. Watching the scene, Zhang Shiyan's dark eyes dimmed, his grip on the cup tightening gradually. "Wu," he spoke, setting down his glass. "It's getting late. We should leave." "Yes," Pei Jinwu released Wen Jianjian, standing by Zhang Shiyan's side. "Aunt, Jianjian, please get some rest." "All right." Pei Shuha and her daughter, teary-eyed, accompanied Pei Jinwu to the suite across the hall.
Mom.
"Don't cry," Wen Jianjian softly soothed, resting a hand on her mother's shoulder. "We're only 10 steps away from cousin." "That's true." Pei Shuha wiped her tears, feeling a pang of sadness, yet she couldn't shake the impression that this man was not entirely trustworthy, resembling a kidnapper of young girls. "Uffed," when Jianjian chuckled. "Mr. Shang seems quite distinguished. With 2 brothers to protect her, cousin's future will surely be smooth sailing." "Is that so?" Pei Shuha expressed disinterest, gazing at the extravagant gifts, sighing. "So many items, it's like preparing for a wedding." Chapter 66. Heartfelt. Is this the feeling of being cherished without reservation? Above the clouds, in another suite, upon learning that the young girl would be moving in, Zhang Shiyan hastily dispatched someone to rearrange the furniture and decor. The suite was a duplex, spanning 2 levels, spacious and well-designed. The living room was adorned with numerous plants, while the balcony had been transformed into a small herb garden, flourishing with cilantro. Especially Pei Jinwu's bedroom, which had been meticulously decorated, not a lavish princess' room, but a simple and elegant design in pure white. Clean and airy, it was visually refreshing. "Do you like it?" Zhang Shiyan inquired, his gaze resting on the girl's face. "Yes," Pei Jinwu surveyed the surroundings, her satisfaction evident. "Is this man a mind reader?" "As long as you like it," Zhang Shiyan replied, calling over the housekeeper, his tone gentle. "Wang Ma, you know her. From now on, she will attend to your needs." "Good morning, Miss Pei." Wang Ma bowed respectfully. "Just call me Jinwu." Pei Jinwu remembered her from her previous visit to Zhang Shiyan's home, where she was kind and an excellent cook. "That's not proper." Wang Ma shook her head, her demeanor humble and maternal. "Miss Pei, should you require anything, please don't hesitate to command me." Wang Ma genuinely adored the girl. Her beauty was captivating and her personality delightful. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shiyan, swallowing hard, silently lamenting, "But she is rather young." Zhang Shiyan had been raised by her since childhood. His intentions were clear to Wang Ma. Initially, she had expected him to marry someone of equal standing, settling for a conventional life. To her surprise, he had met Miss Pei. In all these years, she had never seen him so attentive to any girl. "Take a rest." Zhang Shiyan's deep, dark eyes lingered on her face, his tone imbued with a hint of warmth. "I live next door. Message me if you need anything." "Oh." Pei Jinwu nodded awkwardly. Aside from her grandfather, she had never lived closely with any man under the same roof. After Zhang Shiyan and Wang Ma departed, Pei Jinwu opened the wardrobe, discovering it filled with garments of various colors and styles, pure, vibrant, and perfectly suited for her age. On the bedroom desk, her favorite snacks and candies were neatly arranged, accompanied by a thermos of water to prevent her from becoming overly indulgent. It was clear that these items had been thoughtfully prepared. Sitting on the bed, she stared blankly at everything in the room, her heart, once encased in darkness, gently stirred awake. Is this what it feels like to be cherished without reservation? Quite an intriguing experience. The following day, she had anticipated a sleepless night, yet she awoke at dawn, surprisingly refreshed. Upon entering the living room, she found Zhang Shiyan seated at the dining table, perusing financial news. Dressed in casual loungewear, his hair simply styled, he lacked the usual aloofness. His features were strikingly chiseled, and his movements exuded elegance, making it difficult to look away. However, he appeared slightly weary, with a hint of fatigue under his eyes. "Sir, last night you worried that Miss Pei might not adapt to the new environment, so you stayed up in her room the entire night," Wang Ma commented, pouring him a cup of coffee. "Perhaps you should catch up on some sleep?" "No need." Zhang Shiyan glanced at his watch. "Wu is about to wake up. If she doesn't see me, she might feel down." Pei Jinwoo felt a slight stiffness in her body. Was Shang Shiyan concerned about her sleep? As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Ma noticed Pei Jinwoo at the entrance of the dining room. "Good morning, Miss Pei," she greeted warmly. "Breakfast is ready. Please come and sit." "Thank you, Wang Ma." Pei Jinwoo approached and sat across from Shang Shiyan, casually glancing at him. He truly had not rested well, as evidenced by the dark circles under his eyes. "I'll take care of this," Shang Shiyan spoke. "You go prepare some snacks for lunch to bring for Wu later. She shouldn't always eat unhealthy food from outside." "Understood," Wang Ma replied with a smile, recognizing his attentiveness, and left the room. Only 2 individuals remained in the restaurant. Pei Jinwoo delicately sipped her congee with a spoon, while Shang Shiyan peeled a soft-boiled egg and placed it beside her, spreading mango jam on her bread. Throughout the process, Pei Jinwoo remained passive, as if she were a delicate flower being tended to. Once breakfast concluded, Shang Shiyan rose, effortlessly taking her backpack and draping her school uniform jacket over his arm. His attentive care was somewhat overwhelming for Pei Jinwoo, who was still unaccustomed to such treatment. With nothing left for her to do, she absent-mindedly touched her hair and obediently followed him. "Wang Ma, please make a fish soup for dinner," Shang Shiyan instructed, his gaze lingering on the bewildered girl, a smile playing on his lips. "It will help Wu replenish her strength. Eating fish sharpens the mind." With exams approaching, he intended to start tutoring her that evening. In the car, Pei Jinwoo leaned back, engrossed in a conversation on her phone. "Wu," Shang Shiyan called, tilting his head to glance at her, a hint of concern etched on his brow. He extended his hand for her to give him the ointment. "Oh." Pei Jinwoo understood, accustomed to offering her right hand for him to apply the medicine. "There's still a bit of a scar." Shang Shiyan observed her hand, the stark white skin marred by an unsightly scar. "Just endure for another 2 weeks, all right?" Pei Jinwoo nodded, withdrawing her hand to retrieve a mango candy from her pocket, offering it to him. "You eat it." Presenting a snack was the greatest courtesy a young girl could bestow. Shang Shiyan accepted it, rolling it between his fingers, but made no move to eat it. The taste was somewhat difficult to endure. "Come on, you like mango candies?"
Don't you?
Pei Jinwoo's serious tone caught him off guard. "Yes, I do," he replied, suppressing his nausea as he placed the candy in his mouth. "Is it good?" "Very good." Remembering how he had stayed up late to watch over her, Pei Jinwoo felt a surge of gratitude and retrieved another candy to give him. Shang Shiyan's expression shifted immediately, unexpected retribution for his earlier deception arriving swiftly. In the front, Fengxing and Fengji stifled their laughter, nearly bursting. What a nemesis. Miss Pei is undoubtedly the bane of the master. At Huagao, the small examination was approaching unexpectedly. News spread throughout the school that if Pei Jinwoo's score was among the lowest in tomorrow's small test, she would be expelled from Huagao. Other teachers had long since disapproved of her, convinced she had to leave. Besides, she dances well, but her academic performance is truly dismal. Many were eagerly anticipating her downfall. "Jinwoo." Tang Yuan leaned closer as Pei Jinwoo sat down, lowering her voice. "Shall we help you outline the key points?" Her book appeared untouched, as if it had not been opened. "What will you do for the exam tomorrow?" "We must make the most of our last-minute preparation." "Exactly," Su Qingye replied seriously. "Sister Wu, you mustn't score lower than me." Zhao Qianqian propped her chin on her hand, narrowing her eyes to observe the calm girl, cautiously asking, "Jinwoo, do you need help?"
Ah.
Pei Jinwoo raised an eyebrow, surveying the densely packed red lines with a mix of confusion. "What kind of key points are these?" Zhao Qianqian sighed, shaking her head. These 2 fools have been around Jinwoo for so long and still haven't noticed the flaws? Who is helping whom with the key points is still uncertain. "Good night," she concluded. Chapter 67. Woo. Can looking at your brother's face help you score high?
All right.
You all open your books. Pei Jinwoo, sucking on the candy, propped her chin on her left hand, her eyes half closed, revealing long, elegantly curled lashes. "Okay." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was Jinwoo actually going to listen to the key points? Realizing it, she quickly opened her book. "Jinwoo, the first page." "No need to look at the first page," Pei Jinwoo interrupted, her lazy voice measured. "Page 21. Memorize the first 10 sentences of the 3rd paragraph." Tang Yuan sluggishly flipped to page 21, discovering that Jinwoo had marked that paragraph with a key point symbol. What is happening? Hadn't Jinwoo already been exposed to the 2nd and 3rd year content? How does she know what the key points are, down to the precise content of each page? Continue. Finding the position of supporting her chin tiring, Pei Jinwoo shifted to cross her arms, her long legs casually crossed. Page 40, fifth paragraph.
Oh.
Tang Yuan had no time to look closely, hastily scribbling notes. Page 66, first paragraph. Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian exchanged glances, both retrieving their pens. The three crowded together, their books rustling with annotations. Page 101. Remember this formula. 10 minutes later, Pei Jinwu had completed marking the key points for her upcoming Chinese and math exams. She leaned back, opening her backpack to retrieve the thermos prepared by Shang Shiyan, taking a few refreshing sips of the lemon-flavored water. It was sweet and tangy, and she enjoyed it. Jinwu. Tang Yuan flipped through the newly marked points, swallowing hard, feeling somewhat guilty. When did you study the book? Pei Jinwu pondered for a moment, squinting as she replied, I can't quite recall. Maybe when I was 8. Or perhaps 10. Sister Wu, you're not secretly working hard to amaze everyone behind my back, are you? Su Qingye, gripping his pen, appeared a little anxious. With her diligence, he felt a sense of urgency. If he placed last in this exam, his father would surely be furious. Do I need to work hard? Pei Jinwu shot him a disdainful glance, her voice clear. Following this outline, I shouldn't do too poorly. Really? Su Qingye flipped through the book, half convinced. If I can pass Chinese this time, Sister Wu, I'll cover your lunch for the next month. Deal. Pei Jinwu nodded in agreement. Tang Yuan scratched her face, filled with questions but unsure where to begin. Zhao Qianqian, on the other hand, gleefully examined the key points she had just marked, exclaiming, if Jinwu became the chief editor of revision materials, the examiners would surely be at their wits' end. Some snobbish teachers at school still want her gone. Once the exam results come out, they'll be left red-faced. Tomorrow's small test would not require evening self-study, and classes ended at 5. Pei Jinwu arrived at their agreed meeting spot. From a considerable distance, she spotted a man in a black trench coat, holding a bag of food, waiting for her beneath a large tree. It was 5:30 as they had arranged, but she had come out early, and it was only 5:10. Had he been waiting for a long time? Pei Jinwu bit her lip, shouldering her backpack as she approached. Are you tired? Shang Shiyan inquired softly, reaching for her backpack. Not really, Pei Jinwu replied, accustomed to handing it over, her gaze falling on his hand, which held a cake. Mango-flavored? Shang Shiyan stepped aside, allowing the young girl to settle into the passenger seat before moving to the driver's side. Did your brother tell you about his trip to Egypt? As he spoke, he leaned closer, his fingers brushing against the safety belt in the gap. Be good, lower your head a bit. Let me fasten your seatbelt.
He did.
Pei Jinwu held the cake in her left hand and a fork in her right. With no spare hand available, she obediently tilted her head down. In this position, she caught a glimpse of the man's chest. Shang Shiyan had not worn a tie, and a few buttons of his shirt were undone. As he moved, the shirt opened slightly, revealing a prominent Adam's apple and an alluring collarbone. Pei Jinwu's chewing slowed, and her cheeks warmed slightly.
Click.
The seatbelt fastened securely. Shang Shiyan withdrew his gaze, only to find himself meeting the girl's clear, deep eyes. Beneath the playful curve of her lips, a hint of white cream lingered, rendering her appearance both charming and adorable. Is it delicious? The man's gaze deepened as he straightened his posture, gently taking a tissue to wipe it away. Pei Jinwu licked her lips, her brows arching in satisfaction. I'll bring it for you from now on. Shang Shiyan sat upright, hands clasped around the steering wheel, his eyes radiating warmth and affection. The little girl was truly easy to please. Above the clouds, Pei Jinwu set her bag down, washed her hands, and began to eat. The dishes prepared by Aunt Wang were to her liking, and she savored a considerable amount. Throughout the meal, Shang Shiyan attentively catered to her needs, peeling shrimp and ladling fish soup. After finishing her meal, Pei Jinwu rose to leave. In the next moment, Shang Shiyan's voice broke the silence. Do you have a quiz tomorrow? Pei Jinwu paused, turning to gaze at him. It was still early, bring me the review materials, and I'll help you with it. The man removed his coat, leisurely rolling up his sleeves, his movements elegant and refined. Pei Jinwu fell silent, recalling his promise to Jiang Jibai to not only attend to her daily needs, but also assist her academically. Oh no, she had been so focused on eating. Pei Jinwu frowned, feeling reluctant to decline. She was quite fatigued and yearned for sleep. After your review, Aunt Wang will prepare you some fruit salad. Shang Shiyan patted the space beside him, his expression indulgent, yet his tone was stern. Wu-Wu, come sit beside your brother. Fruit salad? Pei Jinwu found her words of refusal caught in her throat. The temptation of food was indeed quite inhumane. Ultimately, The young girl picked up her bag and obediently settled beside Shang Shiyan. She pulled out her materials, spread them across the low table, rested her chin on her left hand, and held a pen in her right, appearing rather reluctant. Graphical analysis ISN, T actually difficult. Shang Shiyan pointed to a topic in the review material, explaining gently. Pei Jinwoo listened quietly, her focus gradually shifting from the book to the man beside her. His high nose bridge and clean-cut facial features, along with his elegantly shaped lips, were undeniably striking. From her angle, she could clearly discern his features, finding not a single flaw. Alas, this visage was indeed remarkable. No wonder even the frivolous Lu Ying praised him. Woo-woo. Noticing the young girl lost in thought, Shang Shiyan turned his head and playfully tapped her forehead, his voice tender and teasing. Can looking at your brother's face help you score high? Who knows? Pei Jinwoo pouted, inadvertently voicing her thoughts.
Can it?
Upon hearing this, Shang Shiyan narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to the girl, his voice seductive. Oh really? Then shall I let Wu take another look? Chapter 68. I hope I don't encounter that dog of a man. Otherwise, I'll make him pay. As Pei Jinwoo gazed at the suddenly enlarged handsome face before her, her breath caught in her throat, her long lashes fluttering like wings, her cheeks tinged with warmth. Is it good-looking? The man's deep gaze fixed on her, his warm breath brushing against her face, his eyes as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of drawing one into their depths. Not bad. Pei Jinwoo froze for a moment, feigning calm as she blinked. Not bad? Shang Shiyan's lips curled into a smile, his expression overflowing with tenderness and affection. He considered his appearance to be quite satisfactory. The little girl certainly had discerning taste. All right then. At least it's not unpleasant. That's my honor. Enough teasing. Shang Shiyan pushed a glass of milk toward her, speaking softly. Drink a bit to soothe your throat, and let us continue. Half an hour later, as Pei Jinwoo was on the verge of dozing off, the phone rang. Boo, try to solve these 2 questions. After giving his instructions, the man stepped out onto the balcony with his phone. Pei Jinwoo glanced at the questions, picked up her pen, and wrote down the answers. 1-5, 1-10. Just the results, no process. The writing was bold and carefree. After finishing, the girl tossed the pen aside, resting her head on the table and yawning. Shang Shiyan, still on the phone, turned back to find the girl sleeping soundly. She lay on the table, her hands propping her face, her cheek turned toward him, eyes tightly shut, her long, thick lashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. Under the light, her already fair skin appeared even more luminous. In her slumber, she looked utterly adorable. Let us leave it at this for now. Shang Shiyan smiled helplessly, interrupting his conversation to hang up the phone and approach her. Just then, Aunt Wang emerged, ready to cover Pei Jinwoo with a blanket. I'll do it. Shang Shiyan gestured, and Aunt Wang promptly handed him the blanket. The man stepped forward, his gaze falling on the review materials. She had completed the 2 questions he left behind. The answers were written with such boldness. He had been gone for barely 5 minutes. How could she finish them so quickly? No rough drafts, no processes? This girl either knew the answers in advance or Shang Shiyan narrowed his eyes, sensing that she was full of secrets. Aunt Wang, prepare some fruit salad for Wu-Wu, and add extra mangoes. After giving his orders, Shang Shiyan gently draped the blanket over the girl. With careful hands, he slipped his arms beneath her knees, lifting her carefully. This position would surely make her uncomfortable while sleeping. The movement stirred the girl, causing her to groggily open her eyes. Upon recognizing the person before her, all tension melted away, and her body instinctively relaxed. Go back to sleep. Shang Shiyan smiled softly, soothing her. The girl blinked her lashes and slowly closed her eyes, comfortably leaning against him as she drifted back to sleep. As he gazed at the soft girl in his arms, Shang Shiyan felt his heart warm completely. After stealing a few more glances, he carried her back to her room, gently laying her on the bed and tucking her in. To prevent any further disturbances, he decided to stay by her side. Just then, an old lady's call came through. Shang Shiyan furrowed his brow, lowering his voice as he answered. Grandmother. Where on earth have you been lately? The elderly lady's voice was filled with excitement. You don't fancy the divine healer girl, and you refuse to meet other girls, claiming you have someone special in mind. If that is the case, bring her home for us to meet. Humph. She seriously suspected that this rascal was deceiving her. Just wait a moment. Shang Shiyan pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking softly. It's not a good time right now. Not a good time? What could possibly be inconvenient? The old lady rambled on, her voice suddenly rising. It wouldn't be true, would it? You're not actually fond of men, are you? Is that why you've never brought anyone home? Grandmother Shang Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, unable to explain. He certainly couldn't say, your future granddaughter-in-law is still in school. If she knew, the old lady would probably break his legs. Moreover, the little girl had only just begun to warm up to him. Any pursuit would have to wait until after her graduation. He certainly didn't want to be labeled a beast. Regardless, I don't care. The old lady's tone was stern. I've invited the divine healer girl to my birthday banquet. You must attend. Shang Shiyan felt weary, puzzled by what spell this divine healer girl had cast on his grandmother. If he didn't show up, the old lady would never let it go.
Fine.
Shang Shiyan acquiesced, fulfilling the elderly lady's heartfelt wish. If you do not want it, it is merely a reflection of your own misfortune. The old woman was infuriated, nearly beside herself with rage, wishing to slap him twice. The Shang family still had plenty of eligible young men, and I would ensure she was matched with the finest, who could marry the divine physician's daughter. Such an opportunity is a blessing bestowed upon 8 generations of ancestors. Very well, grandmother. Shang Shiyan smiled wryly, chuckling softly. You choose well for her. Should it come to fruition, I shall certainly present a grand gift. The elderly lady was left speechless, unwilling to engage further, and abruptly hung up the phone. What a disobedient grandson. Such a disobedient grandson. Pei Jinwu awoke at 8 in the evening. After regaining consciousness, she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. She recalled studying in the living room and then dreaming of Shang Shiyan holding her. Lately, she had been dreaming of him often, initially dismissing it as just another dream. It appeared that he had indeed brought her back. Pei Jinwu anxiously tugged at her hair, feeling utterly defenseless in the presence of this man. She had never been like this before. Fortunately, he was not her sworn enemy. If it were that ruthless leader of the S-Alliance, she feared her life would have long been extinguished. The mere thought of him made Pei Jinwu's teeth grind in frustration. That despicable man. I hope I never cross paths with him. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. The following morning, Shang Shiyan exchanged his vehicle for a modest sedan worth 3 million, facilitating Pei Jinwu's ride to school. Take care not to exert your injured right hand too much, he advised as he organized the snacks in her backpack, placing the thermos in the most visible spot, speaking earnestly. Study as much as you can, but do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Oh, Pei Jinwu responded, stretching her wrist, not particularly concerned. After all, during her confrontation with the S-Alliance's rogue, she had sustained a gunshot wound to her right hand, nearly resulting in disability. Everyone had said it was beyond hope, yet she had performed surgery on her right hand using her left, and after months of rehabilitation, it was as good as new. She was not so fragile. Even if I fail, it is of no consequence. Shang Shiyan handed her his jacket, declaring, my brother is wealthy. I shall take care of you. Wealthy? Pei Jinwu's expression flickered in surprise, a faint smile gracing her lips, her tone languid. How wealthy are we talking about? Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Shang Shiyan smirked, his voice laced with unreserved affection. Whatever you wish for, you shall have. Wow, how generous. Handsome and wealthy, truly fortunate, she quipped. As for me, I am a financial burden. Only the extraordinary can afford to support me. Pei Jinwu grasped her backpack, cradling it in her arms, her tone relaxed and slightly arrogant. Brother, work hard to earn money. Shang Shiyan was taken aback. Was she granting him a ticket to enter her world? All right, he replied, a subtle smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. I shall work diligently to ensure Wu Wu has ample funds at her disposal. Pei Jinwu smacked her lips, momentarily stunned. She merely intended to convey that she was difficult to support and that he need not feel obligated to provide for her. After all, money was not something she lacked. You? Pei Jinwu attempted to clarify, but her gaze met Shang Shiyan's deep, indulgent eyes, causing her words to falter. What is it? He inquired, noticing her unwavering stare and the slight flush at the corners of her eyes, finding her endearing. Shang Shiyan gently swept a stray hair from her forehead, grinning mischievously. Do you not believe me? His ability to earn was indeed commendable, allowing her to spend freely. No. Pei Jinwu retreated slightly, feigning calmness. I'm just a bit curious. If you were to support me, would my brother agree? Her tone was steady, her gaze clear, as if she were savoring the unfolding drama. Shang Shiyan's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Brother will earn money. I am off to school. Pei Jinwu blinked, delivering a playful jab before shouldering her backpack and briskly exiting, cheerfully heading toward the school. Shang Shiyan remained seated, his expression as grim as a stormy sky. Moments later, Feng Ji, in the front seat, could no longer contain his laughter. Feng Xing, however, pinched himself to suppress his mirth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Pei's words were simply lethal. The master was perpetually scheming against the young lady, intending to lure her home, while the renowned actor Jiang, who adored his sister above all, was oblivious to the fact that he was sending her into a den of thieves. Meanwhile, in a nearby milk tea shop, Shen Yunru and Lu Jing sat by the window engaged in conversation and spotted Pei Jinwu alighting from a black sedan. "Isn't that your sister?" Shen Yunru inquired, casting a glance at Lu Jing. "I recall that vehicle is quite expensive. Surely the individual inside is not her sugar daddy," she insinuated, leaving the statement unfinished, but the implication was unmistakable. Shen Yunru pursed her lips, feigning delicacy. "The driver seems to have white hair and appears rather aged." Lu Jing turned his gaze towards the car, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Expensive? It's merely a 200,000 vehicle, an older model, and has depreciated significantly since. How many affluent individuals drive outdated models? Moreover, the driver indeed had a full head of white hair, likely over 60 years of age." Humph. Back when Pei Jinwu relied on Shun Lao's indulgence, she held her nose high, looking down on everyone. Now that Shun Lao is gone, she seems willing to lower her stature to become an older man's mistress. How intriguing. If it weren't for my sister's meddling at the farewell party, I wouldn't have found myself in such a scandal, Shen Yunru pouted, expressing dissatisfaction as she attempted to salvage her image in Lu Jing's eyes. After all, the previous incident had indeed brought her considerable embarrassment, and the Lu family had expressed their displeasure. Furthermore, just a few days prior, Shen Yunru touched the heavily layered makeup concealing the scars on her face, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Enough," Lu Jing interrupted her complaints, his mind preoccupied with Pei Jinwu. "Let us not discuss such matters again. People of stature are aware that the Lu and Shen families are destined to unite. To preserve our dignity, I have spent considerable sums to suppress the scandal. Had it not been for the fact that higher status ladies look down upon me as a mere illegitimate child, how could I have ever considered an alliance with the Shen family?" Lu Jing cast a glance at Shen Yunru, his brow furrowed with discontent. He truly believed that her grace, figure, and beauty could not hold a candle to Pei Jinwu. "For now, focus on your studies," he advised, nonchalantly stirring his coffee. His tone indifferent. "If you rank among the top in the nation, both families will gain prestige. Those scandals will naturally fade into obscurity." Shen Yunru, feeling somewhat guilty, sipped her milk tea, acknowledging, "I understand, Brother Jing." After she left the milk tea shop, Lu Jing took out his phone and, gazing in the direction where Pei Jinwu had departed, messaged the private investigator. "Find out who the old man supporting Pei Jinwu is. Is it not merely about money? If that is the case, then why not sleep with anyone?" He had been thinking about her for many years. This sum of money was certainly within reach. At Huagao High School, with 4 classes in the senior year, comprising over 100 students, the seating was entirely randomized, arranged in an alternating manner. Pei Jinwu found her exam room at the bulletin board. As she entered, she spotted Zhao Qianqian and Su Qingye excitedly waving at her. "Sister Wu, over here." Pei Jinwu raised an eyebrow and walked over to sit in front of Zhao Qianqian, glancing back at the two. What a coincidence. Indeed. Su Qingye chuckled foolishly, pulling out a few mango candies from his pocket, offering them to her. "Sister Wu, I see you enjoy this flavor.
Give it a try. Thank you."
Pei Jinwu took one and placed it in her mouth, the tangy and rich mango flavor melting on her palate. It was an indescribable taste. Certainly better than what Shang Shiyan had given her. "Sister Wu, how is your review going?" Su Qingye inquired curiously. Yesterday, Sister Wu had outlined the key points for them. And, to be honest, he found it hard to believe, as her report card bore more zeros than his. Nevertheless, he still stole a few glances. "Not bad." Pei Jinwu yawned, rummaging through her bag for a pen, and fortuitously spotted the thermos that Shang Shiyan had placed there. She took it out and set it on the table, intending to return it after finding her belongings. "Oh, Sister Wu, is this pink thermos yours? It's quite cute." Su Qingye was instantly captivated, reaching out to take a closer look.
"It is."
Before he could touch it, Pei Jinwu snatched the thermos back like a startled kitten, stuffing it into her bag. Zhao Qianqian and Su Qingye were taken aback, glancing at her with puzzled expressions.
"Huh.
This is the first time we've seen Sister Wu cherish something so dearly. Who gave it to you?" Chapter 70. Handsome, yet unlikable? After putting away the thermos, Pei Jinwu realized her overly dramatic reaction. "Sister Wu, is the thermos that important?" Su Qingye cautiously asked, retracting his neck. A bit. Pei Jinwu blinked awkwardly. Responding with a heavy sigh, Wang Ma said the thermos was designed by Shang Shiyan, uniquely produced and exceptionally expensive. Anyway, I don't like others touching it.
Oh.
Su Qingye replied thoughtfully, pausing for a few seconds before suddenly becoming nosy. It wouldn't be a gift from someone you like, would it? Someone I like? Upon hearing this phrase, the pen in Pei Jinwu's hand flew out. Su Qingye? Zhao Qianqian? The two looked at her simultaneously, sensing something unusual. Sister Wu. You're blushing. Su Qingye exclaimed, his excitement mounting. Is it true? Who is it? Who is it?
Crap.
Sister Wu actually blushed. It seemed there was indeed another admirer outside. Sister Wu's distant cousin had strictly forbidden her from dating. He kept a close watch, fearing that some scoundrel might have designs on his goddess. Who would have thought he had still been caught off guard? Who was it that had captured Sister Wu's heart? Shut up. Pei Jinwu, irritated by the noise, kicked him lightly, her previously calm demeanor now in disarray due to Su Qingye's words. Liking? So what if I do? Just because someone is handsome doesn't mean they are beyond admiration. Su Qingye immediately covered his mouth, wishing to ask more, when the supervising teacher entered,
carrying the exam papers.
Silence enveloped the hall. The morning's Chinese exam made everyone tense, sitting upright. Meanwhile, in the corner, Qin Jiao witnessed the scene. How amusing. With the top student seated next to her, Pei Jinwu would find it difficult to perform poorly. It was said that the seating arrangement had been personally arranged by Principal Song.
Humph.
As if she were afraid others wouldn't notice her bias. It was clear she was trying to protect Pei Jinwu. She better behave or else. Remembering how Pei Jinwu had slapped her in public, Qin Jiao's fingers tightened, her eyes filled with hatred. As the papers were distributed, the exam officially commenced. Pei Jinwu held the exam paper, recalling Shang Shiyan's words. If she performed well, he would take her out for delicious food. The girl raised an eyebrow, picking up her pen and diligently tackling the questions. Early submission was not permitted during the exam. In less than an hour, Pei Jinwu had completed the 2.5-hour Chinese test. After finishing, she rested her chin on her hand, surveying her surroundings. Everyone else was still working. Oh no! It seemed she had completed the exam too quickly, leaving her feeling quite bored.
Next time she should take her time.
Feeling utterly listless, Pei Jinwu propped her chin up, her eyelids drooping. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem to take a brief nap without disturbing the teacher's order, would it? At that moment, Su Qingye was racing through his answers, feeling quite at ease. This exam paper contained several key questions, precisely the ones Pei Jinwu had highlighted yesterday. Though they weren't identical, the essence remained the same. Awesome. He was sure Sister Wu had done well too, right? Su Qingye turned back, intending to sneak a glance at Pei Jinwu's progress. To his surprise, he caught sight of her with her chin resting on her hand, eyes tightly shut, sleeping soundly.
Huh.
Su Qingye glanced at the time. It had only been an hour. Had Sister Wu completed her exam? Impossible. That meant she had given up. Oh no. Observing Pei Jinwu's state, Su Qingye furrowed his brow in concern. If she couldn't manage, he would have his father sell a few more pigs to donate a building to the school. Just like when he had sold pigs to fund the playground. He would secure a place for Sister Wu. In contrast to Su Qingye, Zhao Qianqian appeared far more composed. She worked on her paper while marveling, almost bursting with excitement. The key points highlighted by Jinwu were indeed the crucial ones. Could the chief editor of the review materials for the college entrance examination allow Jinwu to take the lead? At that moment, the teacher at the podium inadvertently noticed Pei Jinwu dozing off. The supervising teacher had been temporarily assigned from the second-year department. Although they had never taught Pei Jinwu, they had heard numerous rumors about her, especially her infamous reputation for driving the physics teacher to distraction. It was said that her attitude toward learning was far from proper, leading to a united resistance from the third-year teachers. Consequently, this time, if her grades were at the bottom, she would be expelled. A second-year student who had never attended classes, suddenly joining in the second semester of the third year. Achieving good results was nothing short of a fantasy.
Sigh.
The supervising teacher shook their head, reasoning it was not worth the effort to wake her. As they were leaving anyway, to avoid disturbing the other students, especially the top student in the front row, there was no need to waste energy rousing her. TSK. Qin Jiao had numerous blank spaces on her exam paper. Although she was also a struggling student, she looked down on those who performed even worse than herself. If they couldn't achieve good results, they should leave, and sleeping during the exam? Truly a peculiarity. Perhaps she was genuinely out of her depth and had simply given up. With this thought, Qin Jiao felt significantly better, eagerly awaiting the results to see her humiliated departure. 2.5 hours later. At long last, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Pei Jinwoo adjusted her exam paper, waiting for the invigilator to descend and collect the papers in order. When the teacher received hers, he took a moment to glance at it with curiosity. Oh! When did it become so full? She had indeed written extensively, yet she was uncertain about the score she would achieve. Sister Wu, did you just fall asleep? After handing in her paper, Su Qingye leaped to her side, his brow furrowed with concern. It was boring. Pei Jinwoo leaned back, opened her bag, took a sip from her thermos, and popped a piece of candy into her mouth, raising an eyebrow as she said, "Let us invite Qianqian and Xiao Tengyuan for hot pot at noon."
All right.
Su Qingye immediately scampered off to gather the others. As Jinwoo and Zhao Qianqian walked side by side out of the classroom, Qianqian couldn't help but inquire, "You seem to finish your exam in just an hour." Many people struggled with the language test, and even after 2.5 hours, they couldn't complete the essay. While you are indeed impressive, isn't an hour a bit exaggerated? Pei Jinwoo, hands tucked into her pockets, turned her head to regard her, her eyes languid as she replied, "This time was slow. I used to be quicker." The primary reason was her right hand was injured. Shang Shiyan had advised her not to exert herself too much, hence her slower pace. Used to be quicker? Zhao Qianqian gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. This truly ventured into her realm of ignorance. The mathematics exam was set for the afternoon, lasting 2 hours. Once completed, they could return home and forego evening self-study. Pei Jinwoo felt elated. Having finished the morning exam so early, she experienced the tedium of daydreaming and dozing off. For the math paper, Pei Jinwoo approached it with remarkable slowness. First, she did mental calculations, followed by oral ones, which consumed 30 minutes. Then, painstakingly inscribing her answers onto the answer sheet took another 30 minutes. In total, an hour had elapsed, leaving her with an hour to spare. Observing the clock, Pei Jinwoo felt utterly exasperated. After a restful morning, she found herself unable to sleep in the afternoon. While idly sitting and lost in thought, her mind wandered to a certain individual. After a few moments of silence, Pei Jinwoo reluctantly pulled out a blank piece of draft paper and casually began sketching jewelry designs. Coincidentally, J5 Studio had been urging her for new designs, so she decided to whip up a couple for them. Otherwise, the constant whining would become tiresome to endure.
Good night.
Tomorrow will be a spectacle. My sister Wu's miraculous maneuvers will be utterly unexpected. Chapter 71 Home? Her heart was gently stirred. Pei Jinwoo dawdled, ultimately managing to complete her jewelry design sketches within 60 minutes. On the poor-quality white draft paper, several pencil-drawn jewelry designs were imprinted. The sketches were faint and devoid of color, yet the lines flowed smoothly, and the concepts were exquisite, breathtaking in their beauty. Exhaling, Pei Jinwoo set down her pencil, rubbed her wrist, crumpled the draft paper into a ball, and carelessly tossed it into her pocket. These jewelry pieces were impressive. She estimated they could yield several $100 million in sales. Not bad, enough to indulge for a while. Sister Wu, let us go. Su Qingye grinned, tilting his chin in a cheerful manner. Pei Jinwoo neatly arranged her answer sheet and chatted with Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian as they left. Sister Wu, you're incredible. You managed to predict so many key points in advance. Su Qingye's voice carried, reaching the ears of Qin Jiao, who happened to be nearby. Predicting key points? As Qin Jiao exited, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Pei Jinwoo's exam paper. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The answer sheet, including the last 2 particularly challenging questions, was entirely filled out. How could someone who hadn't attended the 2nd or 3rd year manage such questions? What a laugh. She remembered that during the exam, Zhao Qianqian's paper had accidentally fallen to the ground, and Pei Jinwoo had helped her pick it up. Could it be that Zhao Qianqian had staged this whole act to copy answers? TSK. Cheating and filling an entire exam sheet? Truly impressive. The tradition at Huagao was to grade the papers on the same day, and the teachers despised cheating. Upon seeing Pei Jinwoo's paper, they would likely be infuriated. Surely, she would be expelled from school immediately, right? The more she thought about it, the more delighted she became. After finishing the exam, Pei Jinwoo did not return directly to Yunzisheng, but instead headed to J5 Studio. The director had called, stating that the jewelry designed for the venerable Madame Shang was complete and required her final confirmation.
Boss.
Upon her arrival, the other designers stood up, greeting her respectfully. Where's the jewelry? Pei Jinwoo, clad in her school uniform, held the thermos in her left hand and a piece of candy in her mouth. Her youthful visage contrasting starkly amidst the older designers. Yet, her commanding aura was formidable enough to intimidate those around her into averting their gazes. The jewelry is in the vault. Noticing the bag and thermos in her hands, the director, understanding the situation, extended his hand respectfully, saying, "Boss, let me hold that for you." "No need." Pei Jinwoo sidestepped the director's hand, opened her bag, and placed the thermos inside. The director's hand froze midair, bewildered. Surely he hadn't misjudged? This was a boss who could casually toss around diamonds worth millions, yet she treasured a mere thermos? Additionally, when had she begun drinking warm water? In the vault, Pei Jinwoo donned gloves and glasses, sitting under the lights as she made final adjustments to the jewelry. The director leaned over her shoulder, hardly daring to breathe. The boss had emphasized that this order was of great importance. Thus, only the most skilled craftsmen had been enlisted for its creation, with meticulous oversight throughout the process to avoid any errors. To his surprise, the boss could even spot minute details that required correction, if memories served correctly. This order belonged to Shang Shiyan, the president of the Shang family. Hadn't the boss had a falling out with him previously? Her concern for this order seemed excessive. There are no issues. Pei Jinwoo removed her gloves and glasses, surveying her surroundings until her gaze landed on a striking emerald necklace. She had been invited to an elderly lady's birthday banquet in the suburbs next week. She couldn't possibly attend empty-handed. This necklace should be wrapped nicely for a gift. Pei Jinwoo remarked casually. A gift? The director was taken aback upon glancing at the price, his eyes widening in shock. So many zeros. Such a valuable item. And the boss was so nonchalant about giving it away? Boss, it's all wrapped up. The director dared not inquire further. After all, he was merely an employee. As she slung her bag over her shoulder, Pei Jinwoo glanced at the overtime workers with her peripheral vision and spoke softly. You need not exert yourselves so much. I don't particularly appreciate my employees working overtime. Perhaps I offer too much? The employees were so eager that they seemed to reproach her for being an insufficiently devoted boss. Quite exasperating. Thank you for your concern, boss. We're not tired. The employees beamed at her, their expressions clearly conveying the message. We volunteer. Pei Jinwoo felt somewhat speechless, pausing for a few seconds before saying with resignation. Give them some desserts. Let us raise their salaries by 50% this month. Understood, boss. The director's face broke into a radiant smile, his voice becoming more exuberant. As Pei Jinwoo withdrew her gaze and was about to exit, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, Shang Shiyan. Hello. Pei Jinwoo paused for 2 seconds before answering the call. During work hours, she was accustomed to silencing her phone. She had forgotten that someone else lived at home and needed to inform them in advance if she wouldn't be returning. Woo hasn't he gone home yet? Is there something urgent? Shang Shiyan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure enveloped in a thin veil of mist. A look of deep concern etched across his handsome face. His tone was astonishingly gentle. School dismissed at 5:30. It was now 8 o'clock. Having returned home to find it empty and her phone switched off, Shang Shiyan was so anxious that he hadn't even changed his clothes. Just as he was about to investigate her whereabouts, the phone rang. I was delayed by a little matter, Pei Jinwoo replied, her footsteps quickening, her voice uncharacteristically timid. After all, it wasn't often that anyone would take the time to call and inquire about her return home. As long as you're all right. Shang Shiyan's taut nerves gradually relaxed, his tone soft and indulgent. Are you coming home now? Home? At the mention of the word, Pei Jinwoo felt her heart flutter. I'm on my way back. She bit her lip, her voice unconsciously softening. Home meant delicious meals prepared by Aunt Wong and an abundance of snacks. She rather enjoyed returning to this home. Send me the address. I'll come to pick you up. Shang Shiyan said, picking up the car keys and heading out, gently advising it's drizzling a bit. Find a place to stay dry, all right? Okay. Pei Jinwoo ended the call and obediently sent him her location. Turning around, she was unexpectedly met with the puzzled gazes of the designers. Is there something wrong? She asked, her expression reverting to indifference, her tone losing some warmth. All at once, everyone seated themselves, lowering their heads in silence. Pei Jinwoo averted her gaze, donned her hat and walked outside. As soon as she stepped out, the designers in the studio stood up, gathering to gossip. Who was the boss on the phone with? He looked so tense. Right? It's the first time I've seen the boss act so flustered. A female designer paused for a moment before casually remarking, it's like a girlfriend sneaking around. Caught by her boyfriend. I thought the boss would just tell her to scram, but he actually sounded quite sweet when he said okay.
Sweet?
Adorable? Upon hearing these words, the other designers cast shocked looks in her direction. Is she a newcomer? Just wait a while before sharing your opinions. As night fell, the sky drizzled with fine rain, and the neon-lit city lay shrouded in a gray haze. Pei Jinwoo, clutching her backpack, squatted beneath a rain-sheltering eave, her clear, starry eyes fixed on the passing vehicles. The absence of a certain car left her inexplicably disappointed. Little girl, where are you headed? A kind-hearted taxi driver, seeing her forlorn expression, lowered the window and inquired as the rain intensified. I'll give you a ride home. No, thank you. Pei Jinwoo glanced at the time, shaking her head in refusal. Someone is coming to pick me up.
I see.
The driver chuckled warmly. Well, take care and stay safe. Pei Jinwoo nodded slightly, retrieving a piece of candy from her pocket and popping it into her mouth. Her spirits lifted a bit as she continued to gaze longingly at the stream of cars. At last, just as she was nearing the end of her patience, a low-key black sports car came to a sudden stop beside her. Woo-woo. The car door opened, and a tall, striking man emerged, holding an umbrella, his movements hurried. Pei Jinwoo looked up to meet his handsome, worried face. He seemed to have rushed out, his tie askew, hair slightly tousled, and still in his slippers. The usually composed and dignified man appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his attractiveness remained undeniable. I'm sorry I'm late. Shang Shiryan stood before Pei Jinwoo, the umbrella tilted entirely in her direction, his large frame shielding her from the diagonal rain. There was an accident on the northern road that caused a delay. Are you cold? Though she was sheltered under the eave, her clothes and hair were still damp from the rain. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Shiryan removed his coat and draped it over her, wrapping her snugly. At that moment, the rain poured even harder, drenching the man. His pristine white shirt became transparent under the streetlight, revealing every contour of his physique. Are you alright? Pei Jinwoo felt a tinge of embarrassment and averted her gaze, only to glance back for a second longer. The man's broad shoulders and narrow waist were indeed a sight to behold, just like Shang Shiryan. The rain is too heavy. Let us get in the car. Shang Shiryan held the umbrella with his left hand to shield her from the rain and gently pulled her closer with his right. The distance between them suddenly narrowed, and in her daze, Pei Jinwoo stumbled into his embrace.
Oof.
Her forehead bumped against his firm chest, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. Are you okay? Shang Shiryan quickly opened the car door, helping her inside with concern. Pei Jinwoo settled into the passenger seat, inhaling the crisp, pleasant scent that lingered about him. She murmured, I'm fine. Blushing like that and claiming you're fine? Shang Shiryan remarked with a teasing tone. Let us head home. He circled around to the driver's side, starting the engine without hesitation as they drove into the night sky. He worried that the little girl might catch a cold from the rain and wind. Inside the quiet car, Pei Jinwoo wrapped herself in his suit jacket, feeling a bit warm. Meanwhile, Shang Shiryan sat there, his shirt soaked, droplets of water dripping from his neatly cropped hair. You. Pei Jinwoo bit her lip, reaching into her bag for a tissue and offering it to him. Do you want to wipe your face? He seemed to be wetter than she was. HM? Shang Shiryan turned his head, his gaze landing on her face. After a brief pause, a mischievous smile played on his lips. Brother is driving. How can I wipe? Pei Jinwoo's fingers trembled slightly, her gaze fixed intently on him as she pondered his words. If it's convenient, could Woo-Woo help brother wipe? Seeing the bewildered expression on the young girl's face, Shang Shiryan leaned closer, his voice dripping with allure. Help him wipe? Staring at his magnified handsome face and the relentless rain outside, she feared he might lose focus while driving and cause an accident.
Oh.
After hesitating for a few seconds, Pei Jinwoo clutched the tissue and gently wiped the water off his face. The car became enveloped in silence. Dressed in his jacket, Pei Jinwoo found the sleeves excessively long and cumbersome. As she wiped, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his skin, the warmth of her touch contrasting with the coolness of his face. In that instant, an unusual sensation coursed through her, momentarily halting her rational thought. Pei Jinwoo shivered, instinctively retracting her hand and feigning calmness. All right, you drive safely. Thank you, Woo-Woo. Shang Shiryan squinted his dark eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Brother drives very well, you can rest assured. Driving skills? Pei Jinwoo suddenly turned to look at him, and after 2 seconds, she swiftly averted her gaze. Staring out the car window, she had the distinct feeling that his words held a deeper meaning. Surely, he was referring to his driving skills, right? It better be. Above the clouds, when Pei Jinwu arrived home, Shang Shiyan promptly urged her to take a shower. Sir, you should wash up too. Aunt Wang, having taken care of Pei Jinwu, happened to see Shang Shiyan organizing her belongings. It's nothing. Shang Shiyan cleaned her backpack and set it aside, then picked up her coat and shook it out. Aunt Wang, prepare some ginger tea for Wu Wu. As soon as she finished speaking, a crumpled white sheet of paper suddenly fell at their feet. What on earth is this? Shang Shiyan picked up the items and gently spread them out, revealing several exquisite jewelry design sketches that immediately captivated his attention. The drawings on the sketch paper were evidently hastily sketched, yet they exuded a unique and refined quality that was not typical of an ordinary designer's work, especially one who could produce such designs in a short span of time. The consortium boasted an independent jewelry design company, and in the past 2 years, he had not encountered designs of such exceptional caliber. The style of these sketches bore a striking resemblance to something he had seen before. His gaze drifted downward, landing on other designs. In the next moment, he noticed a rather inconspicuous signature in the lower right corner, J5. J5? The name was all too familiar to Shang Shiyan. For his grandmother's jewelry, he had been duped out of tens of millions. A private custom designer, a prodigy in the jewelry realm. Was this truly a design draft by J5? How did her sketches end up in Wu Wu's possession? Shang Shiyan stood frozen, his mind racing with two possibilities. Either Wu Wu knew J5, or perhaps Wu Wu herself was J5. J5 had made a name for herself in the jewelry industry 5 years prior, creating numerous designs that sent shockwaves throughout the field. Wu had been only 13 at that time, a mere child, defeating several globally renowned designers. Emerging as a dark horse in the jewelry world, anyone hearing this would deem it utterly preposterous. Yet, his Wu Wu had become a celebrated dance master at such a young age. Perhaps becoming a jewelry designer was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. A smirk escaped Shang Shiyan's lips, the expression on his stern face a blend of helplessness and indulgence, a whirlwind of complex emotions. If Wu Wu truly was the designer J5, then did the young girl not realize that the one seeking her expertise in jewelry design was none other than himself? Chapter 73. In many respects, it was his first time. Gazing at the crumpled design sketches in his hand, Shang Shiyan's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He could not fathom what he had done to provoke this girl into swindling him out of tens of millions, particularly during their exchanges. Her attitude was as though she were ready to slice him to pieces. With a chuckle, Shang Shiyan carefully placed the sketches back in their original position, a smile growing more pronounced at the corners of his mouth. Just how many secrets did this girl harbor? Was this matter regarding J5 something he needed to unravel? On the second floor, Pei Jinwu had just finished her shower, but could not find the hairdryer. She had no choice but to descend with her damp hair in search of Wang Ma. Upon reaching the spiral staircase, she spotted Shang Shiyan, clad in a gray-blue bathrobe, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window engaged in a phone conversation. His hair was slightly damp, the belt around his waist casually tied, accentuating his lean silhouette. Below, his calves were well-defined and strong. The warm light illuminated his head, casting a golden halo around him. He appeared effortlessly languid, yet strikingly radiant, a sight that stirred one's heart. Pei Jinwu halted, a thought springing to her mind. TSK, he may be older, but he takes great care of himself. She should keep an eye on his new endeavors. Shang Shiyan turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of the girl by the stairs, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Concluding his call, he tossed his phone onto the sofa and strode towards Pei Jinwu with long strides. Why haven't you dried your hair? Pei Jinwu's gaze flickered nervously as she opened her mouth to respond, but Wang Ma, busily bustling in the kitchen, hurried out and exclaimed, "My apologies, Miss Pei. I was just about to fetch the hairdryer, but I forgot after making a round in the kitchen. Please sit, and I'll help you dry it. Miss Pei's right hand is injured and not very convenient. Just give me the hairdryer." Just as Wang Ma was about to step forward, Shang Shiyan swiftly reached out to take it, his voice low and commanding. "I'll handle Wu Wu's hair. You continue with your kitchen duties. She seems to be starving." When he found her, she looked as wilted as a parched mushroom. Clearly, she hadn't eaten. What was this girl doing? She was unwilling to speak, and he dared not pry into her privacy. Her safety was paramount above all else.
Huh.
Wang Ma paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure and smiling in response. "Understood, Mr. Shang." With that, she discreetly retreated into the kitchen, closing the door to avoid interrupting the two. In an instant, the living room was left with just the two of them. Woo-woo, sit here. Shang Shuryan plugged in the hairdryer and waved at the dazed girl.
Oh.
Pei Jinwoo approached obediently and sat on the sofa. The appliance buzzed to life, warm air swirling around her head. Pei Jinwoo lazily lifted her eyelids, only to discover Shang Shuryan standing before her. His tall frame leaned slightly forward, his robe's belt loosened, the neckline inadvertently gaping open. As her gaze traveled up from his belt, she caught a clear glimpse of his chest, muscular and well-defined. Cough, cough. Pei Jinwoo's face flushed crimson, her body instinctively recoiling, attempting to create distance. Be good, stay still. Shang Shuryan gently patted her head, his voice soft. Be careful not to burn yourself. The hairdryer can get quite hot. Your delicate skin won't fare well if it touches. Pei Jinwoo's body stiffened involuntarily. In the next moment, she felt his long fingers weaving through her damp hair. As he meticulously styled and dried each strand, his movements were tender, as if handling a fragile treasure. Pei Jinwoo felt no discomfort whatsoever throughout the process. TSK. His technique is quite impressive. Has he helped others dry their hair before? Surely. Pei Jinwoo pouted, feeling somewhat uneasy. She opted to close her eyes, avoiding looking at him. 10 minutes later, once every strand had been thoroughly dried, Shang Shuryan switched off the hairdryer. He picked up a comb and carefully tidied up the slightly disheveled hair. Speaking in a gentle tone, in the future, if you're going to be late, let me or Wang Ma know in advance. Otherwise, we'll worry, alright? Pei Jinwoo was still contemplating his adept technique and did not respond. What's wrong? Not hearing any reply from the girl, Shang Shuryan paused his actions, squatting in front of her and softly inquiring. Pei Jinwoo's gaze fell on his face, hesitating for a few seconds before reluctantly shifting her gaze away. A hint of displeasure evident as she muttered, "Nothing. Are you hungry?" Shang Shuryan did not dwell on it, patting her head affectionately. Come, eat in the dining room. Wang Ma has made your favorite roast goose. Roast goose? Pei Jinwoo walked to the dining room and noticed 2 bowls set on the table. He hasn't eaten? The sir returned late and went to pick you up, so he didn't have time to eat. Wang Ma chimed in, bringing out the dishes. Noting Pei Jinwoo's curiosity, with a smile. Is that so? Pei Jinwoo glanced at the man washing his hands, her brow relaxing a bit. Before eating, have some ginger tea. Wang Ma set down a cup and said kindly, Mr. Shang specifically instructed me to make this for you, fearing you might catch a cold. Would you like to try? Pei Jinwoo sniffed the cup. The ginger aroma was quite strong. I don't like ginger. Just as she was about to express her disdain and refuse, Wang Ma's voice rang out in surprise. I didn't expect Mr. Shang to dry the girl's hair for the first time, and he did quite well. First time? Pei Jinwoo looked at Wang Ma in confusion, her pupils slightly widening. Indeed. Wang Ma busied herself with the dishes, her smile radiant. Aside from you, sir, there has never been another girl by your side. In many ways, cough cough, this is a first. Oh. Pei Jinwoo blinked, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Her mood evidently brightening. Miss Pei, do drink up. It will cool down soon, Wang Ma prompted once more. Thank you, Pei Jinwoo replied, lifting her cup and taking a tentative sip. It was somewhat unpalatable, yet she persevered and finished it all the same. At the dining table, Shang Shuryan, with great attentiveness, used the serving chopsticks to offer dishes to the young lady. Pei Jinwoo, buoyed by her good spirits, enjoyed the meal and consumed everything he served with delight. Woo. The man set aside the peeled shrimp, wiping his hands as he asked with a hint of intrigue. Do you know how to draw? Pei Jinwoo paused mid-bite, slowly raising her chin to regard him with suspicion. Just a casual inquiry. Noticing a fleeting hint of panic cross her delicate features, Shang Shuryan smirked, his deep voice laced with amusement. I saw a few paintings in your room. They appeared to be your handiwork. Oh. Pei Jinwoo averted her gaze, focusing on her food. Her voice muffled as she muttered. Just a little. The few paintings in her room indeed bore her signature style, portraits of her grandfather. However, she recalled that they bore no inscription. Could Shang Shuryan truly be aware that she was J5? Is that so? Shang Shuryan chuckled softly, his gaze piercing into her dark eyes, growing ever more profound. Are you certain it's just a little? Not a great deal? Chapter 74. So much money. A fortune beyond measure. The following day, before heading to school, Pei Jinwoo opened her computer and scanned the jewelry design sketches she had created the previous day, sending them off to the J5 studio. In the next moment, the director called, his voice brimming with excitement. Boss, these jewelry designs are absolutely stunning. They will definitely sell like hotcakes once they're listed. You must have invested a significant amount of time and effort. Thank you for your hard work. Indeed. It did take a bit longer, Pei Jinwoo replied, blinking lazily. What should have taken half an hour ended up taking an hour. Had I not been passing the time, it might have taken even less. Upon hearing this, the director on the other end suddenly fell silent. Had he misheard? The boss had completed these top-tier designs in just an hour? How were other design studios and jewelers to cope with this? None could compare. We've struck gold. Don't bother me for a while, Pei Jinwoo remarked as she descended the stairs, deliberately lowering her voice, her tone nonchalant. Since time immemorial, it has been the boss who profits from the employees. Yet here, the roles were reversed. Employees seemed to be fixated on making money for the boss. Who was truly in charge? Already? The director hesitated for a moment before chuckling nervously. Boss, since your speed is so remarkable, could you perhaps create a few more?
What?
Pei Jinwoo halted in her tracks, her brows knitting tightly. Look here, boss, the director continued, undeterred. If you can produce 4 designs in half an hour, then 8 in an hour. With 24 hours in a day, that's 192 designs. In a month, that totals 760. Each design. If we turn it into a product, we'll sell for at least 6 figures. Let me calculate, the director grew, increasingly animated. The sound of a calculator clicking away filled the line. My goodness, that's a fortune. Indeed, quite a sum, Pei Jinwoo replied coolly. However, I want to be profiting from it. Why not, boss? The director's enthusiasm waned instantly. Figure it out, Pei Jinwoo's voice turned frosty, unyielding. If you can't come up with something by 10 o'clock, you might as well vacate your position.
Boss.
The director was taken aback, attempting to argue. But the call had already been disconnected.
What a predicament.
The boss had always been resolute, never one to show mercy. If he couldn't produce, he would undoubtedly be dealt with. So, why not design more jewelry to earn money? On the other side, Pei Jinwoo hung up the phone. Placing her mobile into her pocket, her mood soured as she rubbed her temples. J5 was an upscale bespoke jewelry studio, always prioritizing quality over speed. If it were solely about efficiency, given her capabilities, producing not just 8, but even 80 designs in a day would be effortless. What merit lay in creating something readily available? What she sought was for every piece of jewelry from J5 to stand out as a classic, rivaling any other brand. The value of the brand was always her foremost concern. Due to the time spent scanning the design sketches, Pei Jinwoo hadn't tea had breakfast. To avoid delaying their journey to the exam, Zhang Shiryan packed food for her to eat in the car, steamed buns, warm milk, and a box of fresh cherries. Take your time. There's still time, Zhang Shiryan said, holding the cup and watching as she took small sips of milk, his eyes filled with tenderness. Have some fruit, he added. After she finished her buns and milk, Zhang Shiryan opened the box and held a cherry to her lips. The cherries you wanted. Pei Jinwoo looked down and saw the fresh red cherries in the box, slightly taken aback. She had merely mentioned them casually to Wang Ma 2 days prior. Yet Zhang Shiryan had managed to procure them. If she remembered correctly, cherries were out of season in Huagua.
Where had he sourced them from?
Give it a try. It's quite sweet. Zhang Shiryan wiped away the moisture from the cherry with a gentle demeanor, coaxing her to eat, as one might with a child. Pei Jinwoo truly wished to have one, reaching out to grab it, only to realize her left hand held a bun while her right grasped chopsticks, leaving her unable to free a hand. Zhang Shiryan smiled gently, bringing the cherry directly to her lips. Pei Jinwoo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation and accepted it into her mouth. Instantly, the sweet flavor burst forth, enveloping her senses, making her involuntarily squint in delight. Do you like it? Observing her joyous expression, Zhang Shiryan knew he had hit the mark and continued to offer more. Pei Jinwoo focused solely on eating, one cherry after another. As class time approached, she decided to savor one last cherry before heading to school. However, in her eagerness, her movement was too abrupt, causing her lips to accidentally brush against the man's fingertip. In that moment, she felt their bodies freeze, and the atmosphere in the car shifted dramatically. The man's smile faltered as his deep-set eyes locked onto hers, creating an unusual tension. Pei Jinwoo jolted back, her back colliding with the car door, the loud sound snapping her back to reality as she stammered, "I am leaving." With that, she rushed to open the car door and hurriedly departed without giving him a chance to respond. Yet, just a few steps away, the girl returned, awkwardly grabbing her forgotten backpack. She turned, took a couple of steps, then quickened her pace into a light jog.
Soon she was out of sight.
Watching the girl's hurried retreat, Zhang Shiryan's lips curled into a smile, a soft chuckle escaping him. So, This little one could indeed feel shy. Was this not proof that Wu harbored at least some feelings for him? With this thought, the man's spirit soared, and the temperature within the car seemed to rise considerably. Cough, cough. In the front row, Feng Zhi dared not utter a sound. Yet upon catching a glimpse of the smile gracing his master's face, he seized the opportunity to speak. Master, it seems that the training at the S Alliance is nearly complete. Might I refrain from attending on the final day? Shang Shiyan lifted his eyelids, casting a detached glance towards Feng Zhi. Master, it is as such. Feng Zhi inhaled sharply, pinching his thigh with resolve to maintain his composure. Feng Xing has matters to attend to today and cannot accompany you. Furthermore, I need to pick up Miss Pei after school this evening. Therefore, it is likely that I need not go to the S Alliance. Before Feng Zhi could finish his sentence, Shang Shiyan responded in a low voice. You will personally fetch Wu Wu from school. I have no confidence in anyone else. Yes, master. Feng Zhi exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. How obedient. It must indeed be Miss Pei. The decision was made. From now on, Miss Pei would be his primary master, with Mr. Shang ranking second. Pei Jinwu dashed into her seat, her heart racing with excitement. Wu Jia, what's wrong with you? Su Qingye and Zhao Qianqian leaned in simultaneously, their astonishment evident.
Wow.
Why's your face so red? It's hot. Pei Jinwu bit her lip, feigning calm while rummaging through her bag. By sheer coincidence, she stumbled upon the insulated cup prepared by Shang Shiyan, and her cheeks flushed even deeper as memories of the earlier encounter flooded back. Wu Jia, drink some water. Su Qingye unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her with a laugh. The weather is indeed a bit warm. Is it hot? Zhao Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the misty sky before turning her attention back to Pei Jinwu. Pei Jinwu remained silent, opting to play dead. Just as the awkwardness enveloped them, a sudden cacophony of chatter erupted at the classroom door. Full marks? Who did you hear that from? A girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. In Chinese? How could anyone possibly score full marks? Not just in Chinese. I heard the math scores were full as well. Zhao Qianqian only scored 120. Who is it? Full marks in both subjects? Must be cheating.